After dropping a subtle hint about the old Stark Expo model, one that no one seemed to pick up on, Tony had the model brought over to his lab. It didn't take long for the team to start working on deciphering what Howard had hidden within it. Peter didn't stick around for long. He knew Tony could figure it out on his own, especially with the sheer number of helping hands at his disposal. It was only a matter of time before the mystery unraveled. That night, when Peter returned home, he found May sitting in the living room, laughing as she watched a video of him in his impromptu lawyer suit from earlier in the day. The news anchors debated whether Tony Stark should be forced to hand over his technology to the government. Fortunately, the general consensus leaned toward the fact that his inventions were private property, and as long as he wasn't breaking any laws, the government had no real claim over them. Of course, that didn't stop figures like Senator Stern and Justin Hammer from pushing their own agendas. But unless Tony committed outright villainous acts, something that would require intervention from the UN, they would never get what they wanted. And that, obviously, wasn't happening. "Welcome back." May greeted him, pausing the TV and nodding toward the kitchen. "I made dinner if you're hungry." "Sounds good. I haven't eaten since breakfast." Peter hurried into the kitchen, his stomach growling. "You know," May followed behind him, "I remember telling you that you should become a lawyer, but I didn't think you'd actually do it without going to college." Well, Tony needed help. Peter shrugged as his eyes landed on a plate of juicy ribs on the counter. Without hesitation, he grabbed one and started eating. "Can the government really take his armor?" May asked curiously, watching him devour his food. "Nope. He's an Avenger," Peter explained between bites. "We operate outside of any government's jurisdiction. This whole thing was just a farce. I'm sure Senator Stern is getting an earful from the president as we speak. If it was all just for show, why didn't you guys walk out instead of entertaining it?" May asked, handing him a napkin for the barbecue sauce smeared on his hands and face. "Because it was televised." Peter wiped his mouth. "It wouldn't have looked good to the public if I just dragged Tony out of there. So, we had to beat them at their own game." May hummed in understanding before heading to the stove. "Here, don't forget your vegetables." "Danksh." "Thanks," Peter mumbled through a full mouth, accepting the bowl. The path to Badasium. Over the next few days, Tony and his team worked tirelessly to uncover the secret hidden in the model. Once they pieced it together, they immediately began constructing the equipment needed to synthesize the new element Howard had theorized. Peter helped here and there, but even in this universe, Tony Stark was the real genius at play. Of course, Peter already knew the answer, but outright handing it to them would have been too easy. Instead, he focused on nudging them in the right direction. While Tony was knee-deep in scientific breakthroughs, Peter was receiving daily reports from Scythe regarding Ivan Vanko's movements. The man was trying to find transport out of Siberia, a difficult task for someone with no connections or resources. Strangely, Scythe hadn't reported any activity regarding Vanko's energy whips or his arc reactor. That meant one of two things: either Vanko was still in the process of finishing his equipment, or he was keeping it hidden, waiting for the right moment. One thing was clear: he was on the warpath. Peter's primary concern now was figuring out where Vanko would strike. He intended to ensure that some of the less experienced Avengers were present to handle the threat. After all, Vanko, despite his anger and engineering prowess, wasn't all that strong. In Iron Man 2, the public made a big deal out of Vanko replicating Tony's technology. But Peter had always found that overblown. Vanko's tech amounted to little more than an unstable arc reactor and a pair of energy whips. Once Tony upgraded his reactor with Badasium, the gap between their capabilities would be immeasurable. Speaking of upgrades, forging the impossible. 2 days after cracking the formula, Tony's team completed the construction of the massive rig needed to create the new element. Peter made sure to be present for the final moments. It wasn't every day that a completely new element was introduced to the world. As he entered the workshop, Tony glanced at him with an exasperated expression. "Where the hell have you been?" Lazing around, watching TV, Peter replied without a shred of guilt. "You?" "Oh, nothing much." Tony's voice dripped with sarcasm. "Just building a damn particle accelerator so I don't die from palladium poisoning. No big deal." Peter grinned. He had lost count of the number of times he had been burdened with responsibility. Seeing Tony deal with stress for once? Chef's kiss. Cool. "So, are we gonna fire this baby up?" Peter asked, feigning obliviousness. Tony inhaled sharply, clearly fighting the urge to throw something at him. Instead, he let out a deep sigh and waved him over. "Let's fire it up," he declared, drawing everyone's attention. Professor X, Beast and Banner, who had all contributed to the project, remained in the room to witness history in the making. "You do the honors." Charles gestured toward the lever that would activate the rig. Tony stepped forward, gripping the handle. He paused for a moment before yanking it back. Instantly, the accelerator roared to life. A brilliant blue beam surged through the circular tubing, racing around the room before striking a reflective metal surface, redirecting toward the center. Suspended in the air was a triangular piece of metal, waiting to receive the energy. As the beam struck, the triangle began to glow, growing brighter by the second. After a few moments, Tony flipped the lever again, shutting the machine down. But the triangular metal remained suspended, still radiating energy. "That was easy," Peter quipped. Tony shot him a glare but ignored the remark, stepping forward with a pair of metal pliers. Carefully, he extracted the glowing element and held it up. "Congratulations, sir," JRVIS announced. "You have successfully created a new element." Without hesitation, Tony placed the element into a modified arc reactor casing. The device sealed itself, glowing a vibrant baby blue as it powered up. "Sir, the reactor is compatible with the new core," JRVS confirmed. "Running diagnostics." "No need," Tony muttered before pulling out his old reactor and replacing it with the new one. "Sir, the effects of the new core remain." Not interested, Tony cut JRVS off. The moment the new reactor settled in place, the black veins on Tony's chest began to recede. Color returned to his skin. His breath came easier. "Wait," Banner called out, moving closer. "We should." Tony barely heard him. "Tastes like coconut and metal." "Oh wow." He grinned, practically vibrating with renewed energy. "Yeah." Peter leaned against the wall, arms crossed. He had already known how this would play out, but witnessing it firsthand? It never got old. A new era had begun. "Oh wow. Yeah." Tony exclaimed as the arc reactor's light momentarily blinded everyone in the room. Peter, however, could still see perfectly, his enhanced senses cutting through the glare. What he saw surprised him. Tony's blackened veins receded and vanished, as if the reactor was somehow purging the toxicity from his bloodstream. Peter had no idea how that was scientifically possible, and judging by the stunned expressions around him, neither did anyone else, including Tony. As the light dimmed, revealing Tony's sweat-drenched form, the difference was striking. His complexion was no longer pale and sickly. Instead, his skin had a healthier glow, with a pinkish hue that made him look years younger. The effects of palladium poisoning had vanished in mere moments. "I need to study potassium," Peter thought, recognizing its potential. It could be useful for both the super soldier serum and the resurrection elixir. "Tony," Banner approached cautiously. "Are you okay?" "Yeah. I think so." Tony responded, flexing his fingers and patting down his chest as if making sure everything was still in place. "Good." Banner sighed in relief, before smacking Tony upside the head. "You idiot. You could have killed yourself. Look what happened to me and learn from my mistakes. You always double, triple, quadruple, and quintuple check before doing something like this. Especially when dealing with an entirely new element." While Banner ranted, Peter wandered over to Tony's computer and began pulling up data on potassium, curiosity getting the better of him. It didn't take long for the others to notice. "What are you doing, Spidey?" Tony asked, still rubbing the spot where Banner had hit him. "Looking at the structure of your new power source," Peter said, his eyes scanning the screen. "Why?" Banner asked as the others gathered around. "Because if you haven't noticed, Tony is completely healed. Even the poisoning in his blood is gone." Peter gestured toward the device on the table. "Check his toxicity levels." Tony grabbed the monitor and pricked his finger. "Toxicity, 0%. *T," Tony muttered, showing the results to everyone. The new element didn't just stop the poisoning, it removed it. Peter turned back to him. "Did anything leave your body? Sweat, anything?" "No," Tony checked himself over. "Nothing." Then it wasn't purged, it was destroyed at the molecular level. Peter's words made everyone pause. "That's incredible," Banner whispered, considering the implications. "This could be a cure for cancer," Beast added from the side, his scientific mind already spinning. Peter nodded. "We'll need to run tests, but this might not just cure cancer, it could eradicate numerous diseases." He turned to Tony. "And it could help with our little side project as well." Tony caught the hint. Peter was referring to their work on the super soldier serum. "Best to keep that from Banner and Beast for now. We should run a full diagnostic on Tony first," Peter continued, forcing himself to step away from the computer. Understanding the full effects of potassium on a human body comes first. And with that, they got to work, running multiple tests on Tony. While waiting, Tony brainstormed a name for the element. Potassium. Many objected, calling it a joke for something so groundbreaking, but Tony wouldn't budge. Since Howard Stark had started this journey, Tony considered it his right to name it. The results. After days of testing, the results were clear. Tony's body was completely healthy. In fact, it was too healthy. Years of excessive drinking, smoking and drug use had left no scars on his liver or lungs. It was like the arc reactor had reset his body to peak condition. To test this theory further, they had Tony drink heavily. Every time his liver took damage, the arc reactor's energy instantly healed it. Thankfully, this didn't mean Tony was immune to alcohol. He could still get drunk. But the long-term health consequences? Gone. Peter watched closely, concerned. This could lead to an even worse drinking problem. Tony already drank heavily. If he felt invincible, would he go off the deep end? They also discovered that Tony's healing factor had improved. It wasn't on Peter's level, nor anywhere near Deadpool's, but it was still significant, 3 times faster than a normal human. Not quite super, but definitely an advantage. 1 week later, Monaco. The Avengers had been invited to the Grand Prix in Monaco. Most of them declined, except for Tony, who had already planned to attend for fun. Peter, however, knew what was coming. This was when Ivan Vanko would make his move. He knew it from both the Iron Man 2 movie and the intelligence he had been gathering. The Hands operatives were tracking Vanko's every move. If the man so much as breathed wrong, Peter knew about it. This was the perfect opportunity to test their team. Peter assembled a group to accompany Tony: Nightcrawler, Wolverine, Sabretooth, and Storm. Mystique was considered but left out, as her skill set was better suited for espionage. Speaking of Mystique. Flashback, Mystique's first mission. After the Senate hearing, Peter assigned Mystique her first official mission as an Avenger. Sitting in a conference room at Avengers Tower, Peter waited with a manila folder in hand. A moment later, a strikingly beautiful blue-skinned woman strode in, completely naked, as if she owned the place. Mystique had once been reluctant to show her true form in the tower, but over time, she had grown comfortable. "Do you need something?" she asked, eyeing him curiously. "Yes. You have your first mission." Peter slid the folder across the table. She picked it up and scanned the contents. Hammer. Yep. His involvement in Tony's hearing was suspicious. "I want you inside his inner circle, assistant, bodyguard, whatever it takes. Get close and feed me information." "I can do that." She closed the folder. "Good. If you need more details, ask JRVS. He can get you intel on the people you might need to replace." Peter stood to leave. "And no killing. No harming the people you switch with." Mystique rolled her eyes. "I know. I'll send them on a vacation, like the last guy." She understood why the warning was necessary. Sabretooth was far more reckless than she was. "Good. Let me know if you need anything." Present, Monaco. "I should have brought my suit," Tony muttered as their limo pulled up to their hotel. "Relax." Peter smirked. "You've got 5 superpowered Avengers with you. You don't need your suit. Just enjoy yourself." Tony, however, was not relaxed. Peter had forcibly dragged him here without his suit, and Tony was having a mild panic attack. He twitched, his eyes darting to every possible threat. Peter sighed. "Tony, breathe. Look around you." Tony did. Seated across from him were Sabretooth, Wolverine, Storm, and Nightcrawler. The 2 feral mutants were glaring at each other, but that was a separate problem. "Including myself, we have enough power in this car to take over a country." Peter patted Tony's shoulder. "You know you're safe." Tony exhaled. "Yeah. Okay." Monaco was about to get interesting.
Hey, everyone. If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
After Tony started to calm down, thanks to Peter's words, the group got settled into their hotel rooms. While this was happening, Peter had to constantly police Logan and his brother Victor. The two have had bad blood between one another long before Peter came around, not to mention the fact that Logan doesn't remember that Victor is even his brother in the first place. Logan was mad and watchful of Victor because of his experiences fighting Magneto's Brotherhood of Mutants, while Victor was **SSED off that his own brother would completely forget that he existed. Yeah, they didn't have the best relationship. Victor was a very bloodthirsty and almost evil person, but they were brothers to the end. The fact that Logan, which wasn't even his real name, looked at him like a stranger constantly irked something inside Victor. So much so, that a fight broke out soon after they checked into the hotel. Since he knew that his friend was having a hard time, Peter decided to stick close to Tony. He wanted to prove that Tony was safe without the suit, but not go so far as to send him into a full-blown panic attack. While they were hanging out, as the race doesn't start until the next day, the sounds of destruction and animalistic grunts could be heard outside the hotel room. Those F***ers just won't quit. Peter mutters as he hops to his feet and runs to the door with Tony following behind. Outside in the hallway, Sabretooth merely threw his bag in his room and proceeded to make his way over to his brother's room, where he would lay in wait outside like some deranged stalker. This wait didn't last long as both brothers had an animalistic sense and could smell, hear, and sense the other nearby. Logan knew he was outside the door, but instead of acting rationally and contacting Spider-Man to resolve Sabretooth's odd behavior, he instead extended his metallic claws and growled as he rushed to the door, yanked it open, and leaped outside to fight. He knew why Sabretooth was there and was glad to give him exactly what he wanted. A fight. They both have been heavily guarded throughout the entire trip by Spider-Man, who wouldn't let them so much as argue, making this moment feel like a long time coming. Hours of tense staring and reprimands from their boss finally culminated in this very moment. Rarg. Logan roars as he leaps out of the room and stabs his claws in Victor's direction. Victor, being used to fighting his brother throughout the years they've been alive, saw this coming a mile away and retreated backward, causing Logan to embed his claws into the walls of the hotel hallway. Not letting this stop him for a single second, Logan ran at Victor with his claws still in the wall, cutting through it like butter as he closed the distance between him and his most hated enemy. At novel bin at. Seeing his brother rushing at him like an angry bull, Victor's own bone claws ejected from his fingernails. Sabretooth didn't get the same adamantium upgrade his brother received all those years ago, though that doesn't mean he didn't want it. Who would want to fall behind their sibling after all? No, Victor demanded the adamantium procedure be done on him as well. Sadly for him, he couldn't merge adamantium to his skeleton because the procedure would have killed him. Sabretooth's healing factor just isn't as powerful as Logan's. Wolverine's insane healing ability was the only reason he survived that procedure in the first place. As his brother rushed at him with the intent to kill, Victor glanced between Logan's metal claws and his bony ones and felt extreme jealousy even to this very day. I should have just forced Stryker to do the damn thing, Sabretooth thought as Logan's claws exited the drywall and swung towards his chest. Lifting his foot, Victor Spartan kicked his brother in the chest, causing Logan to launch backward. Though before he was sent to far back, Wolverine's claws managed to graze Sabretooth's chest, tearing through his clothes and leaving 3 long cuts where each one touched along the way. Ugh! Victor grunted in pain. This is another reason Sabretooth felt so annoyed with his brother's adamantium upgrade. Not only does it give him an unbreakable advantage, but he couldn't block the damn things. Adamantium is the strongest known metal and when sharpened to this degree it can cut through anything like a 1000-degree knife through room temperature butter. Every attack would have to be expertly dodged or redirected somehow. Blocking was simply a losing tactic. As Logan flew backward, he crashed back first into a hotel room door and broke the whole thing off its hinges, landing inside the hotel room. Ah! What the F***ck. A high-pitched female scream rang out as a man's voice cursed soon after. Logan looked to the side and could see 2 naked people on the bed. A beautiful blonde woman riding cowgirl on top of a balding middle-aged man. Not only that but the man's arms and legs were handcuffed to the bed and the woman had a small whip in hand. Obviously, these 2 weren't praying to Jesus or reciting Quran in here. They were shameful sinners indeed. Ignoring these 2, Logan jumped to his feet and ran out of the room, where his gut met the clawed fist of his brother, which sent him into the hallway wall. As the wall dents and crumbles a bit, a nearby hotel room door opens, and out comes Spider-Man. Seeing the destruction left by his 2 subordinates battle, Peter was annoyed beyond belief. After keeping them in check all this time, for them to have the nerve to do this while he was away for barely 20 minutes. If he wasn't masked up, then everyone would see a very cross Peter Parker right now, especially since now, he has to go and apologize to a bunch of people and fork over money for repairs. Peter didn't want to do that. He wanted to hang out with Tony and watch some TV or play some games, not try to cover up the unhinged actions of his subordinates so that this doesn't air on every news channel across the world. There are even a couple of cameras in the hallway. Just as Peter was taking this all in, Tony peeked his head out of the door and saw everything. Logan and Victor haven't even stopped fighting and didn't notice their arrival in the hall. Oh, sh**t. Tony muttered as he could tell that Peter has had enough of dealing with them. Webhead. Without a word, Peter kicked off the floor and lunges forward. Shooting a web at the 2 brothers that were brawling along the hallway, Peter pulled them apart before yanking Logan's body back toward Victor, smashing the 2 together and sending them flying down the hall together. I've had enough with you 2. Peter talks normally, knowing that they could hear him even if he whispered. Walking over to them at a normal pace, Peter watched as they stood up and turned to see the person that sent them flying. First, I have to babysit you all the way here and now you have the audacity to fight like a bunch of animals. Peter says as he gets closer and closer. Look, we're sorry, just calm down, okay? Logan tried to use reason for once, forgetting about his earlier fight with Victor. He has a plethora of experience challenging Peter to a fight and knew exactly where this was headed. Hey, F***ck him. Victor says to his brother as he glares in Peter's direction. I've been waiting for an opportunity like this. Let's gut this overgrown spider. Sadly, Victor doesn't have that well of experience. He only fought Peter once and Magneto got involved before it could really get anywhere. No, you don't get it, we won't win and it won't even be fun. Logan tries to stop Victor but it was too late. Peter shot a web at the floor in front of him and yanked on it, launching himself forward and appearing before Sabretooth. Learn when to shut your mouth. Peter says as his fist collides with Victor's face. Crack crack crack. Audible cracking sounds are heard as Sabretooth's nose breaks and a few of his teeth are chipped and broken as well. The momentum of the punch sends the big guy barreling into the wall, which dents and crumbles as he falls to the floor completely unconscious. Wait, I give up. Logan says with his hands up as Peter turns his attention toward him. Take your punishment like a man. Peter says as he walks over, cracking his knuckles along the way. Ah, my head. Sabretooth grunted as he woke from his forced sleep. What the hell? Rattle rattle. The sound of chains shaking could be heard as Victor tries to move, opening his eyes to see a dark room with one other person in front of him. Wolverine. After knocking the two out at the hotel, Peter portaled them to an abandoned warehouse, tied them in chains, and left to deal with the mess they made. Ugh. Victor grunted loudly as he tried and failed to break the thick layer of chains that bound his entire body. Trying for a while longer, Sabretooth gave up and looked toward his brother, who was still knocked out and tied in a similar way to himself. Hey, wake up. Victor called out but received no response. Mother ***ucker. Wiggling over like a worm, Victor positioned himself close to his brother and nudged his head with his foot, as it was his only body part besides his head that was unchained. Wake up, dumb **SS. Sabretooth yelled as Wolverine began to stir. What the? Get off me. Logan yells as he tries to move away but soon finds his body trapped in chains as well. What the F***ck. Even his hands were positioned in a way that made his claws completely useless. His hands were outside of the chains and angled in a way that he couldn't himself free. Good, you're awake. Victor says as he turns to look at his brother. Now, help me figure a way out of this. Before either brother could say another word, a portal opened in the center of the warehouse, and out walked Peter and Tony. Peters held 2 VHS tapes in hand while Tony was tucking his checkbook back into his suit jacket's inner pocket. AHH, you two are awake? Good. Peter says as he crushed the plastic, takes it in his hands and throws the remains at the two brothers. We just got done covering up the bullsh** you idiots caused. Tony had to pay off the hotel staff, owners, and witnesses. Meanwhile, I stole the security tapes because you idiots decided to fight right in view of multiple cameras. F***cku. Sabretooth says venomously as he wiggles in his chains. Unchain me so I can tear your head off and sh**t down your neck. You, kinky. Tony comments from the side. Yeah, no thanks. Peter says as he walks over. You two need to resolve your issues because this type of behavior can't happen during future missions. Are we giving them counseling now? Tony asks jokingly. If we have to. Peter says as Sabretooth starts wiggling in his direction, intending to bite his ankles. Seriously? What are you, a child? Whack? As soon as Victor brought himself in range, Peter wound his foot back and kicked his head like a pro soccer player, sending him rolling across the floor and crashing into Logan. Alright, I'll give you two a helping hand to kick this off. Peter says as he looks down at both of them. Logan, meet Victor, your brother. What? Logan exclaims in confusion as he looks at Victor. Hey, little brother. Victor greets as the damage to his face from the kick slowly heals away. If you'll remember, when you two were joining the Avengers, you were put through extensive tests and questioning. Peter explains as Logan looks to him for answers. Victor explained a bit of your backstory together during that. We also received information from his comrades. Not to mention your blood tests showed that you two are related. Half-brothers to be exact. I can't remember. Logan says in shock, causing Victor to scoff at him. Yeah, I know. Victor says in distaste. Well, it's probably for the best that you don't remember. From what I've heard, Victor has been a fairly **tty brother, but I'm sure you can imagine. Peter says, getting a nod from Logan and a glare from Victor. I'm sure you still want to remember though. I would feel the same. As Peter says this, he shoots some webs at the two, sticking them to the ground so they have even less of a chance to escape. They could do nothing but lay on the floor and look at one another. What's that for? Logan asks. You two will spend the night here talking and resolving your issues. Peter says as he opens a portal behind Tony. We'll see you two in the morning for the races. Wait. Don't you **ing leave me here. Victor yells but Peter just waved as they walked through the portal, leaving the two alone in the quiet warehouse. So, Logan says, unsure of what to say at this point. You're my brother. At novel bin at. F***cku. Returning to the hotel, Peter and Tony hung out for the rest of the day with Storm and Nightcrawler. Thanks to today's events, Tony seemed to forget his own problem and calm down a bit. Although he didn't stop looking over his shoulder or worrying, the frequency at which he did so slowed by a good bit. Paranoia can be good in moderation, but the level that Tony has even now is just far too much for a person to handle. Maybe I should get him a therapist when we get back. Peter thought as he worried about his friend's state of mind. An official Avengers therapist doesn't sound like a bad idea either. It shouldn't hurt for the team to have someone to talk to. After all, superpowered individuals with mental problems is a possible villain in the making. so many problems could come from that. Next morning, after a good night's sleep, Peter portaled back to the warehouse and found both Logan and Victor staring at each other in silence. How was your night? Peter says as he steps out of the portal. Great, now untie me. Logan says as he's tired of staring at his long-lost brother's face. Victor doesn't say a word this time, which was odd, but Peter just let it go with a shrug. Sure, but I want to make something clear. Peter says as he walks over. If you cause trouble again, no matter what it is, the punishment will be worse than a night in a warehouse. I'll lock you two up in a room with a therapist for weeks. You will be forced to talk about your feeling and understand each other. Wouldn't that be nice? God no, Logan mutters as his brother pales. There's one thing that two gruff manly men are afraid of, and that's exactly what Peter just described. Logan and Victor would rather die than express their feelings and look deep within themselves. Then don't cause any more trouble. You're brothers after all. Act like it. Peter says as he breaks the chains that held them in place. Let's go, you two need to get ready for the races. A limo pulled up to an expensive-looking restaurant, which was surrounded by photographers and press. This restaurant has the best balcony view of the race, where everyone who is someone or has connections would sit, eat, and watch the race. As the door to the limo opened up, a surprising group of people exited one after another. First, it was Tony Stark, but the next person shocked everyone. A blue man exited the limo, Nightcrawler. The world hasn't been exposed to many of the Avengers members just yet. Yeah, Nightcrawler was at the UN meeting last year, but that wasn't shown to the public. Neither did he stick around long enough during the Abomination incident to end up on the news. As every Avenger exited the car and walked inside, the flashes of cameras surrounded their every movement, especially Nightcrawler and Spider-Man. Walking inside, Pepper Potts met up with them as they would all sit together. She was here on Stark Industries business as she is becoming the CEO. Tony? Hey, pal. Someone called out to them as they were walking past the many famous and rich people toward their table. Peter could even see Elon Musk seated at a table across the room. Sadly, Elon wasn't the one calling out to Tony. Justin Hammer. Tony says as he turns to see Hammer walking over with a woman at each side. One seemed to be his date by the dress she was wearing, while the other looked to be his assistant. How are you doing, buddy? For some reason, Hammer was pretending to be Tony's friend. You're not the only rich guy here with a fancy car. While Tony and Pepper were reluctantly speaking with Justin Hammer and his date, the assistant that accompanied them looked toward Peter and winked. Spider-Man. Justin Hammer turns his attention from Tony to Peter. It's good to see you again. Peter decided to play dumb and mess with him. Who are you? If he wants to play friends and smile for the crowd, then Peter would make this uncomfortable for him. Boy, did those 3 words work like a charm. Hammer went from having a fake friendly smile on his face to a look of shock and anger. He thought that he could make friends with the Spider-Man and the Avengers through Tony, especially after the failure of stealing the Iron Man suit, but that for sure wasn't happening. Justin Hammer? He says, pointing to himself. We met at that committee meeting a week or 2 ago. Not ringing any bells. Peter says as he puts on a thoughtful face. You pretty much called me incompetent the whole time. Hammer was really trying to get Peter to remember. Oh, yeah. Peter says as he puts on an almost dismissive look. Well, it was nice meeting you, again, but we should get to our table. The race will be starting soon. Without waiting for a reply, Peter walked off toward the balcony and took a seat at an open table, where he could see the track where the race would take place on. It didn't take long for the rest of his group to take the same excuse as Peter and follow along. They would rather do anything than deal with such a fake person after all. Tony was grinning like a madman, happy that Hammer didn't get what he wanted and was embarrassed at the same time. As they all ordered food and the cars started to pour out onto the track, Peter received a message from Scythe, stating that Vanko was sneaking in through the employee entrances. How is he sneaking in with 2 giant electronic whips and all his equipment? Peter thought in doubt. Is he that skilled in infiltration or does he have some sort of plot armor? Of course, Peter was kidding about the plot armor, but he was confused about how a poor Russian scientist could do such a thing. Maybe all big-name Marvel villains get a jack-of-all-trades type of buff that helps them commit their crimes. Peter thought with an uncaring shrug. At the end of the day, it really didn't matter. At novel bin at. While the cars were starting to line up on the track, Tony tried to sneak off to the bathroom, but Peter stopped him by grabbing his shoulder. You are not racing. Peter says, knowing that this would put him in danger from his movie knowledge. What? I'm just going to the bathroom. Relax. Tony says with a laugh as he shrugs Peter's hand off and strolls away. Maybe I was wrong. Peter thought. Maybe the reason that Tony joined the race in the movie was that he was dying and fulfilling some sort of bucket list. Now that he's healed and running better than ever before, the thought of putting himself in a dangerous situation for the fun of it was stupid. After a while of waiting for Tony's return, Peter learned just how dumb he was to believe in his friend. The restaurant they sat in had flat-screen TVs everywhere for the race, and they showed the image of a dressed-up Tony Stark hopping into a race car with the Stark Industries logo prominently displayed all over its body. I shouldn't have believed in him. Peter mutters and gets an understanding nod from Pepper, who was more than used to these kind of things happening by now. Want me to go get boss? Nightcrawler asks between bites of bread that the waiter brought, as he could just teleport Tony back in a matter of seconds. No, let him have his fun. Though be ready to help if he crashes please. Peter says after a moment of thought. He's certainly reckless enough for that to happen. Pepper mutters. She may act like this doesn't faze her, but Pepper was fairly nervous about Tony's well-being. She and Tony have always had a romantic connection with one another, but she refused to admit it due to his playboy attitude and lifestyle. Who would want to date a man that would cheat on you after all? As all of the cars lined up and engines start roaring, the race is counted down and takes off with the wave of a flag. Tony is surprisingly quite skilled at race car driving as he passes a few cars before finding much more skilled opponents in the front half of the race. While the race is happening, a man dressed in orange pit crew clothing walks beside the track. Without a care for his safety, the orange-clad man steps over the barricades and onto the raceway. A car whizzes past the man as he takes off his jacket and unfurls two thick metallic-looking whips, which were held in each hand and connected to a harness on his chest. As his jacket falls to the ground, a circular panel on his chest harness lights up and ignites the whips in blue electricity. What the? Pepper mutters in confusion as she watches this happen. Peter watched as well, confirming that it was indeed Ivan Vanko, Whiplash. Kurt, go and take all of the racers to safety. Start with Tony please. Ignoring all of the cars that were in the lead as they pass him by, careful not to run over the lunatic that's trying to kill himself on the track, Vanko wins his arm back and strikes out at a car. Tony's car. The whip hits the front end of the car, slicing through it like butter. As the front half disconnects from the back, where Tony was driving from, the back half flipped forward and launched off the ground. While the car was midair and Tony was screaming in fright, Kurt disappears in a puff of blue smoke and appears on top of the soaring car. Hey, boss. Nightcrawler greets as he touches Tony and disappears just in time for the car to crash into the ground and catch on fire. As Tony and Kurt appeared back on the balcony, Pepper rushes to Tony and started hugging him, but that didn't last long as she began to hit him and complain about taking unnecessary risks. Just going to the bathroom, huh? Peter says jokingly. He. Tony laughs awkwardly as his heart rate slows, calming down from the life-threatening situation he was just in. Ignoring Tony, who was still getting an earful from Pepper, Peter turned to the Avengers and gave out some orders. All right, this just went from a vacation to an active situation. Let's see how you all handle it. Peter says as they all straighten their backs a bit. Kurt, deliver your comrades to the enemy and then get back to evacuating the racers and anyone else that could get in the way. Remember, I want him captured alive. You're on camera so act like it. Storm stays quiet as usual and nods to her orders, while Sabretooth and Wolverine simply grunt in affirmation. Though they were excited to fight someone that wouldn't absolutely demolish them like Peter. You got it. Kurt says as he takes hold of the group and they disappear in a puff of blue smoke. Sitting back down, Peter watched the TVs, which were following Vanko's every move, and saw the team appear before the enemy. Kurt didn't stick around and disappeared, leaving the fighting to the rest while he did as he was told and got the racers off the track. Are you not going to help them? Pepper asks as she fawns over Tony, looking for any injuries. She may not want to admit it, but she loves the guy. Even after yelling at him for so long she still cares enough to make sure he's alright. Nah, they need the training anyway. Peter says with a shrug. They haven't had a big enemy to test themselves on just yet, so this would be their chance to shine. Are you sure they can handle it? Tony asks as he sits beside Peter and watches the TVs as well. This whip guy doesn't seem very strong so they should be fine. Peter says as Pepper joins them at the table. My question is how does he have an arc reactor? Hearing Peter's words, Tony took a close look at the screen and saw a glowing object on the chest of the man that cut his car in half. What? As Storm, Wolverine, and Sabretooth appeared before the whip-wielding maniac, they all jumped to do something different. All of them have been trained to the standards of a low-level shield grunt, but never have they worked together in battle before. Victor and Logan were the only two Avengers that have a long history of fighting as partners, but sadly Logan remembers none of it. Though that chemistry they once had seemed to still be there, if only slightly, as both brothers rushed forward at the enemy in tandem. Logan's mind may have forgotten but his body seemed to retain some memory of its own. As the two brothers rushed at the enemy like angry bulls, Storm did what she does best. Using the wind to carry her body up above and out of range of the enemy's whips, she spread her arms and the weather changed in an instant. What was a clear and sunny day turned dark, cloudy, and windy at an abnormal rate. At this point, the thousands of people in attendance, who came to watch the races broke from their shock and started running to the exits. Screams were heard as they all evacuated in messy groups. As this was happening, Logan and Victor began to close in on their opponent, claws out and feral grins on their faces. I'm not here for you, Vanko says in a thick Russian accent. Go away and bring me Tony Stark. With that said, Vanko wins a whip back and lashed out at both attackers, not noticing the swift change in weather up above him. As the whip swung horizontally toward the two animalistic metahumans, Logan dipped under while his brother jumped over, dodging the whip with ease. Vanko saw this coming and already had his second whip ready to go, bringing it down on the brother that had nowhere to go, Sabretooth. Victor took the high route and was now stuck in the air, unable to dodge. Logan was smart to simply duck under the first attack as he could still use the ground to maneuver his way around any follow-up attacks. Glancing up to see the second whip, which was falling vertically towards his newfound brother, Logan acted quickly and kicked off the grounds as well. Swinging his clawed hand, Logan went to cut the electrified whip and did so easily. Sadly, the whip was in fact electrified and every bone in Wolverine's body, including his claws, was coated in metal. As Logan's claws sunk into the whip, the current of power from Vanko's arc reactor redirected its course. flowing down Logan's claws and into his body, spreading to every connected bone it could. As the foreign electricity invaded Logan's entire body, he convulsed midair and fell to the floor with blood leaking out of every orifice of his body. Though his efforts weren't in vain, Logan managed to cut the whip before it touched his brother, saving Victor from his possible death. After all, Sabretooth's healing factor is nowhere near as good as Logan's. As Victor lands and stops to look at his downed brother's form, Vanko speaks in his deep Russian accent once again. "You should have left when I gave you the chance," he says as he spins both whips like helicopter blades and walks toward Victor. "Now, you will die like your friend." As he draws closer to Victor, rumbling could be heard from the sky above. Neither Victor nor Vanko seemed to notice as the loud sound of the spinning whips drowned everything else out. When Vanko was almost in striking range, the cloudy sky lit up and a loud crashing sound could be heard. Asterisk crash. Zzzzzzzzzzz asterisk. Lightning fell from the sky and struck towards Vanko. Luckily for him, the helicopter-like whips caught it, saving his life. Though the outcome of that certainly wasn't a good thing for him. At novel bin at. As the lighting hit the whip, all of the power from it shot through the whip and up to the arc reactor, causing it to crack and break. The light that once shone at the center of Vanko's chest flickered for a moment before going dim. His whips followed suit soon after, leaving Vanko powerless. "You're welcome," Storm says to Victor as she flew down and rushed over to Logan, who was unconscious but healing quickly. While that was happening, "What?" Tony exclaimed as he took a closer look at the glowing circle on the whip-wielding maniac's chest. "How could this happen?" Pepper asks in shock. "Did someone steal the blueprints or hack into your workshop?" "No, that's not possible," Tony says with a shake of his head. "Jarvis protects all of my systems and nothing related to the reactor has been stolen. At least, not to my knowledge, but it would take a very skilled and equipped thief to rob my workshop." "Jarvis?" Peter asks aloud, knowing that Tony was always connected to his virtual assistant. "Yes, sir." Jarvis answers from the speaker on Tony's smartphone. "Find out who that man is," Peter says plainly, and Jarvis gets to work. It used to be that Jarvis would have to confirm the orders Peter gave him with Tony, but that is now a thing of the past. Since it got annoying to constantly permit Jarvis every time Peter needed something, Tony made it so Peter had a small amount of control over Jarvis as well. Small because Peter can't use Jarvis to steal anything from Tony or look in areas that he's not permitted. Basically, if it hurts Tony or is filed under Tony's eyes only, then Jarvis wouldn't be able to help. Though, Peter didn't plan on doing any of that, so it didn't really matter. "Yes, sir," Jarvis says as he uses the cameras, which were still broadcasting the whole situation worldwide, to get a good picture of the Vanko's face. Not only that, but Jarvis also started going over the many security cameras in and around the building. Using that, Jarvis hoped to backtrack Vanko's movements leading up to his arrival. If there are enough cameras in this city, then Jarvis may be able to find where Vanko is staying or if he had any co-conspirators. Of course, Peter already knows all of this information thanks to his trusty ninja organization, but he won't volunteer any of it. He would rather keep the hand a secret from his fellow Avengers. At least, for now. Facial recognition confirmed, Ivan Vanko, Jarvis says after only a few seconds. "Why does that sound familiar?" Tony asks with a questioning look. "Wasn't Vanko the name alongside your father's in the original arc reactor blueprints? From the box that Fury gave you, remember?" Peter drops a major hint, which causes Tony's eyes to widen in realization. "Wasn't it Anton Vanko though?" Pepper says as she remembered. "Correct, Anton Vanko was his father," Jarvis says over the phone speaker. "Okay, then why is the son a man that worked with my old man attacking the Grand Prix?" Tony asks in confusion. "He's not attacking the Grand Prix per se," Peter hints as Pepper begins to realize. "He's attacking Tony." Pepper blurts out her thought. "Exactly," Peter says with a nod. "Why else would he ignore every car but Tony's? At least 3 cars passed him before Tony came along and all were left unharmed." Peter says, happy that they were all finally on the same page. "Why would he want to attack Tony?" Pepper asks in confusion. "I don't know," Peter said with a shrug. "Maybe his father had a grudge or Tony did something that unknowingly irked him." "Jarvis, any ideas?" Tony asks, knowing that Jarvis is looking into it. "Yes, Anton Vanko was deported back to Russia after selling Stark Company secrets on the black market. This is all the information I have at the moment, sir," Jarvis explains. "Makes sense," Peter says with a nod. "What makes sense?" Pepper asks questioningly. "Well, if he was deported for selling Stark secrets, it makes sense that Howard was involved in that process. I'm sure Anton wasn't happy about that. Now, a father's hate is being acted out by his son," Peter says, getting a nod from Tony. "Though there may be another reason. This one is the most likely." Asterisk crash. Zzzzzzz asterisk. The sound of lightning striking breaks them from their conversation. Looks like they're done. Making their way through the fairly empty raceway, Peter walked up to the group of Avengers that have gathered around the now detained Ivan Vanko. Logan was awake and sitting on the ground with a tired look on his face. He may be able to heal extremely quickly, but the pain and experience of having his entire skeleton electrified seems to have taken a toll. At least mentally. Victor, Nightcrawler, and Storm were standing guard over Ivan, who was tied up in his own whips with a conflicted look on his face. On one hand, he completed what he set out to accomplish, proving Tony's words at the committee meeting wrong. "I'd say most countries are 5 or 10 years away. Hammer Industries, 20. Tony said before the world that no one would be able to copy what he has created. In Peter's humble opinion that's still true, as the only piece of equipment that resembles Tony's Iron Man suit is Vanko's arc reactor, but the public probably wouldn't see things that way. Those with ulterior motives would come out of the woodwork and start making a fuss, which would then rile up those with similar opinions and sway those that are susceptible. On the other hand, he also wanted to injure the son of the man that ruined his and his father's lives. He knew that the odds were against him, as Tony's suit was far better than his own. After all, the man had more money, time, and resources to put into his suit. Although killing him wasn't possible just yet, injuring him was certainly plausible. If you could make God bleed, people would cease to believe in him. There will be blood in the water, the sharks will come. The truth is, all I have to do is sit here and watch as the world will consume you, Yvonne said in the movie. In order to truly set the public against Tony Stark, Vanko wanted to show that the hero they worshipped was only human. Sadly, he didn't even get the chance to fight who he wanted. At novel bin at. Peter made sure of that. Hello, Yvonne Vanko, correct. Peter says as they stroll over with Tony and Pepper following closely behind him. Huh? What do you want? Vanko says in distaste as he turns to see Tony standing beside Peter. Stark? The son of a thief finally shows himself. Tony doesn't reply just yet as he walks over and takes a look at Vanko's equipment. Pretty decent tech. Cycles per second look a little low. You could have doubled up your rotations. You focused the repulsor energy through ionized plasma channels. It's effective. Not very efficient, but it's a passable knockoff. Tony says as he examines the broken arc reactor on Vanko's chest. I don't get it. A little fine-tuning and you could have made a solid paycheck. You could have sold it to North Korea, China, or Iran, or gone onto the black market like your father. I'm sure he would be happy to share his connections with you. My father is dead, Yvonne says as he glares at Tony. He's the reason you're alive. Well, my condolences, I guess. Tony says, unsure of how to answer that. You come from a family of thieves and butchers. Vanko didn't care for Tony's condolences as he spat in his direction. Now, like all guilty men, you try to rewrite your own history. You forget all the lives the Stark family has destroyed. Mine and my father's are only small pebbles in that mountain. Okay, Tony says as he doesn't know whether to feel bad for him or not. Well, have fun in your prison cell. I'll send you a bar of soap and some porn magazines. After stripping Vanko of his equipment and confiscating it, they handed him off to the police and went on their way. Of course, Peter dispatched some hand ninjas to follow and keep an eye on things. Just in case. I was at a hearing where Mr. Stark, in fact, was adamant that these suits can't exist anywhere else, don't exist anywhere else, never will exist anywhere else, at least for 5 to 10 years, and here we are in Monaco realizing that these suits exist now. Stern was giving a speech on the TV in the council room of Avengers Tower. Just as Peter expected, the clowns came out of the woodwork to capitalize on this incident. The snakes are out. Tony mutters as he came to the same conclusion. Yeah, but they can do nothing. Peter says as he gets a text and checks his phone. I have to go. I'll be back soon with a present for you. In a pristine private airplane hangar, armed security patrols the area as Justin Hammer sits at a fancy dinner table with a glass of red wine in hand. Standing beside him like a sort of attendant, Hammer's beautiful assistant waits patiently to help with any of her boss's whims. Moments later, a line of blacked-out SUVs drives in past the security and park one by one beside a private jet. The doors open and similar-looking security guards come pouring out and escort a bound and blindfolded man to the dinner table, seating him across from Hammer. Ripping off the blindfold, the man is revealed to be Yvonne Vanko, freshly broken out of prison. Hey, there he is. What an absolute pleasure. Welcome. Hammer tries his best to make a good impression, but Vanko looks at him as if he were an idiot. Oh goodness gracious. Can we get the handcuffs off my friend here? Forgive me, I'm such a huge fan of yours. I didn't want to make a first impression like this. He's not an animal. Come on, he's a human being. Warily following their boss's orders, guards take off the restraints but stick close by, ready for any possible attacks from their guest. My name is Justin Hammer. I'd like to do some business with you. Please sit. Dig in. What do we have today, Jack? Hammer introduces himself and turns to speak to a nearby waiter. Salmon carpaccio, sir. He answers instantly and dutifully. Anything you want here, we got it. I like my wine first. I had this flown in from San Francisco. It's Italian though. Organic somehow as well. I have a bit of an obsession. Apparently, you do too, for Tony Stark. I couldn't bear to have you shipped off to God knows where. It would have been such a waste of talent, but if I might make a suggestion. You shouldn't just go and try to kill the guy, go after his legacy. That's what you kill. Then you can off him later on. Hammer says and pauses, hoping for Yvonne to join the conversation but he doesn't. You and me, we are a lot alike in a lot of ways. The only difference between you and me is that I have resources. I think, if I may, you need my resources. Someone behind you, a benefactor. I'd like to be that guy. What do you think? Hammer asks. Vanko pretends that he doesn't speak English. Okay, do you speak English? Because I can get a translator. I don't know. Have you been understanding everything I'm saying? Hammer asks, hiding his annoyance as best as he can. Very good, man. Vanko says in broken English. Very good, man. Hammer repeats, hoping that meant he understood. Very good, man. Vanko repeats one more time with a nod. Cheers. Hammer holds up his glass toward his new partner. Ivan grabs the wine bottle and clinks it against the glass before taking a big swig of it. As Hammer was celebrating internally, Vanko spoke up. I want my bird. Vanko says in his fake broken English. A bird? You want a bird? Hammer asks in confusion. I want my bird. Ivan clarifies. I can get you a bird. I can get you 10 birds. Hammer says, hoping to solve this quickly. I want my bird. He clarifies a bit more forcefully this time. Well, okay. Nothing's impossible. I could. What are we talking about? Is this a bird back in Russia? As they were talking, a blue and red-clad man in a spider-themed suit walks down the runway toward the heavily guarded hangar. He walked in a casual manner as one by one the guards noticed his arrival and cocked their guns, aiming them in his direction and calling out over the radio. Sir, we have a problem. A security guard rushed over to Hammer and Vanko, interrupting their dinner. What? Hammer asks in annoyance as he was doing his best to sway his guest to his side. Spider-Man is here. The guard says with a wary look on his face. Hammer whips his head to stare at the guard, unsure if he heard correctly. Say that again. Spider-Man. He's here, sir. He repeats, gripping his assault rifle tightly in hand. What? Hammer drops the glass of wine he was holding and stands up. Where is he? We need to go. As Hammer comes to this realization, the sound of shouting could be heard outside. This is a restricted area? Turn around and leave now. One of the more confident security guards tried to shoo Peter away. At novel bin at. This didn't seem to work because only seconds later the sounds of painful screams and gunfire filled the air, frightening Hammer more than he already was. While Hammer started panicking and ordering around his guards, Vanko, who was thankfully unrestrained by this point, stood up and stealthily walked to the back of the hangar, hoping to find a backdoor exit to slip through. As the sounds of screaming and gunfire grew further and further away, Vanko found a door with a red sign above it that read emergency exit. Hee, my luck is good. Vanko chuckles lowly as he paces to the door and reaches out to push it open. Not so much. A female voice says from behind as the sound of a taser gun firing could be heard. Pew. Zzzzzzzzz. A group of small metal darts fires out of a bright yellow gun. Each metal dart is connected to a long and thin wire that connects back to the gun. Each metal dart makes contact with Vanko's unsuspecting back and digs into his flesh. Though the pain of this was nothing compared to what happened next. Over 50,000 volts of electricity rush from the gun, down the wires, and into Vanko's back. The electricity tenses his muscles and stops him in place before he could touch the door. Ayayayag. Vanko grunts in pain as his muscles no longer listen to him and he toppled over onto the hangar floor, shaking from the constant flow of electricity moving through his body. This thing works pretty well. Hammer's secretary mutters as she walks over and makes eye contact with Vanko, her eyes flashing yellow for only a brief moment. Where do you think you're going? Shut your mouth, bitch. Vanko squeezes out through the pain, but shuts his mouth as he sees her eyes change. How rude, she says and stumps on Ivan's head, knocking him unconscious. Load up the plane? Quick, quick, quick. Hammer instructs some guards as the sounds of gunfire and cries of pain outside the hangar lessen by every passing second. No, we don't need that. Just get the plane running. We don't have time. While his employees were working in overdrive to get their boss out of the situation they'd found themselves in, Hammer noticed that someone was missing. Vanko, who was the whole reason that he came here in the first place, was nowhere to be seen. Sir, the jet is ready to go. A guard says as he runs over to Hammer's side. Where's Ivan? We can't leave without him. Hammer asks his nearby guards. Sir, we don't have time. It's either stay and get caught by Spider-Man or leave now. One guard says it how it is. Sadly, Hammer knew that Vanko was the key to finally outdoing Tony Stark and would do anything for that to happen. He was tired of living in the shadow of that pompous windbag. Now that he has a chance to step out of that shadow, Hammer would do anything to cling to it. A scream is heard as a guard comes flying into the hangar and crashes into the diner table a few feet away from Hammer. As the guard's body broke through the table and hit the floor, he groggily aimed his gun outside the hangar and began to fire indiscriminately. Bang 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 bang. Did I get him? He asks as he ran out of ammo. Seconds later and a second guard came soaring into the hangar and collided with the downed guard, knocking each other unconscious. You know what? Hammer says as he starts to have second thoughts. Everyone in the jet, let's go. Hammer may want nothing more than to get one over on Tony Stark, but he is also a very self-centered man. Seeing what became of his guards outside made him wonder what Spider-Man would do to him when he arrived. Sadly, it was too late. Hammer stalled for too long. He should have taken off in his jet when the guard said it was ready. As the group of guards surrounded Hammer and rushed to the plane, a web hit the fold-out stairs leading into the plane and yanked it closed, sealing the plane's entrance shut. F***CK, get this open. Now. Hammer orders frantically but none of his guards would be able to get the door open with Peter's web sealing it shut. What's the rush? Stay and chat with me. A voice says from behind, causing Hammer and his guards to turn around. Seated in the center of the hangar, where Hammer and Vanko were supposed to eat dinner, Peter sat with one leg crossed over the other. Beside him were a few unconscious guards, while countless other guards were sprawled out on the floor outside the hangar as well. Out of reflex, the guards surrounding Hammer raise their guns and aim them in Peter's direction. None of that please, Peter says as he gestures outside the hangar. It didn't work for them, so do you really think it will work for you? Peter could see the wavering looks appear on the guards' faces as one by one they lowered their weapons. They knew that their only hope out of this was escaping, but now that wasn't possible. Fighting Spider-Man is like fighting the ocean, sooner or later they would only end up drowning. Good, now bring Justin Hammer to me. Peter orders as he reaches over and grabs the chair that Vanko was sitting on earlier and places it in front of him, patting the seat welcomingly. What? No. Hammer yells as his guards look at each other for a moment before dragging him toward the seat. Stop. You work for me, you idiots. Dragging him by the arms, the remaining guards place a thrashing Justin Hammer into the seat. Restrain him. Peter ordered and they chain him up in the same restraints that Vanko wore only moments ago. Once Hammer was restrained to the chair, the guards stepped to the side and waited for further orders, not daring to do anything that could anger the superpowered individual. It's good to see you again, Justin. Peter says in the same fake friendly manner that Hammer used on him at the Grand Prix. No reply. Okay, where is Ivan Vanko? Vanko? You mean that maniac from the race? Hammer asks, hoping to weasel his way out of this. There must be some sort of mix-up. I don't have that guy here. I thought he was in jail. Just as Hammer was spewing lies to cover his **s, the sound of high heels click-clacking on the hangar floor could be heard. Looking over Hammer's shoulder, Peter could see a familiar secretary strutting her way over while dragging a knocked-out Ivan Vanko behind her by the back of his shirt. Turning his head, Hammer saw this as well and couldn't help but curse his secretary internally. Why did you have to bring him back? You stupid **tch. Hammer thought. Only moments ago he was ready to give up everything to get Vanko back, but now the man's presence only brought him pain. Good work, Mystique. Peter says as the secretary's whole form shifts and changed into her original blue appearance, shocking everyone in the room. Especially Justin Hammer, who just found out that his most trusted secretary was some sort of alien spy. Mission complete, she says as she drops Vanko at Peter's feet and hands over a flash drive as well. What's this? Peter asks as he takes the drive. All the evidence you'll need. Raven reveals as she turns her back and walks out of the hangar. I'm going home. Sure, I will need a mission report by the end of the week though. Peter calls out as she gets further away. I know, she says with a wave over her shoulder and turns the corner, disappearing outside of the hangar. Turning back to Justin Hammer, who was caught red-handed in his lies, Peter gestures toward Vanko. Hammer Industries owner and CEO, Justin Hammer, was arrested today. The police have made a statement, saying that Justin facilitated a prison break for the maniac who attacked the recent Grand Prix in Monaco. The escaped prisoner, Ivan Vanko, and Mr. Hammer were detained and brought in by none other than New York's favorite hero, Spider-Man. Watching the TV with a smirk on his face, Tony still couldn't believe that this was happening. When Peter left and promised a surprise present on his way out, Tony didn't think he would deliver such an amazing and thoughtful gift. At novel bin at. Justin Hammer has always been a sort of fly that kept buzzing around Tony's head. A constant annoyance that refused to just leave him alone. When Peter came back to the tower with both Vanko and Hammer unconscious and dragging behind him by the back of their shirts, Tony didn't know what to think. He especially didn't think that Justin Hammer would have the balls to execute a prison break and work with a criminal. All just to finally beat him. Well, good riddance. Tony muttered as he toasted his glass of whiskey toward the TV, which showed the mugshots of both Vanko and Hammer. After dealing with both Vanko and Hammer, Peter went through the evidence before handing Hammer off to the proper authorities. Vanko, on the other hand, will be kept in the tower's detainment floor. Peter could have let the rest of the Iron Man 2 movie events play out, but he didn't see a valid reason for it. Yeah, he could have used it as more training for the Avengers, as both Wolverine and Sabretooth failed spectacularly in Monaco, but he can just cater a new training program based on teamwork for all Avengers to go through. There's no reason to risk anyone's safety for the purpose of training. Monaco was doable because Vanko was so weak at that point. Allowing him to upgrade and expand wouldn't be smart. Vanko would stay in the tower's detainment floor indefinitely, as Peter and Tony didn't want his knowledge to be used against them. Who knows how many other people would kill to have that knowledge? After all, every country and weapons manufacturer around the world was currently striving and failing to make a fraction of what Vanko and Tony could easily create. Leaving Vanko in a random prison somewhere is simply asking for trouble. Of course, Peter sent his hand subordinates to retrieve all of Vanko's blueprints and data. From his home in Russia to any location he stayed or visited along the way to Monaco, Peter made sure everything was searched and confiscated. He can't have someone finding blueprints for all of Vanko's equipment and using them for nefarious purposes or selling them to someone that would then use them for nefarious purposes. Meanwhile, in the large decorative throne room of Asgard, the ceremony to name the new king, Thor Odinson, was underway. Seated on a majestic throne in the back of the room, Thor's father, Odin Borson, sat in his golden armor with his trusted spear, Gungnir in hand. Insert picture of Odin Borson here. Standing at the bottom of the steps leading to the throne, Loki Odinson, Odin's second son, stood among other high-standing members of the Asgardian kingdom. Insert picture of Loki Odinson here. Where is he? A high-status Asgardian whispers to Loki. He said he'd be along soon. Loki answers without a care, happy that his smooth-brained brother was late for his own crowning. Sif, the only female member of the prestigious Warriors 3, realizes the truth and shakes her head in disapproval. He wants to make an entrance. She mutters loud enough for those near her to hear. Well, if he doesn't show up soon, then he shouldn't bother. Odin looks like he's ready to feed him to his ravens. Someone says, I wouldn't worry. Father will forgive him. He always does. Loki says, sneering inwardly. Just then, at the front of the hall, 2 giant decorative doors banged open and a hammer crackling with lightning soars into the room. Seconds later, Thor Odinson strides cockily into the hall, dressed similarly to his father with a proud smirk on his face. Holding out his hand as he walks in, Thor calls the hammer back and catches it with ease. Insert picture of Thor Odinson here. The waiting crowd erupts in cheers. Thor spins his hammer with a flourish, and holds it up before the crowd, basking in the moment, relishing in the adoration, whipping his audience up into a frenzy. Oh, please. Sif says with a disapproving shake of her head. Odin watches from his throne, not liking his son's showy display. Vault below the throne room. As the sound of cheers echo from above, an odd, cold breeze picks up in the vault of Asgard. The stationed guards rub their limbs to warm themselves, growing increasingly uneasy as they sensed that something wasn't right. They exchange a look, then walk the length of the vault's hallway to its end, where a blue casket sits undisturbed upon a pedestal. Large shadows suddenly loom over the guards. They look up and shout in terror as they raise their weapons. Throne room. As Thor finished stirring up the crowd and reaches the throne at the back of the room, he drops to one knee and kneels before his father. Frigga, Thor's mother, casts him an admonishing glance, not happy with his flashy entrance. Thor winks at her and she can't help but crack a smile in her son's direction. It was hard to stay mad at her children. Insert picture of Frigga here. Boom! Odin strikes Gungnir upon the ground with a deafening boom, causing the crowd to fall silent instantly. Gungnir. Its aim is true, its power strong. With it, I have defended Asgard and the lives of the innocent across the 9 realms since the time of the great beginning. Though the day has come for a new king to wield his own weapon, that duty remains the same. Thor Odinson, my heir, my firstborn. Odin speaks with quiet, effortless authority as he raises Gungnir for all to see. Placing Gungnir to the side, Odin holds out his hand and summons Thor's hammer to himself, catching it just as easily as his son did only moments ago. Mjolnir. Forged in the heart of a dying star from the sacred Uru metal. Only one may lift it. Only one is worthy. Whoever wields this hammer commands all lightning and storms. Its power has no equal, either as a weapon, to destroy, or as a tool, to build. It is a fit companion for a king. Odin says as he tosses the hammer back to Thor. Vault. The bodies of the Asgardian guards, which were now strewn with ice, are flung to the vault's floor. One of the large blue-skinned attackers lifts the blue casket off its stand and turns to leave, similar blue-skinned creatures following closely behind. As they leave, the wall behind where the casket once sat starts to separate and retract, revealing something standing in the shadows behind it. As the creatures walk away, a fiery glow rises behind them. They turn back around in surprise, but it was already too late. A fiery beam of light shoots in their direction, slicing the blue thieves into pieces. Throne room. Today I entrust you with the greatest honor in all the 9 realms. The sacred throne of Asgard. I have sacrificed much to achieve peace. So, too, must a new generation sacrifice to maintain that peace. Responsibility, duty, honor. These are not merely virtues to which we must aspire. They are essential to every soldier and to every king. Odin speaks down toward Thor as a cold chill begins to fill the room. The crowd starts to shiver and rub their limbs for warmth in the increasingly cold air of the hall. Thor Odinson, do you swear to guard the 9 realms? Odin looks upon his son with pride. I swear. Thor answers as his confident smirk grows by the second. Do you swear to preserve the peace? Odin continues. I swear. Thor answers once again. Do you swear to cast aside all selfish ambition and pledge yourself only to the good of all the realms? Odin asks. I swear. Thor says confidently. Then on this day, I, Odin Alfathor, proclaim you king of Asgard and the 9 realms. Odin finishes as he slams Gungnir on the floor once again. Boom! The hall goes silent as the crowd witnesses the birth of a new king, but soon everyone begins to notice a strange change in the room. Ice creeps across the surface of the large banners around the hall, making an eerie cracking sound. Thor, the warriors 3, and the crowd see it as well. Some in the crowd gasp in shock as the steam from their breath fills the air, visible for all to see. Frost giants. Odin mutters as his eyes go wide in shock. The far-off sounds of a battle echo in the depths of the palace below. Sif and the warriors 3 reach for their weapons, as Thor forgets everything and races from the hall, ready for a good battle. Thor enters the vault below the throne room with his hammer in hand and stares shocked at the sight before him. The warriors 3 and Loki hurry in behind Thor and stop short. Shattered and melting ice is strewn about the floor. The smoldering and twisted remains of the tall blue-skinned humanoid thieves lay sprawled out all over the floor. The blue-skinned thieves just lost a savage battle, without a single survivor among them. Amidst this horrific scene, shrouded in the shadows, stands a black metal creature, a fiery glow coming from within it. Insert picture of the destroyer here. The destroyer is an enchanted Asgardian automaton used primarily to guard Odin's vault, though it could also be used as a weapon against its master's enemies. The destroyer unquestionably obeys the ruler of Asgard and wielder of Gungnir. It holds the blue casket, which the thieves tried to steal, safely in hand, awaiting its master orders. The destroyer. Sif mutters in fright as she lays eyes on the shadowy figure. The Tesseract. Loki mutters with an interesting look in his eyes. I thought it was just a legend. Of course he was mistaken, as the Tesseract is on Earth, but the two are oddly similar in appearance. The Jotuns must pay for what they've done, Thor exclaims as he sees the dead bodies of the Asgardian vault guards. They have paid with their lives. The destroyer did its job, and the casket is safe. All is well. Odin placates as he walks over, frowning sadly at the dead Asgardian soldiers. All is well. They broke into the weapons vault. If the frost giants had stolen even one of these relics, Thor was P***SSED. But they didn't. Odin interrupts Thor. I want to know why they did this. Thor asks without taking his eyes off of the Asgardian bodies. The casket of ancient winters belonged to the Jotuns. They believe it's their birthright. Odin explains. And if you hadn't taken it from them they would have laid waste to all the 9 realms. Thor counters angrily. We have a truce with Loki, the Jotun king. Odin explains. He just broke your truce. We must act. Thor says, pointing to the bodies in the room. Odin turns to Loki and the warriors 3. Leave us, please. Odin says and they follow his command, leaving the vault. Loki couldn't keep his eyes off of the casket until he turned the corner and followed the warriors 3 away from the area. What action would you take? Odin turns back to Thor and asks. March our army into Jotunheim as you once did, teach them a lesson, break their spirits so they'll never dare try to cross our borders again. Thor says with a proud look. Thor, you are a king now. Odin says as he walks over and places his hand on his son's shoulder. I know that this seems like an act of war to you, but it's not worth starting another war. Learn from me and my mistakes, my son. War brings nothing but pain and death to both sides. If you march soldiers into Jotunheim, many of those soldiers will die. Fathers, sons, mothers, and daughters will leave their homes and never return to their families ever again. Do you want that? Hearing his father's words, Thor's hands grip tightly into fists as his fingernails break the skin of his palms, drawing blood that slowly drips to the floor. How many Asgardians have to die to satiate your pride, Thor? Let's not even mention the fact that the Jotuns are our people as well. You seem to forget that Jotunheim is a part of the 9 realms, of which you are the sworn protector and king. Thor didn't notice, as he was far too enraged to see it, but Odin was speaking from experience. He let his pride dictate all of his actions and was once what many would call a warmonger. Millions have died at the tip of Gungnir's spear. They got this far. What am I supposed to do? Thor grits his teeth, unsure of how to act as a king in this situation. We will find the breach in our defenses. It will be found, and it will be sealed. Odin says as he pats his son on the shoulder and walks off. That's it. Thor asks with a scoff. Yes, decisions made in anger and without thought are detrimental to any ruler. Go and calm yourself. Once you're calm, we can come up with a less violent way to handle this situation. Odin says as he turns the corner, leaving Thor standing alone among the dead bodies. Odin left the area thinking he got through to his son and helped steer him in the right direction, but he was only half right. If I can't send the army, I'll just go myself. Loki will answer for this. Thor thought as he left the vault, grasping his hammer tightly in hand. Thor took his father's words about war and the death of his people seriously, but that doesn't mean he doesn't want retribution. Thor is the type to always jump headfirst into his problems, so that's what he would do. The only Asgardian life he would risk will be his own. Arriving at the Rainbow Bridge alone with his hammer in hand, Thor walks across the bridge toward the Bifrost. The Bifrost is a dome-shaped building at the end of the Rainbow Bridge. It's used to teleport anyone to and from Asgard. Arriving at the end of the bridge and entering the dome, Thor was surprised to find his brother Loki and the warriors 3 waiting. All of them dressed for combat. Standing off the side, Heimdall stood unmoving in his golden armor, grasping his sword tightly. Insert picture of Heimdall here. Heimdall is an all-seeing and all-hearing Asgardian who is the gatekeeper of Asgard and the guardian of its Bifrost. His sword is the key to activating the teleportation of the dome. Ignoring Heimdall for the moment, Thor addressed his friends and brother. Why are you here? He asks with a raised brow, ready to fight should they try to stop him. We know you, brother. Loki says as he sneers. Father said not to retaliate against the Jotuns, but you won't listen. So, here we are, my king. Sif says as she and the other warriors 3 drop to one knee. We will always guard your back, my king. The 3 proclaim all at once. Yeah, Loki says, refusing to kneel with them. What they said. Do you plan to travel somewhere, my king? Heimdall asks from the side. Yes. Exactly 1 week since Jotunheim was handed over to the police with a mountain of evidence against him, Peter had started to relax again and get back into his schedule. During this time, Peter, Clint, and Natasha came together to formulate a training program for teamwork. Based on the fight in Monaco, Peter was sure that this type of training was sorely needed. The only reason Wolverine and Sabretooth won the fight against Vanko was Storm, who technically didn't do much either. Striking lightning on a grounded target while out of range wasn't a very impressive thing for her to do, after all. The training program would be put in place in 1 week, as they're waiting for specially made equipment that Tony would build for them. Speaking of Tony, his and Peter's work to recreate the super soldier serum made huge strides in the last week. Thanks to the addition of Batasium, the current unstable version of the serum became 50% more stable. The current method to do so was radiating the serum with Batasium. Simply dipping a piece of Batasium into the serum and leaving it there for 24 hours did wonders. Now they just need to find a way to concentrate the radiation of Batasium into the serum and they could have a completely stable super soldier serum. Things were looking good for the Avengers SSS project. As Peter was looking for cars online with MJ and Ned in his bedroom, his phone buzzed and chimed. What about this one? MJ asks as she points to an old Mustang on the website they were using. No, he should get a Ferrari. Ned was adamant about Peter getting a supercar. No, nobody needs a car like that, Ned. MJ says as they start arguing over which cars are better. Picking up his phone, Peter sees a text from someone that rarely messages him. Bald Cyclops, meet me at the tower. Need your help with something. You're going to ditch us, aren't you? Ned asks. Of course, he is. He got the text and made that face. MJ says as she points at Peter's face. When did they stop arguing? Peter thought as he looked up and saw them staring at him with their arms crossed. What? It's not like I do this all the time. Right. Ned says unbelievably as MJ rolls her eyes. Do you plan to travel somewhere, my king? Heimdall asks Thor, ready to open the Bifrost for the new king. Yes, Jotunheim. Thor answers, receiving a raised brow from Heimdall. And I forbade you to tell anyone about our departure. You are king and I will follow your orders, but be warned. I will honor my sworn oath to protect this realm as its gatekeeper. If your return threatens the safety of Asgard, the Bifrost will remain closed to you. You will be left to die in the cold wastes of Jotunheim. King or not. Heimdall says resolutely. I have no plan to die today. Thor replies in confidence. None do. Heimdall replies as he inserts his golden sword into the control panel, and the Bifrost fires up. After hours of trekking through the frozen hellscape of Jotunheim, Thor and his party made it to Loki, the king of all Jotuns. Thor demanded answers while all Jotuns, including Loki, merely laughed and jeered at their every word. Asgard may see the 9 realms as theirs, but most of these realms were abandoned after the war it took to win them. When your new self-proclaimed king leaves and never comes back after decimating your home, it's hard to really see them as your king. This is especially true for Jotunheim, where Odin's war brought nothing but destruction to the realm. After being made fun of by the Jotuns, Loki managed to convince Thor to retreat back to Asgard, but that was ruined by one simple comment from the crowd of Jotuns surrounding Loki. Run back home, little princess. How could the hot-headed Thor allow these words to go unpunished? Especially since he was a king now, not a prince or even a princess for that matter. This started a huge battle, which was certainly unwinnable. Thor and his compatriots may be strong, almost godlike in power, but this was a fight against an old rival of Odin, Loki, and every Jotun in the area. The Asgardians started off strong but they soon found themselves losing to the numbers advantage and Loki hadn't even joined the fight, simply choosing to sit back and watch with an amused smile on his blue face. As the thought of their own deaths appeared in the minds of the Asgardian invaders, the bright light of the Bifrost shot down from the sky. As the light dimmed, Odin Alfathor appeared in his war armor with Gungnir grasped tightly in hand. He rode an 8-legged horse which was also in its own set of golden armor. Odin may be old but his imposing figure caused all Jotuns to back away and cower behind Loki, who glared in Odin's direction. Loki, end this. Odin says resolutely. We aren't the ones that started it. Loki replies, which causes Thor and the rest to duck their heads in shame. The new king of Asgard comes to Jotunheim seeking war. Should we not give it to him? The Jotuns at Loki's back gained some confidence from the words of their king as they jeered and prepared to fight. I understand, but these are the actions of an overzealous boy. Treat them as such. We can stop this before it spirals out of control. Odin replies diplomatically. Sadly, Loki wasn't going to listen. After all, Thor gave him exactly what he wanted. A reason to go to war with Asgard and Odin, his most hated enemy. We are beyond diplomacy. After dropping those fighting words, Loki and his people stormed forward, but their advance didn't last long. Not wanting to cause more bloodshed, Odin slams his spear to the ground, creating a shock wave that knocks the Jotuns back. Raising his spear, he signals Heimdall and the Bifrost shoots down once again, taking every Asgardian out of Jotunheim. Loki and his men, who stood in the cold wastes that they called home, looked down at the imprint left by the Bifrost with sneers on their blue faces. As they all return safely to the Bifrost at the end of the Rainbow Bridge, a huge argument begins between an angry father and son. Thor wanted to stay and fight, while Odin was fuming at his son's actions and the fact that he didn't seem to understand what he had done wrong. You're a vain, greedy, cruel boy, Odin says as the argument rises to its peak. And you are an old man and a fool. Thor replies in kind though he would later wish he had kept his mouth shut. The whole world seemed to stop at Thor's words. Odin falls quiet as if he realized something. When he spoke again, there was something terrifying beneath the calmness of his words. A fool, yes. I was a fool to think you were ready. Odin states as he looks at his son in disappointment. Thor Odinson, you have ignored the sound advice of your father. Through your arrogance and stupidity, you have opened these peaceful realms and innocent lives to the horrors of war once again. The Alfathor says as he plunges Gungnir into the Bifrost's control panel. The Bifrost energy begins building as it activates. With Odin's rage, it fires and the Bifrost opens at the end of the platform, creating a portal behind Thor. Odin turns to his son as he stalks over like an angry lion. You are unworthy of this realm, Odin says as he rips away the insignias on Thor's armor, which showed that he is, in fact, king of Asgard. Unworthy of your title. Unworthy of the loved ones you have betrayed and disappointed. Why you can't do that? Thor replies with a horrified look on his face, which soon morphs into anger. I am king. Yes, and I am the Alfathor. Odin says as he ignores his son's pleas and continues on. I hereby strip you of your powers. Extending his hand toward his son, Mjolnir goes flying from Thor's grip and into Odin's waiting hand. In the name of my father and of his father before him. Odin uses what was once Thor's lightning to strike his son and completely strip him of his Asgardian armor. I cast you out. At novel bin at. As he proclaims this, Odin thrusts Mjolnir forward and with a crack of thunder, Thor is hurled back into the open bifrost and disappears into the vortex. Odin holds Mjolnir in his hand, staring at it bitterly. He closes his eyes, lost in contemplation as he brings it to his lips. Whoever holds this hammer, if they be worthy, shall possess the power of Thor. He whispers and runes appear on the side of the hammer, as if carved into its smooth surface. Suddenly, Odin turns and hurls the hammer into the bifrost. As he walks over to take his spear back, deactivating the bifrost, Odin collapses to the floor and falls unconscious from the overuse of his powers. So you're saying this hammer fell from the sky and nothing can lift it? Peter asked as he looked through the file that Fury gave him. I didn't think Thor would come so soon. The pictures in the folder showed the huge crater in New Mexico with a pristine Mjolnir sitting in the center with its handle pointing to the sky. Yes, we don't know for sure if it fell from the sky or not, but that's what it looks like. There's nothing under the hammer holding it in place either. Fury explains what they know at this point. We tested the metal as well, but couldn't find a match for anything on the planet. There also seems to be some sort of runic writing on the hammer's surface. It looks like ancient Norse. Peter replies as he observes an up-close picture of the hammer. Can you read it? Fury asks. Yeah. Peter confirms as the long hours in the library of Kamar-Taj weren't spent in vain. Well, what does it say? Fury asks curiously. It says things are just about to get interesting. Peter says, getting an annoyed grunt from Fury. Let's go to New Mexico. I want to see the Mjolnir. Mjolnir. 2 days ago. Do you think he's dead? A woman asks as a group of 3 crowds around the downed form of Thor Odinson. I think it was legally your fault. The 3 were driving in the desert at night, as they were following the storm, trying to understand the odd readings they were picking up from the activation of the bifrost. Though they didn't know that was the cause. During that drive, a man appeared out of nowhere and was swiftly hit by their car. Darcy, shut up and get the first aid kit from the glove box. Another woman, who seemed to be in charge, says in exasperation. Jane, we need to get him to a hospital. A man says as he looks down worriedly at Thor. Hammer. Thor mutters as his eyes groggily open. Yes, we know you're hammered. Darcy jokes as she returns with a first aid kit in hand. Climbing to his feet, Thor stares up at the sky and starts yelling. Father? Heimdall? I know you can hear me? Open the bifrost. Thor calls but receives nothing in return. As the 2 scientists and assistant try to calm the obviously drunk and brain-damaged man, Thor gets a bit heated, which makes Darcy pull a taser from her purse. You dare to threaten Thor, king of Asgard, with such a puny. Thor says as he looms over Darcy, causing her to act in order to defend herself. Tzzzzzzzzzz. Darcy touches the handheld taser to Thor's exposed stomach, making him convulse and fall to the floor unconscious. Her 2 friends and employers looked at her with shocked gazes. What? He was freaking me out. Arriving in New Mexico with a quick portal, Fury called for transport and took Peter to the site where Mjolnir landed. At first, the area was swarming with locals, who came to gawk at the odd occurrence and play King Arthur, trying one by one to lift the hammer as if it were Excalibur in the stone. Though that changed quickly when S.H.I.E.L.D. came on the scene and kicked everyone out. They cordoned off the area with a chain-link fence and set up some makeshift buildings around the crater, using them to house the agents that would guard the area and the scientists that were there to study the hammer's properties. When Peter and Fury arrived on the scene, the sun had begun to set and the generator-fueled lights around the crater fired up. Exiting the car and walking over to the crater, Peter and Fury passed countless guards and scientists along the way. Arriving at the hammer, Peter couldn't help but stare in awe. In his last life, there were 3 things from the MCU that every fan wanted to have. The Iron Man suit, Infinity Gauntlet, and finally Thor's hammer, Mjolnir. Especially after Odin's enchantment was placed on it. Who didn't want to know if they were worthy? Are you going to tell me what it says now? Fury asks as they stand in a spotlight as the sun fully sets. Or do you plan to keep being cryptic and annoying? Whoever holds this hammer, if they be worthy, shall possess the power of Thor. Peter says, causing Fury to raise a single eyebrow in doubt. As in the god of Norse mythology. Fury asks in disbelief. Maybe. Peter says as he walks up to the hammer. What are you doing? Fury asks as Peter stands only inches from the hammer. Trying to see if I'm worthy. Peter says as he eyes the hammer up and down. In Peter's mind, he doesn't know why he wouldn't be worthy. If a person like Thor, who drank with the thirst of a dozen alcoholics and was as stubborn as a mule, could wield the hammer, then Peter thought his chances were good. Though, if he could wield Mjolnir, then Peter wasn't sure if had it in him to give it back to its rightful owner. Staring down at the hammer, Peter bent slightly and reached out toward the handle. Before he could even touch the hammer, Mjolnir begins to give off a subtle glow, and a bolt of lightning cracked across the sky above. Pulling his hand back, Peter looks at the hammer and then at the sky with a questioning look on his face. Agents down? We've got a perimeter breach. The radio of a nearby S.H.I.E.L.D. agent goes off, signaling everyone to jump into action. Soon enough, the sounds of a fight could be heard from behind the building on the opposite side of the crater. Is Thor here for his hammer? Peter thought as he turns to Fury. Tell them to let the intruder through. I want to see if he's worthy. Of course, if this was the moment he thought it was, then Peter knew that he wouldn't be, but maybe something changed. Staring at Peter in contemplation, Fury sighs in annoyance as he walks over to the nearest shield grunt and snatches his radio. Clear a path and let him through to the crater. Fury orders and his men jump to action, knowing not to argue with the director. Walking off to the side, Peter stood at the edge of the crater alongside Fury and a few other shield agents. As the intruder makes his way to the edge of the crater on the opposite side of Peter, spotlights brighten and sweep towards him, illuminating the once shadowy figure. A casually dressed Thor Odinson appeared for all to see, which was an odd sight as the Asgardian was wearing earthly-styled clothing. Peter was used to seeing Thor in his Asgardian armor after all. Rain begins to fall as Thor marches into the crater and towards his favored weapon. As Thor approaches his hammer, Mjolnir starts to glow brighter, blue electricity sparking off its surface. The crackling energy seemed to reach out to him. Standing next to the hammer, Thor feels its power. He bends over and reaches out to it with an air of familiarity and confidence. Thor wraps his hand around the hammer, smiling triumphantly as he lifts it, but the hammer doesn't budge. Thor looks confused and pulls once again with two hands this time. Nothing. The hammer stays glued to the ground. Anger and frustration overtake him, as he strains with all his might, screaming from the effort, glaring up at the storm and lightning above him. Suddenly, something begins to glow on the side of Mjolnir. Thor looks down and takes notice, reading the runes his father left behind. I'm not worthy, Thor thought in despair. Thor falls to his knees as the rain pours down around him, soaking his clothes completely through. He still isn't worthy, Peter thought as he walked down into the crater and stood on the opposite side of Mjolnir. As Thor picks up his head to see the blue and red spider-themed man, Peter bends once again and grasps the handle of the hammer. Instantly, a bolt of blue lightning comes crashing down from the clouded sky and strikes exactly where Peter held Mjolnir at the handle. Before Thor's shocked eyes, this unknown man took hold of his prized weapon and lifted it with relative ease. I guess I'm worthy. Peter spoke his thoughts as blue lightning danced around his body. It can't be, Thor mutters in complete and utter defeat. At novel bin at. Walking away from Thor, who was stunned into an unmoving stupor, Peter spins the hammer in one hand as he turns to Fury. Your men can detain him now. I'll come to speak with him soon, Peter says as he walks off to play with his new toy. Ground units, move in. Show's over. Fury calls out over the radio, shocked at the scene he just witnessed. As the agents surround him, Thor doesn't seem to notice or care. He just sits there on his knees, eyes trained on the back of the strange man that just stole his most prized possession with a lost and broken look. While the shield grunts cart off the unresponsive intruder to his cell, Peter portaled to a more secluded portion of the desert and started testing out what he could do with the hammer. Immediately, thunder clouds roll in as lightning and thunder fill the open desert air. I might be able to terraform the desert with this thing, Peter thought as the rain started to fall. Kicking it into overdrive, Peter wound his hand back and hurled Mjolnir forward, causing it to shoot across the desert and strike a sandy hill. The hill exploded from the impact as some of the sand was converted into glass from the lightning that surrounded the hammer. Holding out his hand, Peter called Mjolnir back with an excited smile plastered all over his face. He always wanted to do this. Instantly, the hammer shoots out of the sands and back toward Peter, landing safely back in his hand. This is so cool, Peter muttered as he stared at the hammer in awe. Continuing his tests, Peter found that he possessed every power that Thor once had. Just as the enchantment Odin left said, the hammer could generate electricity, manipulate storms, change its weight, and grant Peter flight if he threw it and hung on for the ride. As for Thor's Asgardian powers like super strength, durability, speed, agility, stamina, reflexes, healing, and longevity, Peter wasn't sure how to test that as he already has those powers. Maybe not longevity though. I'll have to test it later and see if my powers have increased, Peter thought as he spun the hammer and flew back in the direction of the crater. Thor sits in a chair, staring forward blankly, hands cuffed behind him, unable to break them even if he tried. Agent Coulson stands across from him with a notepad in hand. It's not easy to do what you did. You made us all look like a bunch of mall cops. That's hurtful, Coulson says but receives no response from the broken Asgardian. The men you so easily subdued are highly trained professionals, and in my experience, it takes someone who's received similar training to do what you did to them. Would you like to tell me where you received your training? Coulson continues asking question after question, but soon gives up as Thor doesn't respond to a single one. As he got up to leave the room, Thor finally spoke. Who was the man that took my hammer? Just as the thunderstorm cleared over the impromptu shield base around the crater, a figure covered in blue lightning came flying across the desert, bringing yet another storm with it. This immediately alerted the shield agents that were guarding the perimeter. An alarm was sounded as the lightning-clad figure impacted the center of the crater with a loud boom, deepening the already large hole in the desert floor. As the armed agents circled the crater, ready to fight the second intruder of the night, they found a lightning-clad Spider-Man with a very familiar hammer in hand. Yo, Peter says with a wave as he walks out of the crater and towards the main building, where he could sense Fury and Thor were located. Seeing that it was Spider-Man, who arrived earlier with Director Fury, the guards eased up and lowered their weapons. Even if Spider-Man was an intruder, none of them believed they could do anything to stop him. I'm back, Peter calls out as he enters the building and sees Fury waiting there for his arrival. Done playing with your new toy? Fury asks as he eyes the hammer in Peter's hand. Yeah, when the hammer said shall possess the power of Thor, it really meant it. I have powers like Storm now, Peter says as he spins the hammer casually between his fingers. Right, so gods are real? Fury asks, unsure of what to make of all of this. I wouldn't go that far, but it's possible. Peter replies as he turns to see a window, showing another room with Thor restrained inside. Learn anything from our guest yet? The window was probably a one-way mirror, as neither Thor nor Agent Coulson, who was currently questioning the banished Asgardian, seemed to react to Peter's arrival. No, he hasn't spoken a word since you left. Fury replies with an annoyed tilt to his voice. Do you think he's related to the hammer or just some crazy that showed up to test his luck? If I had to guess. Peter says as he eyes Thor, pretending to think about it. He has to be related. The look of despair on his face when he couldn't lift it was too real. Going quiet, the two turned their attention to Coulson and Thor, watching to see if their guest would finally speak. Just as Coulson gave up and made his way to the door, planning to leave their prisoner to stew for a while, Thor finally spoke up. Who was the man that took my hammer? Thor asks, stopping Coulson in his tracks. You mean Spider-Man? Coulson asks as he backtracks to his seat. How do you not know who Spider-Man is? Have you been living under a rock? What an odd name. Thor replies in contemplation. It's his superhero name. Coulson explains, gaining Thor's full attention. Spider-Man is Earth's most famous hero. If you don't know that, then you must not be from around here, at novel bin at. Staring at Coulson with a conflicted look in his eyes, Thor quickly comes to a decision. I refuse to speak anymore, son of Cowl. Bring that man Spider here. I need to have a word with him. Spider-Man left. He won't be. Coulson replies, but the sound of the door opening stops him mid-sentence. I'm here, you can leave, Coulson. Peter says as he walks into the room, Mjolnir in hand, drawing a jealous and sad look from its original owner. Sure. Coulson says as he passes Peter and walks out of the room. As the door closes, leaving Peter and Thor alone in the room, Peter takes a seat across from Thor and places Mjolnir on the table right in front of Thor's eyes. Peter didn't mean it to be, but this simple move was truly torturous for Thor. Staring at the key to unlocking his powers and returning home, knowing that he couldn't lift it and that it now belonged to someone else truly stung deeply. Hello, I'm Spider-Man. Peter says as he leaned back into his chair, waiting for Thor's reply. Thor Odinson, King of Asgard. Thor replies, tearing his eyes off of his former hammer. King. Peter blurted out in surprise. Did I just hear him wrong? Yes, I was crowned 4 days ago. Thor says, but the arrogance that once filled him was nowhere to be seen. Peter was truly surprised. Though this wasn't exactly a bad thing. Either this world is slightly different than the MCU of his old world, or his actions have somehow affected Asgard, which was hard to believe. Either way, Thor being king of Asgard could actually be a good thing. An Avenger with full control of a godlike advanced alien civilization seemed very advantageous to Peter. With Peter's help, Thor might be able to save Asgard from its destruction. It's such a shame what happened in Ragnarok after all. They could also possibly save Thor's father, Odin, who would die because of Loki. In the movie, Loki wanted to live like a king, so he exiled Odin and used his appearance to rule Asgard. Sadly, due to his exile, Odin's power was slowly drained away until he died. He needed to stay in Asgard to keep himself alive, but Loki didn't know that. With Thor as king, Loki would have no reason to banish his father, hopefully. Either way, Peter would keep an eye out for Odin's safety. Obviously, he hasn't met the old man in this world, but Peter always liked Odin's character in the movies. Congratulations. Peter says genuinely, soliciting a self-deprecating chuckle from Thor. Yeah, the great Thor Odinson, king of Asgard. Banished to Midgard as a powerless mortal. Thor says as he slumps in his chair and looks up at the ceiling. To top it all off, a human from Midgard, the weakest of the 9 realms, now possesses the powers that were stripped from me. Sounds like you've had a tough week. Peter says, surprised with how much Thor was sharing. He expected the Asgardian to keep his lips sealed for a bit longer as he did in the movie. Though maybe he trusts Peter a bit, as Mjolnir and his father's enchantment see him as a worthy wielder of his powers. This whole week has been a mix of the best and worst days of my life. Thor admits as he sits up and looks straight at Peter. Why are you worthy and I'm not? You would have to give me more information for me to know that answer. I've only just met you and found this hammer today. Peter says as he motions toward Mjolnir. Why were you banished from Asgard? It's hard to believe that a king could be kicked out of his own kingdom after all. You must have done something pretty **TTY. Thor stares Peter straight in the eyes. What would you do if a foreign nation infiltrated your palace, killed your guards, and tried to steal something that could destroy your world and many others? Thor wanted to know what made Peter different from him. What made him worthy of Mjolnir and his powers? It depends on the circumstances. Peter says as he thinks for a moment. Seeing as you said the word tried, that means they didn't get away with this world-ending device, right? Yes. Thor nods. Then I would speak to those close to me with more experience for advice and come up with a plan together to deal with the threat. Whether that would be military action, trade embargoes, diplomacy, assassinations, etc. Though ultimately, the security around this hypothetical device would need to be increased by a large margin. Peter explains his thoughts. Thor goes silent as he reflects on his own actions, his father's voice ringing out in his mind. Decisions made in anger and without thought are detrimental to any ruler. Go and calm yourself. Once you're calm, we can come up with a less violent way to handle this situation. He wanted to help me and I spit in his face. Thor mutters quietly with a far-off look as realization began to dawn on him. Instead of trying to see things from his perspective, I let my anger and arrogance cloud my judgment. As Thor finished speaking, Mjolnir pulsed slightly on the table before going still once again. Thor didn't notice as he was too preoccupied in his own thoughts, but Peter sure did. Is it reacting to him? Peter thought curiously. I don't know what that means, but that sounds like a good reason why you wouldn't be worthy. I see. Thor says as he slumps back into his chair. Can you leave me alone? I need to think. Sure. Peter says as he stands and picks up Mjolnir from the table with ease. It was nice meeting you, Thor. Without waiting for Thor to reply, Peter stepped out of the room to allow Thor some time alone, closing the door behind him. I thought he'd never leave. A very familiar voice says, causing Thor to jump and find a transparent figure standing before him. Loki. Shutting the door behind him and making his way back to the one-way mirror where Fury and Coulson were waiting, Peter could feel the sudden appearance of some sort of mystic energy in the interrogation room with Thor. Is it Loki? Peter thought as he remembered the events of the movie. He was especially chatty with you. Fury comments as Peter arrived, peeking into the window at the first chance he gets. Well, I did take his powers. I'm sure he was both distraught and curious about me. Peter says as he watches Thor speak to the blank air in front of him. So, we're believing this story about a banished god king. Coulson asks as it was hard for him to believe, gesturing toward Thor, who was still talking to himself in the room. Because that looks like a crazy man to me. What's happened? Tell me, is it Jotunheim? Let me explain to father. Thor pleads like a madman to thin air. Ignoring Coulson's words, Peter tries to move some eldritch energy to his eyes, which is a trick that the Ancient One told him about. Turning his head away from Fury and Coulson so they couldn't see, Peter's eye glowed in a faint golden light. Instantly, Peter could see a mass of energy in the interrogation room, standing in front of Thor. Loki was far more skilled in the art of magic than himself, so this is the best Peter would be able to get without actually using a spell, and he would rather not alert the godlike trickster by doing so, especially since Fury and Coulson would see him using magic as well. After confirming that it was Loki, sending down an illusion to speak to his brother, Peter put some eldritch energy in his ears this time, making it possible to hear the other half of the conversation going on inside the room right now. Your banishment and the threat of a new war was too much for father to bear. He died shortly after you were banished. Loki lies like a master. A horrified look appears on Thor's face. It reminded Peter of the face he showed when he saw Mjolnir pick a new wielder before his very eyes, only magnified by 10 times. Thor thinks he is responsible for his father's death after all. He's truly having the worst week of his life. Peter thought in pity. You mustn't blame yourself. Loki says in fake pity, smirking inwardly at his brother's pain. I know that you loved him. I tried to tell him so, but he wouldn't listen. Though it was cruel to put the hammer within your reach, knowing that you could never lift it, and especially cruel of him to allow some weak human to steal your powers. Thor stares ahead, falling deeper into the abyss of despair. Loki was loving all of this. He's always had an inferiority complex when it comes to Thor, so this is all some twisted form of vindictive revenge or payback to him. At novel bin at. Peter didn't understand why he would do this though, as Loki seemed to be treated well by his family in the movies. Especially Frigga, who seemed to love him just as much as Thor. Maybe they treated him differently in this world. Peter thought curiously. Or perhaps Thor was a bad brother in his younger years. Although Loki was enjoying this situation, he was definitely worried about Peter, who somehow now possessed the powers of his brother. Though it did make it harder for Thor to return to Asgard, which was great for him. The burden of the throne has fallen to me now, Loki says, causing his brother to look at him with hope-filled eyes. Can I come home? Thor asks as he just wanted to go and see his mother and apologize for what he's done. The truce I've brokered with Jotunheim is conditional upon your exile. Loki continues spinning his lies. Couldn't we find a way to? Thor says, but Loki cuts him off. I'm afraid mother has forbidden your return, brother. Loki says, knowing his mother would never do such a thing. Reality sets in as Thor lowers his head like a beaten dog. He would be forever stranded in Midgard until his dying days. This is goodbye, brother. I'm so sorry. Loki says, not sorry at all. No, I'm sorry, Loki. Thank you for coming to see me. Thor says, unwilling to look his brother in the eyes any longer. With that, the two brothers said their farewells, and all signs of the human-shaped bundle of energy that Peter was watching disappeared. He seems to be done talking to himself. Coulson says as he turns to Peter and Fury. Should I call a psychologist? No, don't bother. Peter says as he walks back toward the room, leaving Fury and Coulson standing there in confusion. Hello again. Peter calls out as he enters the room once again to find an especially sullen-looking Thor. Thor doesn't even bother replying this time around. Shrugging uncaringly, Peter walks behind the restrained Asgardian and rips his metal bindings off with ease. Seeing this, Thor looks up at Peter in confusion. Come on, we're leaving. Peter says as he walks over to the door and opens it, motioning for Thor to walk through before him. Thor just sat there and stared at him with dead eyes. Oh, come on. Peter says as he shoots a web at Thor, throwing him through the open door. Thor bellows as he shoots through the door and into the waiting hallway while outside. Bang. Now up you go. Peter says he sees Thor laying on the ground, looking up at him with a look that said, "Da fuck. If you're going to live with the rest of us mortals, then you need to get a job and a place to live. Let's go." Grabbing Thor by his shirt, Peter pulled him to his feet and guided him down the hall where Fury and Coulson were waiting with questioning looks. "I got this," Peter says as he and Thor walk right past them. "I'll fill you in later, Fury." "Fine." Fury sighed as he let them go without a single complaint. After borrowing a car from the shield base, as he didn't want to reveal his portal ability to Thor just yet, Peter drove Thor back into the nearest town. As they drove through the empty highway, Thor couldn't keep his eyes off the car's dashboard, where Peter placed Mjolnir. It was almost like the hammer was his old lover, and Thor hadn't gotten over the breakup just yet. After a while of silent driving, Peter pulled the car up to a diner, which happened to be the same one that Jane took Thor in the movie. "Follow me," Peter says as he hops out of the car. Walking inside the diner with Thor following behind him, Peter noticed a help wanted sign in the window and smirked under his mask. Instantly, a bell on the door rings, and everyone in the diner turns to see Spider-Man walk in, which especially shocked these small-town people. "Hello, I'm here to help my friend apply for a job," Peter calls out to a nearby waitress. There's nothing like working a low-paying minimum wage job in the service industry to give you a wake-up call on life. Sure honey," the waitress replies as she eyes Peter up and down, unsure of whether he was really Spider-Man or not. "Follow me." After a short interview in the back of the diner, where Peter proved who he was, Thor was hired off the books and would be paid minimum wage. They probably wouldn't have hired him if Peter wasn't helping, as the staff remembered him from earlier in the day, when he broke multiple cups and plates by purposely smashing them on the floor. Asgardian culture is different after all. He had to be hired off the books as Thor didn't have any identification papers or bank accounts. Though that's fine as he wouldn't be working there for long anyway. "All right, thank you," Peter says as he and Thor leave the diner. He'll be here bright and early tomorrow morning for his first day. Hopping back into the car, Peter drove over to a rundown motel and bought Thor a room for an entire month. After receiving the key, they made their way to the room and opened it up. "Looks nice," Peter mutters as they see the room. "Yeah," Thor says as sees a cockroach crawl under the bed. "Well, I'll leave you to it," Peter says as he walks off. "Get to bed early. You have work in the morning." As Peter left Thor in poverty with his shitty living conditions and low-paying job, he couldn't help but feel bad for the guy. Was it necessary to give him such poor housing along with a low-paying job? No, but this would be a quicker way to rehabilitate the spoiled prince of Asgard. Thor wasn't just the prince of a place here on Earth, where you get born with a golden spoon in your mouth and live like a billionaire for your whole life. No, Asgard is one of, if not the strongest and most advanced kingdoms in the whole universe. Thor was born with a godlike power and a diamond-encrusted platinum spoon in his mouth. He needed to be taken down countless pegs in order to see things from a normal person's perspective. Living life as a coddled godly prince since birth certainly won't make a well-rounded person, which is the reason why Peter is doing all of this. After returning the car to the shield base at the crater, Peter explained to Fury and Coulson about what he did before returning home. It was pretty late by this time, so May was already fast asleep. Plopping down on the couch, Peter placed Mjolnir on the coffee table and just stared at it in silence. Peter never thought that he would be worthy of the standards that Odin set, but here he is as the new wielder of Mjolnir. This is the dream of many Marvel fans back in his original world, and he was living every second of it. After staring at the hammer for a good while, Peter came to a saddening conclusion. "I'll have to give it back when Thor is ready." Peter knew it. There's no way that Odin would make it so his son can't take his hammer and powers back. After all, this whole ordeal is to teach Thor a well-deserved lesson. Once that lesson is learned, Peter was sure that the hammer would default back to Thor. To test his logic, Peter took the hammer in hand and opened a portal to Camartage. He, obviously, isn't an expert in Asgardian enchantments, so a more skilled hand was needed to analyze what Odin did to Mjolnir. Stepping out of his portal, Peter expected to appear in the same room where he met the Ancient One for the first time, but instead, he arrived in some sort of waiting room. Taking a closer look, Peter found that there were no windows, doors, or any other ways out of the room. Using some spells to check what was happening, Peter came to the conclusion that he was trapped in some sort of prison dimension. The whole dimension was nothing but this small waiting room. Weird, did I trigger something at Camartage? Peter questioned as this has never happened before. Using his sling ring, Peter tried to open another portal but that seemed to be impossible. Well, sh*t, Peter thought as he took a seat on the couch. sh*t, indeed. A familiar voice appeared in the room. Looking across from him, Peter found the Ancient One seated there with her legs crossed in all of her grand baldness. "Your body and energy signature has changed," the Ancient One says as she snaps her fingers and teleports them both out of the dimension and into a room with a similar setup back in Camartage. "Would you like to explain why?" "It's good to see you too, teacher," Peter says with mock annoyance. "I've been good. Thanks for asking." "Yes, you have been ignoring me for a while. I accept your apology." The Ancient One has been keeping her distance and acting differently towards Peter ever since he offered her a place in the Avengers. The Ancient One just stares at Peter, ignoring his tangent and waiting for a reply to her earlier question. "Fine, be that way," Peter mutters as he tosses Mjolnir into his teacher's lap with a vindictive smile on his face. assessing the hammer with a glance while it was midair. The Ancient One instantly knew what was happening and teleported herself to the spot next to Peter on the couch. Asterisk crunch. Boom. Asterisk. As she disappeared, the hammer fell and tore through her chair and smashed into the ground, breaking the flooring. That wasn't very nice. The Ancient One gives Peter an unamused look. Calling Mjolnir back, the hammer flew from the broken flooring and into Peter's waiting hand. Well, neither is ignoring your loving student, Peter says as he holds the hammer in front of her. This is Thor Odinson's hammer, Mjolnir. I've gathered that already, she says as she eyes the writing on the hammer. Why do you have it? Peter has been messing with her desired timeline all this time and she didn't like it. Though this move of his will certainly change things immensely, especially if he tries to keep the hammer. The reason she has been ignoring Peter is the fact that she hasn't decided whether or not to change all of her carefully laid plans. After all, the Ancient One has spent hundreds of years preparing the perfect timeline for Earth and the surrounding universe's well-being. It landed in New Mexico a few days ago, Peter says as he places Mjolnir on the couch between them. I saw the enchantment so I tested my luck. Are you keeping it? She asks, hoping he would say no. We'll see, Peter replies with a smirk. He had an idea of what she was thinking and knew this answer would annoy her, which he would gladly do. I just want to know everything this enchantment does, so I came to my beautiful bald teacher. Peter continues. Right. The Ancient One says as she moves her hand slightly, causing the hammer to float in front of her and the enchantments to shine. As she does this, not only do the runes that Peter saw earlier brighten, but new writing appears just below as well. After a moment of silence, the Ancient One speaks. It has some fail-safes, she says as she points to the writing and begins to explain. Basically, as Peter expected, once Thor goes through his tribulation and learns his lesson, he would get priority in the use of Mjolnir and his powers would return to him as well. Sadly, Peter would lose his cool new power-up sooner or later. I thought so, Peter says as he takes the hammer back. Have you met Thor yet? She asks. Yep, I helped him get a job at a diner in New Mexico and a place to stay in a nearby motel, Peter says, causing his teacher to raise a questioning eyebrow. You have the Prince of Asgard staying in a motel in New Mexico? The Ancient One asks in disbelief. You mean King? And yes. His father sent him here to learn a lesson, so I thought I would lend a helping hand, Peter says with a smile as the Ancient One's eyebrows raise slightly. You are changing a lot, she says, knowing that Peter knew of her plans and how he was ruining them. Well, I try my best, Peter says with an infuriating smile. Your only choice is to join up with me and the Avengers. You're really making it hard on me, aren't you? She says with a pronounced frown on her face. Once again, I try my best, Peter repeats. You should come to the Avengers Tower sometime and look around. You might take a liking to it. I can guarantee you a spot on the council once you join as well. I'll think about it. The Ancient One replies with her usual answer. No, don't think. Just do what you want, Peter says with an exasperated sigh. You keep thinking that everything needs hundreds of years of planning and thought. It doesn't. You don't need to work alone and pull the strings from the background. You can step into the front and take charge. You don't need to die at novel bin at. The Ancient One just sat there and looks at him in shock. She knew that Peter had some future knowledge, but she didn't know that it went so deep as to know of her death. I'm sorry that I've been keeping my distance, she mutters for just a moment before disappearing from the room, leaving Peter sitting there all alone. You can't keep running from your problems, Peter yells to the empty room, knowing she can probably still hear him wherever she went. Returning home after confronting his teacher and learning the full scale of the enchantment on Mjolnir, Peter hopped in bed and stared sadly at the hammer on his nightstand. Deep down, Peter knew that he wouldn't be able to keep Mjolnir, but it's hard not to get so attached to such a cool weapon. The power-up he received was like icing on the cake as well. As he was falling asleep, Peter thought of a good idea. If I can't keep it, then I'll use it as leverage to get something just as good. Of course, Peter wouldn't outright blackmail Thor or Asgard with the hammer, as that would ruin their relations and possibly lose a future Avenger. He would simply hand over Mjolnir with a bit of reluctance while letting Thor know that he owes him one. After all, Peter would be giving up godlike powers for him, so Thor would hopefully accept that debt, allowing Peter to cash it in soon after. There are two things that Peter would ask for. First, Peter could study the magic system of Asgard, though that all depends on whether he can use Asgardian magic. After all, they probably use a different sort of energy than Camartage. For all he knows, only Asgardians can use such magic, though technically Loki isn't an Asgardian and he can use their magic. I'll have to figure that out later on, Peter thought in interest. Secondly, Peter could ask for a weapon. A weapon for a weapon is a fair trade after all. Not just any weapon either, but a weapon created by the dwarves in Nidavellir. Nidavellir is a neutron star and one of the 9 realms, which is orbited by a multi-ringed megastructure that serves as the homeworld of the dwarves. The dwarves of Nidavellir are an ancient race of skilled forgers and blacksmiths who are ruled by King Eitri. They are close allies of the Asgardians, and after being asked by Odin they created the mighty weapon that's currently next to Peter's nightlight, Mjolnir. Getting a specially made weapon similar to Mjolnir would be the best case scenario, as Thor may allow Peter to learn Asgard's magic after joining the Avengers and getting closer to one another. Peeking at Mjolnir one last time before falling asleep, Peter closed his eyes and dozed off into his pillow. Whatever, I'll just enjoy my time as a god of thunder for the time being. The next morning, Peter went to school as usual, but once classes were over he just had to show off his temporary godly powers. What's going on? Ned asks as he and MJ sat in his room, wondering what Peter was so excited about. Are we looking at cars again? You should really consider getting a supercar. Maybe not a Bugatti, but Ferraris aren't too expensive. MJ, who was sitting beside him, couldn't help but roll her eyes at Ned's childish taste in cars. In her humble opinion, supercars are for idiots that don't know what to do with their money. Especially if you buy one and never take it to a track to actually race the damn thing. No, it's something way cooler. Peter says as he holds out his hand and Mjolnir comes flying into his grasp from under his bed. What? Ned practically jumped out of his seat. Is that like a soul weapon from Bleach? Ned has been going down the anime path recently so he couldn't help but see the comparison. In a way, Peter answers with a slight tilt of his head. Though it's not connected to my soul. At least, I don't think it is. Does it upgrade like Shikai and Bankai? MJ asks, causing Ned to turn to her with a questioning look. What? I watch anime sometimes. No, but it does do this. Peter says as lightning starts to dance around the hammer, which instantly spreads and wraps around his body next. Wow. Ned mutters as MJ just watched in awe beside him. Yeah, now look outside. Peter says as he gestures toward the window. When they turn to look, what was once a beautiful clear day had changed. Dark clouds and lightning filled the air as the sounds of rumbling thunder could be heard. Why you changed the weather? MJ asked with a dumbfounded look on her face. You can't be serious. Cool, right. After showing off to his girlfriend and best friend, Peter donned his superhero clothes and went to show off to his other best friend. Texting him beforehand, Peter told Tony to wait on the roof of Avengers Tower, which he did with reluctance as there was a thunderstorm overhead. After waiting only a few moments, Tony could see a familiar figure clad in lightning, soaring just under the storm clouds. Tony watched with a raised brow as this figure fell from the sky and performed a superhero landing right in front of him. Yo, Peter said with a wave of his hammer. What the F***ck was that? Tony exclaimed in shock, which was just what Peter was going for. After explaining everything, Tony was amazed and annoyed that Peter would leave him out. He wanted to go to New Mexico as well. Maybe he would have been able to lift the hammer before Peter, though that was just wishful thinking on his part. Mostly, he wanted to meet Thor, the god of thunder. I wouldn't go so far as to call him a god. Peter corrects Tony before he decides to convert to a new religion. Asgardians are just a very advanced civilization of long-lived aliens with meta-human powers. Yeah, they're a bit godlike but that doesn't make them gods exactly. After explaining everything fully, Peter promised to let Tony study Mjolnir. Of course, Peter would be involved with it, as Tony would have a hard time handling a hammer that he can't lift. Though he certainly tried. Aork. Tony grunted as he tried every position that he could think of to lift Mjolnir from his coffee table. He tried so hard that Peter had to put a stop to it or else Tony would end up hurting his back. After finding out that he wasn't worthy, which was devastating for his fragile ego, Tony started sulking like a child that couldn't get his toy. Oh, come on. Peter says as he plopped down next to Tony, putting an arm around his shoulder. Cheer up, not everyone can be worthy of godlike power like I am. I hate you, Tony said as turned to look Peter in his eyes, knowing that his masked friend had to be smiling right now. I love you too, buddy. New Mexico. Knowing that he could use his low mood to get something out of him, Tony convinced Peter to take him to meet Thor, who just so happened to be working his new job. Ding dong. Opening the doors to the diner, Peter shocked the staff and customers once again, but this time it was even worse since Tony was there as well. Table for two, please. Peter says to a shocked waitress. Sit anywhere you like, Spider-Man sir. She stutters as this was a different waitress from last night. Thanks, darling. Tony says with a wink as he walks past Peter and picks a booth by the window. Peter gives his thanks as well, following Tony to the booth and sitting across from him. So, where is he? Tony asks just in time for the door leading to the kitchen to swing open. Turning their heads, Peter and Tony saw Thor wearing an apron with two filled garbage bags in hand. The look on his face was that of a man that has been through some sh*t. Take that trash to the dumpster. An angry voice projected from the back of the kitchen. Hopefully, you can't screw that up too. Thor seemed to duck his head in embarrassment as he heard these words. Making his way out the front doors, he didn't notice Peter sitting at a nearby booth. In almost every task they gave him, Thor would mess it up in some way or another. Dishes were broken. Food was ruined. Customers were disrespected. As Thor made it to the dumpster across the parking lot, he went to throw both bags into the dumpster. This sudden movement caused the heavier bag to rip at the bottom and dump all of its contents onto the ground. Thor just stood there unmoving as he looked at the mess beside the dumpster with dead eyes. This has to be some form of torture. Tony remarks. Leaving their table and walking back out the door to the parking lot, Peter and Tony arrive outside just in time to see Thor punching the side of the metal dumpster. Trash from his earlier accident still littered the ground at his feet. Bang 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 bang. As the sounds of metal banging filled the area, those that were passing by on the sidewalk gawked and kept their distance from the crazy blonde maniac. Bad day? Tony asks as he and Peter stood a few feet behind Thor. Thor stops hitting the dumpster, which was dented by this point, and turned to give a sidelong glare toward Tony. That glare disappeared and was replaced with a sad and longing look as Thor saw Peter standing beside him with Mjolnir hanging from his hip. Taking a closer look, Peter could see the knuckles on both of Thor's hands were bruised, cut open, and dripping blood. The pain was probably unbearable for his new mortal body, but he didn't seem to notice or care. Good to see you again, Thor. Peter says as he shoots a net-like web to the garbage that was all over the floor and tosses it into the dented dumpster, saving Thor the trouble of having to clean it all up. You as well, man-spider. Thor says with a nod as he turns to Tony. Do you know this mortal? Mortal? Why does that sound like a slur? Tony felt offended by that word as he turns to Peter for answers. I told you already. Thor has a bit of a god complex. I'm guessing his whole family does as well. To him, we are all just mortal ants that live below the heavens. Peter explains as if this were a cultivation novel. In actuality, he's just from an overpowered alien race. Tony wasn't the only one that heard this, as Thor's ears perked up upon listening in. I don't know what an alien is, but we don't consider ourselves gods. Only you mortals thought of us in such ways. Thor says with a shrug. Then why call us mortals in the first place? Tony asked with a questioning look. Well, because of your mortality. My people can live for countless millennia. Thor explained matter-of-factly. But you can still die, right? Peter cuts in and asks. Because that's what mortality means. Being subject to an inevitable death. Only gods can't die after all. Upon hearing this, Thor didn't know how to reply or argue and started to realize something. He did, in fact, have a god complex. I'm not a god, Thor thought as he looked between Tony and Peter before speaking. You're right, I shouldn't have called you that. Forgive me. As soon as Thor uttered these words, Peter felt a jolt from the hammer hanging on his hip. Just as it did in the interrogation room yesterday, Mjolnir glowed slightly but soon dimmed, reacting to Thor once again. Though nobody seemed to notice but him. Jotunheim, an apprehensive-looking Loki, king of Asgard, walks alone across the barren icy terrain, making his way toward a temple that was mostly rubble by this point. Darkness shrouds the ruined temple except for the shafts of light that shoot their way in through the crumbling ceiling. As Loki walks inside, frost giant guards surround him on all sides with weapons ready. Laufey approaches shortly behind his guards with a bloodthirsty smirk, towering over Loki menacingly. Tell me why I shouldn't kill you where you stand. Laufey asks. I've come alone and unarmed. Loki says as he raises his arms, showing that he means no harm. To what end? Laufey keeps up the questions. To make you another proposition. Loki says with a winning smile. So you're the one who led us into Asgard. Laufey mutters as realization dawns on him. You're welcome. Loki lowers his arms as the surrounding frost giants lower their weapons, becoming less hostile toward him by the second. This was a lie though. Loki may be a manipulative piece of sh*t, but he wasn't involved with the attempt robbery on that day. He even mistook the casket of ancient winter for the legendary Tesseract. Ever since he took charge of Asgard as king, Loki and his mother, Frigga, have been working hard to find out how the Jotuns got into Asgard during Thor's crowning ceremony. After some digging, the mother and son duo found that one of the palace's Vanir sorcerers, who happened to be skilled in the art of magic, allowed them entry in exchange for a few artifacts that the frost giants had on hand. Vanir are those in Asgard that are born with the innate ability to wield magic. There are two races that dominate Asgard and the Vanir happens to be one of them. The Aesir are the other half. Where the Vanir are more suitable towards magic, the Aesir are natural-born warriors. A low to mid-level Aesir has the capability to match Captain America in strength. Of course, this all hinges on them actually working hard and building up toward that amount of power. Let's get back on track. After finding the man that helped the Jotuns get in, Frigga and Loki used their magical abilities and a bit of torture to get all the information they needed. And while his mother was using this information to fix the holes in Asgard's defenses, Loki snuck off to speak to the Jotuns without her knowledge. My men are dead and I have no casket. You are a deceiver. Laufey lashes out, grabbing him around the throat, but Loki calmly stands his ground. You have no idea what I am. Loki says as his skin begins to turn blue. The blueness spreads across his face as Laufey and the guards stare in shock. Hello, father. Loki says with a grin. Loki has known about his status as an adopted child for a while now. Frigga, being the caring mother that she is, knew that Loki was a smart boy and would find out sooner or later. Knowing this, she pleaded with her husband to sit Loki down and explain things together, but Odin was a stubborn man that didn't see the need to do such a thing. In his eyes, Loki was his son. Adopted or not it didn't matter, which is why he thought that telling him would be useless and possibly cause pointless drama. Seeing that her husband didn't understand, Frigga spent a day with a much younger Loki and explained everything, sneakily going against her husband and King's wishes. Upon seeing this, Laufey releases Loki with a look of complete and utter surprise on his face. Stepping back a few steps from his biological father's rather huge form, Loki fixes his clothes as his body turns back to normal. Intrigued, Laufey sizes up his newfound son. Ah, the bastard son. It's all coming back to me now. I thought Odin had killed you. That's what I would have done. He's as weak as you are. Laufey scowls in disgust. I'm no longer weak. I now rule Asgard, until Odin awakens. Perhaps you should not have so carelessly abandoned me, Loki says with a look of contempt. Or perhaps it was the wisest choice I've ever made. Laufey says as he pauses for a moment. I will hear what you have to offer. At novel bin at. Good, now we're getting somewhere. Loki says with an overly dramatic sigh. I will conceal you and a handful of your soldiers, lead you into my father's chambers, and let you slay him where he sleeps. The throne will be mine, and you will have the casket. La Fei studies his long-lost son's face, looking for any sort of deception but found none. Too bad he didn't know who he was dealing with exactly. Loki could convince mathematicians that 1 + 1 = 3 and they'd eat it up with smiles on their faces. Why would you do this? La Fei asks with a raised eyebrow. When all is said and done, we will have a permanent peace between our two worlds. Then I, the bastard son, will have accomplished what Odin and Thor never could. Loki says with a trademark evil smirk. Silence filled the rundown temple before La Fei started to chuckle in a low rumble. This is a great day for Jotunheim. Asgard is finally ours. La Fei proclaims. No, Asgard is mine. Loki corrects before the Jotuns could get too far ahead of themselves. The rest of the 9 realms will be yours, as long as you do as you're told. La Fei stops laughing as the joyous atmosphere melts away. The king of Jotunheim considers Loki's words for a moment before opening his mouth once again. I accept. After receiving their apology from Thor, Peter and Tony invited the fallen Asgardian king to eat dinner with them. He was reluctant at first, as Thor was already reprimanded multiple times for slacking off on the job, but they soon found out that Thor's first work shift at the diner had come to an end. You're done for the day, darling. A waitress, who seemed to be overlooking Thor throughout the day, said as she ran off to continue her work. As soon as Thor heard those beautiful words, his shoulders slumped down in relaxation as a small smile graced his lips. He just finished his first day of actual work. Never in his entire life has Thor even lifted a finger to clean up after someone else or wait on them hand and foot. He was the one getting waited on and needing the cleanup, not the other way around. Hell, Thor hasn't even cooked his own food before. The palace in Asgard had teams of cooks that would provide him with the most luxurious of feasts, yet they had him in the kitchen cooking for mortals today. Don't use that word anymore. Thor reprimanded himself internally. Though he did feel an odd sense of accomplishment as soon as his work ended for the day. Thor hated every one moment, but he powered through it and worked hard. Even after multiple failures, he never gave up. I worked a human job today, Thor thought as he sat down at the booth with Tony and Peter. I wonder what Loki would think. You truly mix well with those mortals, brother. Thor laughed inwardly as he imagined what his brother would say. After ordering their food, Peter was the one to break the silence at the table. So, I heard from the waitress that you came here with a group of people a few days ago. How did you meet them? Peter asks, wondering if Thor would still fall in love with Jane after all of his meddling. With that question, Thor started to explain how he got hit by a car upon exiting the Bifrost and the humans he met on that day. He didn't seem to show any lovey-dicey signs when talking about Jane, but Peter wasn't exactly an expert when it came to these things. After eating their fill and talking about minor things, Tony suggests that they go out to drink. Tony and Thor were all for it, but Peter wasn't really interested. The mask makes eating and drinking impossible for him anyway. Peter didn't even get to eat dinner with them, so drinking didn't sound very interesting either. Come on, it'll be fun. Tony pleaded as he tried his best to convince his spidery friend to join them. We have to celebrate Thor's first day on the job anyway. Yes, we must drink to a good day's work. Thor joined in, ready to drink until all of his problems fade away. Fine. Peter agreed with a heavy amount of reluctance in his voice. Sitting on stools at the bar of a local place down the street from Thor's job, Thor and Tony drank themselves stupid while Peter sat by and enjoyed the show. I had it all backward. I had it all wrong. Thor spills all of his woes as he gulps down his 12th pint of beer. Peter watched him with interest. Due to being completely sober and alcohol-free, Peter became the babysitter of 2 very wasted man-children. You know, it's not a bad thing to find out that you don't have all the answers. Because that's when you start asking the right questions. Tony says as he knocks back yet another shot of tequila, somehow even more intoxicated than Thor. Thor takes in all of Tony's drunken wisdom and starts drinking another beer before speaking again. For the first time in my life, I have no idea what I'm supposed to do, Thor says as he looks at Peter and points to the hammer on the bar in front of him. I lost Mjolnir, I lost my powers, I can't go home, and worst of all, my father is dead and it's all my fault. Thor admits everything to Peter and Tony as he downs the rest of his pint and slams the glass back down onto the bar top. Thankfully, he didn't break the thing. I'm sorry to hear that. What was he like? Peter asks, not knowing how to explain that Odin is alive. At least he should be. Father was a patient, just, and wise king. Thor says as he stares down at the bottom of his empty glass. If only I was the tiniest sliver of the man he was, then I wouldn't be here and he wouldn't be dead. Then strive to embody those characteristics and make his memory proud. Your father may be gone, but you can be a better man to the people that were left behind. Be a better son, brother, person, king. Peter says as Thor's grip on his empty glass tightens. You can't go back and fix the past, but you can move forward and make a better future. Silence filled the group as Tony took another shot and slammed it down on the bar top as well. And that's why he's Spider-Man? Saving the world one drunk bastard at a time. Tony says as he pats Thor on the back a few times. It'll be alright, big guy. My daddy's dead too. Okay, I think Tony's had enough. Peter says as he turns to the bartender and hands over $100 bill. Let's cut him off for the night. Hey, I can still. Whoa. Tony stands up and tries to argue, but soon gets dizzy and sits back down. Hey, I know you, man. An intimidating yet drunk group of locals enter the bar and one of them calls out to Peter's group. "You're Spider-Man. Don't be an idiot. Spider-Man would never come to this sh*tty town. He's just a fake." Another calls out, which riles up the group of drunkards. As the group approaches, belligerent and looking for a fight, Peter could smell the heavy scent of liquor following them. He doesn't like where this was going. "You think it's funny impersonating a superhero?" Someone in the group calls out as they surround Peter's group at the bar. "What a bunch of violent idiots." Peter couldn't help but think with an annoyed look under his mask. "We have no quarrel with you." Thor turns and addresses the drunken mob. "Leave us to our drinks and we'll leave you to yours. You should shut the hell up, princess." A random drunk calls out to Thor. "Run back home, little princess." The words that started his downfall in Jotunheim ring out in Thor's head upon hearing this. Thor's fists tighten as he takes a sharp breath inward. Peter looks over at Thor, concerned that he's going to lose it. Though, to his surprise, he remains unaffected by the drunken mob's baiting. "I will not fight," Thor says as he is now a changed man. "Leave us be." As Thor says this, Mjolnir pulses and lights up for a third time before dimming down once again. Peter couldn't help but shake his head at this. "You're really getting ready to leave me so soon, huh?" Peter thought as he looked at his temporary hammer. "Then it'll be easier to kick your ass." Another dumb *SS says as the group laughs amongst themselves. Out of nowhere, Tony stands up and steps in front of the mob of drunken fools. "Ladies and gentlemen, let the bar fight begin." Tony speaks like an announcer at a boxing match as he winds his arm back and sucker punches the closest guy, knocking him out as he hits the floor. "I guess I will fight," Thor mutters as he can't just leave his new friend to fight a whole group of drunkards alone. The sounds of breaking wood and glass could be heard from the bar as Thor and Tony issue out a well-deserved beatdown. Peter, on the other hand, just sat at the bar and watched the fighting. He wouldn't get involved unless they needed his help, and by the way things were looking, he wouldn't have to get up. "You going to help your friends?" the bartender asks Peter without much worry. He was far too used to this group of local idiots coming in and causing trouble. "Nah, they got it." The bright mid-afternoon sun shone through the windows of a small living room. The whole place was trashed with pizza boxes, beer bottles, and shot glasses. Even some questionable stains could be spotted all across the carpet as well. Two men could be seen sleeping huddled together on the same couch, which also happened to have a few stains on them as well. Beer stains to be exact. If someone were to take a picture and post this image online, the world would wonder why Iron Man was sleeping in the arms of a muscle-bound blonde man. Camera flash. That was about to become a reality, as a blue and red spider-themed man took the perfect photo. "I'm posting this on Instagram." Peter mutters as he instantly posts it without an ounce of shame. "It's what they deserve." A voice called out from the kitchen. Turning, Peter could see Jane Foster standing there in her pajamas with a cup of coffee in hand. Last night, after drinking themselves stupid and getting into a bar fight, Thor ended up dragging them to meet his current love interest, Jane Foster. And boy was she surprised when the crazy yet handsome man she met and hit with her car showed up unannounced in the middle of the night, and to make matters even more shocking, he brought Spider-Man and Tony Stark along as well. Jane wanted nothing more than to kick them out and go to bed, but how could she possibly turn two living superheroes away? So, Thor and Tony brought their two-man party to Jane's living room, while Peter and Jane supervised and tried their best to keep them under control. It didn't take Jane long to get used to Peter and Tony's presence, as she was too busy keeping her living room intact to worry about anything else. "Ugh, my head," Tony muttered in pain as the light from the window hit his eyes, waking him from his drunken slumber. As soon as Tony noticed the big strong manly arms wrapped around him, he freaked and rolled off the couch. "At novel bin at. Bang. Ow, f***ck. Tony yelled as his body and face smacked into the floor. "Morning sunshine," Peter says in a loud and excited fashion. Please, for the love of God stop talking," Tony says as he holds his aching head. "Quiet." Thor begins to stir awake from all the commotion. "Are all of you humans this loud in the morning?" Although Thor would usually be able to wake up on the day after a drunken bender without much consequence, the godlike king of Asgard was currently powerless, so he felt everything that Tony was feeling at this very moment. How do these mortals deal with this? My mouth is completely dry and my head is killing me, Thor thought and instantly reprimanded himself for using the M word. "Good morning, Your Royal Highness," Jane says loud enough to make Thor flinch. She just had to get her revenge for everything that happened last night. "Lady Jane," Thor asks in realization as he turns to see her standing in the kitchen. "What are you doing here?" "This is my place," she replies and takes a sip of her coffee. "Well, it's a rental. I'm only staying here for research purposes." "Right," Thor mutters as he turns to see Tony stand up from the floor. "How did we get here?" "You're asking the wrong guy. I was just as drunk as you last night," Tony says as he walks over to the windows and starts closing the blinds one by one. That's better. You wanted us to meet who you called the fair maiden Lady Jane Foster, so here we are. You guys drank, ordered pizza, and did your very best to trash the place," Peter says. Tony paced into the kitchen and started drinking water directly from the sink's tap. "I'll pay for the damages," Tony says as he stops drinking for only a moment before going right back at it again. "Yeah, you will." Jane nods matter-of-factly. "I also charge a steep babysitting fee." Tony doesn't even stop drinking as he gives her a thumbs up, not caring about how much he had to pay. "You have a child," Thor was instantly alarmed, not understanding the joke. No, she means you and Tony. Peter says as Thor comes down. Knock knock. Jane, are you ready? We need to get going if we want to make our flight. A man's voice calls out from the front door. Flight. Thor questioned as Jane opens the front door, and in walked her research partner Professor Eric Selvig and assistant Darcy Lewis. Selvig is an older man with grey hair, while Darcy is a dark-haired woman that seemed to be a few years younger than Jane. What the hell happened here? Darcy asked as she saw the wrecked living room with Thor still on the couch. Thor. Hello. Thor said as they entered the room. What are you? Darcy begins to ask but stops in her tracks as she turns to see Spider-Man and Tony Stark standing in the kitchen. What are the Avengers doing here? Did you commit a crime? Of course not. They're friends with Thor. Jane denies the accusation immediately as she points at Thor. What? The crazy guy that you hit with your car is friends with Spider-Man. Darcy says in absolute disbelief. I'm not a crazy man. Thor refutes as he stands up and walks to the kitchen, taking Tony's place at the sink as he downs as much water as possible. While everyone was settling in and Darcy got her autographs, Selvig spoke up. Jane, unless you want to stay in New Mexico, we have a flight to catch. He says as he motions toward his watch. You're leaving? Thor asks after Tony explained what a flight was. Yeah, those men in black, whatever they are. They took all of my research and even if I stay to try and build it all back up from scratch, they'll just come and take it all away again. Jane says sadly as she stares down at her coffee mug. You mean S.H.I.E.L.D.? Peter asks. I think that's what they called themselves. Selvig says with a nod. I can get your research back for you, but you'll have to miss your flight. Peter says, getting a happy smile from Thor, who didn't want Jane to leave. You can really do that? Jane asks in hope. Sure, I know the big boss of S.H.I.E.L.D., so I can just call and ask. He shouldn't have a problem with you getting your stuff back. Peter says as he takes out his phone and sends Fury a text and received a reply only seconds later. There, he said he'll have some men bring your stuff back to your workplace later today. That was easy. Darcy mutters. He's Spider-Man, Tony says as he opens the fridge and starts looking for some food but found nothing appetizing. He could call up anyone and ask for a favor and they'd most likely say yes without thinking, but enough of that. I need food. Yes? I could go for a feast as well, my friend. Thor agreed as he was in the same position as Tony. After deciding to stay and cancel their flight plans, everyone decided to go out and get some food, as both Thor and Tony were hungover and starving. As they were eating at the same diner once again, some oddly dressed characters made their way down the street. 4 towering warriors in intricate Asgardian armor walked down the center of the road, obstructing traffic along the way, though they didn't seem to understand that they were doing so. These warriors are the Warriors 3, Hagun, Fondrel, and Volstagg, alongside the beautiful and deadly Lady Sif. Townsfolk stared in wonder at the 4 warriors, as they strolled down the street in all their Asgardian splendor. A group of children in a nearby park hit a baseball, which happens to roll under a parked car. One kid runs to retrieve it, but couldn't reach it no matter how hard he tried. Suddenly, the side of the car rises into the air. The boy looks over with his mouth dropping open at what he sees. Volstagg easily holds the car up with one hand. Volstagg picks up the boy's ball and drops the car back down, handing the ball back to the boy and pats his head. There you go, lad. He says as he walks off with the other Asgardians, leaving a shocked child behind. Is it just me, or does Earth look a little different to you? Volstagg asks as he takes in the surroundings. It has been 1,000 years. Sif replies as they keep walking. Things change so fast here. You leave for a millennium, and it's like the whole neighborhood's gone. Volstagg remarks. Maybe we should split. Sif says but stops as she sees a familiar mane of golden locks through a nearby window. Inside the diner, Thor was eating and talking animatedly with Jane, doing his best to woo her when suddenly there was a knock on the window to his left. Turning their heads, the group saw what appeared to be some sort of cosplayers outside waving at Thor with smiles on their faces. My friends. Asgard. Loki stands with Gungnir in hand, surveying his kingdom from one of the many balconies on Asgard's royal palace, when an Einherjar guard quickly approaches him, out of breath from rushing through the palace halls. The Einherjar are a group of Asgardian warriors that serve as the army of Asgard and are the warrior class of its society. They are tasked with protecting Asgard and quelling conflicts within the 9 realms. My liege, the Warriors 3 and the Lady Sif have gone missing. The armored warrior states. Loki's eyes narrow towards the rainbow bridge in the distance, knowing exactly who is responsible for this. Gathering some soldiers, the king of Asgard made his way straight to the prime suspect. Approaching Heimdall on the rainbow bridge with a small army of Einherjar guards at his back, Loki stands menacingly before the all-seeing gatekeeper of Asgard, who doesn't even flinch upon seeing the forces surrounding him. Tell me, Loki, how did you get the Jotuns into Asgard? Heimdall asks in an accusatory tone. I had nothing to do with the attempted robbery of the weapons vault. Though there are secret paths between worlds to which even you with all your gifts are blind to. Of course, I have no use for them anymore, now that I'm king. Loki says truthfully, knowing that he wouldn't be believed. And as king, I say, for your act of treason, you are relieved of your duties as gatekeeper of Asgard. Your citizenship has also been revoked. Then I need no longer obey you. Heimdall raises his massive sword and strides toward Loki. Before he could get too close, the army of guards slam the butts of their spears onto the ground and swiftly point them in the direction of the former gatekeeper in unison. Although this causes Heimdall to stop his advance, the confident look in his eagle-like eyes doesn't lessen for a single second. Not wanting to lose any of his men in a fight with one of Asgard's most skilled warriors, Loki reaches out with both hands and takes hold of something invisible, which was hovering in midair before him. As it quickly fades into view, Heimdall is shocked to see the casket of ancient winters appear in Loki's grasp. The blueness creeps from his hands and up his arms, as Loki opens the casket towards Heimdall, who is standing still in the center of dozens of spears. From inside the casket, all hell breaks loose. The fury in the casket is instantly unleashed as its winds screamed. Ice, snow, and darkness come flying straight toward Heimdall. An icy chill covers his body, freezing him slowly but surely. The guards keep him from moving forward as the casket completely freezes Heimdall into a living icy statue. You may return to your duties. Loki shoos away the guards as he closes the casket and vanishes it once again. As the guards ran off, leaving only Loki and a frozen Heimdall behind, Loki inserts Gungnir into the observatory's control panel and opens the Bifrost. With a single gesture, the destroyer appears before him, a fiery glow rising within it, as it turns its head toward its king. Ensure that my idiot brother and his friends do not return. I can't have them ruining my plans. My friends. Thor happily races out of the diner to greet his comrades. Peter follows him out with Tony following closely behind, both interested in meeting the warriors 3 and Sif. Especially when they find out that Peter has all of Thor's powers. I don't believe it. Who are they? He can't have been telling the truth. Jane and her group were shocked and in denial. They still didn't believe that Thor was the banished king of an alien race of godlike beings. Though they would believe soon enough. My friends, I've never been happier to see anyone, but you shouldn't have come. Thor says, knowing that he deserves his exile. We're here to take you home. Sif reveals. Jane did not appear melancholy upon hearing the news of Thor leaving. She wanted to spend more time with the big muscle head. You know I can't. My father is dead because of me. I must remain in exile. Thor says woefully, causing his fellow Asgardians to exchange puzzled looks. Thor, your father still lives. Volstagg says, wondering why Thor thought Odin was dead. But, Loki said. Upon uttering these 3 simple words, Thor knew exactly where he went wrong. He lied. Believing in his brother, Loki, will always be Thor's greatest downfall. Thor, why does this oddly dressed mortal have your hammer? Sif asks as she points to Peter, who walked over with Mjolnir in hand. Yo. Peter says with a wave of his hammer. I'm Spider-Man. Yo. One of the warriors 3 repeats in confusion. Father Playston. Thor tried to explain, but before he could get into it, the Bifrost storm began to form in the distance. Was somebody else coming? Tony asks as the Bifrost funnel shoots down to the ground only 20 yards away. As the funnel disappears, a large metal armor-like robot appears in the middle of the road. After witnessing the very odd event ending with the appearance of a killer robot, every sane person within the area started running and driving in the opposite direction as fast as they possibly could. What's the destroyer doing here? Thor exclaims in alarm as the metal automaton marches in his direction. Oh, now this just got interesting. Tony says as he presses a button on his watch. Tony is never too far away from his Iron Man suit. Merely seconds after hitting the button on his watch, a large missile comes flying over from out of town and hits the ground in front of him. As the dust cleared from the impact, Tony was already suited up in his red and gold armor. When his mask slammed down into place, hiding his face, the Asgardians next to him couldn't help but gawk at such a magnificent set of armor. Midgard certainly is different. Volstagg mutters, as even in Asgard this kind of armor would be impossible to find. I'll take the first round if you don't mind. Tony's metallic voice fills the air. Sure, have at it. Peter says as he spins Mjolnir in hand. Though, I call second round. I haven't been able to test out this baby to its fullest extent just yet. You got it, webhead. Tony says as his hands and feet light up and he shoots toward the incoming robot. Turning to the side, Peter could see Thor looking intently at Mjolnir. Unless you think you're worthy. Peter remarks as he drops the hammer at Thor's feet, which causes the sidewalk to crack in a spiderweb pattern. What does he mean by that? One of the warriors 3 asks in confusion, wondering why Thor would need to be worthy. Clang! A loud metallic banging sound fills the street as Tony's metal fist collided with the destroyer's fiery face. The force of the punch sends the Asgardian robot reeling backward but doesn't knock the thing off its feet. You're a hefty piece of machinery, aren't you? Tony comments after scanning it and seeing that it wasn't alive. Let's blow you up and see what happens. I'll use your scraps to update my suit. While Tony was shooting missiles at the destroyer and laying waste to any nearby structures, Thor stares down at Mjolnir with a look of uncertainty. After a few more explosions went off as he watched the retreating forms of the nearby weak and frightened humans, Thor's resolve grew as he became determined to fight. Hammer or no hammer. Powers or no powers. Mortal or not, Thor would do his best to protect these people. Leave this town now, Thor says as he turns to look Jane in the eyes. Get yourself and your friends to safety. What about you? She asks worriedly. I must stay and fight. Only the king of Asgard can command the destroyer, which means my brother is the one who sent it. It's my responsibility. Thor explains. Before Jane could argue back, Thor turned to his Asgardian comrades. I'm still a warrior, and I will fight by your side. Thor exclaims as he stares down at Mjolnir. Good luck. Peter says, feeling that this is the moment he loses exclusive use of Mjolnir. It was good while it lasted. Bending down as Tony clashes with the destroyer, Thor reaches out and grips the handle of Mjolnir with a single hand. I can do this, Asgard Bifrost. La Fey alongside two towering frost giant warriors appear out of the Bifrost and step onto the golden platform. As the enemies of Asgard arrived, their skeptical and wary looks instantly disappeared. After all, Loki could have used this opportunity to send him and his men into a nearby sun, or perhaps slaughter them with surprise and numbers upon their arrival. Loki may be Laufey's son, but he was not raised as such. In the Jotun King's eyes, Loki was an Asgardian and that wouldn't change. Though perhaps he was a trustworthy Asgardian, as the only person that was there to welcome their arrival was Loki. Not a single Asgardian soldier was in sight. The godlike trickster pulled Gungnir from the control panel, ceasing the activation of the Bifrost. Father, welcome to Asgard. As Peter watched Thor bend down and grasp the handle of Mjolnir with a resigned look on his face, thunderous clouds fill the sky at an abnormal rate. Seeing these clouds, Peter knew that his time with Mjolnir was over, but he wasn't angry or resentful about it. This was inevitable and Peter would rather have a lightning-powered Thor fighting at his back than anything else. It wasn't my power to begin with, Peter thought as he watched Thor lift Mjolnir over his head as multiple strands of lightning converged above and formed one bolt, which cracked downwards and struck the hammer. When the bright flash from the lightning cleared, Jane and her group were instantly convinced that Thor's ramblings were, in fact, true. Instantly, Thor's normal clothes were swapped with his trademark golden Asgardian armor, accented by a sleek red cape. A look of pure happiness filled Thor's face as a single tear fell from his eye. He missed this feeling dearly. Bringing Mjolnir to his face, he smirked victoriously as lightning flowed around the hammer. Thor was truly happy to finally reunite with his powers and trusted weapon. Finally whole again. Upon seeing this, Peter smiled as well, feeling good about the way he handled things. I could have kept Mjolnir if I really wanted to, but this is a far better outcome. Although Odin made it so the hammer would default back to Thor once he learned his lesson, Peter could think of multiple ways to keep it within his grasp. The simplest of these ideas was to kill Thor, which would be especially easy as he was immortal only moments earlier. Without the person that it's supposed to default back toward, Mjolnir would be his. At least until someone more worthy comes along. Of course, Peter isn't a villainous person so he would never do such a thing. The hammer probably wouldn't choose a wielder that would do such a thing in the first place. Oh my god. Jane mutters as she looks Thor up and down with a heated gaze. That smirk only grew as Thor turned to see the woman he was interested in, eyeing him like a juicy piece of meat. Winking flirtatiously at his love interest, Thor turns to Peter, full of gratitude. Thank you, my friend. Thor says as his grip tightens on Mjolnir. It's a hard thing to give up such power. You have my respect, man-spider. Don't worry about it. Peter says with a shrug. Bring me over to Asgard sometime and we're even. I want a tour of the place as well. Peter would ask for a replacement weapon from Nidavellir later on, and if Thor or his family are reluctant, then Peter can always portal there and ask the dwarves himself. I'm sure I can pay them for their services in some way. Peter thought hopefully. Of course. Thor laughs with open arms. I will invite all of my Midgardian friends for a feast upon my return. Boom. As Thor was celebrating the return of his powers, the last of Tony's explosives went off, shrouding the destroyer in smoke from the blast. By this point, all civilians have already left the area. Tony fought in a way that kept the destroyer pinned to one area, leaving room and time for the bystanders to hightail it out of there. Before the smoke could clear, a single fiery red and orange beam shot out and collided with Tony's armored chest, sending him flying back towards Peter, who ducked out of the way. Asterisk shatter, crash, asterisk. As Tony's red and gold form flew past Peter, he smashed into the big glass window of the diner and only stopped when he hit the table they were eating at only minutes earlier, breaking it to pieces while sending food and drink everywhere. It looks like it's time for round 2. Peter says as Tony gets up and starts brushing food off of his suit. At novel bin at. As the smoke clears, a pristine destroyer could be seen standing in the middle of a small crater at the center of the road. Damn, that thing is sturdy. Tony comments as he walks out of the diner with some food stains left over on his armor. I'll take it from here. Thor announces as he strides down the street towards the destroyer, no longer defenseless. You want any help? Peter asks but before Thor could answer, his Asgardian comrades step forward. We can handle it. Sif says as she and the warriors 3 form up behind Thor, following him into battle. It's good to have you back, Thor. Volstagg states as he pats his true king and friend on the shoulder. You as well, my friends. Thor says as lightning begins to dance all over his body, his eyes never leaving the destroyer's ominous figure. Brother, for whatever I have done to wrong you, whatever I have done to lead you to do this, I am truly sorry. Though this world has done nothing to you, they are innocent. Thor says as he inches closer and closer to the destroyer, knowing his brother could hear his every word. Lifting Mjolnir into the air, lightning strikes down from the clouds and hits the destroyer. It convulses and falls to one knee as Thor swings Mjolnir around, launching himself off and up into the air. As the destroyer gets back on its feet and looks up at the sky, where Thor was surrounded by clouds and high wind, debris from the earlier battle began to rise into the air. The destroyer stayed there in the crater, kept grounded by its massive weight as wind launches debris all around. It lifts its head up, opens its faceplate, and unleashes a fiery blast in Thor's direction. Not fearing anything now that he has his powers back, Thor dives downward straight at it, holding Mjolnir in front of him. Mjolnir collides with the destroyer's fiery energy beam as the two forces meet midair. After only a few seconds, Thor and Mjolnir start to gain some ground, overpowering and pushing the destroyer's blast back, forcing the beam downwards at the destroyer. Thor slams his hammer down onto the side of the destroyer's head, knocking the behemoth off its feet. The warriors 3 and Lady Sif were ready and surrounded the downed destroyer, pinning it down by its arms and legs. The destroyers flailed and pushed against the weight that kept it pinned to the ground, lifting Thor's friends momentarily as they barely keep the giant automaton from returning to its feet. As if angered, the destroyer starts firing off its fiery face beam into the open sky, tearing through the thunderclouds wherever it blasted. Landing beside his friends, Thor made his way to the head, looking down at the destroyer as if it were a dying animal. Arriving at the head of the Asgardian robot, Thor wins his hammer back and smashes it down into its open faceplate, jamming the hammer deep into the destroyer's head. Retreat. Thor calls out to his friends. Leaving Mjolnir behind, for the time being, Thor and his fellow Asgardians run for cover. With the weight off of its body, the destroyer could finally get back up to its feet, but sadly, it was already too late. Not being able to escape due to Mjolnir, the fiery energy within the automaton builds up inside of its body and explodes within it, firing out of every orifice of its metal body. Although there was an explosion, the destroyer was completely intact as it fell to the ground without a single piece missing. The fiery energy within it was completely extinguished, leaving the metal robot lifeless like a puppet without strings. Walking over, Thor pulls Mjolnir from its faceplate and leaves its lifeless carcass in the crater. Heimdall, open the Bifrost. Thor calls out, ready to return home and find out all the damage his brother has caused. No reply. Heimdall, open the Bifrost. He yells a bit louder this time, but once again, nothing happens. Asgard prison. Heimdall, open the Bifrost. In a cramped prison cell, Heimdall stood frozen like a large armored popsicle as Thor's voice rang out in his head. Although the former gatekeeper of Asgard was frozen solid, he could still see and hear as he usually does. Nothing escapes his all-seeing eyes and ears. Unless, of course, some sort of magic was in place to do so, as Loki did when he visited Jotunheim. Sadly, although he could see, Heimdall was unable to move and follow the orders given to him by the rightful king of Asgard. Even if he could thaw himself, getting out of this prison and maneuver past the countless guards was practically impossible. He could only watch and listen as the events around him took place, completely powerless to act. He would open it if he could. I fear the worst, Thor says as he looks at the others with concern. Then we're trapped here forever. Volstagg comments in defeat. There was only one way in and out of Asgard, and that was through the Bifrost. At least that they knew of. If Heimdall wouldn't or couldn't open the pathway, then they would remain trapped on Earth for the foreseeable future. Then I suppose we'd best start settling into our new lives. Fondrel looks to Darcy flirtatiously, turning on the charm. Are all Earth maidens as fair as you? A feline smile forms on Darcy's lips as she enjoys the attention. Jane couldn't be the only one with a handsome alien suitor after all. No, you're in the presence of greatness, Darcy answered in a conceited tone. Heimdall. Thor ignores the talking around him and shouts back up to the sky. Is he not able to open it? Peter thought as once again nothing happened. Peter wasn't sure exactly when it would happen, but he could swear that the Bifrost should have shot down by now. As Thor began to realize that he may not be able to return home, Tony snuck away from the group and made his way to the lifeless destroyer. You are a beauty, aren't you? Tony thought as his HUD scanned the downed automaton. I'm going to rip you apart, learn everything about you, and use you to upgrade my suit. While the inner mad scientist in Tony was boiling over to the surface, Thor finally gave up calling for Heimdall, knowing that something had to be wrong. Looks like we have more time to ourselves, my love. Fondrel was really laying it on thick with Darcy. Ignoring the newfound couple that was forming, Peter turned to Thor, who was filled with a growing feeling of dread. Should I portal them to Asgard? Peter thought as he wondered if he could do such a thing. Peter has never portaled outside of Earth, and wasn't even sure if he could open a portal to somewhere in a random portion of space without coordinates or something. Yeah, he can open a portal to places he's never been on Earth, but at least he has an idea of where they are. Hence how he opened a portal to Mount Everest without ever visiting the place before. He knew it was in the Himalayan mountain range, which is located between Nepal and Tibet. Using those parameters, Peter could sort of triangulating the location and open a portal exactly where he wanted. With Asgard on the other hand, he's only ever seen the place in movies from his past life. Peter doesn't know the spatial coordinates, galaxy, nearest star, or even which side of the universe it was on. Now that he truly thought about it, Peter knew for a fact that he wouldn't be able to open a portal to Asgard even if he wanted to, which he most certainly does. Well, *T. Peter thought as he turned to see a familiar bald head in the distance. You've certainly made a mess of things, haven't you? The Ancient One comments, surprising everyone as they jump into action, ready to fight once again. She tends to watch a lot of Peter's major life events, especially since these events tend to align with her most favored timeline. At first, the Ancient One didn't want to reveal herself, but then the words of her most favorite student played in her mind. You don't have to die. The more covert way to handle this situation would be to simply portal over to the Rainbow Bridge in Asgard and open the Bifrost for Thor. She could be in and out without a single person knowing. Not Odin nor Heimdall would see a thing. Obviously, she didn't do that, and truthfully she didn't know why. Yes, her student's words may have swayed her judgment, but he was young and reckless. The flaws in his argument were countless, yet she felt the overwhelming need to just give in and trust her student. Does this mean you've decided to join the Avengers, teacher? Peter asks with a smirk, confusing all those around him, especially the people that know him. In his point of view, if she was willing to reveal herself to all of these people, then she was starting to see things his way. I haven't decided. The Ancient One says as she waves her hand, conjuring a portal right between Peter and Thor. You're welcome. Without another word, the Ancient One disappeared as if she were never there in the first place. Who was that? Tony asks as he walks over, dragging the carcass of the destroyer behind him. My teacher. You'll meet her again soon enough. Peter says cryptically, gesturing to the portal next to him. Thanks to her, we have a way into Asgard. Looking into the portal, Thor grins as he can see the familiar image of the Rainbow Bridge on the other side, while those that weren't used to seeing Peter's portals looked on in amazement as they studied the portal in awe. Turning to the beautiful Lady Jane, Thor takes her hand and kisses it tenderly. Jane looks up at him with fear-filled eyes, as if she may never see him again. Whatever fate lies before me, you are part of it, Thor states as he lovingly takes her into his arms and leans down to kiss her on the lips. When the farewells were said and done, the Asgardians ventured through the portal, leaving the Earthlings behind. I'm going to explore a bit. Peter gave everyone a quick wave and dashed into the portal behind them. Before Tony could decide whether he should do the same, the portal snapped shut. Whatever, Tony thought as he grabbed the destroyer by the foot and dragged it down the barren street. I have to go and dissect this thing anyway. Asgard Palace. Odin lies unmoving in his healing bed, sleeping as still as a corpse due to his Odin sleep. Odin sleep is a state of deep sleep that Odin periodically enters to recharge his Odin force, the magical energy that gives him his power. While in Odin sleep, Odin is left utterly vulnerable, though he is aware of what transpires, not only around him but throughout the entire universe. His loving wife and queen, Frigga, sat at his bedside, watching over him at all times. There's a reason that Loki has been able to rule with complete impunity since his unofficial crowning as king. That's because his mother barely ever left Odin's side during his Odin sleep. Suddenly, Frigga started to hear some shuffling outside, followed by grunts and the sound of armored guards falling to the ground. Jumping into action, Frigga waves her hand, which activated the security measures on the doors, locking them tightly. Grabbing a nearby sword, she expertly unsheathed it and cast a quick spell upon the blade in preparation. Asterisk bang, 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 asterisk. Soon, the doors begin to shake as whoever was outside tried to forcefully enter the room. Although the door was locked tight, it didn't hold for longer than a few minutes before the doors broke open and an armored frost giant warrior bursts in. Without an ounce of hesitation, Frigga swings her sword toward the blue towering intruder, cleaving into his shoulder. Ugh! The Jotun grunts in pain as the sword sliced through his armor and into his flesh. Just as he was about to retaliate against the Asgardian queen, an excruciating burning feeling filled the frost giant's body. Ah! The blue warrior screamed in pain as his icy body began to ignite and burn from the inside out. It was as though someone was pumping molten lava into his bloodstream, which was especially horrible for a creature built for the cold like a Jotun. Within a few seconds the screaming stopped and the frost giant's charred body fell to the floor in a burning and bleeding heap. Yanking the spelled sword from the Jotun warrior's fiery copse, Frigga turned to the open doors and found something she didn't expect to see. Loki. As Thor and his trusted companions step out of the portal and arrive in Asgard, Thor walks slowly to the doorway and looks dazed at the beautiful city on the other side of the Rainbow Bridge. He couldn't help but marvel at his home and feel a fond sense of nostalgia from the view. It hasn't even been a week since he was banished, yet his home seemed to have a new shine to it that Thor never seemed to notice before. He truly appreciated his home world. Before his banishment, Thor would have walked past this view without a second thought, thinking nothing of his home, but now that's all changed. The luster of Asgard shined before his very eyes. I'm home, Thor thought as the warriors three joined him in the doorway. Are you all right? Sif asks as she places a comforting hand on Thor's shoulder. Why yes. Thor answers with a stutter as he snaps out of his dazed state. We should get to the palace. Heimdall isn't at his post, which means Loki may be up to something. Mind if I tag along? A foreign voice startled the Asgardians, causing them to draw their weapons and snap to attention. When they turned to find out who was speaking, Peter stepped into the room as the portal closed behind him. Yo, Peter says with a wave as he admires the place. Man Spider, why are you here? Thor asks as they all lower their weapons. I couldn't miss the opportunity to see an advanced alien civilization, so I hopped in the portal before it closed. Peter says as he walks up to Thor and admires the view of the city behind him. At novel bin at. Whistle. Damn, that is some beautiful architecture. Peter comments as he admired everything from the city skyline to the mountains and the waterfalls that seemed to drop out into space. This place is a flat earther's heaven, isn't it? Asgard wasn't a planet like most places. No, it was a legitimate disc-shaped flat earth in the middle of space with waterfalls dropping off into the empty void of space. I don't know what a flat earther is, but yes, Asgard is a very beautiful place. Thor smiles, happy that his newfound friend appreciates the beauty of his home. You don't need to know, Peter says with a shrug. Just some oddballs that think my planet is flat like yours. I see. Thor nods in understanding. After all, every civilization has its fair share of crazies and Asgard was no exception. So, should we get going? Peter says as he motions toward the city. After realizing that they had wasted even more time after Peter's arrival, Thor swings Mjolnir and launches himself into the air toward the city, leaving behind those that couldn't fly. Looks like we're running. Volstagg mutters. Nope, you're running. Peter says as he shoots a web that sticks to Thor's red cape. See ya. Giving the Warriors 3 and Lady Sif a quick wave goodbye, Peter is pulled by Thor's momentum and launches off behind him. As Thor rides the winds over the bridge, speeding towards the palace, Peter holds on tight and admires the city below. Maybe I should buy a house here. Peter thought, wondering if Asgard would allow such a thing. I could always just stay with Thor when I visit. Loki. Frigga exclaims in shock as Loki appears at the doorway to Odin's healing chambers. Take a nap, will you? Her son's voice appeared in her right ear as the Loki at the door faded away like a mirage. Loki somehow appeared behind his mother and grasped the back of her head with a glowing white hand. Instantly, Frigga became extremely lethargic and sleepy, passing out and collapsing into her son's waiting arms. As Loki moved his mother's body out of sight and into a corner behind a convenient pillar, Laufey strolls into the room with a confident smirk on his face. His only remaining frost giant guard followed closely behind, ready to pounce at the nearest enemy that would threaten his king. Seeing the helpless form of his worst enemy, sleeping peacefully in the center of the room, the Jotun king felt that victory was upon him for the first time in a long while. It's said you can still see and hear what transpires around you, even in this state. I hope it's true, so that you may know your death came by the hand of Laufey. Laufey taunts as he walks up to Odin, who was helplessly laying in his bed. Raising his hand, an icy dagger materialized in the palm of Laufey's hand. Seeing this, Loki sneakily maneuvers along the edges of the room and positions himself behind his biological father, careful not to alert the remaining guard to his movements. As Laufey stabs down toward his defenseless enemy, Loki stabs the pointed end of Gungnir into his back and through his icy heart. Immediately, the dagger of ice in Laufey's hand shatters as he coughs up a mouthful of blood, which landed on Odin's chest, staining his clothes. Traitor. Laufey stutters in pain as he turns to look his killer/son in the eyes. Loki watched as the life drained from his biological father's eyes without so much as blinking. As Laufey's lifeless body crashes to the ground, Thor and Peter arrive just in time to see Loki pull Gungnir from the Jotun king's corpse. Know that your death came by the hand of the son of Odin. Loki repeats Laufey's earlier words with a sneer on his face. Enraged by his king's surprising and quick death, the last Jotun in the room materialized a big icy hammer and swung it toward Loki. Suddenly, the warhammer-wielding frost giant stops dead in his tracks and his eyes go wide. Ah! Just like his fellow guard, the last Jotun in the room screamed in agony as his body ignites into flames. After a few moments, the charred frost giant falls to the ground, and his icy hammer shatters into snowy pieces. Standing behind him with an angry look on her face, Frigga pulls her enchanted sword out of the Jotun's back and looks to Loki for answers. My son, what have you done? Frigga asks, not noticing Thor and Peter standing at the door. That's what I would like to know as well. Thor makes his presence known as he walks into the room with Mjolnir in hand. Thor! Frigga exclaims in happiness as she rushes over to Thor and wraps him in her arms. Thor returns his mother's hug, but his eyes remain fixed on his brother and the spear in his hands. Likewise, Loki looks at Mjolnir in his brother's hand with wary eyes. The drama is about to start. Peter thought as he opened a portal to his snack stash and grabbed a bag of popcorn to enjoy the show. Found its way back to you, did it? Loki comments as he gestures toward Mjolnir. No thanks to you. Thor answers back with a bit of sass in his voice. Frigga immediately picks up on the tension building between her sons and tries to figure out what's going on. What does that mean? She asks in confusion. Why don't you tell her, Loki? Tell our mother all about how you told me father was dead and I had killed him? How mother forbade my return because of it? How you sent the destroyer to kill our friends? To kill me? Thor lays out all of his brother's dirty laundry. A faint crunching could be heard in the background from Peter, who was leaning against a wall and shoving popcorn under his mask and into his mouth. Of course, the family drama was too distracting for anyone to notice his behavior. Frigga looks at Loki, alarmed, confused, and looking for answers. I only told it to stop you from returning, nothing more. Loki explains truthfully. Either he wasn't thinking, or he left the command open-ended on purpose, leaving it up to the destroyer to interpret his words. You're a talented liar, brother. Always have been. Thor has been lied to enough and wouldn't believe anything from his brother's mouth anymore. It's good to have you back, brother. Loki says with a smile that soon morphs into complete seriousness. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to destroy Jotunheim. Loki suddenly raises Gungnir and fires it point blank at Thor, launching him out of the open door and down the hallway. Before anything else could happen, Peter had to come to a decision. Do I save Jotunheim or Loki? Maybe both. Do I save Jotunheim or Loki? Maybe both. Peter thought as he had to decide now. At novel bin at. In the first Thor movie, Loki overloads the Bifrost's power in order to destroy Jotunheim and all of its inhabitants. However, Thor destroys the Rainbow Bridge before the realm could be completely destroyed. Of course, partial destruction is probably worse than complete destruction. Jotunheim is already an absolute wasteland of a planet, so who knows how much worse it gets when you add in an apocalypse-level death ray that almost disintegrates the whole place. If Peter were to decide to save Jotunheim, he would have to stop Loki from even starting up the Bifrost in the first place. As for Loki, Peter was even more undecided about saving him. Loki falling from the Rainbow Bridge and through a conveniently placed wormhole is an important moment in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Far more important than any other thing that Peter has changed. Without this one moment, the Earth may not be attacked by the Chitori and Peter would most certainly have a harder time getting his hands on the Mind Stone, as Thanos is supposed to give it to Loki in the form of a spear to aid in his mission to retrieve the Tesseract. Well, the Chitori would probably still come. Peter thought, as that seemed to be the plan even before Loki showed up. The thing that worried Peter the most was the possibility of not getting the Mind Stone. Though there are some positives to saving Loki as well. Peter could gain another member of the Avengers, alongside the gratitude of Odin, who is currently one of the strongest beings in the universe. Though he's old and seems to have a cooldown in the form of Odin's sleep. Peter thought dejectedly. After what felt like hours of thought, Peter came to a shocking decision. This decision surprised even him. *CK it. Let's shake things up a bit, shall we? Peter muttered as Thor collided with a wall at the end of the hallway. I've always felt a bit bad for Loki anyway. Maybe I can help him. Before Thor could get up, Loki tried to use an illusion to sneak off. Right in front of his mother's confused eyes, Loki disappeared with a quick act of magic. Though what really happened was a simple illusion. Loki made himself appear invisible and tried to sneak out of the room. Thankfully, Peter knew how to counter this and poured some eldritch energy into his eyes. Instantly, he saw a human-shaped mass of magic energy try to pass by him. Where do you think you're going? Peter calls out as he sticks his foot out and trips Loki, as the godlike trickster didn't expect anyone to see him. As soon as Peter's foot made contact with Loki, his invisibility spells was cancelled and he tumbled to the floor with a bewildered look on his face. Why don't you stay and console your mother? She seems upset. Peter advises as he shoots a web at Gungnir and yanks it back. Loki seemed to see this coming as red energy surrounded the spear and melted the web away upon contact, stopping Peter from snatching it away. Stay out of my affairs, mortal. Loki demands as he rolls over to his side and fires a blast from Gungnir in Peter's direction. Kicking off the ground, Peter leaped to the ceiling and stuck to it, dodging the energy blast with relative ease. That's one way to say hello. Peter comments as he kicks off the ceiling and aims his 2 feet at Loki's forehead. Just as he was about to stomp on Loki's head, a strong blast of wind shot at Peter from inside the room. Feeling the incoming attack headed his way, Peter shot a web from each hand at the walls and hung on as the extreme current of wind tried to blow him away. When the wind stopped, Peter landed in the center of the hallway and turned to his latest attacker. Look, I get the whole protective mother thing, but I'm trying to help here. Peter says as he eyes Frigga, who just sent a spell his way to protect Loki. Before Frigga could reply to this stranger's words, the sound of rumbling thunder could be heard from the other end of the hallway. You've done it now. Peter turns to Loki with a look that says eat up. Turning around, Peter and everyone else could see a lightning-clad Thor Odinson, rightful king of Asgard, walking down the hall in their direction. Loki, why have you done all of this? Thor asks in exasperation. Is it because you want to be king? Is the throne really worth what you've done? That's where you're wrong. Loki answers as he stands up and stares directly at Thor. I never wanted the throne. I only wanted to be your equal. Now fight me. Loki points his spear at Thor, waiting for him to make the first move. Meanwhile, Thor stops his advance and looks at his little brother in pity. I will not fight you, brother. Thor announces as the lightning around his body dissipates. I'm not your brother. I never was. Loki reveals, but Thor didn't seem to pick up on what Loki actually meant by that. What made you think you're not your brother's equal? Frigga walks up and asks, unsure how it all came to this. Everything. Loki snarls in anger. Do you know what it's like to live in the shadow of a conceited, arrogant, immature, stubborn, musclehead? No matter what I accomplished, father would only see Thor. At first, I thought it was because Thor was the firstborn son, but you helped me realize the truth. Thor listened in silence, waiting to hear why his brother turned out like this. I'm not your son, Loki says to Frigga, who shook her head in vehement disagreement, and then he turns to Thor. And I'm not your brother. Frigga did indeed tell Loki that he was adopted, but she also told him that he was still her son and that would never change. The same went for Thor and Odin, though Loki didn't seem to think so. Loki, this is madness, Thor says as he hangs Mjolnir on his hip. Let's all just put down our weapons and talk like we've been doing. The time for talking is over, Loki states as he disappears. Using the same trick to locate Loki once again, Peter wasn't able to find his energy anywhere in the hall. Did he actually teleport this time? Can he do that? Peter wondered as he didn't know the extent of Loki's powers. Any idea where he is? Peter asked, knowing he would be going to the Bifrost. Though he couldn't just say that without any proof. He's making his way toward the Bifrost. Frigga reveals after a moment of concentration. Why would he go there? Thor asks in confusion. Is he trying to escape? No, Loki said that he needed to destroy Jotunheim. Peter says and pauses for suspense, as he already knew the answer. Can the Bifrost be used as a weapon? The hall goes silent as Thor wasn't knowledgeable enough to know and Frigga was too scared to answer that question. Not willing to wait another moment, Thor swung his hammer and launched himself out of a nearby window. He would head straight for the Rainbow Bridge and do all he could to stop his brother. Just as Thor flew out of the hallway, leaving Peter and his mother behind, the sounds of rustling and slow footsteps could be heard from the healing room behind the remaining two. Turning around, Peter saw a frail but conscious Odin standing with a tired yet determined look on his face. "Take me to my sons." Arriving at the Golden Bifrost at the end of the Rainbow Bridge, Thor caught his brother hovering in the center above the control panel, where Gungnir could be seen jammed inside. Surrounding his levitating figure were countless Nordic runes accompanied by spell lines, which connected everything to Gungnir below. All these years and no one's ever dared to use the Bifrost as a weapon. Loki says as he welcomed his brother with a conniving smile. "Loki, stop this." Thor calls out as lightning dances around his body. Loki merely scoffed as the massive dome they were in spun slowly, taking aim at Jotunheim. Seeing this, Thor acts quickly and dashes at the control panel, planning to remove Gungnir before his brother could fully activate the Bifrost. As he rushes forward, an icy transparent barrier appears out of nowhere, which Thor smashes into head first. Bang! Looking inside the barrier, Thor could see the casket of ancient winters. The casket was connected to the barrier and pumped enough power into it to block a medium-sized army. "You can't stop it. The Bifrost will build until it rips Jotunheim apart," Loki says with a laugh at his brother's expense. Not one for giving up easily, Thor grabs Mjolnir and starts wailing on the frosty barrier with all his might. Boom 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 boom. The dome-shaped barrier rippled with every hit of Thor's hammer, though it didn't come close to breaking even once. On his very last swing, Thor noticed a tiny crack appear on the barrier, but it was fixed in a matter of seconds thanks to the casket of ancient winters. "Why have you done this?" Thor asks his brother, out of breath. "To do what father never could. To destroy their kind forever. When he awakens, he'll see the wisdom of what I've done," Loki says haughtily as he looks down at Thor in contempt. "I see no wisdom here." Suddenly, an aged and tired, yet powerful, voice filled the room. Turning their heads to the side, Thor and Loki saw a frail and disheveled Odin walk in through a golden portal. He was too weak to walk on his own, so he had to be supported by their mother, Frigga. Usually, Odin would wake from his Odin sleep completely rejuvenated, but not this time. The shenanigans brought about by his sons, mainly Loki, have forced him to emerge from his much-needed sleep earlier than what was necessary. Walked in behind the king and queen of Asgard, Peter was surprised by what he found in the Bifrost. This isn't what happened in the movie, Peter thought as he eyed the layout of Loki's runes alongside the barrier. Though it makes sense. My interference probably caused him to be interrupted earlier than expected. As the room froze upon Odin's entrance, the Bifrost stopped spinning and was now aimed directly at Jotunheim. Staring at his father like a deer in headlights, Loki was originally hopeful, looking for any form of approval from Odin. Though, after hearing his father's words, that hopefulness turned to sadness and anger. "Loki, stop this at once," Odin orders as he gives his most troubled son a stern fatherly look. "It's too late for that," Loki answers with a dead look in his eyes as the runes around him glow, causing the Bifrost to power up. Soon, rainbow-colored energy began to build in the dome. Where it would have stabilized in order to ferry someone across the universe safely, the energy kept building to a point that was almost blinding to the naked eye. "Son, I know now that I've failed you in many ways, and I'm terribly sorry for that, but destroying your birthplace will not make it better." Odin tries his best to reason with Loki. "Bring down the barrier and end this, please." Loki froze for a single second, as he never heard his father speak like this. The mighty Alfathor apologizing and using the word please? It was unthinkable. Though, instead of taking his father's words to heart, Loki merely scoffed and sneered in the Alfathor's direction. "Careful, father," Loki warns Odin with a condescending tone. "You're growing sentimental and foolish in your old age." Odin's eyes go wide for a moment as he remembers his other son's words just before his banishment. "You are an old man and a fool. It seems that you and Thor have a lot more in common than either would like to admit." Odin mutters in defeat as Loki prepared to shoot the built-up energy of the Bifrost. "Loki, stop," Thor bellows as he returns to hammering on the barrier to no avail. Bang 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 bang, at novel bin at. "I guess that it's my turn to finally do something," Peter thought as he waved his hand, conjuring a portal beside him and reaching inside. "You can't kill an entire race," Thor roars tiredly as he gives up on breaking the barrier for a second time. "What is this newfound love for the frost giants? You, who would have killed them all with your bare hands?" Loki asks, wondering what happened to the bloodthirsty brother he knew only days ago. "I've changed," Thor answers matter-of-factly. "Good, because so have I," Loki answers as he taps a nearby rune with his hand, triggering the Bifrost to fire at Jotunheim. The king and queen of Asgard watched in horror as they knew what that rune meant. Each of them preparing themselves to witness a son they loved commit genocide on an entire planet of people. Though something odd happened. In fact, nothing happened at all. Instead of firing out its overcharged ray of energy, the Bifrost seemed to power down as the built-up energy began to disperse slowly but steadily. Loki, who was smirking victoriously only moments ago, instantly noticed that something was amiss. Frowning in confusion, Loki looked around and found nothing wrong with the Bifrost or his magic. Even the barrier was still working properly. Gasps filled the room as Loki saw his family looking at the control panel below him. Following their line of sight, Loki finally found the problem. Gungnir was missing. There are two keys to activate the Bifrost: the Spear of Odin, Gungnir, and the Golden Sword of Heimdall. Without either of those two keys, the Bifrost will simply power down and disperse whatever leftover energy it accumulated back into the universe. Looking for this, Peter made his presence known. Instantly, every head in the room snapped to Peter, who was casually standing to the side with Gungnir twirling between his fingers. Haha. Thor laughed in relief. Good work, my friend. Meanwhile, his parents were sighing in relief, as the Bifrost fully shut down without a speck of energy left over. Loki stares in shock, not understanding how the oddly dressed mortal could get past his barrier, though he was about to witness how in just a moment. Man-Spider, bring down the barrier, Thor says, and Peter waves his hand once again. Instantly, two portals opened in the room, one flat above Peter's open hand and the other directly below the casket of ancient winters. Before everyone's eyes, the casket fell through the portal and into Peter's waiting hand, which in turn caused the barrier around Loki to lose its power source and fade away. No more running now, brother, Thor says as he walks past where the barrier once was. Surrender peacefully. Fine, Loki says as he gives a side-eyed glance towards Gungnir in Peter's hand. Descending toward the ground, Loki feigns accepting his defeat as Thor walks up to him. Just as Thor was about to grab his arm, two daggers drop from Loki's sleeves. Grabbing them by the tips, Loki dashes to the side and threw the two knives toward Thor, who stopped for a moment to sidestep one dagger while swiping the other away with Mjolnir. Since Thor was busy blocking his attack, Loki used his magic to disappear in a puff of smoke and appeared at Peter's side, ready to snatch Gungnir back from him. Thanks to his spider senses, Peter saw this coming and easily backstepped away from Loki's outstretched arm. Picking his leg up, Peter sent a powerful Spartan kick to Loki's chest, launching him across the room and into the wall of the dome with a loud bang. Finders keepers, Peter says as Loki glares at him from the floor across the room. Get your own spear. Seeing that there was still some fighting spirit left in Loki, Peter decided to put an end to this. Hold this, Peter says as he tosses the casket to Thor and turned back to Loki. Let's put you in timeout, shall we? An evil smirk appears under Peter's mask as he waves his hand, creating a portal above and below Loki. Huh. Loki grunted as he fell through the bottom portal and continued falling through the one above as well. This repeated over and over as he only started falling faster and faster, stuck in a loop that never ended. Loki's screams were choppy as they would cut out for a brief second every time he would enter and exited the portals. This reminds me of the game Portal 2. Loki continued falling through the two portals infinitely as everyone watched from the sidelines. Odin was watching Peter with a curious gaze, while his wife and queen, Frigga, couldn't help but feel like her youngest son was being bullied at the moment. As for Thor, he was watching his brother's plight with a smile from ear to ear. There have been many times when Loki used his magic to harass him, so Thor felt that this was more than deserved. Especially after all that Loki has done lately. Turning his head away from the falling trickster, Thor walked over to his father and mother with a fond smile on his face. Mother, I missed you so much, Thor says as he hugs Frigga with one arm, as the other was still holding the casket of ancient winters. Turning to his father, a single tear dropped from Thor's eye. Loki told me I had killed you, Thor says as he wipes the tears from his eyes, chuckling in self-deprecation. I was so stupid to believe him at novel bin at. I know. Odin nodded, as he watched Thor's entire journey on Earth while in Odin's sleep. I saw it all. I should have known you would be watching. Thor seemed genuinely happy to be with his parents once again. From all that I saw, I know you'll be a wise king, Odin declares, showing Thor a proud look that only a father could give. If Loki weren't falling endlessly, then he would be quite jealous right about now, Peter thought as he laughed inwardly. There will never be a wiser king than you, father. I have much to learn. I understand that now, but someday, perhaps, I will make you proud. Thor looks to his father in determination. You've already made me proud, Odin reveals, only brightening Thor's smile more and more. Frigga, who was currently supporting her husband so that he could stand and walk, watched all of this with a happy smile on her face. In her mind, this is how their families should have always been, Loki included of course. Father, I would like to introduce you to my friend from Midgard, Man-Spider, Thor says as he gestures to Peter. Man-Spider, this is my father, Odin. Yo, Peter says with a wave to Thor's parents, not caring to treat them as royalty, as he isn't from Asgard. Nice to meet you. Thor has told me a bit about the both of you. Yes, I've seen you along with my son in Midgard, Odin says as he nods toward Peter. Thank you for helping him. No problem. What are friends for, right? Peter says with a shrug. Indeed. Frigga nods in agreement, happy that Thor has made a trustable friend. May I? Odin asks as he gestures toward his spear. Oh, yeah. Peter mutters as he hands over Gungnir to its rightful owner. Here you go. Grabbing Gungnir and using it as a sort of walking stick, Odin could finally stop leaning on his wife. Although he was still weak and needed more time in his Odin sleep, having his trusted weapon in hand made Odin feel empowered once again. Thank you, for your help in this situation and for retuning Gungnir and Mjolnir, Odin says as he looks at Peter with gratitude. Asgard owes you a debt that will be paid. Loki's screams break everyone from their conversation. Turning back to look at his most troubled son, Odin had no idea what to do with him. Thor may have dove headfirst into Jotunheim and started a war, but at least he didn't try to completely annihilate the place. If Loki succeeded, countless men, women, and children would have all perished without any hope of escape or salvation. What Loki did was far too extreme for Odin to look past. Call the guards. Odin says to Frigga, who was still looking at Loki in pity. Have them prepare a special prison cell for Loki. It needs to be able to withstand his magic and keep him trapped. Do we have to imprison him? Frigga asks, afraid for Loki's mental state should he be imprisoned by his family. Yes, don't worry. You may visit him at any time. Odin says with compassion toward his wife. Sadly, Loki's crimes can't be overlooked this time. Might I make a suggestion? Peter inserts himself into the conversation, as Loki continues to scream and fall. Speak. Odin nods easily. First, would you say Thor's banishment was a success? Peter asks as he pats Thor on the shoulder. Both parents go quiet and observe Thor before smiles adorn their faces. Yes, I would say Thor's time in Midgard has done wonders for him. Odin replies, receiving a nod of agreement from his wife. Then why not give Loki the same treatment? Peter asks, getting reluctant nods of agreement from both Thor and Frigga. A temporary banishment to Midgard would be a far better punishment than being imprisoned in a dark and lonely jail cell under the palace, though Odin didn't look fully convinced. That sounds good, but Loki is far more skilled in the art of magic than most could ever hope to achieve. It wouldn't be long before he put together a spell to cause his usual chaos, even as a normal human. Odin says with a shake of his head. Is there not a way to cut him off from the energies that he could use? Peter asks and the room goes silent in contemplation. I can help with that. A familiar female voice appears in the Bifrost. Thor instantly got back into battle mode, as he turned around in a flash with lightning dancing around his figure once again, while his mother and father simply turned with surprised looks on their faces. Teacher, this is the second time today that you've shown yourself. Peter says with a knowing smile on his face. Are you trying to tell me something? Atop the control panel of the Bifrost, the Ancient One stood with her usual bald head and monk robes. No, now would you like my assistance or not? She answers, annoyed with her student to no end. Who is that? Odin asks Thor, as he could feel that his newest guest was extremely powerful. Possibly more powerful than himself and just as old too. I'm known as the Ancient One, she says as she could hear their conversation. She teaches the mystic arts on Earth. Peter reveals, knowing that Odin would find out soon enough. I've learned everything I know from her. If you have a solution then we would gladly accept your help. Frigga looks to the Ancient One for help. Without another word, the Ancient One turns to the still falling Loki and waves her hand. Immediately, countless spell circles surrounded the two portals. In just a few moments, the spells converged into a singular spell circle, which then floated in between the two portals like a sandwich. As Loki fell from the top portal and passed through it, the spell circle wrapped around his falling form, disappearing into his body. Done. Loki won't be able to harness any of the universe's energies from here on out, though my spell will dissipate when you return his powers, the Ancient One says as she fades away, leaving an impressed Asgardian royal family behind. I have many questions, but that can be handled later, Odin says as grips Gungnir tightly and looks toward Peter. Bring me my son. With a wave of his hand, Peter moved the top portal to Odin. Loki screamed as he fell from the portal and hit the floor at max speed. Bang! Breathing heavily, Loki looked up from the ground and found his father standing menacingly over him. Loki Odinson, you have almost destroyed an entire realm in your childish rage. Through your arrogance, resentment, and anger, you wish to commit one of the most heinous acts I've ever witnessed, genocide. The Alphathor says as he limps over and plunges Gungnir into the Bifrost's control panel. The Bifrost's energy begins building as it activates. Soon, it fires and the Bifrost opens at the end of the platform, creating a portal. Odin turns to his second son and limps over with a resigned look on his face. This would be the second time he would cast out one of his sons in just a week's time. 3 altogether if he was counting his daughter Hela as well. You are unworthy of your former titles, Odin says as he rips away the insignias on Loki's clothes, which showed that he was a prince of Asgard. And most certainly unworthy of the loved ones you have betrayed and disappointed. Wait, let's not be too hasty, father. Loki tries to reason with Odin but the time for that had passed. Mother, stop him, please. Frigga could do nothing but watch in sadness as her son pleaded for her help. I hereby strip you of your powers. Odin ignores Loki's words and continues on. Instantly, Gungnir glowed brightly and Loki could feel his godly powers being ripped away from him. In the name of my father and of his father before him, Odin bangs the butt of his spear to the ground, stripping Loki of all clothes that identified him as an Asgardian. I cast you out. As Odin proclaims this, a powerful gust of wind blows, launching Loki across the room and into the open Bifrost. As soon as Loki was gone, Odin collapsed to the floor, entering Odin's sleep once again. New York City, 485 West 64th Street alias Investigations. In a rundown office building, where anyone can rent a meager space for their business, a black-haired woman can be seen sitting at a desk in a small office. She wore a black leather jacket, black shirt, and stylishly ripped jeans. Insert picture of Jessica Jones here. An elderly woman sat across from her, crying into some tissues she conveniently had in her purse. Between the two, on the desk, were photos of an elderly man and what appeared to be his much younger mistress. The man was naked and tied to the bed of a hotel room. Standing above him was a young woman, dressed in black latex and wielding a small whip. The age gap between the two was immense, as the man in the photo could probably pass as this young dominatrix's grandfather. How could he do this? The elderly woman cried as she felt nothing but betrayal and disgust. We've been married for 40 years, for Christ's sake. This woman, like many others that Jessica Jones encounters in her daily work, became suspicious of her husband, thinking that he could be having an affair. Not knowing how to handle it, she asked a friend and they pointed her in the direction of Alias Investigations, the small private detective agency that was created and owned by Jessica Jones. Well, look at the bright side. Jessica draws her attention away from the incriminating photos. You can divorce his sorry ass, take his money, and spend the rest of your life as a single woman. Maybe move to a place with a beach and mingle with the local grandpas. Jessica's attempt at brightening the mood seemed to have missed the mark, as her client only cried harder as she grabbed the photos and swiftly left the room, slamming the door loudly on the way out. Hey! Jessica yelled as she ran to the door and ripped it open. You forgot my money. Unluckily, the elevator in the hallway had already closed and the woman was on her way down to the first floor of the building. This old B***tch. Jessica muttered as she prepared to rush down the stairwell to get what was owed to her. Suddenly, just before she could leave the room, a blinding rainbow-colored light pierced through the windows behind her desk. Huh? What the? She muttered as the room brightened in an instant. Shatter, bang. Just as the light became almost blinding, something, or rather someone, crashed through the window, breaking the glass and destroying her desk on impact. As the light died down, Jessica could see a naked man laying unconscious in the rubble that was once her desk. Jessica just stood there for a moment, without a clue of what to do or what just happened. No, I'm not dealing with this right now. Leaving the sleeping nudist in her office, Jessica rushed down the stairs to get her payment before her client could get away. She would deal with her odd visitor soon enough. It's not like he's going anywhere. Novel bin at. After Odin collapsed, Thor and Peter carefully carried his unconscious body back to the palace, where he would, hopefully, sleep peacefully this time. Though, he certainly wouldn't be bored this time around, as the trials and tribulations of a human Loki will definitely make for some good entertainment. As they laid him on his bed once again, Frigga looked him over for a moment before turning to Peter and Thor. He'll be alright, she informed them, which caused Thor to let out a relieved breath. He just needs to sleep uninterrupted this time. That's good, Thor said as he looked at his father's powerless form. He has never seen his father in such a weakened state before, so this was an odd sight for him. Every child tends to think that their parents are superheroes that would live forever, so it's always vexing when they become old and weak. I never get used to seeing him like this, Frigga admits as she joins Thor in watching Odin sleep. There's always this fear in the back of my mind that he won't wake. Although Thor was having this same feeling, he squashed it down and moved to his mother's side, hugging her with a single arm. Father will wake up soon enough, he says with confidence, trying his best to comfort Frigga. We must only wait. Frigga has been having a very emotional week. She only wanted her family to be together and happy, yet that seemed like a far-off dream at this point. At least, Thor is back, but now her other son has been banished just the same. I should go and investigate the palace, Thor says after a moment of silence. Who knows what else Loki has done in my and father's absence? Oh, yes. I almost forgot, Frigga says with a smile, as she takes Gungnir and hands it over to Thor. The king of Asgard has returned. Thor froze as he didn't feel like much of a king anymore. I don't know if I should be king anymore. An awkward silence fills the room, which Peter decides to fill. Great leaders don't seek power, they're called to it by necessity. Peter repeats a quote he remembers seeing in a novel. There are two heirs of Asgard's royal family, at least that I know of. You and Loki. If you aren't king, then that would leave Loki as the only other candidate. I think we can all agree that he isn't a viable option. Frigga wanted to speak and defend Loki but decided to keep quiet, as her second son's latest actions were hard to overlook. Then father can remain as king. Thor argues back. Oh. Peter raises a challenging eyebrow under his mask. You mean the man that seems to go into a forced coma every once in a while? Tell me, how long until this happens again and Loki takes control of Asgard? Thor's face scrunches as Peter hits him with a big helping of reality. Like it or not, this place needs you. Grow up and get your head out of your ass, Peter says harshly, hoping to get through to him. You're right, Thor mutters as he takes the spear from his mother. Though, I'll return Gungnir to father once he awakens. I have Mjolnir after all. Good, just don't expect me to treat you any different, Peter says as he pats Thor on the back. I'm not an Asgardian citizen, so you ain't my king. Thor didn't seem to care as he laughed at Peter's words, happy that his new friend wouldn't treat him differently. Make your father proud, Frigga says as the sight of Thor holding Gungnir reminds her of a much younger Odin. I will. After taking back his rightful place as king of Asgard, Thor started investigating all of Loki's actions while he was away. It didn't take him long to find Heimdall, thawing in a cell in the dungeons of the palace, among other high-level palace members, such as ministers and royal guards, who refused to follow Loki's orders. While Thor was freeing these people and investigating, Peter was seated in the palace's library, reading anything that sparked his interest. He knew, thanks to the movies of his past life, that the universe was vast and full of intelligent life, so Peter wanted to learn all that he could about the different races, planets, and empires that were out there. Dwarves, light and dark elves, frost giants, fire demons, titans, Kronons, Sakaarans, Chitori, Xandarians, Prolorians, Prix, and the list goes on and on. Sadly, this library doesn't hold any magical knowledge, but that was okay. It still held a plethora of useful information. The most useful being the location of a planet that Peter needed more than anything. Morag. At least, he hoped the location of planet Morag would be here, as there are just so many books to go through. Looking up at the countless towering bookshelves, Peter couldn't help but wish that he had some sort of cloning ability. Staying in the library deep into the night, Peter kindly refused to attend the return feast that was held for Thor. He knew that he was close as he opened yet another book with a title related to foreign worlds. Skimming through it, Peter finally found what he was looking for. Morag is an oceanic planet located in the Andromeda Galaxy at the eclipsing binary star M31VJ00443799 plus 41292236. Some inhabitants of this planet were the rodent-like Orloni and aquatic crocodile-like creatures. He read as a triumphant smirk appeared on his tired face. Time to get my first Infinity Stone. Upon finding the spatial coordinates of Morag, the planet that holds the power Infinity Stone, Peter started formulating a plan to find the damn thing. Finding the planet itself was a good start, but based on his memories, narrowing down its location on Morag would be a challenge. Due to the extremely destructive capabilities of the Power Stone, a containment device known as the Orb was used to house it. Without the Orb keeping the Power Stone's unlimited power locked away, Morag would have probably been completely disintegrated long ago, so tracking its energy signature would be impossible. Peter thought dejectedly. Not only that, but the orb has been hidden for millennia in an underwater temple vault on the planet, where receding tides allowed access only once every 300 years. Something tells me it's not that time just yet. Peter knew this would only happen around the time that Peter Quill/Star-Lord came along, which means Peter would have to go diving in an alien planet's ocean. Maybe I can predict the movement of the tides and use that to aid in my search. The most important factors in predicting tides on any planet are the positions of the sun and moon, depending on if Morag even has a moon, their distance from Earth, their direction in space, and how they're moving. Though the most accurate predictions require even more information than this, such as the contours of the seafloor, for example. I'd have to set up a base on Morag so I can study all of this. Peter thought out loud as he snapped the book he was reading shut. It shouldn't be too hard, hopefully. Must you tamper with the Power Stone? A familiar voice filled Peter's small corner of the library. I've told you many times already, teacher. Peter says as he looks up to see the Ancient One sitting across from him. I plan to change a lot, including your death. The Ancient One remained silent as her brows knit together for just a moment. You could make this easier and lend a helping hand like you've been doing lately, Peter says, hoping to skip past the tedious research needed to find the orb. Where is the temple that holds the orb? Peter knew for a fact that the Ancient One knew exactly where every Infinity Stone is located. The question is, would she help him in his collection of them? I think I've helped enough lately, she says as her form shimmers for a moment and disappears, leaving Peter alone in the library once again. It was worth a try. Since Peter had the actual space coordinates for planet Morag, he could go there in an instant, but before that, he would need to get some supplies for the creation of his base. Leaving a note for Thor, saying that he would be back soon, Peter portaled over to the Avengers Tower. Bang clank bang clank. As the portal closed behind him, Peter could hear the loud sounds of metal being struck over and over coming from Tony's workshop. Giving into his curiosity, Peter made his way into the workshop and witnessed Tony, standing over the lifeless destroyer. He wore a metal welding mask and wielded a sledgehammer, which he was using to forcibly take the giant thing apart, piece by piece. Yo! Peter called out over the loud banging. Resting the hammer on his shoulder with one hand and pulling up his face mask with the other, Tony looks at Peter with an annoyed look on his face. You ditched me. The first words out of his mouth were a complaint. Well, the next time a portal to an advanced alien civilization opens up, hop in before it closes. Peter gave him some advice. Right. Tony said sarcastically. So, is everything in Valhalla good? Asgard, but yeah, all of Thor's problems have been solved. Peter says as he goes on to explain everything that happened in Asgard. You're telling me that Thor's evil brother is walking around somewhere on Earth? Tony asks, receiving a nod from Peter. Any idea where he is? Nope, but I can probably ask Thor later. He might know. Peter says with a shrug. Okay, want to help me take this thing apart? Tony motions toward the huge robot between them. I could use your super strength. This thing is hard to break open. Sure, but I need some help procuring some supplies. Peter says, knowing that it would take Tony only a fraction of the time to get everything he needs for Morag. Supplies for what? Tony asks curiously. I'm planning an expedition to an abandoned alien planet. Peter says as he lists off the different equipment and materials he needed. I can easily get all of that by tomorrow on one condition. Tony says as he holds up a single finger and smirks. I get to tag along. Sure. Peter answered easily, as he didn't see a problem with having Tony's help. I don't mind. Putting their minds together would only quicken his search for the Power Stone. Of course, Peter wouldn't be sharing the treasure he finds with Tony this time around. Usually, Peter wouldn't have a problem with sharing, especially with his friends, but the Infinity Stones are far too dangerous for that. There's a reason that the Power Stone was placed into the orb. Its power is immense and never-ending. Just its mere presence will cause the destruction of any person or planet, no matter how strong. Even Thanos can't handle the limitless power of the Infinity Stones without using his gauntlet as a medium. Not to mention the Power Stone, which is the most destructive of all 6 Infinity Stones. Sadly, Peter barely trusted himself with the Power Stone, as he planned to leave it in the orb until his own medium could be made. Maybe I should ask the dwarves to forge me an infinity gauntlet, Peter thought, but he would need to draw up some blueprints for them to use as reference. It would be hard to convince them though. Peter would probably have to ask Thor for help in convincing them. Even then it would still be hard to get it made. The dwarves would certainly understand what the gauntlet is for when they see the blueprints. Whatever, if they decline then I can try my hand at forging. It would be difficult though, Peter thought as Tony made some calls for his supplies. Looking down at the powerless destroyer, Peter put these thoughts to the back of his mind and started tearing it apart as promised. Up, hey, ake up. Loki Odinson groaned in pain as he heard a voice calling out to him. It was a female voice, laced with a rude annoyance, which reminded him of his usual tone. I said wake up. Slap. The voice yelled as his jaw almost cracked and a fierce stinging feeling was left on his right cheek. Huh. Loki grunted as he opened his eyes to find a beautiful black-haired woman with a scowl plastered on her face. Mortal. What did you just call me? She asked threateningly. Where am I? Loki ignores her menacing figure and looked around, finding that he was laying nude in a heap of broken wood near a broken window. He even had a few splinters and bruises on his back, which hurt quite a bit. At novel bin at. My office, now get your A*S up and to the bank. You owe me money for all the damage that you've caused, she says, doing her best to look away from his unclothed lower half. Bank. Loki muttered as the memories of his father casting him out suddenly filled his addled mind. Instantly, Loki became quiet as a simmering rage filled his every being. How dare they banish me? Loki thought as he raged in his own mind. Don't glare at me you pervert. The unknown woman above him gets pissed, as Loki began to glare in her direction. You're responsible for every bit of damage to my business, and you'll pay or else. Snapping out his anger-fueled thoughts, Loki stood up and scoffed at the weak mortal before him. How could a god such as him allow a mere mortal to speak to him like this? Or what? Loki says as he glares down at her intimidatingly. I'll post these pictures online, she says, showing her smartphone screen to him, which had countless pictures of him laying naked in her office. His little Loki was bare for all to see. What would his mother think? Give me that. Loki tries to snatch the phone from her hand, but she saw that coming and grabbed his wrist with her other hand, crushing it in her superhuman grip. Crack crack. Ah! Loki yelled as his wrist was broken in an instant. You will pay or else, she says as she gives Loki's wrist a final squeeze before letting go. Do I make myself clear? Loki eyes her warily and cradles his broken wrist. This isn't some ordinary mortal. After taking the destroyer apart for Tony, they found that it was just a hollow set of armor. No power source or robotics. Nothing. It was completely empty, though they did find something interesting. What appeared to be Nordic runes were carved all over the inner portion of the armor. While the outside looked sleek and smooth, the inside was covered with lines and symbols. Seeing this, Tony couldn't help but stare in awe as he finally had his first run-in with magic. Peter knew this would happen sooner or later, so he heaved a heavy sigh and opened a portal. I'll be right back, he said, confusing Tony as he stepped into the portal. Only a minute later, Peter returned with a stack of old books in hand. Tony watched in curiosity as his spidery friend placed the books in front of him. What's this? Tony asked as he picked up one of the books. Runic Magic for Dummies, seriously. Remember when we first met and you asked how I made the portals and I said magic? Tony nods so Peter continues. Well, I didn't lie. Magic is a thing. Tony asks as realization started to set in. That bald woman taught you, didn't she? Yeah, she's probably the strongest person on this planet and possibly the universe. Peter brags a bit about his teacher's strength. She's called the Ancient One. I've been trying to recruit her to join the Avengers for a while now. Huh. Tony grunts as he plops down into his desk chair in shock. This is a lot, I know. Peter tries to finish Tony's words but got them wrong for once. So cool. Tony practically jumps out of his seat and starts pacing around the room. I could use the metal from the destroyer to create a new suit and add these runes to it. Tony started monologuing his every thought as he planned to make the ultimate magic-infused Iron Man suit. Peter thought it would take Tony a bit longer to wrap his head around magic being real, but it seems he underestimated him. Just as Peter was thinking this, Tony started trying to write the runes that were on the destroyer. Acting quickly before his friend killed himself or some other accident happened, Peter snatched the pen from Tony's hand. Hey, Tony shouts as he turns to Peter. Runes are too dangerous for you to be writing without any knowledge. Peter reprimands Tony as he pushes the books in front of him once again. Memorize these first and then you can start practicing under my supervision. Tony stayed quiet for a moment, as he doesn't like being told what to do, though after some thought, he understood that magic was new to him and he would have to take Peter's advice. After all, Tony has studied for years to be able to create the things he does in his workshop. Diving headfirst into something new and dangerous wouldn't be smart, especially when he has someone so willing to help him get started. Is your teacher okay with you showing me this? Tony asks as he holds up one of the books. Magic is supposed to be a secret, right? There's a reason why magic isn't widely known all around the world, after all. Someone has been keeping it under wraps. That someone being the Ancient One herself. She shouldn't mind, Peter says with a shake of his head. You discovered the runes on your own. I'm only stepping in so you don't accidentally cause some sort of catastrophe. If you say so, Seeing as Tony had some reading to do, the study of the destroyer was put aside for the time being. Before leaving for home, as he hasn't slept yet, Peter snapped some pictures of the runes inside the destroyer for his own personal studying. Asgardian runes are hard to come by, Peter thought as he carefully took his pictures before heading home to sleep. By the next day, everything that Peter needed for his expedition to Morag had arrived at the Avengers Tower. The only question was, would Tony be coming along still? As soon as Peter arrived at the tower, Tony was passed out in the same place he left him, surrounded by open books. He spent the whole night studying the rune books that Peter gave him, and fell asleep in his seat. Maybe it's best that I set up the base before Tony comes, Peter mutters as he portals Tony to his bed, leaving him to his sleep. Arriving at an underground storage area in the tower, Peter found everything he needed. Time to head out, I guess, Peter thought as he waved his hand, using the coordinates to open a portal to planet Morag. As the portal appeared, Peter peeked through it cautiously, making sure nothing went wrong. On the other side of the portal was what Peter could only describe as a rocky wasteland, filled with fog and clouds. Definitely a foreign planet, Peter thought as he ran a few safety tests before stepping through. Just from looking, Peter could say that it looked to be the same Morag from Guardians of the Galaxy, but that didn't mean he would step through the portal so easily. He would only enter Morag when he knew it was safe to do so. Almost an hour later, Peter had used both magic and a few of the devices that Tony procured for him to test things like Morag's air quality, temperature, radiation, etc. From the movie, Peter knew that Morag's air was at the very least breathable, as Star-Lord was able to walk around without his mask, but this is the real world so he would be careful. At the very least, Peter would die without air to breathe. Once everything had been tested, Peter found that the planet was barely habitable, as he suspected. The only thing wrong with the place was the fact that it was nothing but a rocky wasteland alongside some ocean, which made it clear why the planet is empty now. I can see why this planet was abandoned, Peter thought as he eyed the place. I doubt anything could grow here either. With that all out of the way, Peter started carrying materials through the portal. Metal sheets, beams, concrete bags, and other materials that he would use to build a small base in a safe and elevated location. As he made his first step onto a foreign planet's soil and breathed in its air, Peter felt a sense of accomplishment. Yeah, he visited Asgard already, but that wasn't really a planet. Morag just had a different feel to it. Let's get to work. Waking up from his exhaustion-induced sleep, Tony saw the time and cursed as he found that he slept for most of the day. Looking out the nearby window, he saw that the sun was already beginning to set. Jarvis, did Webhead's order come in yet? Tony asks as he gets up and heads for the bathroom. Yes, Jarvis answered as he goes on to explain what Peter has been doing in the tower while he slept. That mother f***er. Tony cursed as he rushed downstairs, not wanting to be left behind. He was already left behind when it came to Asgard, so he wouldn't be ditched again. Entering the underground storage area, Tony rushed to Peter's open portal and froze as he saw the barren otherworldly landscape of an alien planet. Over on a nearby hilltop, Tony found what appeared to be a metal structure being built by a familiar blue and red figure. Without thinking of his safety, Tony steps through the portal and walks up the hill, not thinking to run any of the tests that Peter did earlier in the day. Boom. Hearing someone walking his way, Peter dropped a heavy metal beam to the ground and hopped off the partially built base to greet them. Yo, Peter said with a wave as Tony made it up the hill, out of breath from the walk. Have you been slacking on your training? Shut up. Tony breathes heavily as he glares at Peter. You left me behind again. No, you stayed up all night reading about runes, Peter says with a shake of his head. If you wanted to visit an alien planet bright and early in the morning, then you should have gone to sleep and woken up in time. I also left the portal open for you. Whatever, so what are we here for? Tony asks as he recalled all of the different devices Peter asked for. Obviously, you want to predict this planet's tides for some reason, but why? Because I need something that's under the ocean, Peter says cryptically as he lifts the giant metal beam once again and returns to the partially built base. What might that be? Tony asks curiously. I'm not telling you, Peter calls out over his shoulder. If you knew what it was, you'd want me to share, and that's not happening this time around. Don't be like that, Webhead, Tony yells back. Didn't your mother teach you that sharing is caring? In an icy tundra, two warmly dressed US government agents step out of their truck to meet a lone man. They were called in to investigate a large unidentified object that was found by a research team in the Arctic, which was a job no one wanted to do. After all, it was a frozen wasteland out there. Though they couldn't just leave it, as it could be something important, like a Russian spy satellite or something. It could even be aliens. Of course, no one actually believed that. Was it you who called it in? One of the agents yells over the loud icy winds. Yeah, I think it's a weather balloon or something, the lone man answers. All right, lead the way, the other agent called out as they trudged through the wind and snow. Whatever it is, it's buried halfway into the ice. We only found it a few days ago, the man that was leading them explained as they walked. How long before we can start craning it out? One of the agents asks. I don't think you quite understand. What appears to be a very large airplane wing comes into view, peeking out of the icy floor. You guys are going to need one hell of a crane. What the? After getting over their shock, the agents worked with the research team to find a way into the airship, or whatever it was. Almost an hour later, while working in the freezing winds, they managed to thaw out a hatch that one of the researchers found. With it thawed, the agents cracked it open and rappelled down, entering the unknown object. The inside was dark and covered in thick layers of frosty ice. The agents had to use flashlights to see as they maneuvered around, exploring what they now could say for sure was an old-school bomber airplane. After only about 10 minutes of exploring, the two agents found the cockpit of the ship, which was huge with a giant glass window that was somehow still intact. Through the glass window, the agents could see the dark ocean under the ice they walked on moments earlier. While one agent was enraptured by the dark ocean view, the other turned his flashlight to investigate further. Sticking out of the ice by the control panel of the ship, the agent's light reflected off of a frosty red, white, and blue circular object. Holy sh*t. Morag. We're finally finished. Tony says as he admires the metal base. What do you mean we? Peter says with a bit of sass in his voice. I did all of the work. You just sat around and did nothing the whole time. Hey, I helped with the door. Tony tries to defend his laziness. You handed me a screwdriver. Peter gives Tony a deadpan look under his mask. Whatever, let's explore now. Tony changes the subject in an instant, ready to venture into an unknown planet. I want to take some samples and see if there's any life on this rock. No, we're headed back for now. Peter says as he just wants to rest after a long day's work. Oh, come on, webhead. Tony starts acting like a spoiled child. There's a whole alien planet for us to explore. Not all of us woke up an hour ago. Peter says as he creates a portal next to Tony. We can do everything you want tomorrow, but until then, I want to do nothing but stuff my face with food. At novel bin at. Fine. Tony gave in as he wasn't brave enough to go off on his own, not that Peter would allow him to do so in the first place. As the two returned to Earth through the portal, Peter and Tony's phones instantly started going off like crazy. There was no service on Morag, so as soon as they arrived, every missed call and text message came in at the same exact time. I can't go away for a single day, can I? Peter complained as he checked his phone, expecting the usual problems. Every text and call he received was from Fury and Natasha, who were people that would never spam his phone like this. Usually, it's complaints from staff about the more problematic Avengers, like Magneto's bunch. -9 missed calls. -17 text messages. Bald Pirate, call me. Bald Pirate, answer your phone. Bald Pirate, call me. Important. Natasha's texts were about the same, but hers made up the majority of them. Same for you, Tony says as he snuck a look at Peter's phone. Moving his phone from Tony's sight, Peter ignores him and calls Fury. Ring ring ring. Where have you been? Fury asks angrily as he answers the call. Off planet. Peter says, knowing Fury wouldn't believe him. Why have you been blowing up my phone like an angry girlfriend? Fury could hear Tony laughing in the background, which annoyed him to no end. Get to the council room. Fury ignores Peter's words and hangs up the phone. He seems cranky today. Isn't he always? Arriving at the council room, Peter was surprised to find every council member in attendance. What's going on? Peter asked as he and Tony took their seats, waiting to hear what this was all about. Tapping a few buttons on the table, a holographic image of a giant airplane appeared above the table. A team of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents was deployed to the Arctic to investigate an unknown object in the ice. They found this. Fury explains as he gestures to the hologram. A Nazi Hydra bomber plane from World War II. Is it that time already? Peter wondered as he instantly thought of the first superhero in this world's history. Though it's what they found inside the plane that caused the need for this meeting. Fury says as he hits another button, causing the floating image to change to a frozen figure in red, white, and blue clothing. Insert picture of Captain America here. Yup, that's the capsicle all right. Peter confirmed instantly. Is that who I think it is? Professor Xavier asks in surprise. Yes, we found Captain America. Fury confirms as he switches to a close-up of Steve Rogers' frosty face. I see the importance of this, but why are we here? Magneto asks in annoyance, as he was in the middle of something before this meeting was called. Give the guy a proper burial and call it a day. That's the thing. Fury says as he hits another button and a video plays of a sleeping Steve Rogers in a hospital bed. He's still alive. The room goes silent as everyone watches the video, spotting the active heartbeat monitor connected to Steve's hand. Not only that, but his chest would rise and fall ever so slightly as he breathed in and out. That's impossible. Charles mutters in disbelief. No, the ice must have preserved him. Tony says as he starts thinking of an explanation for this. The super soldier experiment must have made it possible for him to survive for all this time. Do we know if he'll wake up? Peter asks, knowing the answer to his own question already. No idea. The doctors are still running tests. Fury says with an unknowing shrug. Once the tests are finished, I'll have him moved here. How should we handle him if he wakes up? Charles raises the question everyone was thinking. He's practically a time traveler. The world has changed significantly and everyone he knew is most likely dead by now. Let's worry about that later. Peter says as he turns to Fury. Have the doctors keep him sedated for the time being. We can't have him freaking out when he wakes up. He might accidentally kill a nurse or something. It's always best to err on the side of caution when dealing with superpowered individuals. Already done. Fury says as his phone suddenly goes off. Checking his phone, Fury reads a quick text and stashes it away again. The tests are finished. All vitals are normal, including brain activity, and transport is on the way to bring Rogers here as we speak. Fury recounts the message he just received. Well, then we should get ready to welcome our time traveler. We'll send out rescue ships. We'll find you? Peggy Carter's voice plays out over the radio. I don't think there's going to be much left to find. Steve tells her in a resigned tone as the Hydra bomber he was currently in nosedives toward the icy ground. The love of his life, Peggy Carter, didn't reply. He knew she was using every bit of her brilliant mind to think of ways to save him. Insert picture of Peggy Carter here. Peggy. Steve calls her over the radio. I'm here. Peggy answers with a shaky voice as if she were crying. Steve stares at a photo of Peggy as the nose of the plane grew closer and closer to the ground. At novel bin at. I'm going to need a rain check on that dance, he says with a fond smile. All right. Next Saturday. The Stork Club. She stutters, hiding her crying as best as she could. Okay, you got it. Steve agrees, ignoring his impending doom while enjoying his time with the woman he loves. 8 o'clock on the dot. If you're 3 minutes late I'm leaving, do you understand? Peggy warns him jokingly. I still don't know how to dance. He laughs in self-deprecation. I'll show you everything. Just be there. She tells him pleadingly. Clouds whip past the windows as the plane plummets. Steve pockets the picture and slides his mask over his face, as Arctic ice rushes up at the cockpit window. Maybe the band could play something slow. I'd hate to step on your dash. Boom. In a futuristic-looking hospital room, Steve Rogers could be seen shaking in his sleep. He tossed and turned for a few moments, before shooting up out of the bed with a loud gasp for air. Heavy breathing. Peggy. Steve's first thought was for the woman he loves. While he was getting his breathing under control, Steve looked around the room for any sort of information. Where am I? He mutters as he sees the futuristic medical equipment and a flat-screen TV on the wall. New York. Jumping out of bed and to his feet, Captain America turns to see a masked red and blue man sitting in corner of the room with a glowing device in hand. Smartphone. Who are you? Steve asks, ready to fight at any moment. Spider-Man. Peter answers as he points toward the window behind Steve. You may want to be careful. Even in today's age, hospital gowns are rather revealing. Freezing in place, Steve feels a cool breeze on his backside. The captain acts quickly and does his best to cover up, not taking his eyes off the strange masked man. There are clothes on the nightstand by the bed. Peter says as he stands, which causes Steve to fidget in anticipation of a fight. I'll be waiting outside. I've seen enough of America's A*S for the day. Without waiting for a reply, Peter walks out of the room, leaving a very bewildered Captain America behind. As soon as the masked stranger left the room, Steve rushed to get dressed in an Avengers-branded sweatsuit and sneakers. With clothes to cover himself, the captain took a moment to search the room for clues of his whereabouts. Once again the futuristic appliances and design of the room surprised him. Though what surprised him the most was the view from the floor-to-ceiling windows. Instantly, he knew the man from earlier wasn't lying. This was New York City, for sure. He was too high up to see the people and cars below clearly, but the architecture of some of the buildings was somewhat recognizable. Some even had these neon lights, which caused them to light up the night sky. What's happening? Steve muttered as he worked up the courage to walk out the door. As he stepped out into the hallway, Steve found the same stranger from earlier leaning against the wall across from him. Welcome to Avengers Tower, Cap. Peter says as he kicks off the wall and strolls down the hall. Follow me? Look, I don't have time for whatever this is. Steve says as he chases after Peter. I have to get in touch with the military and debrief. No, you don't. Peter says as he stops to look Steve in the eye. Just follow me. It'll be easier if you see for yourself. Steve reluctantly followed along into an elevator that went all the way to the ground floor. Due to Captain America's late awakening, the lower portion of the tower was empty, as the large majority of Stark Industries employees clocked out of work hours ago. Seeing that he was being taken to the ground floor, Steve was more at ease, as it would be easier for him to escape this way. As the elevators opened, Peter took Steve to the main entrance, where the security greeted Peter with the utmost respect, surprising Steve. After all, Peter looked like some sort of masked criminal to him. Stark Industries. Steve muttered as he saw the sign in the lobby. Yep, the lower half of the tower is the headquarters for Stark Industries, while the upper half is the Avengers headquarters. Peter explains as they step out of the building and into the sidewalk. Avengers. Steve thought in confusion. Although it was late, New York was known as the city that never sleeps, so the passing pedestrians instantly recognized Spider-Man, and whipped out their phones to capture this rare moment. What are they doing? Steve asks in confusion. I'm a bit famous. Don't mind them. Peter says as he motions to the waiting black car. Hop in. What model is this? Steve asks as he admires the modern car. Did Howard start making cars? Only a Stark could make something so futuristic after all. No, now hurry up. If we stay for too long a crowd will form and I'll be stuck here for days signing autographs and taking pictures. Peter says as he pushes the captain into the back of the car and hops in behind him. Get us out of here, Happy. You got it, Spider Boss. Happy replies as he drives off. Take us to Times Square. Peter tells him as he sits back and watches Steve, who had his eyes glued to the window. Are you going to tell me what's going on now, Spider Guy? Steve turns to Peter and asks. Spider-Man, and the fact that you haven't figured it out yet is worrying. Peter says as he takes out his phone and pulls up the captain's medical report. Maybe you do have brain damage. Hey, Steve exclaims with a disgruntled look on his face. I've been extremely patient with whatever this is. I will not dash. We're here. Happy calls out from the front seat. Look out of the window again. Peter instructs. Modern cars honk and roar in the street. Towering plasma screen billboards play advertisements. New age people rush here and there with cell phones in hand. Futuristic architecture and art fill Steve's eyes, causing him to stagger in his seat. Who are you, really? Steve turns to Peter once again. Spider-Man. Peter answers simply, smiling under his mask. The others wanted to put up a show and break it to you slowly, but I thought it best not to beat around the bush. Break what? Steve asks pointedly. You've been asleep for almost 70 years, Cap. Peter reveals the truth. Steve turns back to the window, stunned by this realization. 70 years. Steve mutters in dread. What about the war? Steve turns back to Peter. Did we win? Yup. Unconditional surrender. Peter nods as he motions back out the window. If we didn't, then you would be seeing a very different world right now. You played a very big part in securing that victory. Steve didn't know how to react to all of this. How am I alive? He asks in confusion. Dr. Erskine's formula combined with the extreme cold of the Arctic somehow preserved you. The second we thawed you out, your heart started beating again. Peter explains. I know it's a lot to swallow, but the world's not as different as it looks. There's still work to be done. Peter says as he reaches into the front seat pulling over Steve's battered shield. The world could still use a man like you. If you're up for it, that is. He would make a good director of the Avengers. Peter thought as he handed the shield back to its rightful owner. Aye. Steve didn't know what to say as he barely knew what was happening. Take your time. You've earned it. Peter says with a shrug. Just know that there's a place for you in the Avengers if you're interested. Of course, Steve had no idea what the Avengers were, but he would learn soon enough. The car goes silent as Happy starts driving them back to Avengers Tower. Are you alright? Peter asks. Yeah, it's just. Steve looked out of the window sadly. I had a date. After dropping the truth bomb on Captain America, Happy drove them back to the tower, where Peter gave him a key card to get into and around the building. You're not a prisoner. Peter says as Steve took the card. Feel free to come and go as you please. Though before Steve could run off to explore the new world he has found himself in, Peter showed him to one of the Avengers' apartments. This will be yours for the time being. Peter says as he shows him around what is basically a penthouse apartment. These apartments are for Avengers members, but an exception can be made for you. Ah, thanks. Steve was blown away by the apartment. No problem. Feel free to stay here as long as you want. Peter says with a shrug. Especially if you decide to join the Avengers. What is the Avengers? Steve finally asks. It's a team of superheroes. Peter answers plainly. It started with me here in New York City, stopping bank robberies and rescuing cats from trees. Now we protect the Earth from both foreign and domestic threats. Huh. Steve was speechless for a moment as he looked Peter up and down. Do you have superpowers? Superhero comic books were fairly popular back in his day, so the idea of superheroes was familiar to him at the very least. Yup, most people in the Avengers have their own superpowers. Peter nods as Steve looks at him with a skeptical look. Don't believe me. No, it just. Steve says, but Peter cuts him off. You know what? Peter says as he smiles under his mask. You've been frozen for a long time, old man. Why don't we head to the training room and break in those brittle bones of yours? A confident smile forms on Steve's lips as he nods in agreement. Let's see what you got. Escorting Steve to one of the many padded training rooms, Peter stood across from the man himself. Do you want a shield or something? Peter asks, knowing the captain's fighting style. No, hand to hand is fine. Steve shakes his head. Okay, just let me know if you throw out a hip or your arthritis starts acting up. Peter couldn't help but make old man jokes. Kids these days. Steve mutters in annoyance. Who do you think will win? Clint asks as every member of the Avengers watched through the cameras in the training room. The captain. Coulson answers as he holds his Captain America trading cards tenderly. Your opinion doesn't count, fanboy. Tony laughs from the side, pouring himself a drink. Spidey will win. Natasha says confidently. I've trained him and can easily say that Rogers doesn't stand a chance. Coulson ignored her as he continued to root for his hero, Captain America. Everyone else just looked on in curiosity, hoping to see a good fight. Ladies and the elderly first, so make the first move. Peter says as he stands casually, waiting for his opponent to start things off. You asked for it. Steve mutters as he kicks off the ground and rushes at Peter faster than Usain Bolt could ever dream of moving. Sadly, this was Spider-Man he was up against. As soon as Steve appeared in front of Peter, extending a fist toward his face, Peter merely twisted his body slightly. With the ease of handling a toddler, Peter dodged everything move Steve threw at him. Punches, kicks, elbows. No matter what Steve did, every one of his attacks was expertly and easily avoided. Steve felt like he was having one of those bad dreams, where no matter how hard he punched his opponent, they were completely unaffected. Anyone else have those dreams? You're pretty quick. Peter comments as he dodges a Spartan kick to the chest. Alright, I'll stop dodging for you. Thinking that Peter was underestimating him, Steve rushed forward and doubled his efforts. This time, instead of dodging, Peter met every attack thrown at him and parried them to the side. Punches were slapped away while kicks were punted to the side. This seemed to really put things into perspective for Steve. though he didn't bother slowing down, as he had some aggression to work out and this was the perfect opportunity to do so. Everyone he knew is most likely dead, and he missed the life that he was meant to lead with the woman he loved. The anger and resentment inside of Steve needed to be worked out or else he would go crazy. AHH. Steve exclaimed as he tried a new combination of attacks. Of course, they were all knocked away with relative ease. I think it's time to end this, Peter says as he drops down to the floor and spins, sweeping the captain off of his feet and onto his back. Heavy breathing. Good fight, Cap. Peter says genuinely, but Steve felt a sting in those words. Good fight, he says, still catching his breath on the ground. I didn't even put up a fight. That's only because I have more training and superpowers than you, Peter says with a shrug. Now, go get some rest. You have a date tomorrow. Huh. Steve grunted in confusion as he picked himself up off the floor. What do you? You're about 70 years late, but I'm sure she won't mind too much, Peter says as he walks out of the room, leaving a shocked Captain America behind. Peggy's still alive. In a bedroom with a hospital bed in place of a normal bed, an aged white-haired Peggy Carter lays in bed, smiling at the handsome young man sitting at her bedside. Insert picture of old Peggy Carter here. You should be proud of yourself, Peggy, Steve says as he eyes the many pictures at his old lover's bedside. I have lived a life. Peggy turns her head to the photos before looking at Steve sadly. My only regret is that you didn't get to live yours. At novel bin at. Steve goes silent for a moment as he looks down at the floor. What is it? Peggy asks, reading him like an open book. For as long as I can remember I just wanted to do what was right, Steve says as he stares off into the distance. I guess I'm just not quite sure what that is anymore. With the war long over and the world at relative peace, at least for the time being, Steve didn't know what to do with himself. He was engineered in a lab to fight the good fight, yet here he is in a peaceful future without a clue of what to do with himself. You're always so dramatic. Peggy laughs at her young lover. Look, you saved the world. Yay, I've heard. Steve smiled in her direction. Grabbing Steve's hand and pulling him closer, Peggy looks him straight in the eyes. The world has changed and none of us can go back, Peggy says as regret and sadness fill both of their faces. All we can do is our best and sometimes the best we can do is stay over dash. Cough cough. Peggy breaks out in a fit of coughs as Steve rushes to get her a glass of water. As he turns back to hand her the glass, Peggy stops coughing and freezes. She looks at Steve with shock and surprise written all over her face. Steve, she asks as her dementia starts showing, completely forgetting the whole conversation they just had. You're alive. Yeah. Steve plays along as he was warned about this earlier. You came back. Peggy begins to cry and weep as she gripped his hand. It's been so long. Well, I couldn't leave my best girl, not when she owes me a dance. Steve holds back his own tears as he smiles warmly in her direction. The conversation continued for a short while as the two reminisced, but soon Peggy's dementia started acting up again, causing her to forget who he was completely. At that point, Steve's presence seemed to make her uncomfortable, so he said his goodbyes and left, promising to visit again on his way out. Watching sadly from the window at her bedside, Peggy saw Steve get into the back of a black car, which swiftly drove off. That was a cruel thing you just did. A voice appears in the room. Turning her head to her newest visitor, Peggy found none other than Spider-Man himself standing in her doorway. Cruel but effective. Peggy answers without an ounce of regret. Steve needs to move on with his life, and he can't do that while chasing the skirt of a dying old woman. He deserves a happy life after all that he's done. Peggy didn't have Alzheimer's or dementia. No, she just didn't want to be an anchor in the new life of the man she loved, so she did her best to scare him away. What if I said that I could make you young again? What if I said that I could make you young again? Peter says as he strolls in and takes a seat at her bedside. I would say prove it. She eyes Peter with a skeptical, yet curious glare as the old Agent Carter comes out. Well, you would be the first human test subject, Peter admits as he leans back into the chair Steve was in only moments ago. In a way, you would be the proof that it works. How reassuring. Peggy says with a heaping helping of sarcasm. You're already dying. Peter shrugs uncaringly. Either you die during the process or die naturally a week or two from now. At least my option has a chance of survival, not to mention the perk of regaining your youth. Why? She asks. Why what? Peter asks back. Why are you offering me this? Peggy clarifies. Well, if things go as I plan, Steve will become the director of the Avengers, running the day-to-day operations, but he isn't exactly the administrative type, is he? Peter says, causing Peggy to unconsciously smile for a moment. At novel bin at. No, he isn't. She admits fondly. Though that doesn't mean he'll make a bad director. In fact, I think he would be the best person for the job. Peter admits with a shrug. What does this have to do with me? Peggy asks with a raised eyebrow. You want to make me young so that Steve can have a secretary. Although she said that jokingly, Peter nodded in agreement. Yup, though you would be the vice director, not a secretary, he says, shocking her into a silent stupor. Peggy just stared at him for a moment before speaking. You want to use me as a test subject so you can hire me. Pretty much. You helped build S.H.I.E.L.D. and even became its director, a similar position to what I planned for Steve. I also happen to need a test subject as well, so it's a win-win situation. Peggy goes silent for a moment as she weighs her options. On one hand, she has a chance to be with the man she loves. Peggy is already dying and truthfully doesn't have more than a few weeks left, so dying from a failed experiment a couple of weeks earlier isn't that big of a deal to her. On the other hand, she didn't fully believe Peter's words. He says that he's doing this to hire a younger Peggy Carter and use her as a test subject, but she can't shake the feeling that there's more to why he's doing this. Peggy would be correct in that assumption, though it's not as sinister as she presumed. The main reason behind all of this, other than what's already been mentioned, is two things. 1. Dragon bones are extremely rare and Peter refuses to test them on someone that isn't worth the loss of such a rare material. Not to mention the fact that that test subject would gain countless new years of life and some minor superpowers. 2. Peter planned to change what happened in Infinity War and Endgame. Meaning, if things go the way Peter is planning, then Thanos won't win and there would be no reason for any time traveler shenanigans. Without time travel, Steve would never get to spend a long and happy life with the woman he loves, Peggy Carter. Seeing as his interference would ruin Steve and Peggy's happy ending, Peter thought it best to do the couple a favor. Fine, how do we do this? Peggy finally gives her answer. I'm happy you agreed. Peter smiles under his mask as he stands up and walks to the door. I'll be here tomorrow night to pick you up. Make sure you're alone by 7:00. Peggy didn't expect it to happen so fast, so she was stunned into silence as Peter left. What did I just get myself into? As Peter portaled home, he grabbed all of his research for the resurrection elixir alongside the needed amount of crushed dragon bones and portaled to his old secret lair. I haven't used this place since the Avengers tower was finished. Peter muttered as he admires his old makeshift extreme gym. The tower had better gym equipment, so Peter didn't need this old place anymore. Though seeing it all dusty and abandoned gives him a sad nostalgic feeling. Maybe I should buy this place and turn it into my own base away from the Avengers. Peter thought as this abandoned warehouse held a lot of fond memories from when he first started his hero work. Saving that thought for another time, Peter got to work. He only had until tomorrow night to put everything together after all. First, Peter needed a sealed coffin that wouldn't leak if it were filled to the brim with liquid. He already had plans for this, so at the corner of the room were materials and tools to build it himself. Peter ordered them a few weeks ago, when he figured out how to fix the blood problem for the elixir. The problem was simple. Peter needed fresh blood in large quantities and didn't want to hurt others to get it, so he went to Camartage to, hopefully, find a magical solution to his problem. Sadly, blood-related mystic arts seemed to be looked down upon by most of the sorcerers of Camartage, so he couldn't find anything in their library. Maybe some masters had helpful books in their private collections, but Peter didn't have access to those. Since that was the case, Peter scavenged the library for anything that could be useful, and eventually, he found something interesting. It was a simple spell that was built to infinity multiply the amount of water you had on hand. The spell would be placed on a jug or canteen, and the water inside would never run out. Masters use this spell when traveling to dimensions that don't have water, as they need water to survive like any other human being. Peter took this spell and spent a good amount of time studying and tweaking it. It only worked with water at the beginning, but after some fine-tuning, Peter was able to make separate spells that worked for different liquids. Not only did he make one that works on blood, but Peter has other spells like this that work for all of his favorite beverages. It's safe to say that the Parker residents don't pay for their drinks anymore. The fridge is filled with enchanted bottles filled with infinite soda, milk, juice, water, etc. Not only that, but the magic also keeps everything from spoiling, so it's always as fresh as the day it was bottled. This was something that was needed for the blood, as the resurrection elixir only worked with fresh blood. With his infinite source of fresh blood, Peter solved the only problem blocking him from utilizing the elixir. When he told Peggy that there was a chance of her dying in his little experiment, Peter was exaggerating by a lot based on his tests and the proof of success from the hand. Peter was about 99% sure of Peggy's survival. The remaining 1% was just there for the off chance that something went wrong, which wasn't likely. The only reason he said that to her was that he didn't want to reveal anything about the hand to Peggy. Without using the hand as a reference, then his little experiment seems extremely risky. As Peter built the metal coffin that would hold Peggy in her bath of resurrection elixir, he was undecided as to which blood to use for her. Peter has 3 sets of blood, which he could mix with the dragon bone powder for Peggy. First, is normal human blood that Peter stole from a blood drive. With it, the elixir would have the same effect that it's always had. Superhuman strength and endurance alongside a longer lifespan. Possibly some chi-related powers as well, but Peter would have to see about that. Second, Peter's own blood. Due to his enhancements, the effects of the elixir would most likely change dramatically. The possibility of minor spider-related powers emerging would be highly likely. Third, Steve's blood. Before taking the captain off of his sedatives, Peter took a sample of his fresh blood, which he immediately placed in a spelled jug. Once again, the effects of the elixir would most likely change. Minor super soldier-related powers would be likely to develop. If she's going to be with Captain America, then why not use his blood? Peter thought as he finished the coffin alongside a tube, where the elixir would pour in from a connected container. Once he was finished with that, Peter didn't have anything else to do for now. He couldn't make the elixir just yet, as it had to be fresh. That would have to wait until tomorrow. If this works, I can finally give MJ and Ned their superpowers, though maybe I should wait and give them the super soldier serum first. Peter muttered in thought. After all, the elixir might freeze them at their current age, which wouldn't be good. I'll have to run some tests on Peggy after tomorrow. Returning home that night, Peter didn't tell anyone about Peggy or his plan with the elixir. In fact, he has kept the elixir a secret from just about everyone for all this time. Peter didn't want to get his loved one's hopes up, but mainly he wanted to keep the existence of the elixir as quiet as possible. Immortality is a dangerous thing to go around advertising after all. If tomorrow's experiment is a success, then Peter could tell his loved ones and possibly a select few in the Avengers, as Peggy may not be able to keep her mouth shut. Hopefully, she's a good secret keeper, though I can expect Steve to know about it sooner or later, Peter thought. Of course, Peter won't be telling anyone about the contents of the elixir, as not even Peggy will know. They'll only know that he has a way to reverse aging, prolong life, and give minor superpowers. Drifting off to sleep that night, Peter wondered whether he should tell his loved ones about the elixir or not. After all, he may not use it on them for a while. Whatever, I'll just go with the flow, Peter thought as he texted MJ good night and fell asleep. Waking up the next day, Peter attended school as usual, before rushing over to the Avengers Tower to pick up Tony for their morgue exploration. He still had a few hours before Peggy's experiment, and Peter promised Tony that they would explore today, so he couldn't just ditch. Before heading to Tony, Peter checked in on Steve and found him working out his inner feelings on a heavy punching bag. Asterisk bang bang bang. Boom, asterisk. He threw a combination of punches that ended in a haymaker, which launched the heavy bag off of its chains and into a nearby wall. Maybe he needs more alone time, Peter thought as he slipped away. Sometimes people just need to be left alone to work out their feelings, so Peter would leave Steve be for the time being. Heading toward the elevator, Peter arrived just in time for Tony to step out with his Iron Man suit on and his face mask open. Good, you're here, Tony says excitedly. Quick, open a portal. I want to fly around and explore that planet. How did you know I was here? Peter asks with a tilt of his head. Jarvis told me, Tony answers with a shrug. Now let's go. I want to discover some alien life forms. Once again, Morag is an abandoned planet. There's nothing left on that rock, but you're welcome to try, I guess, Peter says as he opens a portal. Without even acknowledging Peter's words, Tony shoots off into the portal, leaving Peter behind as he flies off into the distance to explore Morag. Peter watched and sighed in annoyance as his friend used him as a glorified taxi service only to ditch him seconds later. At least he has his suit. Ignoring Tony's behavior, Peter enters the metal base he built and starts running tests with the equipment he brought. He needed a lot of data in order to start understanding and predicting this world's ocean tides. Why does it always turn out like this? Peter muttered as he got to work. Tony gets to run off and have all the fun while I do all of the work. Sadly for Tony, their time on Morag was cut short, as Peter's alarm went off, letting him know that it was 6:30 p.m. Only half an hour before he had to go and pick up Peggy for her procedure. After spending a good 10 minutes to find Tony, Peter had to drag him back to Earth kicking and screaming, which was annoying as hell to deal with. Leaving a disgruntled Tony Stark behind, Peter escaped before he could hear any more of his friends be *shing. Arriving at his warehouse lair, Peter got straight to work, mixing Captain America's blood and the dragon bone powder. He needed it to be ready for when Peggy arrived. Once the clock hit 7 p.m. on the dot, Peter portaled into Peggy's bedroom, though his sudden and magical appearance didn't seem to shock the elderly woman as he expected. No fun. Peter jokingly whined like a child. You're supposed to be shocked by the portal. Oh my god. How did you do that? Peggy sarcastically pretends to be surprised from her hospital bed. Okay, don't rub it in. Peter whines some more. If she knows about my portals, then Peggy must still have access to high-level shield information. Are you here to complain about my reactions or make me younger? Peggy asks with a raised eyebrow. That's right, Peter says excitedly as he banished his former attitude. The granny before me has a studly soldier with a well-rounded booty waiting for her arrival. We should hurry, as America's *S waits for nobody? Who knows how many harpies or succubi are eyeing him as we speak? Succubi, Peggy asks as her lips quirk upward involuntarily. It's plural for a succubus, Peter answers as the portal closes behind him. Right, Peggy says, giving up on this conversation. Can we get going? I want to get this over with quickly. Either I die tonight or I start my life anew. Sure, take this, Peter says as he walks over and hands her a few pills. What is it? Peggy asks as she eyes them warily. A sedative, Peter says as he dumps the pills into her hand. You'll be asleep for the entire procedure. Is this necessary? She looks up from her pills and asks. Yes, you'll have to be asleep for the procedure anyway, but mostly, I'd like to keep the whole thing as secretive as possible. Peter answers as he motions for her to take the pills. Sighing in defeat, Peggy pops the handful of pills into her mouth and grabs a nearby glass of water to wash them down. I don't know why I'm trusting you, Peggy mutters under her breath, but Peter heard her loud and clear. Because I'm your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, Peter says with an exaggerated thumbs up. Sure, Peggy mutters as she starts to get drowsy and leans back into her soft pillows. Just don't cut me open and sell my organs on the black market. Yes, ma'am, Peter says as her eyes slowly droop shut and her breathing becomes even and repetitive. Seeing that Peggy was fast asleep, Peter opened a portal to his warehouse lair and carefully carried the elderly woman inside. As the portal closed behind them, Peter walked over to the metal coffin he created yesterday and gently placed her inside. She's so old that this feels like a weird funeral, Peter thought as he looked down at her sleeping figure. Though she won't be old for long, I suppose. Without further ado, Peter starts cutting off her clothes with a pair of sharp scissors, as he didn't know if clothing would affect the process whatsoever. Throughout the whole process, he did his best to be quick and not look at her old and wrinkled body, though that was easier said than done. In order to be as respectful as possible, Peter shut the lid on the coffin as soon as he was done stripping her naked. I don't know if I can ever get the image of wrinkled, saggy, granny breasts out of my head. Peter thought as he did his best to erase what he saw from his mind. Maybe I can ask the Ancient One to erase my memories later. Pushing all of these thoughts aside, Peter quickly gets to work. Connected to the coffin by a small pipe was a big metal oil drum, which was currently filled to the brim with a thick black liquid. This liquid is the resurrection elixir. Peter carefully mixed the elixir only moments before leaving to pick up Peggy, so everything was ready to go. All he has to do is turn the lever beside the pipe and the coffin would fill with the elixir, starting the process. Good luck, Peter muttered as he turned the lever. At novel bin at. Instantly, black liquid from the oil drum flowed through the pipe and into the coffin, slowly covering Peggy's sleeping body. Within moments, the oil drum was empty and the coffin was full. Peggy's body was completely submerged, drowning in the thick viscous liquid. It's nothing but waiting now, Peter muttered as he found a place to sit and took out his phone. Are there any new YouTube videos out today? After hours of watching YouTube videos beside Peggy's coffin, Peter started to get worried that she may not survive the process. Maybe the reproduced blood doesn't work for some reason. Peter muttered as he started pacing around the metal coffin. It was already morning, meaning Peggy spent the entire night submerged in the elixir. Peter wasn't sure if she was still alive or not. It's not like he had anyone that he could call and ask about this either. All of the people that knew the ins and outs of the resurrection elixir are nothing but little specks of ash in the ocean. The dragon bones had become a very rare and finite resource for the hand, so the only people that were allowed the use of them were the fingers, who are long gone. I'm starting to regret killing all of them right about now, Peter thought as he now knew that he should have at least kept one of them as a prisoner for information. Though sacrificing them did stop a 1,000-year war with the chaste, so I don't regret it too much. At this point, Peter started to second-guess himself and was thinking of opening the coffin to check on Peggy. Though, for all he knew, doing so could interrupt the process and mess everything up, possibly killing her along the way. Peter battled these thoughts up until midday when he couldn't take it anymore and gave up. Walking up to the metal coffin, Peter reached over and slowly lifted it open. Just a peek won't hurt, right? Peter thought as the lid fully opened, revealing a rectangular box full of thick black liquid. Just as Peter was leaning in to get a closer look, the black elixir rippled as if someone had dropped a stone inside and disturbed the calm liquid. Huh. Peter watched the elixir move in confusion. Does that mean it's working? Just as Peter thought this, a black tar-covered Peggy Carter emerged as swift as a bolt of lightning, gasping for air. Heavy breathing. Oh, sh*T. Peter exclaimed as he was jump-scared by the sudden occurrence. I can't see. Peggy spoke in fright as she starts to catch her breath. You should be able to see, Peter says as he rushes to get her a nearby towel. You're only having trouble because of the liquid. Peter was careful not to use the word elixir, as he doesn't want Peggy to know anything more than she has to. What? Peggy asks as her ears were also clogged with the black substance. Giving up on speaking, for the time being, Peter starts wiping her face with the towel, which she grabs from him out of instinct and takes over. After a few moments, Peggy's face was somewhat clean, but her eyesight was blurry and she still couldn't hear a thing. Though from what Peter could see, the process seemed to be a success. Peggy's face was far more youthful than it was before. Her skin was much tighter and without a single wrinkle in sight. Peter couldn't tell for sure, as there were still a few black smudges on her face, but Peggy looked to be in her mid to late 20s. Okay, I didn't fully prepare for the cleanup portion of this, so let's just take you home so you can shower. Peter says, but she didn't respond, as everything sounded like she was underwater. Was it a success? I feel different, Peggy says loudly, as she can't hear her own voice either. As Peggy says this, she grabs the sides of the metal coffin with each hand in order to stand up. Tightening her hands on the coffin for stability, the metal instantly bends and twists in her grip as if it were nothing but a thin piece of paper. Huh, I was right about the power-up due to the blood, Peter thought as he opened a portal straight into Peggy's shower back at her house. The second Peggy stood up, she slips and fell out of the coffin, hitting the concrete floor. Bang. If you were still old, that fall would be life-ending, Peter said as he reached over and helped her up. Thankfully, her entire body was covered in a thick layer of elixir, so he couldn't see any of her naughty bits. Peter is a taken man and Peggy is a taken woman after all. It was different when she was old and unappealing. Knowing that she couldn't hear him, Peter guided her through the portal, which led directly into her shower, turning it on immediately. As the water washed over her skin, the bloody black elixir started to wash off and make its way down the drain. Peter took this as a sign to get the hell out of there. She could figure out the rest herself, but from what little he saw on his way out, Peter knew that the experiment was a complete success. Her body was younger and the power-up was obvious from what she did to the coffin only moments earlier. As he left the bathroom, Peter closed the portal as well. He didn't want Peggy investigating his secret lair after all. I guess it's just waiting now, Peter muttered as he walked into her living room and turned on the TV. Peggy POV. Although her sight was blurry, Peggy knew where Peter brought her. It's hard not to recognize your own shower after all. Though Peggy has been on a strict sponge bath routine lately, as she didn't have the strength to leave her bed anymore, so it has been a while since she's been in her own bathroom. Thank God I'll never have to do that again, Peggy thought as she stood on her 2 legs without any signs of fatigue. She couldn't remember the last time her body felt so young and spry. Speaking of sponge baths, as a 90-year-old adult woman that has lived through war, having another person wash you in bed because you couldn't do it yourself is downright degrading. Due to the black liquid infesting every crevice of her body, Peggy took almost an hour in the shower before finally turning it off and stepping out. While in the shower, she saw the youthful appearance of her body, but she hadn't gotten a look at her face just yet. Walking over to the sink, Peggy wipes the steam off of the mirror above and froze in shock. It's one thing to look down and see a pair of arms and legs, but it's a whole other to see the face you once had 70 years ago. Insert picture of young Peggy Carter again. I am young again, Peggy exclaims as her eyes go wide and she clasps a hand over her mouth. I sound so different. Before, Peggy had the shaky and broken voice of a dying 90-year-old woman, but now she looked and even sounded young again. After staring at her naked form in the mirror for a long while, Peggy grabbed a nearby towel and covered herself as she rushed out of the bathroom. At novel bin at. Peter POV. As Peter was watching Looney Tunes in Peggy's living room, he suddenly heard the sounds of wet feet pacing his way. Lowering the volume and standing up, Peter turned just in time to see Peggy rush in with nothing but a towel on. It worked. She practically screamed as she ran over to Peter and wrapped him in a hug. Thank you so much. No problem, Peter says as he keeps his arms at his sides. As I said before, this is a win-win for both of us. I just hope that you accept my job offer. Yes, of course. Peggy nods as she releases Peter and straightens her towel. I would be more than happy to become the vice director of the Avengers. Anything beats laying in a hospital bed every day until my eventual death. Soon, an awkward silence fills the room as Peggy looks down and realizes that she was only wearing a towel. I'll be right back. She blurts out and rushes toward her bedroom. A few minutes later, Peggy returned in clothes that would only fit the style of a 90-year-old granny. How do I look? Peggy asks, unsure of her current wardrobe. Like you spent the night at your grandmother's house and had to borrow her clothes. Peter answers truthfully. But all of my old clothes are in storage back in the UK, she says with a defeated sigh. Well, you can't go meeting the love of your life dressed as an old granny, Peter says as he came to the only logical conclusion. You need to go shopping. Since Peggy was far too excited to meet Steve again as her younger self, she rushed to the nearest store and bought the first outfit that looked good on her. Meanwhile, Peter hid in the car as he didn't feel like being swarmed by Spider-Man fans. If he went in with her, then soon enough they would be stuck in a sea of people asking him for autographs and pictures. Although Peter liked interacting with his fans, it can easily get very overwhelming. Even in a small clothing store, if he stayed long enough, word would spread and thousands of people will converge on his location, with all of them hoping to meet Spider-Man. It just wasn't worth the hassle. After waiting for only 10 minutes, Peggy came walking out in a much more modern outfit. She wore a slim black women's pantsuit with black high heels. The little swing in her hip along with the pep in her step said it all. Peggy felt young and beautiful again, which boosted her confidence far above what it's been lately. It's been so long since I've been able to wear heels, Peggy says with a smile as she gets into the driver's seat. Well, I'm just happy that I could make that possible for you again, Peter says as he enjoyed her happy mood. He felt a strong sense of accomplishment for helping Peggy. Yesterday she was a dying old woman and now she was on her way to living a long and happy life. Find an empty road and I'll open a portal into the underground parking lot in Avengers Tower, Peter says as she starts driving. As they drive through traffic, Peter explains some things to her. Alright, I know we're kind of rushed so let me explain a bit about your new body, he says as she listens carefully while keeping her eyes on the road. First, you should have a much longer lifespan than a normal human. It's not infinite, but you'll live for a long time. How long is a long time? Peggy asks curiously. I'm not sure, Peter says with a shrug. I'll have to run some tests to find out, but that can wait for another day. Okay, anything else? She asks as they stop at a red light. Yes, you may not have noticed it yet, but you have super strength, Peter says, causing her to turn to him with a raised eyebrow. Really? Peggy asks with a small hint of excitement in her voice. Yup, you should have more than just super strength as well, Peter says as he explains her earlier destruction of the thick metal coffin. You should have other powers too, but I would have to run some tests to find out exactly what they are. Peggy got quiet as she looks down at the steering wheel and gripped it tightly. Instantly, the wheel started to bend and crack. Before it could break and ruin their current mode of transport, Peggy released the wheel and stared at her own hand in shock. Asterisk beep, 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 asterisk. The sounds of car horns break Peggy from her stunned silence. The light turned green and the drivers behind them were getting *SSED that they were blocking a lane. Pressing the accelerator, Peggy starts driving as she contemplated the fact that she now had superpowers. Not only did he give me my youth back, but superpowers as well, Peggy thought as she glanced at Peter through the rearview mirror. At novel bin at. Peggy would never be able to repay him. The car remained silent until Peggy found an empty road, where Peter opened a portal big enough for her to drive through. When they passed through it and entered the underground parking lot, the portal snapped shut behind them. I don't know if I can do this, Peggy mutters nervously as she parked the car. I've waited 70 years for him. What if my stunt the other day ruined everything? What happened to the confident Agent Carter? Peter taunts with a tilt of his head. You have 70 more years of life experience compared to Steve. This should be easy for you. Hell, you could probably just stroll up and kiss the guy without a word and that would be enough. Peggy goes quiet as the steering wheel cracks under her nervous grip. You're right. Good, let's go. Peter says as they get out of the car and walk over to a nearby elevator. Putting in his security code, Peter presses the floor number that Steve is staying on. No turning back now, he says as the elevator doors close. Steve POV. Pow pow pow. Ever since Steve visited Peggy and witnessed what time had done to her, he couldn't shake this feeling of rage within himself. Steve was angry, which is why he spent every waking moment in the tower's gym, destroying countless punching bags. Asterisk bang. Boom asterisk. With one fully powered punch, Steve knocked the punching bag off of its chains and sent it flying into the wall. This would be the 5th bag he has done this to. Thankfully, the gym had another 5 for him to use. At least until he broke those as well. Although Steve was angry, that anger was placed on no one but himself. His mind kept replaying the moments leading up to the crash, finding all sorts of ways that things could have gone different. Thoughts littered with the phrases could have and should have filled his mind constantly. All of these thoughts lead to the same outcome. Steve makes it back in time to take Peggy out on their planned date, but thoughts of what could have and should have can't change the past. No, the past is set in stone. He is stuck with the stupid decisions that he made, and the punishment for that is the loss of the love of his life. Steve may not be the brightest mind in the world, but he could see that Peggy didn't have much time left. The fact that she made it all the way to her 90s is already impressive. So, how does an angry super soldier deal with all of these emotions and realizations? He trains until the equipment can't handle his strength anymore. Hence the pile of 5 broken punching bags in the corner of the room. With another punching bag destroyed, Steve decided to call it a day and started walking back to his apartment. Along the way, his mind continued formulating alternate plans that would have reunited him with the love of his life 70 years sooner. It's all my fault, Steve muttered as he walked with his gaze sullenly pointed downward. What's your fault, Captain? A familiar female voice filled the hall. Huh. Steve grunted in confusion as he looked up to see a very familiar woman, which shocked him into a frozen stupor. It wasn't the arrival of the woman that shocked him, but the fact that she didn't look as he remembered seeing her only a couple of days ago. What's the matter, soldier? She says with a teasing smile. Cat got your tongue. Aye. Steve stuttered as he was lost for words. Standing before him is the spitting image of the Peggy Carter he remembered from 70 years ago. His heart pounded as he took in her image with his mouth hung open in shock. Let me help you with that? Peggy says as she walks up and takes Peter's earlier advice. Grabbing Steve by the scruff of his shirt, Peggy pulls him down and smashes her lips onto his. The already shocked Captain America was clueless as his eyebrows shot upward. Before he had the time to reciprocate the kiss, Peggy pulled back and admired the stupid look on Steve's face. God, I missed that look, she says with a fond smile. How? Steve finally gets a word out. Spider-Man helped me, Peggy replies as he pulls her into a tight hug. It's a long story. Well, I have all the time in the world, Steve says as he refused to let her out of his grasp. You're sweaty, Peggy mutters as she notices his wet clothes. Yeah, I've been in the gym all day, Steve explains, still refusing to let her out of his hug. Suddenly, Peggy shoved him backward with a bit more strength than he was prepared for, which caused him to release her and stumble back a few steps. How did you do that? Steve asks as no normal human could do that to him with a simple shove. I'll tell you after you get cleaned up, Peggy says as she grabs his hand. You still owe me a date after all. Peter watched from down the hall as Peggy revealed herself to Steve. As soon as they started to kiss, he knew that they should have some alone time and walked away. Peggy has already been told to keep the details of her youthful re-emergence a secret, though Peter said that she could tell Steve as long as he keeps it quiet as well. Of course, Peter allowed them to say that it was his doing, as the building's cameras have already seen them enter together. Anyone who looks into it would see that he was the one to bring Peggy into the building in the first place. Peter also instructed her to contact him or have Steve contact him in case of any emergencies related to the procedure. You can never be too careful. Truthfully, she should be under a sort of house arrest right now, so that Peter could study her body and make sure everything went smoothly, but he knew that wasn't going to happen. Peggy is a very headstrong woman. Nothing would keep her away from Steve right now, which is why Peter allowed her some time directly after the procedure. She better enjoy it too, because as soon as the next day arrives, her life will be nothing but medical tests for at least a week. Blood tests, X-rays, CT scans, biopsies, etc. Peter would run every test he could dream of in order to understand what the elixir actually did to her body. Thankfully, as Peggy was an old and dying woman, her medical history is filled with such tests, so he would have a good reference to see what changed. Leaving the two lovebirds in the tower, Peter returned to his warehouse lair and started cleaning up. There were small pools and trails of black blood elixir alongside an open coffin full of the stuff. Of course, he did keep some samples of the used elixir for testing, though he already knew that the chi was completely gone by now, as it was absorbed into Peggy's body. Once the place was completely clean, Peter could finally return home to get some sleep. After all, he spent the whole night watching over Peggy throughout the whole process. Peter may have superpowers and could go days without sleep, but those days wouldn't be very happy for him and especially those around him. A tired Peter Parker is a moody mess of a man. Just as Peter laid his head onto the soft pillow of his bed, ready to close his eyes and go into a 12-hour-long coma, his phone started ringing. Ring ring ring. Mother f***. Peter cursed as he grabbed his phone and answered it with his eyes still closed. What? Someone's cranky today. The voice of his beautiful girlfriend was heard over the phone, which woke Peter from his tired stupor. Sorry, I spent the whole night working on something for someone and now I'm trying to sleep. Peter says truthfully but doesn't go into detail. I can explain more later if you want but I'm too tired for that right now. Truthfully, he expected it to be Tony or Fury calling him about Peggy, not his girlfriend. Okay, I'll let you sleep then. MJ says understandingly. You could come over and sleep with me. Peter offers but soon realizes the innuendo in his words. Well, not that kind of sleeping. I mean actual sleeping and not sex. I mean, you said you're not ready yet so. MJ couldn't contain herself anymore and broke out in a fit of laughter. She loved the way Peter could go from the smartest person she knew to a blabbering idiot like flipping a switch. Hey, don't laugh at me. Peter protests as he turns in his bed. I've been awake for like 40 hours. Sorry, you're just so cute, she says, completely ruining his manly image. Hey, never call a man. Peter says seriously, though he could hear her laughing again. I'm handsome, rugged, or dashing. Never cute. Whatever you say, cutie. I'll be there after I have dinner with my mom. MJ says and hangs up before Peter could say anything. I'm not cute. Peter muttered as he put down his phone and closed his eyes to sleep for a second time. Ring ring ring. Is she calling again? Peter thought in annoyance as he grabs his phone once again. My love, stop calling me. I'm trying to sleep. Well, sorry darling. A surprisingly manly and sarcastic voice answers back, shocking Peter out of his bed. I was just sitting here wondering what you did to the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Peggy Carter. Fury, what do you want? Peter asks as he feels a bit embarrassed. What about her? Don't play dumb with me. Fury wasn't in the mood to beat around the bush. She's young again. Explain. Maybe she started a new skin routine. Peter may be tired but he's always happy to annoy Fury. She told me that you were responsible, though she refused to go into detail. Fury says suspiciously. Well, she is 90 years old. Who knows what delusions are going on in that head of hers. Peter says it gets ready to hang up. Anyway, I'm heading off to bed. Have a good night, Baldy. Don't you dare dash. Just as Fury started to yell, Peter hit the red phone symbol, cutting the call. Hee, messing with Fury never gets old. Peter muttered as he put his phone on do not disturb and finally was able to sleep. Don't you dare hang up on me. Fury yelled but it was too late. Sat across from him were both Steve Rogers and Peggy Carter. Though maybe it would be Peggy Rogers soon? The two spent a grand total of about 30 minutes together before they bumped into Fury, who was shocked to see his mentor and predecessor in perfect youthful shape. Of course, now they had some explaining to do, as Fury wouldn't just let them go. He had tons of questions, yet almost none of them could be answered. Peggy kept her word, though she didn't know much in the first place, and only said that it was Spider-Man's doing, while Steve didn't have time to ask so he knew about just as much as Fury. Mother f***er. Fury muttered angrily as he put down his phone and stared straight at Peggy. I told you he wouldn't say anything. Peggy knew calling Peter would be a waste of time. Just give me something. Fury was practically begging at this point. Truthfully, I don't know much. Peggy reveals and receives a skeptical eyebrow raise from both Steve and Fury. It's true. He was very secretive about the whole process. I was asleep before even leaving the house. Why though? Fury asks. At novel bin at. Yeah, he doesn't even know you. He barely even knows me. Steve joins in on the questioning. He said that I would be the vice director of the Avengers. Peggy explains with a shrug. That's it. Fury asks with some heavy skepticism. We don't even have any director candidates yet. Hearing this, Peggy looked over at Steve. This action didn't go unnoticed by Fury either. I see. Fury nods, confusing Steve who didn't notice Peggy's look. It's not the best reason but at least things are starting to make sense. Right. Peggy stands from her chair, pulling Steve up to his feet with her. Steve and I have an overdue date, so if you'll excuse us. Dragging Steve to the door, Peggy didn't want to wait any longer. Wait. We need to run some tests. Fury tries to stop them, but a very pointed glare from his former boss stops him in his tracks. I was a dying old woman yesterday. Do you know what's the worst part about that situation? Peggy asks out of nowhere. Fury didn't answer. It's the regret. She answers her own question. My biggest regret was missing my date with this big idiot. I've already wasted my precious time here and I refuse to waste a single second more. Grabbing Steve's arm, who wasn't sure how to feel about being called an idiot, Peggy pulls him out of the office, leaving a disgruntled bald pirate behind. Arriving at the Avengers Tower wearing his spider suit, Peter made his way straight to Steve's apartment and knocked on the door. Knock knock. Soon enough, he heard some shuffling on the other side of the door before it swung open, revealing a disheveled-looking Captain America. Yes. Steve asks awkwardly as if he was hiding something. Where's Peggy? Peter asks as he slips past Steve and strolls into the living room. She's not here. Steve says as he quickly catches up. I escorted her home last night. Right. Peter says sarcastically. Do you think I'm an idiot? At novel bin at. What? Steve replies in confusion. Cap, your hair is messy, your shirt's on backwards, and your zipper is down. Peter lists off as he points to the closet by the door. If that wasn't enough, I can hear someone in the closet over there. I don't know what dash Steve decides to double down on his lie, but he was interrupted by the closet door swinging open. Gigs up, huh? Peggy says as she exits the closet wearing nothing but one of Steve's dress shirts. Yup, go and get dressed. We have a lot of tests to run. Peter says as he wanted to get this day's tests done before Tony woke up, as they would be heading off to Morag. Yes, sir. Peggy gives a mocking salute and walked off to the bedroom. Turning back to Steve, who fixed his shirt and zipped his pants closed, Peter saw an embarrassed look on his face. Have a fun night? Peter asked as he smirked under his mask. Peter needed to pass on the embarrassment he felt this morning to someone else. Thankfully, Steve offered himself as the perfect target. Yeah, Steve answered as he looked away. First time? Peter asked as he leaned on a nearby wall. That's a bit personal, don't you think? Steve stutters. I mean, was it your first date? Peter clarifies, though that obviously wasn't what he was asking. Oh, yeah, it was our first date. Steve answered as his embarrassment increased. What did you think I meant? Peter asked, enjoying this almost as much as he enjoys annoying Fury. Aye. Steve stuttered and was about to answer, but luckily for him, Peggy came back wearing the same clothes as yesterday. All right, I'm here. You can stop embarrassing my soldier now, Peggy says as she pecks Steve on the cheek and confidently walks out of the door. I'll be back when we're done. Well, see you later, Cap. Peter said as he pats Steve on the shoulder and follows her out. So, where to? Peggy asks as they walk the halls of the tower with Peter taking the lead. The tower has a sort of hospital floor dedicated to medical testing, so we don't have to go far. Peter says as they get into an elevator and go up. That's convenient. Peggy states as she looks at Peter eagerly. How long until today's tests are over? I want to spend as much time with Steve before the other shoe drops. Why, you know something I don't? Peter asks with a raised eyebrow. No, but I do know the cycle of life, or at least the cycle of my life. Peggy says as the elevator stops and the doors open. When good things happen, the bad will always follow sooner or later. So what? You and Steve are young and together, so now we're about to get invaded by aliens or something. Peter says, jokingly dropping a hint about the next event he thinks will happen. No, it doesn't have to be aliens, but soon enough something will happen that'll break up our current calm life. Peggy says as if she were some sort of psychic. Sure, and you can read my palm later. Peter says jokingly as he leads her up to an MRI machine. This thing is as magnetic as it gets, so remove any and all metal jewelry, clothing, etc. before hopping in. I want to be clear that I'm not psychic. Peggy says with a roll of her eyes as she takes off all of her jewelry. I guess we'll see, won't we? Standing on an asteroid floating through space, a blue man in all black hooded clothing with purple eyes and black face paint looked upward respectfully. He held a large war hammer in hand, resting the butt of it on the asteroid below. Insert picture of Roman the Accuser here. Ronan the Accuser, a radical Prix warlord and former member of the Accusers, which were a high-level specialized military force of the Prix army. They would take the missions that normal soldiers wouldn't be able to complete or return home from. Although Ronan kept his title as an accuser, he defected from the Accusers and the Prix Empire as a whole after the end of the Prix-Nova War, as he disagreed with the peace treaty signed by the Prix Emperor and the Nova Empire. Though it didn't take him long to find another cause to serve. Floating above Ronan is a throne that held a giant purple man garbed in gold armor. He sat above Ronan like a bored king looking down on a lowly peasant. Insert picture of Thanos here. Thanos, the Mad Titan. Thanos is a genocidal warlord from the planet Titan, whose objective is to bring stability to the universe by wiping out half of all life at every level, as he believed its massive population would inevitably use up the universe's entire supply of resources and perish. Although this goal of his may be a bit outlandish and extreme, his belief comes from personal experience. Titan, Thanos' home world, was plagued by overpopulation, which caused a drain on its resources and sent the Titan race hurtling toward an inevitable demise. Thanos saw this problem early and proposed an extreme but necessary solution. By randomly killing half the planet's population, they would preserve their finite resources and save the remaining half. Of course, his plan was rejected as being too extreme, and Thanos was cast out as nothing but a raving madman. Soon enough, the predicted catastrophe hit Titan, causing the mass extinction of most of the planet's life forms, with Thanos being one of the few remaining survivors. One of the last Titans alive in the whole universe. I only ask that you take this matter seriously. Ronan projects his voice up to Thanos. The only matter that I do not take seriously is you, boy. Thanos looks down at his newest subordinate in utter annoyance. Your politics bore me and your demeanor is that of a pouty child. Ronan tightened his hands into tight fists as he held his tongue, afraid that any thoughtless reply would get him killed. Who cares whether some weak empires form a treaty? Thanos said as if the Nova and Prix empires were two ant hills joining together. At the end of the day, they were just more ants. You wish for the destruction of your enemy's home world, yes. Thanos says, breaking Ronan from his self-imposed silence. Yes, Xander must be turned into nothing but a cloud of dust floating along the void of space. Ronan answers as his blood starts to boil in hatred. And I can do that, for a price. Thanos offers as if he were the devil. What do you want? Ronan asks, ready to pay as long as he was able. You will lead one of my armies as well as your own to a certain planet. Thanos explains as a small smile appears on his face. Conquer the planet, kill half of its population, and bring me a certain item. What's the combat level of this planet? Ronan asks as he needed to know what to expect. They've barely left their own atmosphere. Thanos says with a dismissive look. If you're unable to conquer the planet in a single day, then you aren't worth the air you breathe. I won't disappoint. Ronan declares with conviction. Good, my daughter Nebula will be accompanying you. Thanos declares without any room for argument. When she returns you will set out. She'll be given all the information you'll need. 2 weeks passed as Peter's life became peaceful once again and a rough schedule was formed. After school, Peter went to the tower where he would run tests and collect data on Peggy. She and Steve were practically living together at this point, as he would always find her at his apartment in the tower. During one of his many visits, Peter offered Steve a job as a member of the Avengers, where he would be groomed for the position of director, but Steve seemed unsure of what to do with his life. He was alive and had his girl by his side, so the war hero part of him was currently put on the sidelines. That will change soon enough. Peter thought as he knew that something would happen to trigger his involvement. Whether it be the possible invasion, the remnants of Hydra, or some other villain's appearance, Peter knew that Steve would join the Avengers sooner or later. Once Peter was done running his tests, he would go meet Tony, who would usually be getting out of bed by that point. The man either spends the whole night partying or crafting something in his workshop. After Tony eats his breakfast, which is usually a glass of some fancy liquor and a Pop-Tart, the two would head over to Morag, where Tony would ditch him to explore the wasteland of an abandoned alien planet. Since Peter would usually be left behind due to the needed research to find the orb's location, he decided to make use of Tony and asked Jarvis to scan the planet as his adventurous creator flew around. With this, Peter was able to get a complete and accurate map of the entire planet, which Jarvis turned into a convenient hologram. Thanks to this, Peter's time on this planet was virtually cut in half, speeding up his search for the Power Stone by a large margin. Who knew that Tony's slacking would actually pay off for once? Peter thought as he studied the holographic replica of Morag. Sadly, the scans don't go below sea level. If they did, then Peter would have found the orb already, though he should have everything he needs to find it within another week or two. Other than that one bit of helpfulness, Tony didn't really get involved much in Peter's study of Morag and its tides. He wasn't exactly motivated, as Peter made it very clear that he wouldn't be sharing the treasure he was searching for. Whatever, he helped more than enough. Peter thought as he swung through the skyscrapers of New York City at night. After his daily research on Morag, Peter usually had some free time, where he would either relax or go out on patrol as he is now. Due to the knowledge that New York was protected by Spider-Man, a lot of the professional criminals left for other more defenseless places to work. Of course, not everyone left as people like Wilson Fisk smartened up and started doing their dirty work behind closed doors, shrouding their crimes behind the guise of legitimate business. Though Peter was far too busy to investigate the smarter criminals, so he planned to create a division for that in the Avengers. Avengers Investigation Division. He would recruit some of the less powerful heroes and saddle them with detectives from the NYPD, as they had experience in these sorts of investigations. A council meeting has already taken place on this subject and the votes were unanimously in Peter's favor, which is why Peter was out tonight. Yes, he planned to stop any crime that he may run into, but his destination was the NYPD headquarters. Aid would expand past just New York, but that would take time and the existence of more Avengers. I could also use Aid as a way to absorb the Hand into the Avengers. Arriving at his destination after stopping a mugging and an illegal street fight, Peter swung down and landed at the entrance to the NYPD headquarters. A few beat cops were outside smoking cigarettes when he landed right in front of them and waved hello. Yo, good to see you guys again. Peter says as he remembered them from the bombing incident. Spider-Man. One of them jumped in surprise. Spider-Man sir, is there something you need? Another officer asked respectfully. Yeah, can you take me to your boss? I'm here on Avenger business. Peter said as he points to the door. Yeah, follow me. One of them says and they lead Peter inside, surprising the police inside with their entrance. What happened, Richards? The desk sergeant calls out in a joking manner. You catch a Spider-Man wannabe. Hearing this, many of the officers laugh, as no one expected the real Spider-Man to show up at their door. Before the men leading Peter inside could explain, a bald-mustached man in a highly decorated police uniform came stomping out of his office. Quit playing around and get back to work. He yelled in anger as this wasn't the first time they were slacking off today. Hey there, Chief. Peter says as he strolls over. It's good to see you again. I see why they were messing around now, he says, not believing it was the actual Spider-Man either. Someone get this clown out of here or into a cell. We don't have time for this. There's work to be done. Under the horrified gazes of the few officers that knew the truth, 2 nearby cops rushed over to Peter, ready to throw him out so they could earn a couple brownie points from their boss. Sadly for them, they didn't get very far before their legs and arms were entangled with webs, causing them to fall face first into the hardwood floor. Bang. That's not a very nice way to greet a guest. Peter says a bit menacingly as the chief face goes pale in realization. I didn't dash he stuttered as he tried to explain himself but Peter started laughing out of nowhere. I'm just messing with you. Peter says as he walks past the chief and into his open office. Come inside. I have a proposition for you. Hastily following Peter into his office, the chief closed the door behind him and shut the blinds as well. I apologize for that, he says as he takes a seat and offers Peter one on the opposite side of his desk. They've been messing around all day, so I thought someone called in a Spider-Man lookalike as a joke. Don't worry, I don't mind, Peter says as he shrugs uncaringly and takes a seat. Good. The chief sighed, relieved that he didn't make an enemy out of the most influential and powerful man in the world. Now, what can I do for you? Well, Peter says as he explains the general idea of aid. And I want your best detectives to become liaison officers assigned to this division. Ideally, each detective will be paired off with a low-level Avenger. So, you Avengers want to go after local crimes as well? I thought you were set on higher-level stuff. The chief mutters as he takes everything in. Not that I mind, of course. We could use the extra help with criminals like Fisk walking around freely. Yes, some Avengers aren't as strong as others, so they wouldn't be called for any higher-level stuff as you said. Of course, that doesn't mean they can't be put to work, which is why I'm putting together this division. I'm on board 100%, though I'll have to run it by the commissioner before anything can happen on my end, the chief explains powerlessly. That's fine, Peter says as he stands up and walks to a nearby open window. This is all in the early stages of development and I have to get some things moving on my end as well. In the meantime, you should get approval from your higher UPS and start putting together files on the detective that you think are worth applying. Yes, I'll get right on that. The chief nods in agreement as Peter dives out of the windows and swings away. While waiting for Mystique's arrival, Peter started going over all of the data that he collected from Peggy. They just had their last day of testing yesterday, which means Peggy is now free to spend her days in leisure, cuddled up with Captain America. At least until the other shoe drops, as she so eloquently stated a couple of weeks ago. As Peter just started to go over everything, Tony saunters into the room wearing a Gucci robe. He looked to be completely naked underneath as he sipped a glass of brown liquid. Spy day, Tony calls out as he walks over. Just the man I was looking for. What's up? Peter says as he looks up from his reading material to see his tipsy friend's appearance. You thought that you could hide it from me, did you? Tony says as he points at Peter accusingly. I have no idea what you're talking about, Peter says as he leans back in his chair. Did he figure out my identity or something? Don't play dumb, Tony says as he takes another sip of his alcohol. You made that woman young again. How? Huh? I thought you knew that already, Peter says as he internally sighs in relief. How'd you find out? Peter never thought to tell Tony or anyone else for that matter, as he thought Fury would do that for him. I saw the tests you were running on her and asked around. Fury was happy to explain everything, Tony reveals as he took a seat across from Peter. Well, what about it? Peter asked. I want to know why you keep hiding things from me, Tony says as he finishes his drink and slams it down onto the table between them. First, it was the thing you're looking for on that planet, and now, you experimented on someone without me? Am I not your best friend? Of course, you are. Peter couldn't help but smile at Tony's inebriated state. Then why do you keep hiding things from me? Tony asks as he pouts like a petulant child. Because I, like everyone else in the world, have a few secrets that I'm not ready or willing to reveal at the moment, Peter says with a shrug. Mine just so happen to be a bit out of the norm compared to others. Sigh, you're insufferable, you know that. Tony sighs heavily as he stares at his best friend. Why can't you just trust me a bit? I do trust you. Peter raises an eyebrow under his mask. You're one of the handful of people that know I use magic. Yeah, but that's because I would have blown myself up studying runes otherwise, Tony rebuts. The room goes silent as Peter stares at Tony in contemplation. F***ck Peter thought as he resolved himself. Okay, how about I share a secret with you? Will that make you feel better? Yes. Tony's former depressing drunk mood disappeared as he agreed happily. All right, follow me, Peter says as he waves his hand and opens a portal to the mirror dimension. Where the hell is this? Tony muttered as he followed Peter through the portal. The mirror dimension, Peter reveals as the portal closes behind them. A parallel dimension to our own. Cool, Tony says as he turns in place, admiring the view. Is this the secret? No, this is. Peter shakes his head as he reaches his thumb under his mask and pulls it off. Tony's eyes go wide as Spider-Man's real face is revealed before his very eyes. Peter's hair falls messily without the mask holding it in place. Ugh, I hate mask hair. Peter grunts in annoyance as he runs his fingers through his hair, fixing it as best as he could. Though Tony didn't give a **T about that. He was too busy staring at Peter's face reveal with his mouth wide open. You're young, Tony blurted out. The man that he became such good friends with was either a natural baby face or just really young. Yup, I'm 16. Peter nods without much care for his age. 16. Tony exclaims in bewilderment. What? Are you in middle school? Tony's image of the man below the mask was completely ruined. He thought that Spider-Man was around his age, but that idea turned out to be completely and utterly incorrect. High school, but I only still attend because of my friends. Peter shrugs uncaringly. Tony freezes for a moment and studies Peter's face. Wait, I know you. A look of realization appears on his face as Tony points at Peter accusingly once again. You snuck backstage with your girlfriend? What was her name? He says, trying to remember the names they gave him. Yup, Peter Parker and MJ. Pete says with a smile. She wanted to meet my best friend, so we snuck in and played the part of your adoring fans. But, you're so young. Tony still couldn't get over Peter's age. We've been following a child. Tony realizes that the leader of the Avengers was more than half the age of everyone on the council the whole time. I wouldn't say I'm a child. That's a bit harsh. Peter says as it was his turn to pout this time. I may be young but I'm very mature. That can easily be seen by how shocked you are right now. That's true. Tony mutters as he goes silent. Well, now you know, I guess. Peter says to break the awkward silence. Don't tell anyone and don't leave any trails if you look me up. I have loved ones that would be in a lot of danger should certain people learn of my identity. Yeah, I get it. Tony waves off Peter's warnings. I'm not an idiot. No, but you can be on occasion. Peter smirks as he puts his mask back on. This is good though. Now you can meet my girlfriend. She's a bit of a Tony Stark fan, so maybe I can bring her over for dinner sometime or something. We'd have to be careful though. Why? Tony asks. Well, other than the fact that my identity could be tracked if she's seen with me, MJ happens to be Fury's daughter. Though that's another secret you'll have to keep. Peter reveals yet another shocking piece of information. Wait, did you just say what I think you said? Tony didn't know whether to laugh like a madman or be afraid for his friend's life. You're Fury's daughter's boyfriend, yes. Peter says with an awkward smile under his mask. You're so dead. Tony states as if he was already planning Peter's funeral. I think I'll be fine. Peter shrugs. That depends. Have you had sex with her yet? Tony asks as he stops to think for a moment. Because maybe then he'll only maim you a little before letting you go. Peter didn't know what to say to that, which spoke for itself. Oh my god, you're dead. After swearing Tony to secrecy, Peter returned to the meeting room in the tower, where he continued waiting for Mystique to show up. Tony may have been making jokes about his relationship, but Peter could tell that he felt a bit odd about the whole age thing. Having a best friend that's more than half your age is probably a bit weird, so Peter understood. Hopefully, he gets over it soon. Peter thought as Mystique came walking in with a confident sway in her hips. What's the mission this time, boss? Raven asks as she stands across the large table with a hand resting on her hip. This one is especially secret and a bit more dangerous than the last. Peter says as he turns on the surveillance jammer just in case. I'm talking completely off the books. Well, tell me about it. She says confidently and curiously. All right, but I want to be clear. Peter says as he leans forward and stares directly into Mystique's eyes. No one should know about this, not even Eric. If you can't accept that, I understand and will dash. Fine, just explain already. Raven cuts Peter off, eager to know what this is all about. Peter didn't know if he believed her, but he'll still give her the mission anyway. I don't really mind Eric knowing, as long as he keeps quiet of course. Opening a folder, Peter pulls out a picture of a glowing blue cube and pushes it across the table. That is an artifact known as the Tesseract. Peter explains as she looks down at the picture curiously. It was used in World War II by Hydra to supply the Nazi war effort with futuristic weaponry, among other things. You want me to get the cube? Mystique asks. Yes and no. Peter says as he slides the whole folder across. I want you to go undercover as you usually do, and find the exact location of the Tesseract. Once you've found it, you'll alert me and we'll steal it together. How so? She asks. Something like the Tesseract will be locked up under a crazy level of surveillance and security. All that I need you to do is be in place to shut down the surveillance. Without cameras, all I have to do is open 2 portals. One for you and another to grab the Tesseract. Peter explains the plan. And no one would know who took the cube. Raven was impressed. That would be the point, yes. Peter nods. Who has the Tesseract? She asks. At novel bin at. Reaching over the table, Peter opens the folder, revealing many classified papers with the SHIELD logo. The folder contained everything that Peter has managed to find about the Tesseract since he started working with SHIELD. It's not much, as Peter has been busy, but it should be enough to find the thing, especially with Raven's help. SHIELD. Mystique was certainly surprised. Yup, will that be a problem? Peter asks questioningly. No, but I want something in exchange for my silence services. She gives Peter an ultimatum. Sure, as long as it's doable and doesn't go against my morals. Peter agrees easily. That'll do. Mystique nods as she takes the folder and walks to the door. Wait, you didn't say what you wanted. Peter called out but she merely waved over her shoulder. You can pay upon completion of the mission. Another 2 weeks passed while Peter was waiting for Mystique to contact him about the mission that he gave her. Throughout these 2 weeks, Peter has stuck to a very similar schedule, except now his time after school was open since Peggy didn't require any more tests. Speaking of her test results, Peter was finally able to go over them without interruption, and boy did he learn a lot. First, the physical enhancement to her muscles, organs, tendons, bones, etc. is on a level a bit below Captain America. Peter didn't think that her body would reach that level of power, but the combination of dragon bones and super soldier blood seemed to do the trick. I wonder how powerful she would have been if I used my blood instead. Peter wondered as he looked over the results. After all, Peter is far stronger than Steve. Secondly, the results also allowed Peter to see the longevity effects of the elixir, which was amazing, to say the least. The human body is composed of trillions of cells. They provide structure for the body, take in nutrients from food, convert those nutrients into energy, and carry out specialized functions. Cells go through a natural life cycle that includes growth, maturity, and death. This natural life cycle is regulated by a number of factors, but that doesn't matter right now. As cells age, they function less well. Eventually, old cells must die, which is a normal part of the body's functioning. New cells take their place with time, but the capacity to continue replacing cells with fresh ones reduces over time. This causes aging and inevitable death. Peggy's cells seem to be moving through that same cycle but at a much slower pace. So slow, in fact, that she may be able to live for 300 to 400 years before either dying or needing another dose of the elixir. I wonder what Steve's lifespan is. Peter wondered if the super soldier serum affected Steve's aging at all. I'll have to give him the elixir otherwise. After all, two lovers being separated by death is a pretty sad reality. Peggy has already had to live 70 years without Steve, so adding to that already large number seemed cruel. I'll worry about that when I have a larger stockpile of dragon bones, or possibly a more viable replacement for them. Peter thought dismissively, as Steve is still fairly young. Next, Peter covertly scanned Peggy with a spell that tested her body for traces of chi energy, which was said to enhance due to the elixir's use. Everyone has chi in their bodies, but only those that were trained to harness it could wield their inner energy. Since every living human had chi, Peter cross-referenced Peggy's chi levels compared to some random people, which he stealthily tested during his patrols. If he could give a ranging number for the normal human chi level, Peter would place that around 23 to 37. Meanwhile, Peter had a whopping 186, and he hasn't taken the elixir yet. As for Peggy, she had a chi level of 153, which was only a little less than Peter, so it had to be good. Of course, Peter didn't know the average chi level of someone from Kaonlun, so for all he knows, this could be a very meager amount. Maybe I can test one of the chi masters from Camartage. Peter thought, hoping that they wouldn't find it disrespectful or something. Although Peggy had all of this usable chi, Peter battled with the idea of telling her or not. Revealing this to her will open up a whole new world, as Peggy would no doubt search for someone to teach her how to harness her energy. On the other hand, Peggy already has super soldier powers and Peter didn't want to deal with the questions that would follow. No doubt, everyone would want the elixir even more than they already do. Peter thought as he remembered Tony asking if he could get the immortality drug next. Thanks to Jarvis, who runs everything in the tower, Tony saw every test that Peggy went through, especially the tests on her cells. When Tony learns that the elixir also gives energy powers as well, he would become even more annoying and insistent than he already is. Peter lamented over the decision to tell her or not. After thinking for a good while, Peter concluded that he would play it by ear. If the Ancient One reveals herself fully and joins the Avengers, then Peter would offer Peggy's name to one of the Chi Masters of Camartage as a possible disciple or something. As Peter was thinking this, Peggy's POV. Peggy Carter was given a second chance, which she would not throw away carelessly. A second chance to be young and with the man she loved was all Peggy could ever ask for after all. Since she decided to take this second chance seriously, Peggy has jumped right back into her former army and shield training. Thankfully, the procedure not only made her young again but packed on a good amount of lean muscle as well. The transformation reminded her of a minor version of the experiment that transformed Steve into the man he is today. Although Peggy was instantly given the body of a super soldier, the same couldn't be said for the former skills she picked up throughout her long life. The worst of it all was her martial arts, which were extremely rusty due to a lack of use. Peggy couldn't exactly practice Krav Maga from her hospital bed after all. Now that she was able-bodied, Peggy made constant use of the advanced gym equipment in the Avengers Tower, sharpening herself back into the warrior that she used to be, which is where she was at this very moment, covered in sweat and striking out at a human-shaped dummy. Bang bang bang. Using the practice combinations that she remembered from her training, Peggy stuck the target non-stop. As she was doing this, Peggy felt an odd sensation run from her core, through her arm, and toward her clenched fist. Boom! When that same fist made contact, the dummy's head snapped off and flew across the room, only stopping as it embedded itself into the wall. What the? Peggy muttered as she didn't use enough power to do that. Yes, as a super soldier, Peggy could do such a thing with raw strength alone, but she was especially careful not to ruin any of the equipment. Unlike Steve, who breaks at least one piece of gym equipment a day. Looking at her hand in confusion, Peggy found a tiny speck of golden light coming from under her fingernail, though it disappeared so quickly that she wasn't sure if it was real or not. Maybe I'm just seeing things, Peggy thought but wasn't convinced. Looking between the damaged wall and the destroyed training dummy, Peggy didn't know what to do. I'll just blame this on Steve. Peter's POV. Other than going over Peggy's test results, Peter has officially studied planet Morag and its neighboring moons and sun enough to predict the tides fairly accurately. That combined with the very in-depth map of the planet was all Peter needed to find the orb. Through all of his research, Peter learned one very important thing. Every 300 years, which just so happens to be when the tides recede enough to reveal the temple that holds the orb, an odd event occurs in Morag's solar system. The sun, moons, and Morag itself become completely aligned. Obviously, this alignment affects the tides heavily and causes them to recede for a short while, before coming back full force and covering the whole planet in water for some time. Thanks to this revelation, Peter took all of the research he gathered and made a simulation of this event. Jarvis was very helpful in this step as well. Once the simulation was complete, Peter pressed a button and a big hologram of Morag appeared. The planet was about 97% ocean, with the only piece above water being the area he built his base. Run it, Jarvis. Peter calls out. Yes, sir. Running simulation now, Jarvis responded, and the hologram began to move. Immediately, the tides receded and the planet went from 97% water to 91%. Not a huge change, but it was certainly enough. At novel bin at. We did it. Peter exclaimed to Jarvis, who helped him a lot during this expedition. Congratulations, sir. Jarvis replied normally. Now all we have to do is search the coasts based on this simulation. Peter says happily. With this, Peter narrowed down the search for the orb by a lot. Before knowing this, Peter would have searched a much larger part of the ocean, wasting tons of valuable time. Especially since a few islands appeared in the simulation as well, which Peter wouldn't have thought to search as they weren't there beforehand. Now, all he has to do is search the simulation's receded areas. Weeks before Peter started his search through the coastlines of Morag alongside the few islands that appeared in the simulations, only days away from possessing one of the Infinity Stones, Mystique disappeared without a word to anyone. This wasn't very normal for her either. Usually, when Raven disappears for a mission or something, she would at least inform Eric, but even he was left in the dark this time. Mystique promised Peter secrecy and would do her best to deliver on that, especially since her stipulation was at stake. Using the information that Peter provided, Raven did what she does best and infiltrated multiple shield bases. Kidnapping her victims, she would impersonate them and slowly dig up any information on the cube that Peter was looking for. 2 weeks passed since receiving the mission, and Mystique infiltrated 5 different shield bases, yet information about the Tesseract was few and far between. One after another, Raven followed the tiniest crumbs that barely kept her hunt going. Moving from base to base, she learned that the cube was on the move for a while before settling down in one place. The World Security Council decided to restart something called Project Pegasus, but all other information wasn't available. Raven had no idea what the World Security Council or Project Pegasus was, but at least she knew that the cube wouldn't be on the move anymore, which was good for thieves like her. With this newfound knowledge, Mystique knew that she had to impersonate someone really high up on the food chain if she ever wanted to learn the Tesseract's location. He's going to be P*SSED if he finds out, Mystique thought as she walked into a SHIELD facility in perfect disguise. As she passed SHIELD employees, they would stop and make way, saluting respectfully as she walked by. Raven already infiltrated this SHIELD base, so she knew the layout like the back of her hand. The reason that she chose this one out of all 5 bases she visited in the past 2 weeks was quite simple. When looking into the Tesseract here, Mystique learned that the security clearance of the man she was impersonating wasn't high enough. The computer prompted that the information she was looking for was level 10 restricted. This was something that she didn't see at any of the other SHIELD facilities. She didn't know how she would find a SHIELD member with level 10 clearance, so Raven took the riskier, more dangerous path and impersonated someone with the highest clearance. Nick Fury. Taking the elevator up, Mystique was surprised to find a group of high-level SHIELD agents waiting for her as the doors opened. At the front of them was the commander of the base she was currently infiltrating as well. Director Fury, we didn't expect your visit, sir. The leading man said nervously. I didn't exactly plan this visit. Something came up and I need something from lockup. Fury says as he steps out of the elevator confidently and starts walking down the hall. Jumping into step behind him, the group of men and women start asking questions. What do you need, sir? One asks. Classified. Fury answers, keeping a fast walking pace through the halls. Do you need our assistance? The commander asks. No, just return to your duties. I won't be here long. Fury tells them as they arrive at a metal vault-like door. Thankfully, the door in front of Mystique didn't require any codes, as she had no idea what Nick Fury's access codes would be. No, at the side of the door was a retinal scanner. The group of SHIELD agents stopped in their tracks and watched suspiciously as Fury walked up and bent over, aligning his eye with the scanner. The only reason they were suspicious was one thing. Director Fury never visited their base before. Some of them have never even met the director, so they thought he might be an imposter wearing a prosthetic mask or some other possible disguise. As the light of the scanner waved over Fury's singular eye, the men and women waited with bated breaths, ready to draw their weapons should the scan reject access. Chime. Access granted? A mechanical voice called out from the scanner as the vault door started slowly opening. Welcome, Director Fury. The watching crowd internally sighed as they saw the door open. Huh? You're still here. Fury turns to send a glare at his subordinates. I thought I said to get back to your duties. Yes, sir. The commander kept a cool head as he shuffled away along with the others. Idiots. Mystique thought in disdain as she walked into the vault. As the doors closed and locked behind her, one by one rows of lights illuminated a giant warehouse-sized room. Long aisles of shelves were filled with boxes and crates. Each box or crate was either evidence from a SHIELD operation or some sort of high-level confiscated materials. Mystique didn't even bother looking at the shelves in these aisles as she walked to the back of the warehouse. On the way, she passed many interestingly labeled boxes and crates. JFK, Jimmy Hoffa, ARC, Tupac, Diet Love Pass. Each of these boxes represented a possible unsolved mystery. Assassinations, mysterious deaths, a disappearance, an ancient treasure, and they certainly weren't the only interesting things in lockup. Although any normal person would stop and take a look out of curiosity, Mystique wasn't your average person. She was on a mission and nothing else mattered at the moment. Arriving at the back of the room, Mystique found a wooden door. Opening it up, Raven walked inside and saw a small room with a wooden desk and an old-school desktop computer. Time to see if all of this was worth it, she thought. Taking a seat at the desk, Mystique searched for information on the Tesseract. At this point, scavenging for information on S.H.I.E.L.D. servers has become second nature for her. Instantly, a prompt appears on the screen. Level 10 restriction. As the pop-up filled the screen, the drawer beside her opened on its own, revealing a device with the imprint of a hand indented into it. Handprint required. Surprised by this, as she never had access to lockup on her last visit, Raven smirked triumphantly as she placed her hand on the scanner. I thought they would use a passcode, Mystique thought as she planned to call Spider-Man if that situation arose. After all, there weren't any cameras in this room, so he could easily portal over and put his smarts to use. If he could work with Stark and understand the nonsense that comes out of that man's mouth, then he could get past some measly password protection. Thankfully, it looks like she won't need any help though. Access granted. Now what do we have here? Mystique thought as the screen changed to a file filled with a bunch of other files. Though one stood out more than the rest. Project Pegasus V2. Knowing that this was the project that was using the Tesseract, she clicked the file and many classified papers filled the screen. Reading through everything as fast as possible, Mystique learned a bit more about what Project Pegasus really was. Project Potential Energy Group, Alternate Sources, United States, abbreviated as Project Pegasus, was the name of the joint project between S.H.I.E.L.D., NASA, and the United States Air Force to study the Tesseract and harness its power. In the 1980s, project leader Wendy Lawson used the Tesseract's energy to create a light-speed engine. Following Wendy Lawson's death in 1989, the project was terminated, at least until the project was reopened and moved to the Joint Dark Energy Mission Facility in the Mojave Desert. Finally, a location. Raven thought as she closed everything, turned off the computer, and took her leave. Sir. One of the men from earlier calls out as he rushes into an office. Yes. The commander of the S.H.I.E.L.D. base asks as he looks up from his desk full of paperwork. We have a problem. The rushed subordinate says as he places a laptop on the desk. Director Fury said he needed something from lockup. Yeah, I know. The commander nods confusedly. Then why did he access the computer room and leave empty-handed? The subordinate asks as surveillance footage plays on the laptop. The commander watches the video carefully before taking out his phone and making a call. Connect me to the director. He yells over the phone and waits a moment. What? An angry voice answers. Sir, did you get what you needed from lockup? The commander asks. Lockup? The confusion in Fury's voice set off alarm bells in his head. What the F***ck are you talking about? Lock down the building. Following the results of the simulation, Peter started his search for the underwater temple on Morag. Starting his search with the coast surrounding Morag's only current land mass, Peter looked down at this planet's dark murky ocean water. Even the smell coming from the water reminded him of a garbage dump. That doesn't seem safe. Peter muttered to himself. That's because it isn't. A metallic voice said. Turning to the side, Peter saw Tony use his suit's thrusters to land beside him. His face mask snapped open as he exposed his nose to putrid waters, causing him to scrunching his face in disgust. While you were studying the solar system's orbit and solving Morag's mysteries, I was exploring and taking samples from everything. Tony said haughtily as if he accomplished something amazing. The water here is almost the exact equivalent to the juice you can find at the bottom of a New York City dumpster. Mix in a little bit of flesh-eating bacteria and you have Morag's ocean. I think I'm going to throw up. Peter says as a strong wind blows the ocean breeze in his direction. Feel free to let it out in the ocean. It's not like it'll make a difference. Tony quips as he looks out at the dirty water. The people that abandoned this planet left it in a disgusting mess. Talk about a bunch of slobs. Do you think this was all caused by pollution? Peter asks curiously. Probably. Tony nods as he closed his mask to block the smell. Maybe we should work on a fix for that on Earth. Peter solemnly thought out loud. Yeah. Tony agreed as he pats Peter on the shoulder. Well, have fun swimming in that mess. I'm heading home. There's nothing left on this planet worth exploring, and since you're not sharing your treasure, exploring the dumpster juice ocean doesn't sound very appealing. I just hope that I don't catch anything, here. Peter says as he waves his hand and opens a portal back to Earth. I'll be back sooner or later. After saying their goodbyes, Tony left and Peter got to work. In order to search the ocean floor without catching some sort of alien HIV or COVID, Peter created a bubble of eldritch energy around himself. Thanks to the copious amounts of tedious training and practice, he was able to control the ball of energy to fly or roll, but in this case, it would act as a sort of submarine for his undersea exploration. Descending into the black poison water, Peter took out his phone and opened the GPS app. Thanks to the scans that Jarvis took during Tony's exploration, which mapped out the whole planet, and a few makeshift satellites that he built and launched into orbit, Peter could use the ghost phone's GPS as if he were traversing on Earth. With this, Peter marked off the areas he had to search, making this whole underwater expedition about 1,000,000 times easier. Dropping into the water with a loud splash, Peter couldn't see a damn thing as the water was far too dark. He could only see about 6 feet in front of him, which certainly wasn't enough for his needs. Let's try that spell. Peter thought as he waved his hands and 2 fairly simple spell circles were drawn in front of him. As the spells finished forming, they began to shrink to the size of a quarter before launching back at Peter and into his eyes. Ugh. Peter grunted in discomfort as he felt a burning sensation on his eyeballs. The book didn't say anything about pain. Opening his reddening eyes, Peter found that he could see much better than before. Instead of the measly 6 feet, he could see around 150 yards all around him. Though, with this new enhanced night vision came a constant burning pain in Peter's eyes. I'll just have to live with it, Peter thought as his eyes started to water. For now, at least. Not wanting to waste any more precious time, Peter looked at his GPS and started his search. Controlling the eldritch bubble with a thought, he swept across the underwater coastline at a swift pace. Like this, 2 days passed and Peter searched the entire coastline, finding nothing but some crumbed ruins. Of course, that was exactly what Peter was looking for, but these ruins weren't anything special like the temple. They were just a few corroded homes left over from long-forgotten cities and towns. I knew that I should have started with the islands, Peter thought as he traversed through the open ocean and toward the closest underwater island marked on the GPS. Time skip, 3 days. After 5 full days of searching the rocky ocean floor of planet Morag, Peter was starting to lose hope that the damn temple even existed in the first place. Where the F***ck is this stupid thing? Peter internally groaned as he continued following the GPS. What's that? As he continued his tedious search, Peter caught a glimpse of what appeared to be a toppled-over pillar. At novel bin at. Eager to finally leave this dim ocean, Peter floats the eldritch bubble toward the pillar. As he got closer and closer, his excitement grew as a crumbling decayed building appeared in his sight. The building looked exactly like the one from the beginning of the first Guardians of the Galaxy movie. It was surrounded by pillars on the outside and covered with some underwater vines, which had to be extremely resilient to survive in this hell of an ocean. This has to be it. Peter felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. Circling the corroded stone temple, Peter looked for a viable entrance. The place was full of holes, but he needed one big enough to fit through with his bubble. After all, he didn't want to cause this place to collapse. That would only delay him even further. Finding the front entrance, which was big enough for him to fit, Peter was reminded of Star-Lord's entrance in the movie. Come and get your love, Peter sang in his head as he entered the temple and started looking around. The place was even more dilapidated on the inside than it was on the outside. There was even a very deep ravine that divided the temple in half between front and back. If I recall correctly, the vault that held the orb was on the other side of the ravine, Peter thought as he floated over to the back side of the temple. At the back wall of the temple, the only thing that hadn't eroded away was a huge double door, which was locked shut. Tapping the bubble into the door, Peter hoped the corrosion from the water would have weakened it enough to break, but sadly it didn't. Inspecting the door for a second, Peter found a circular keyhole in the center, but sadly he didn't know how to pick open an ancient alien door. I guess, force is the only option, Peter thought as he backed up a few yards and began to tweak his mode of transport. Instantly, a long point appeared at the front of the bubble. Hopefully this place doesn't collapse, Peter thought as he launched the eldritch bubble point first into the door's lock. Bang! With only a single ram, the point pierced through the door's lock. Expanding the point, the doors began to crack and crumble into pieces, as Peter made his own entrance. Within seconds, the door was nothing but rubble that floated to the floor, leaving a hole big enough for Peter to float through. Though, the vault didn't seem to have any water inside, so as soon as an opening was made, water was sucked in like a vacuum, filling the small space in no time at all. As the water settled, Peter floated inside and found a small room covered in odd glyphs with a pillar in the middle. This pillar had its own carvings as well, but the most attractive part of it was the softball-sized metal orb that was floating, suspended behind some sort of force field that seemed to keep the water at bay. Insert picture of the orb here. Floating up to the pillar that held his prize, Peter took a moment to admire it. Finally, my first infinity stone, Peter thought as a smile bloomed on his face. After basking in his accomplishment, Peter now had to figure out how to get the thing out, as it was locked behind the force field. Didn't Star-Lord use some sort of overpowered magnet to pull it out? Peter thought as he tried to remember the movie. Let's give it a try, Peter muttered as he waved his hand and a spell circle wrote itself onto the outside of the bubble he was in. If this doesn't work, I'll go with the forceful approach. After all, it hasn't failed me yet. As the spell finished its formation, Peter moved closer to the pillar as it activated. Immediately, the orb jerked toward Peter as it strained against the force field. Only seconds later, it broke through multiple barriers and smacked into Peter's bubble, sticking to the magnetic spell on its surface. Haha. Peter laughed as he eagerly exited the temple and returned to the surface. Breaking through the ocean's surface and back into the open air, Peter morphed the bubble into a platform to stand on as he deactivated the magnetic spell. As the spell disappeared, the metal orb fell into Peter's waiting hand. I have it. Peter smiled as he grips the orb tightly. Sadly, his moment of accomplishment is ruined by the toxic perfume of Morag's ocean breeze. I never want to come back to this planet again, Peter thought as he opened a portal to his bedroom and left Morag for, hopefully, the last time. Standing in his bedroom with the orb in hand, Peter couldn't escape the dirty ocean smell that clung to his body. Maybe a shower is in order, Peter muttered, as his phone started to go off. Ring ring ring. Is it the Ancient One? Peter thought as he expected an earful from her about messing with her timeline. Hello. Peter answers without looking at the caller ID. I found the cube, a familiar female voice replies. Looking at his phone, Peter confirmed who he was talking to. 2 stones in 1 day. I found the cube. Mystique says over the phone. 2 stones in 1 day. Peter thought hopefully. Where is it? Walking out of his room with one hand gripping the orb, refusing to let it out of his grasp, Peter entered the bathroom. In some place called the Joint Dark Energy Mission Facility in the Mojave Desert. Mystique answers as Peter turns on the shower. I have the exact coordinates for the facility. Good work. Peter congratulates her as he starts getting undressed. Did you run into any trouble? No, but S.H.I.E.L.D. is most likely aware of my meddling. Mystique reveals as she explains how she obtained this information. I'm sure Fury wasn't happy with someone impersonating him. Peter muttered with a laugh as he sat on the toilet, waiting for the call to end before hopping into the shower. They don't know it was you though, right? No, but Fury may be suspicious of me. Mystique guesses thoughtfully. I'm probably among the top of the list when it comes to suspects. You should be fine. Peter says with a shrug. Just don't say anything and cooperate with any investigation Fury brings to you. We can come up with a good alibi later on as well. I agree, but that isn't the real problem. Raven says as Peter's bathroom starts to steam up. It's only a matter of time before S.H.I.E.L.D. looks into what I was doing. If we don't act quickly, they may move the Tesseract, and finding it again will be far more challenging, I'm sure. Okay, so we need to speed up our heist. Peter mutters as the gears in his mind start turning. Where are you right now? California. Mystique answers swiftly. Text me your exact location and I'll portal over in about 20 minutes. Peter says as he hangs up the phone before she could reply and hops into the shower. Throughout his hot shower, Peter was trying to think of the best way to steal the Tesseract. His original plan required some allotted time for Mystique to infiltrate the facility and shut down the surveillance cameras, but that may not be viable anymore. I'll just wing it, I guess. As Peter was about to leave to see Mystique, he was left with a very glaring problem. What should I do with this? Peter thought as he looked down at the orb on his computer desk. A fancy paperweight perhaps. Of course, Peter was joking. The Power Stone may be contained but it's far too dangerous to be left behind on his desk, holding some papers in place. It could either get stolen, which wasn't likely with the magic Peter has protected his house, or one of his loved ones could misplace it or accidentally cause some sort of catastrophe by messing with it. I need a place to safely store it. Peter didn't think this far, as he set all of his attention on finding the damn thing. That might work for now. After a few moments of thought, Peter came to decision and walked down to the basement. The last people to live in this house left behind a big safe in the basement, which just so happened to be bolted to the floor. The realtor that sold Peter and Meh the house said that the former owner didn't want to pay to have it moved, and left it behind. Now the safe belonged to them, and Meh used it to hold some of her more expensive jewelry and sensitive documents. Peter's social security number and birth certificate were in there as well. Cracking open the safe, Peter takes everything out and starts working his magic. Spell after spell, Peter enchanted the metal safe with every defensive and offensive enchantment that he could think of. After all, he was protecting one of the most powerful objects in the world, so he made sure to use everything he knew. I feel bad for any thieves that somehow get in. Peter thought as he put everything back into the safe, including the orb, and locked it up. Keeping his eyes on the now very dangerous safe, Peter slowly backed away until he was out of range of the defenses. Peter. May's voice calls as he hears the sound of footsteps moving down the stairs. Are you down here? Yes, don't come any closer. Peter exclaims, stopping his aunt from leaving the stairs. What? May looks at Peter in confusion as she stops at the bottom step. Why? I may have enchanted the safe to obliterate the souls of any would-be thieves, among other gruesome defenses. Peter explains horribly. Looking across the basement with a horrified look, May stared at the safe warily. At novel bin at. Why? May asked, even more confused than before. I needed somewhere to store something dangerous. Peter answers vaguely. This is only temporary. I'll remove the enchantments in a few days. Just stay away from the safe until I say otherwise. Okay, sure. May nods as she retreats upstairs with Peter following closely behind. I'll keep the basement door locked, just in case. That's probably smart. Peter nods as he watches her shakily lock the door. You should tell MJ and Ned. They visit a lot, especially MJ, who practically lives here now. May says teasingly, momentarily forgetting about the death trap in her basement. She does not live here. Peter says, causing his aunt to roll her eyes at him. She spends almost every night in your bed, has 2 drawers in your room for clothes, and let's not forget her shelf in the bathroom cabinet. May says as her smirk grows with every word. Fine. She lives here. Peter reluctantly gives into her logic. Is that a problem? No, of course not. May says genuinely. I love MJ. If you two broke up, I don't know what I'd do. That's good to know, I guess. Peter says, unsure how to feel about her confession. After dealing with the orb's momentary security, as Peter planned to move it to a better location with much more intricate protections, Peter called MJ and Ned and made it very clear that his basement is out of bounds to everyone who does not wish to die a very painful death. At first, they thought that he was joking, as Peter was quoting Dumbledore for some reason, but they soon realized that he was being deadly serious. Once they fully understood the danger, Peter donned his suit, turned it black, and teleported over to Mystique, who was impatiently waiting for his arrival in an empty parking garage. What took you so long? Raven glares as Peter walked through the portal. You said 20 minutes. That was an hour ago. Sorry, I was dealing with something. Peter says vaguely as the portal closes behind him. Do you have the coordinates? Yeah, in here. Mystique taps a finger on her forehead. Good, let's go. Peter says as he takes out his phone. Not so fast, she says, stopping Peter in his tracks. What? Peter asks in confusion. I believe now is a good time to reveal my payment. Mystique says with a smile as she leans on the trunk of a car she stole to get here. Can this wait? Peter asks with an annoyed sigh. I'd rather take the Tesseract before Fury figures anything out. No, I need to know that you can deliver what I want. Raven says with a shake of her head. As long as you agree, then it shouldn't take long. Fine, lay it on me. Peter says as he leans on a nearby pillar. I've lived a long life and will continue to live far longer. Mystique reveals as she morphs from a brunette woman to her blue original form. It's a part of my mutation. Her metamorphic powers and low-level healing factor have slowed the degenerative effects of her aging process, allowing her to biologically stay in the prime of her life for a long while. Okay, what does that have to do with your request? Peter asks, ready to leave already. Ignoring his rushed attitude, Mystique continues. Due to this, many people I've grown to care about over the years have aged and passed before me, she says, and Peter started to understand where this was going. I would like for that to stop. You want me to extend the life of everyone you care about? Peter asks incredulously. I should have figured out a different way to perform Peggy's tests. Now everyone in the Avengers knows about the elixir's effects. Though, getting access to all of the medical equipment the tower has without leaving any traces would have been a challenge of its own, and they would have figured it out sooner or later anyway, especially when they found out that Peggy used to be a granny. No, Mystique denies and holds up 2 fingers. Only Charles and Eric. After running away from her own family, Mystique became an adopted sibling to Charles, so they have a loving brother and sister relationship. As for Eric, the feelings in her heart were anything but brotherly love. Raven loved Eric as a man, which is why she made the reluctant choice to abandon her adopted brother and his ideology all those years ago and take the side of the man she loved. Are 2 sets of elixirs worth an infinity stone? Peter thought jokingly. Of course, they are. With enough of the infinity stones, Peter could make an ocean of resurrection elixir with a snap of his fingers. The trade was heavily in his favor. Not to mention the fact that Peter didn't mind helping his fellow Avengers. Watching Peter with a calm face, Mystique's inner emotions were turbulent as she hoped for an affirming answer. Sure, but the resources needed for such an operation are beyond rare. They'll have to wait until I can collect everything. Peter mixes the truth with lies. Yes, the dragon bones were a rare resource, but he had enough to make the elixir for 4 people at the moment. Those 4 people are himself, MJ, May, and Ned. Peter also needed to get some for Tony as well. He wouldn't waste the stash that he set aside for his loved ones on anyone, so Raven would have to wait. Peter planned to hunt for more dragon bones in the future, while looking into alternative ingredients along the way, but she didn't need to know all of this. As long as you promise that they'll get the same treatment as Miss Carter when the time comes. Mystique looks to Peter for affirmation. Of course, you have my word. After closing the deal with Mystique, Peter was finally given the coordinates, which he swiftly put into his ghost phone's GPS. The map shows nothing but empty desert, but I'm sure that's S.H.I.E.L.D. doing. Peter comments as he studies the terrain through his phone. Their secret base wouldn't be very secret if anyone can just pull it up on Google Maps. Raven comments with a roll of her eyes. True. Peter said absent-mindedly as he looked over what little the GPS showed. I wouldn't put it past Fury to change the terrain on the GPS as well, so this is likely a waste of time. Stuffing his phone away, Peter looked toward Mystique with an undecided expression under his mask. Should I do the rest myself? Peter wondered. On one hand, Raven's powers would be useful, as she can easily impersonate a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. Though, on the other hand, that plan was scrapped the second S.H.I.E.L.D. was alerted to Mystique's snooping. Now the plan is to basically storm the base and take the Tesseract. So, how are we stealing the cube? She asks, ready to fulfill her end of the bargain. You can head back home. Peter says after a second of thought. I'll take it from here. Huh? What about our deal? Raven asks worriedly, thinking Peter was backing out of their agreement. You did enough already, so don't worry. Peter says with a shrug. It's just that the new plan is a bit more forceful, which isn't really your strong suit. I see. Mystique sighed in relief. She was more than happy to ditch the dangerous base rating and still get her agreed upon payment after all. Are you sure? Walking to her car door, Mystique turns back to ask. You could cause a distraction and I can slip in and out. Mystique didn't know why she was asking this, as it would give her more work, but for some reason, she felt obligated to earn her payment. Nah, Peter says with a shake of his head. You may get caught on camera or something. It'll be easier if I just do it. Thanks though. All right. Mystique shrugs and gets into the car. As she drives away, her body morphed into a random woman. Now, who should I impersonate for this heist? Peter thought as a light bulb goes off in his head. That's a good idea. Ronan the Accuser stood in the observation deck of his flagship, all of space spread out before him as he stared off into the distance. Are you sure your father said planet C-53? Ronan looks over his shoulder and asks specifically. Yes, why do you keep asking that? A gruff female voice answers. Standing across the room, a beautiful bald blue-skinned woman crossed her arms in utter annoyance. She wore a tight black and purple combat suit with many weapons strapped to her. from the tiniest of knives to the large blaster rifle across her back. Insert picture of Nebula here. Nebula's many cybernetic enhancements were hard to miss, and so was her prickly personality, which Ronan has had to deal with ever since their armies departed. At novel bin at. Before their journey started, Ronan had his men look into Nebula's background. She was a former Luphomoid assassin, an adopted daughter of Thanos as well as the adopted sister of Gamera, the Mad Titan's favored daughter. She would serve as the right-hand woman of Ronan the Accuser during his quest to retrieve the Tesseract, which angered her to no end. Why must he be in charge? I'm supposed to be your daughter. Nebula lamented the lack of trust her father had in her. Always the failure, which is shown by the countless cybernetic changes Thanos has forced on her body. Upon hearing her answer, Ronan got quiet and stared off into space once again. Ver shouldn't be on planet. Ronan has visited planet C-53 before, and he barely made it out alive. A very pesky woman destroyed many of his warships. He watched her glowing form do so from the very spot he stood now. Of course, he swore vengeance for such actions, but achieving such a feat at his current strength would be almost impossible. How much longer until we arrive? Ronan asks without looking back this time. 37 hours. Though we can halve that if we increase speed and leave behind some of the slower Chidori ships. Nebula answers as she tightens her fists. I hate this man. Nebula hated being treated as a subordinate but would act her part. Otherwise, her father may schedule another surgery when she returns. Do it. Ronan commands after a moment of thought. What? Nebula didn't expect him to agree. Increase every ship's speed to maximum. Ronan turns and walks to the door, passing Nebula along the way. Half of our army will arrive late, but that won't change the outcome. Okay. Nebula agrees in confusion. Fetch me when we arrive. Ronan commands as he walks out of the room. We have to strike quickly before Ver is notified. In the middle of the Mojave Desert, a purple-skinned giant of a man walked along the hard rocky floor toward a mountain in the distance. Insert picture of Thanos here. At the bottom of this mountain was a huge compound, surrounded by gates and tall towers. On top of these towers were SHIELD personnel, who held rifles in hand as they guarded the surroundings. Inside the compound, multiple buildings were erected. One for the research facility that held the Tesseract, another for the soldiers, and a few others for other employees. Director, I'll guard this place with my life. An aged military man in an office of the barracks swears resolutely over the phone. Good, reinforcements will arrive soon. Just keep a close eye on the cube. Fury's voice could be heard over the phone. Yes, sir. The man steels his resolve. As the call ended, the military man had only a moment of silence before the compound's alarms started blaring. It's happening already, he thought as he looked out of the window beside him, only to see a huge purple human crash land past the walls and guard towers. What the hell is that? As soon as the dust cleared, revealing a tall muscular purple alien, the sounds of gunfire filled the desert air. Usually, the soldiers were trained to try and peacefully detain any trespassers, but that didn't happen today. A few jumpy operatives opened fire out of fear, which triggered everyone else to join in as well. Though something odd happened. As the guns started to go off, the giant purple man started to move at a speed far faster than his size would suggest was possible. With the grace and skills of an Olympian acrobat, the alien, metahuman, or whatever he was expertly dodged everything thrown his way. Locked down the research facility. Breaking from his shock, the aged military man grabbed his radio and started barking orders. I want every door leading to the containment room sealed and barricaded. While the orders were given out, Thanos rushed toward the research facility and barreled through the front door, knocking it off its hinges with ease. As soon as he appeared, more soldiers were waiting on the other side and opened fire in his direction. As the bullets flew by, men and women in lab coats huddled in the corner like frightened rats. They were just getting ready to clock out and head home before this happened. Standing still this time, each bullet hit the giant monster but sadly they couldn't break through his skin. As the bullets impacted Thanos and dropped to the floor with light clinking noises, the soldiers ran out of ammo. Weak. Thanos muttered in disgust as he marched forward and threw the guards across the room with a swipe of his hand. Similar situations unfolded as the purple giant invaded deeper and deeper into the research building. Blocked door? Break them down, deal with those inside, and move on to the next. Though this routine changed as he broke yet another door and the sound of something rolling across the concrete floor was heard. Looking downward, 5 grenades slid along the floor and stopped perfectly around his feet. Resisting the urge to kick them back at the soldiers ahead, Thanos did nothing as they exploded in a big fiery blast. Did we get him? One man asks as he looks into the smoke with his assault rifle lowered. Finally changing tactics. A voice says from the smoke as the sound of footsteps head their way. I commend you for your effort. Walking out of the smoke, the purple giant was completely intact. Not even his armored clothes were damaged. Now step aside. He towers over the humans and orders menacingly. Why yes, sir. One of them squeaks out as they shuffle out of his way. Behind them was a big vault door with a keypad on the wall to the side. Turning back to the frightened soldiers, Thanos gives them an offer. Open this door and I'll spare your lives when my army arrives to cull this planet. Thanos says, but no one steps forward to do so. Either they didn't have the access codes or they're very loyal soldiers. I'll do it myself. Thanos tisked in disdain as he reached back and slams his monstrous fist into the metal door. Bang! Crunch! The metal door was instantly dented as his fist opened a head-sized hole. Grabbing the door by the hole, He ripped it backward and tore the whole thing off of the wall. Inside, a few scientists were working around a glowing blue cube, which was wired up to countless machines. Insert picture of Tesseract here. Who are you? Eric Selvig, a scientist that S.H.I.E.L.D. found during the whole Thor debacle, asked in shock. I'm inevitable. He replies but goes quiet and marches toward the cube at the center of the room. Maybe I laid that one on a bit too thick. Plucking the cube from the metal table with his giant hand, Thanos admired it for a moment before turning to the people and cameras inside the room. 2 down, 4 more to go. Peter thought as he spoke in his Thanos voice. I'll be back. Leaving those words behind, he kicked off the floor and crashed into the ceiling, breaking through and disappearing. Only seconds after he left, a heavily armed team of soldiers breached the room, followed by a very angry-looking Nick Fury. The F***CK just happened. Retreating to the desert mountain beside the Joint Dark Energy Mission Facility, Peter kept up the illusion that covered himself as he looks for a cave. After a minute of leaping around the mountain, Peter found a cave and slipped inside, away from the onlookers as well as any spying satellites. As soon as he was alone in the cave, Peter dropped the illusion. Instantly, the figure of the towering Mad Titan faded away, leaving Peter in his blacked-out spider suit. Smiling down at the cube in his hand, Peter now had 2 of the 3 Infinity Stones that were currently on Earth. I wonder how I'll convince the Ancient One to hand over the Time Stone. Peter thought as that was the only one left on the planet. While admiring the glowing cube, Peter's super hearing picked up the sounds of armed search parties making their way up the mountain. They're acting quick, huh? Peter thought as he opened a portal to his bedroom and stepped inside. By the time the armed soldiers made it to his cave, they would find nothing but the oversized footprints left behind by Peter's illusion. The second Peter got home, he went down to the basement and disarmed the safe, so that he could admire the 2 Infinity Stones together. Also, for the safety of his loved ones and anyone that enters his house. Though Peter wasn't thinking about that at the moment. This is so cool. Peter muttered as he sat on the basement floor with the shining tesseract and the metal orb in his lap. My precious. Peter felt his inner Smeagol coming out. You've changed a lot today, again. A familiar voice appears in the dark basement. Jumping in fright, as he didn't expect the Ancient One's arrival, Peter holds both of the Infinity Stones behind his back. I won't let you lay your dirty hands on my precious collectibles. Peter blurts out without thought. Ahem, dangerous objects. That's right, I won't let these dangerous objects fall into the wrong hands. His teacher just stared at him as if he were an idiot. If I wanted your precious collectibles, I would have taken the orb while you were out. Impressive enchantments, by the way. I could have broken them in seconds, but other masters would have risked their lives disarming that safe. Thanks, I plan to create a better hiding spot for them. Peter said, happy to hear her praise, which isn't given lightly. You can give them to me. She offers a helping hand. I'll take good care of them for you. No, you'd most likely just return them. Peter says as he guards his collectibles closely. Well, would you blame me? The Ancient One says with a sigh. The Tesseract isn't that big of a deal, since you already screwed up the invasion timeline, but Peter Quill and his team can still be formed if the orb is returned. She gives her student a pleading look, hoping that he would see things her way. That's what you're worried about. Peter mutters incredulously. Just create a replica of the orb's casing and put it in the temple. The Power Stone isn't needed for them to come together. All interested parties only have to think that the stone is inside. The Ancient One goes silent as she reluctantly agrees with her student's assessment. Fine, I'll have a copy put in its place. I have no problem with that. Peter smiles in her direction. See, we can work together. No, you messed up a good part of the future and I'm cleaning up your mess. She rebuts with a roll of her eyes. I like to think about it a bit differently. I took a very powerful weapon away from our enemy before he could take it, and you agree with my decision and wanted to help. Peter twists her words into a better light. Yeah, no, she says flatly. They say denial is the first step. Peter says in a know-it-all tone. I'm not in grief. The Ancient was starting to get annoyed with her student. Oh, is that anger? Peter continues messing with her. That's the second step, I think. Not wanting to entertain Peter's idiocy any further, the Ancient One left without another word, disappearing into thin air. At novel bin at. Okay, enough messing around. Peter turns much more serious when he was left alone. Time to make a portable container for these. First, Peter didn't want to leave the Infinity Stones in a single location. He would much prefer to always have them on his person, which would add an extra level of security. Though, this would also add a level of risk as well. If Peter were to lose a fight, then the stones could be stolen from his body, or he could misplace the container, but that's unlikely and can be solved with a tracking enchantment. Either way, Peter would stick to this idea, as the alternative is something like the safe, which he didn't like very much. Spending the rest of the day working on this, it didn't take Peter long to make the perfect container for his valuables. Standing over his desk tiredly, Peter admired a silver necklace with a small leather pouch that hung from it like a pendant. The pouch itself is something that Peter found in Camartage and tweaked to fit his needs. It's pretty much a tiny bag of holding. The inside was expanded to about 4 cubic meters, which is more than Peter needed, so he didn't change that at all. What he did change, however, was the runes that covered the spacious inside. These runes are multiple energy containment spells that are there to keep the Tesseract from being tracked. Peter knew that the Tesseract could be tracked by its energy signature, as Tony and Banner did so in the Avengers movie. Knowing this, Peter has already placed similar runes around his house, as Fury is no doubt doing everything he can to find his stolen property. Other than the energy containment spells, Peter did his best to make the bag as sturdy and resilient as possible. As for the security, that comes from the silver chain, which has so many security and defensive spells that it isn't even funny. Using a magnifying glass, Peter could see the tiny etched enchantments he placed along the individual chains of the necklace. Each small chain is one singular enchantment that is all connected to protect the pouch. I went a bit overboard with this, didn't I? Peter thought as he cut his finger and placed a drop of blood on the chain. A dim light pulses through the chain as the blood is absorbed and disappears. Now that I'm registered as the owner, Peter reaches out and grasps the chain, hoping that he did everything right and it doesn't explode or something. Nothing. Sighing in relief, Peter grabs the pouch and pulls it open like a bag of chips. Instantly, the pouch stretches open wider than what seemed possible. Looking over at the 2 contained infinity stones, which were currently being used as paperweights on his desk, Peter placed them inside the pouch and closed it up. Done. Peter smiles as he puts the necklace on. I'll need to change this when I get the other stones though. The power and space stones could be stored in the pouch thanks to the fact that their power is already contained by their respective vessels. The orb and tesseract. The pouch would likely disintegrate over time if he placed any loose infinity stone inside. I'll worry about that later, he thought with a shrug. Admiring the look of his new jewelry in the mirror, Peter noticed how tired he looked and started getting ready for bed. As he laid his head onto his pillow after a warm shower, Peter checked his phone and found a bunch of calls from Fury, alongside texts that pretty much spelled out one thing. Avengers assemble? Of course, Peter wouldn't be answering that call right now. He knew what the calls were about. After all, he was the cause. His little stunt as Thanos probably sent the bald pirate into overdrive, but that was a problem for the morning. At least the Avengers will be wary of Thanos, Peter thought as his eyes began to droop sleepily. Bang! Just as he was about to fall asleep, someone slammed Peter's bedroom door open. What the? Peter sat up and found a smirking Tony Stark standing at his door. Why are you here? Fury's freaking out about some sort of Barney the dinosaur alien, and you weren't picking up your phone, he says as he strolls in and sits in Peter's computer chair. So, I thought that since I know your super duper secret identity, I could stop by and see what's up. Who let you in? Peter asks as the house has protections for unwanted visitors. Only someone keyed in can grant other people access. Mr. Stark. May's voice yells up the stairs. Do you take milk and sugar in your coffee? That would be your sexy aunt. Tony says teasingly. Yes, please. Oh, God. Peter mutters as he puts a pillow over his face and groans. This has to be a bad dream. Hehe, I love knowing who you are. Tony enjoys the moment. Maybe I'll ask your aunt on a date. Tossing the pillow aside, Peter looks at Tony seriously. You stay away from Mr. Stark. May enters the room with a big mug and handed it to their guest. I hope it's good. I recently started using a French press. As I said downstairs, just call me Tony. Taking a sip, Tony smiles up at her from his seat. It's wonderful. Tony sends her a flirtatious smile as Peter glares into the side of his head, annoyed with this entire situation. Knock knock. Metallic knocking could be heard as Nebula stood outside of Ronan the Accuser's sleeping quarters, tapping the locked door with her knuckles. Though there was no response. Soon, the knocking turned to banging as Nebula lost her patience. Bang bang. This seemed to get Ronan's attention as the doors swished open, and a fist flew at Nebula's face, knocking her backward and into the ship's metal hallway wall. Quit that incessant banging. Ronan commands. You. Nebula wipes some blood from the corner of her mouth and draws her blaster rifle on him. You were the one who ordered me to get you when we arrived. Not only was she acting as a servant, but she was struck for her efforts as well. Nebula was really starting to hate her father's newest subordinate. We're here. Ronan asks as he ignores the gun pointed at his chest and walks down the hall, turning his back to Nebula. He knew she wouldn't fire. Aig. Nebula screams in anger as she forces herself to lower her rifle. Her father wouldn't be happy if she killed his latest lackey. Are you sure you're Peter's aunt? Tony starts flirting with May right in front of Peter. Because you don't look a day over 25. Oh, you don't have to lie like that. May says abashedly as she looks away for a moment. I've come to terms with being an old lady. Ugh. Peter groans quietly as he forces himself out of his warm and enticing bed. May, you're 36. That's hardly an old lady. Gasp. Peter, you should never reveal a woman's age like that. Tony fake gasps as he admonishes Peter. You shut up and stop trying to seduce my aunt. Peter says crankily as he pointed an accusing finger at Tony. What? May questions as Peter starts getting dressed. I would never. Tony denies swiftly, but Peter just scoffed at him. I wouldn't mind. May squeaks out as the plot of her favorite Korean drama show plays in her mind. I could date a handsome and cold CEO too. While May was off in her own imagination, the room froze as Peter and Tony stared at her in shock. Neither of them expected to hear that. Suddenly, Peter's computer screen lights up with a red message as a beeping sound starts playing through the speakers. Not only that, but a similar sound starts coming from Tony's phone as well. Turning to the computer screen, Peter and Tony instantly forgot all about what May just admitted. Visitors. Visitors? What does that mean? May was pulled from her daydreams. This is earlier than expected, Peter thought as he and Tony turned to look seriously at one another. During the summer, Peter and Tony both modified the Stark Industries satellites. They made it so the satellites would scan outward and notify them of any possible alien invasions. Peter was able to convince him to do this by mentioning the former Prix invasion that Fury told them about, which worked perfectly. Obviously, he did this to combat the New York invasion, as well as any other attacks on Earth that would follow. It could be an asteroid. Tony ignores May and offers up a viable excuse. No, we already fixed that bug. Peter replies negatively. Besides, I doubt it's a coincidence that Fury is raving about a purple alien and now our satellites pick up something headed towards the planet. Talk about perfect timing. Peter thought. Aliens are coming to Earth. May says as she starts to freak out a little. Maybe. Peter says as he whips out his phone and dials a number. Hey, Peter. I'm on the subway right now. I'll be there in a few minutes. I picked up some Chinese food from that place you like as well. MJ answers the call. Good, come directly here and be quick about it. Peter doesn't clarify any further and hangs up the phone. With a wave of his hand, Peter opens a portal on the ceiling and out falls MJ's mother, Grace, who screamed in fright as she fell safely into Peter's computer chair. What? Grace stutters in shock as she looks around and realizes where she was. Why am I? Is that Tony Stark? Yes, hello beautiful. Tony takes the shocked woman's hand and lays a quick kiss on her knuckles like a true gentleman. You can call me Tony. That's Fury's wife. Peter states with a knowing smile. Instantly, Tony drops her hand as if it were a big hairy spider and backs away, wiping his mouth with his sleeve for good measure. What's going on? Who's Fury? Grace asks in utter confusion. I'm really starting to regret keeping her in the dark. Peter thought with an internal sigh. That doesn't matter right now. Peter says as he waves his hand and a portal opens above his bed. Ned falls through the portal with his phone in hand, which was playing a familiar hentai video. He lands in the bed and instantly figures out what happened as he locks his phone, hiding the porn and silencing the sweet moans that played through the speakers. Dude. Ned stutters in embarrassment, though he was thankful that his pants were still on as he was only browsing. A little warning next time would be appreciated. Can't, aliens are invading the planet. Peter reveals as another portal opens underneath him. Be right back. Peter disappears and the portal closes, leaving the shocked group alone in his bedroom. Did he say aliens? Grace asks fearfully. Is that Tony Stark? Ned starts fanboying out of nowhere. Before he could pester Tony too much, another portal opened and Peter walked through with multiple people over his shoulders. Is that my mom? Ned forgot about Tony and rushed over to what appeared to be his entire family. What happened to them? They're unconscious. Peter says as he lays them all on his bed carefully. Why? Ned asks in confusion. Was I not clear when I said alien invasion? Peter asks as he looks around the room. We get that, but why are you gathering everyone here? May asks. Because I don't need to worry about any of your safety while I'm out there repelling an alien armada. Peter explains as his spider suit appears on his body. Why you Spider-Man? Grace exclaims in shock. Before Peter could answer her, he could hear the door downstairs slam shut and some angry footsteps walking up the stairs. Peter Parker? You better have a good explanation for. MJ stomped into the room expecting to give her boyfriend a piece of her mind after the way he spoke to her on the phone. Instantly, the wind was knocked out of her sails as she saw everyone in Peter's room. Especially her mother who was currently looking at Peter in his Spider-Man suit. Good, you're here. That should be everyone, Peter says as he walks over to the wall by the door and touches it. As soon as his whole hand was on the wall, golden spell lines and runes lit up and spread throughout the entire house. What was that? Grace asks as she admires the golden nonsense on the walls. This house is now in lockdown. Peter explains as he walks over to Tony and opens a portal beside them. No one is allowed in or out until I return. Just keep the doors and windows shut and the enchantment will keep you safe. There's enough food in the fridge and pantry to last a few months, but I shouldn't be gone anywhere near that long. Wait. MJ stopped Peter just as he was about to leave through the portal. What's going on? Why are you locking down the house? Smiling under his mask, Peter walked over and took MJ into his arms. There's a possible alien invasion. Peter says as he pulls up his mask and surprises her with a quick kiss. This house is the safest place to be, so I brought everyone over. That's why you were such AD*CK on the phone earlier. MJ mutters in realization. I wasn't AD*CK. I was rushed and I'm still rushed. Peter says as he pulls his mask back down and separates from MJ. Be safe. MJ wanted to follow after him, but knew that she would only get in his way. I always am. Peter smirks as he follows Tony through the portal and it begins to close. May, if we all survive the aliens, I'll take you out to dinner. Tony calls out through the portal before it is fully closed. Peter was Spider-Man all along. Grace turns to her daughter and asks. Yeah, at the top of Avengers Tower. I'll take you out to dinner. Tony says as a slap connects to the back of his head. Ow, stop hitting on my aunt. Peter says as Tony rubs his head in pain. She's like my mother, you sick F***ck. What? She's a beautiful woman. Tony defends his actions. Don't you have pepper? Peter asks. Yeah, but she hasn't really been reciprocating my advances lately. Tony says embarrassingly. Oh, the great Tony Stark can't pick up a woman, so he has to try and seduce my aunt. Peter's words seem to hit a nerve. I'll have you know that I can seduce any woman. Tony says as a teasing smile adorns his face. And I'll prove it with your aunt. I hate you so much. Peter groans as he somehow lit a fire under Tony's desire for his aunt. I love you too. Just remember to call me Uncle Tony from now on. Tony says as he opens up the roof access door. Now come along. I'm sure Fury will be happy to see you. I may have to kill him. Peter thought darkly as he followed Tony onto the building. Outside Earth's orbit, 20 giant ships rushed toward the planet. At the head of these ships was an even larger and more majestic flagship. In the observation deck of this flagship, Ronan the Accuser watched as the green and blue planet grew larger as his army grew closer. Sir, we're in range for scans. A Prix subordinate says from across the room. Good, scan for the Tesseract's exact location. Ronan orders and his subordinates get to work at their stations. Sir, the energy signature disappeared. One of the more brave Prix broke the news of their failure. Do it again. Ronan turns to glare at his subordinate and orders. WEVE scanned for the Tesseract 10 times, sir. Another reveals. Ronan goes quiet as he looks at Earth questioningly. Did someone else take it already? Nebula asks, hoping that wasn't the case as her father would probably blame her somehow. They must have found a way to contain the cube's energy. Ronan thought of the only other conclusion. How will we find it then? Nebula asks in annoyance. Don't tell me we have to scour the entire planet. At novel bin at. No, that would take too much time. Ronan refused as he wanted to be off of C-53 as soon as possible. Then what? Nebula asks. I have an idea. They aren't waking up. Ned says as he walks into the living room where May, MJ, and Grace were sitting. The TV showed a random news channel, though no one was watching at the moment. It's probably one of Peter's spells. He must not want them knowing about the whole Spider-Man thing. MJ says as Ned takes a seat on the couch. Then why does your mom get to know? Ned asks as he points toward Grace. Well, other than the fact that we're together. My mother is married to a member of the Avengers Council. She would have learned about this sooner or later. MJ explains, which caused Ned to huff a bit. I just wish that I could tell them. Ned says dejectedly, though he understood the reasoning behind it. Your father is an Avenger. Grace asks in disbelief. That's not possible. Yes, it is. MJ says as she explains her father's background. Nick Watson isn't even his real name. It's Nick Fury. Grace goes silent for a moment as her mind processes all the lies she's been told up until now. How long have you known this? Her tone carried a hint of betrayal, as she felt that MJ should have told her this already. MJ didn't know what to say. Thankfully, they were interrupted before her mother's glare could do any more damage. Suddenly, the TV cut to a black and white mess as a loud static sound played through the speakers. Though this didn't last long. Before May could grab the control to fix the TV, the static disappeared and a picture of a blue-skinned man took its place. Behind him was a big window with the image of the Earth in the background. Greetings citizens of C-53. The blue man spoke with an air of superiority. I am Ronan the Accuser. I have come to this insignificant backwater planet in search of a cube known as the Tesseract. Bring me this object within the next 18 hours or my army will invade and I will take the Tesseract from the rubble of your barren home world. Your time starts now. Greetings citizens of C-53. I am Ronan the Accuser. The same speech replayed over and over. What the? May mutters as she changes the channel, but no matter which one she chose, they were all playing the same thing. We're going to be okay, right? Grace asks worriedly. Yeah, Peter will take care of them. Your time starts now, Ronan says as the live broadcast ended. Ronan chose that time frame specifically, as they left the Chitori half of his army behind. Of course, he would rather just scare the planet into handing over the Tesseract, but if they don't give it up, he would rather attack with his whole army. Do we just wait now? Nebula asked from the side. No, you will lead a stealth team to the planet. Ronan says as he turns to her and waves, shooing her off. Make yourself useful and find the cube. Nebula seethed silently at her treatment as she begrudgingly turned and left the room. Walking into one of the larger meeting rooms in the tower, Peter and Tony found it filled with every current Avenger. Yo. Peter called putting with a wave. What's the occasion? You'd know if you answered your damn phone. Fury says angrily. Well, I'm here now. What's up? Peter asks as he takes a seat beside Mystique, who was looking at him funny. Tony said something about Barney the dinosaur. Fury glared in Tony's direction. What? I'm not allowed to joke. Tony asks with a shrug. No, now shut up. Fury says as he starts explaining about Peter's heist of the Tesseract. Banner and Beast have been trying to track its energy signature, but that hasn't been going well. Fury's gaze immediately turns back to Tony as he glares in annoyance. We could have had a breakthrough in this by now if someone didn't run off without informing anyone. He says. Sorry, I thought that having our venerable leader here would help morale. Tony defends as he points toward Peter. Who made him leader? Sabretooth asks with a scoff. Shut your mouth, Victor. Logan barks at his brother. Sabretooth glares and begins to growl, which is soon matched by Logan. If you two start fighting, I'll chain you both to a mountaintop for a month in the 69 position. Peter's commanding voice fills the room. Don't worry though. You'll never go thirsty. After all, you can drink each other's. Well, you know. Instantly, the growling stops and the two look in the opposite direction. The room goes silent for a moment before Jarvis's voice appears out of nowhere. Sir, there's a foreign signal broadcasting across the world. The AI informs. Show us. Tony orders. Yes, sir. Jarvis says as a video plays on the large flat screen for all to see. Greetings citizens of C-53. I am Ronan the Accuser. Ronan appears and explains his hunt for the Tesseract. Bring me this object within the next 18 hours or my army will invade and I will take the Tesseract from the rubble of your barren home world. Your time starts now. It repeats after this. Jarvis says as the video paused. This message is being played on a loop through every television channel and radio station. What is Ronan doing here? Peter thought in confusion. Shouldn't he be after the Power Stone? The ripples from the waves of Peter's actions have begun to really show themselves. Without Loki, Thanos was forced to send out Ronan the Accuser. I wonder if Nebula is with him. Peter thought as she was assigned to him during his search for the Power Stone in the movie. Nebula is one of the few characters that Peter felt bad for. Yeah, her sister Gamora was better than her in combat, but that doesn't mean Thanos had the right to do what he did to her. Forcing cybernetic enhancements onto your own daughter is just sick, especially an adopted child. Peter thought as he remembered the idiots from his past life that agreed with Thanos' cause and saw him as a good man. A good man would never mistreat his family. Looks like our satellites were correct. Tony says, drawing everyone's attention. What do you mean by that? Fury asks and Tony explained the alert that they received. But, this doesn't make any sense. Professor X says, yes, if they already have the Tesseract, then why are they broadcasting this? Magneto agrees. The room goes silent as no one had a viable answer. We could be dealing with multiple enemies. Peter says offhandedly. He is the reason for this confusion, so he should clear it up. Of course, he didn't think the day he impersonated Thanos, an alien invasion would take place. One stole the Tesseract already, while the other was a bit late to the game. Peter explains his thought-out lies. Makes sense. Mystique agrees as she tries to cover for Peter. Yes, but how do we handle this? Natasha asks next. We don't have what they want. At this rate, we have 18 hours until an alien invasion starts. 17 hours 53 minutes and 22 seconds to be exact. Jarvis informs them. The room went silent again as everyone tried to come up with a plan. Why wait? Peter was the first to speak. What do you mean? Storm asks from beside Charles. Quickness is the essence of the war. Peter quotes Sun Tzu. Waiting for the enemy to attack is pointless. We should strike swiftly before they can even break into Earth's atmosphere. I love the art of war as much as the next guy, but I don't think old Sun Tzu was writing about an alien invasion. Tony says with a laugh. No, but he was writing about war, which this is. Peter says matter-of-factly. Just think of this as a foreign country at our border. A foreign country with blue soldiers and alien tech. Should be easy. Tony says jokingly. I never said it would be easy, but there isn't an alternative. Peter says with a shrug. Either we attack now, or we wait for the timer to run out and they attack. Either option is war. We could give them the cube. Charles offers his thoughts. At novel bin at. Okay, where is it? Peter asks sarcastically. Oh, that's right. We don't have it, and for all we know, it could already be off-planet with Barney the F***ing dinosaur. All doubters went quiet without a word to say. Mystique was especially quiet as she wrestled with the idea of revealing what she knew, though after a few moments, she decided to keep her mouth shut. After all, Peter wouldn't feel very inclined to fulfill her request anymore should she out him. I know that we aren't soldiers, but this is war. A war that we are going to fight either way. It just so happens that my way will save a lot of innocent lives. If we can contain the fighting off the planet, that is. Did I hear someone say war? Peggy says as she walks in with Steve beside her. Need any help? Need any help? Steve asks as he and Peggy stroll into the room. Yeah, feel like kicking some blue alien **s. Peter responds excitedly. Are they really alien? I mean they could be metahumans, right? Like James. He asks in confusion as he points to Logan. I told you to stop calling me that. Logan yells gruffly from across the room. I don't have those memories anymore. You two know each other. Peter asks as he was out of the loop. Yeah, he was a member of the Howling Commandos, James Howlett. He, Bucky, and I fought against Hydra and the Nazis together. Steve pauses for a moment as he remembers the sad loss of his best friend, Bucky. Peggy senses his dampening mood and places a reassuring hand on his shoulder, which seemed to snap Steve out of his funk. James was the only man in my unit that could keep up with me. I thought that it was just amazing genetics and training at the time, but now I know he's a metahuman. Steve says as he smiles over at Logan, who grunts and looks the other way. I see. Peter says as he looks over at Logan and chuckles to himself. Well, don't worry about Logan. He may seem all gruff and uncaring, but he's a big softy on the inside. He'll warm up to you soon enough. Just keep pestering him and he'll give up. Hearing this, Logan couldn't help but sigh in annoyance. I'll keep that in mind. Steve says with some renewed vigor. Please don't. Logan mutters to himself, but those with enhanced hearing picked it up clearly. At novel bin at. Especially, Steve who flashed a big smile at his old friend's attitude. You may not remember, but you haven't changed. He says as he looks at Peter. So, they are aliens, right? Yep, our satellites picked up their arrival. Peter explains as he continues, stopping Steve from asking another question. And before you ask, no we don't have the object they're looking for. After quickly bringing the two lovebirds up to speed, Peggy nods her head and speaks up. Yeah, we should attack as quickly as possible. Peggy agreed with Peter's reasoning. I'm usually not for throwing the first punch, but I agree as well. Steve follows after his lover. Besides, as you said, containing all fighting outside the planet will save countless lives. With the extra nudge from Peggy and Steve, the whole room came to an agreement. They would attack as quickly as possible. All right, what's the plan? Tony asks. Peter took a moment to think as almost everyone in the room turned their gaze to him. Tony, get me the exact coordinates of their ships. On it. He says as he swipes at the table in front of him, causing a holographic keyboard and screen to appear in front of him. As Tony was typing away, Peter turned to Magneto. Based on the fact that their ships are most likely made of metal, your powers will be invaluable in this mission. Peter says as Magneto, who nods in agreement. Though, I'm thinking of sidelining you for this mission. Why? Eric asks in confusion. Well, I don't want the Avengers' new spaceships to be ruined. Peter says offhandedly. Instantly, Tony stops typing and turned his head with a crazy smile forming on his face. Though he wasn't the only one, a few others looked interested in Peter's words as well. Especially, Beast and Banner. You are brilliant. Tony exclaimed as all sorts of thoughts started forming in his head. We would need to take at least one of them apart for studying, not to mention the fuel. What if they run on some sort of alien diesel? We'll have to find out what they use. Ahem. Steve clears his throat, stopping Tony from continuing his rant. As much as the thought of exploring space is exciting, can we please focus on neutralizing the threat before anything else? You're right. Tony, back to work. Peter nods in agreement. Just remember that the faster you get the coordinates, the faster we can acquire our new toys. Yes, sir. Tony gives a mock salute and gets right back at it. Though he seems to be typing a bit faster than before. I can contain my power from destroying their ships. There's no reason for me to stay behind. Magneto explains as he wants to participate in the war. That would be very appreciated. Peter nodded towards him and turns to Banner. Sadly, you won't be able to join this mission. I wasn't planning to. Banner scoffs with a self-deprecating smile. Not only would Hulk destroy those ships, I run the chance of being sucked into the cold vacuum of space. No thanks. Before anyone could reply, Tony jumps out of his seat. Got it. He exclaims as the coordinates appear on the screen for everyone to see. 20 different coordinates. All of them for each ship in orbit around the planet. Okay, suit up everyone. Peter yells to the surrounding Avengers. We're leaving in 20 minutes. I don't have any combat gear. Steve says to Peter as everyone was rushing out of the door to get ready. Neither do I. Peggy speaks up next. Follow me. Leading the loving young couple to Tony's lab, Peter invites them in to find the man himself doing some last-minute checks on his Iron Man armor. Tony picks up his head to see some uninvited visitors. What are they doing here? They need their equipment. Peter says cryptically. Oh, yeah. Immediately, a look of realization appeared on Tony's face as he gets up and walks to an empty wall across the room. Steve and Peggy watched in confusion as Tong tapped the wall. Suddenly, it opened up to reveal matching his and hers dark blue Captain America-themed suits. Wow. Steve muttered as he still wasn't used to the futuristic technology of today's age. Though he was also awed by the cool suits as well. Now I know what you're thinking. Tony says excitedly as he taps the wall again. What about Captain America's trusty shield? Once again, the wall opened a bit more, revealing the Captain's red, white, and blue pristine disc-shaped shield. How? Steve asks in confusion. I thought the metal your father used was beyond rare. Oh, it is. Tony nodded in agreement as he points to the Peter. Spidey stole your old shield from your room and we reforged it. Steve turned and gave Peter an accusing look. What? Peter says a bit defensively. It was just taking up space broken at the back of your closet. Besides, now you have a perfectly functioning shield. And for the lovely lady. Tony smiles toward Peggy and gestures to the two pistols below the shield. Two matching matte black Desert Eagles. We tried to make you a shield too, but vibranium is hard to find, even for me. Tony says as she walks over and takes the guns. Thanks, I'm more used to guns anyway. Peggy says as she looks down at her new weapons. Without her recent power-up, handing akimbo Desert Eagles would be impossible. After all, they are one of the highest caliber pistols you can buy. The kick would be too much for a normal human to manage. But not anymore. Steve looks around a little embarrassedly. Is there a place that we could change? In a tiny transport ship, Nebula and a small Kree recon squad stealthily launched off of Ronan's flagship and descended to the blue and green planet below. Ronan the Accuser watches the ship depart with a cruel smile on his face. He knew that sending her down to the planet was nothing but a wild goose chase. Nebula would find nothing and simply waste her time. Even she knew that. Without the Tesseract's energy signature to follow, it would take an army to scour the planet to accomplish. Sir, is it wise to treat the daughter of Thanos like this? One of Ronan's grunts asks worriedly. After all, Thanos wasn't a being that anyone could offend. Heck, even Thanos doesn't respect her. Ronan says with a small laugh. Why should I? As Nebula's recon ship left the flagship, 3 golden portals opened on 3 separate Kree ships. As portal number 1 opened, Professor X rolled on in alongside Nightcrawler, Storm, Beast, and Hawkeye. Each X-Men were dressed in black tactical gear with a yellow X on their chest. On a separate ship, portal number 2 opened, and out strolled a confident Magneto, followed by Victor, Logan, Mystique, and Natasha. They all wore black tactical gear, though Logan's had the trademark yellow X on his. Why am I stuck with you? Logan muttered, annoyed at his team placement. Shut up. Victor barks back angrily. Finally, on the flagship at the head of all 20 Kree warships, the last portal opened, and out walked Peter followed by Tony, Fury, Steve, and Peggy. Steve and Peggy donned their newly gifted suits, while Fury wore the same trench coat he always does. Tony was, of course, armed in his newest Iron Man suit. The Mark 7. Insert picture. Team 2 and 3, do you read me? Peter tapped his ear and spoke in a hushed tone. Loud and clear. Charles answers back. Yes. Eric follows soon after. Good, let the war begin. As Ronan the Accuser stared out of the observation deck, a nearby alarm went off, which caused the Kree grunts at their stations to start busily working. What is it? Ronan asks in annoyance. There seem to be intruders on 2 of our ships, sir. Someone explains as another alarm starts going off. They're on our ship as well. How did they get in? Ronan asks with a deep frown. The scans should have picked up any ships in the area, especially boarding ships. Ronan's tone was accusatory as he wondered if his followers were growing lazy and incompetent. After all, his ships are the latest and greatest of Kree technology. Their scanners could detect the slightest movement for thousands of miles. Even stealth ships stood no chance against Kree technology, so in his mind, they had to have been slacking off. As the pressure surmounted on them, the Kree soldiers got to work trying to figure out how this happened. After all, the displeased face of their leader was not something that any Kree soldier wanted to see. Many Kree have been executed after seeing that face. Sir, the ship's life signs show them appearing on Sector 5. Someone informs as an image of a hallway blueprint appears on the screen for all to see. 1 second the hallway was empty, and the next, 5 red dots appeared, being picked up by the motion scanner in the hall. How odd. Ronan mutters as he looks over at the armed guards at the door. Sound the alarms and retrieve the intruders. Kill them if you have to, but leave at least one alive for questioning. Do the same for the other ships as well. Yes, sir. Let the war begin. Peter says over their encrypted comms before turning to his team. All right, should we split up or? Just as Peter was talking, a loud alarm filled the hall. Well, I think they know we're here. Peter mutters as the door in front of them opens and some lasers bolts come flying out. Jumping in front of Fury, Steve held up his shield, which deflected a few of the lasers off to the side. Everyone else dodged except for Tony, who fires a thick energy beam from his chest. The larger energy beam seemed to swallow the rest of the red blaster bolts, countering the attack and pushing forward toward the blue Kree soldier on the other side of the door. Not expecting the sudden counterattack, the Kree stood shocked as the energy beam tore through their ranks, drilling a gruesome hole through one after another. As the chest beam died down, the limp bodies of the first responding Kree soldiers toppled over, dead. Damn, is that new? Peter asked in awe. Tony would usually attack with his thrusters, but his chest didn't have a thruster, so that was most likely the pure energy of his arc reactor. Yeah, the Batisium made that possible with a few tweaks of course. Tony explains. Cool. Peter muttered as they ignored the dead bodies and pushed onward through the ship. As they continued, the slaughter of blue aliens continued. With their firepower, clearing the hallways of the ship was easy work. The only one in the group that needed a bit of looking after was Fury, though he could handle himself for the most part. Especially after he looted the Kree for their weaponry. Peter felt no guilt for the deaths of these Kree. He knew from the movies that Ronan was a bloodthirsty warmonger, who would slaughter planets of innocent people if they stood in his way. Those that chose to follow this sort of leader deserved zero pity. Though the same couldn't be said for Steve, who knew nothing of these aliens. As more and more blue humanoids were killed mercilessly, the good-hearted captain would look away from their bodies and push forward. The only thing keeping him from cracking was the fact that these were aliens, not humans. Killing fellow humans had a sort of dirty feeling about it, but aliens weren't as bad for some reason. As for Tony, Fury, and Peggy, they seemed to not care one bit. 2 of them are old hardened soldiers, while the other grew used to killing in his own personal war in Afghanistan. Ronan watched on the screens, as his men, which were represented by blue dots, rushed to their inevitable deaths over and over. Each time they would engage the red-marked intruders, they would disappear from the scanner, as their life signal would end. Ronan began to grow angry as he watched in silence. How could he not? Almost 200 of his soldiers died already. For nothing. Useless. He muttered loud enough for his surrounding grunts to flinch. If you want something done right, you have to do it yourself. Taking a breath to dissipate his anger, Ronan turned to his subordinates and ordered. Change of plans. Order those useless idiots to retreat to my position. Ronan commands as he grabs his warhammer and walks to the door. Use the hallway doors to lead the intruders to the arena. Yes sir. One responds as they jump quickly to comply with his orders. Leaving the room with his hammer over his shoulder, Ronan makes his way to the arena with 10 fully armed Kree soldiers at his back. That number would continue to grow as he maneuvered through the halls unimpeded. Peter hummed as they hadn't run into any Kree for a few minutes. It's quiet. Tony says as he looks toward Peter. Too quiet. You had to say that, didn't you? Peter sighs at his friend's *TTY sense of humor. What? It's a good movie line. Tony argues as the door to their right suddenly swishes open. Instantly, the group was ready for another battle. Sadly, they were met with nothing but an empty metal hallway. This definitely isn't a trap. Peter says with a healthy chunk of sarcasm. I would say otherwise. Steve says, not understanding. Do they not have sarcasm back in your day? Peter asks over his shoulder. Oh, Steve grunts in realization. Well, into the obvious trap we go. Tony exclaims as he walks down the hall. Meh, whatever. Peter says as he follows after him. Shouldn't we? Steve wanted to speak up against this, but Peggy and Fury already walked past him and into the trap as well. With no other option, the captain follows behind Peggy, alert to his surroundings and ready for anything. As they followed the obvious enemy plan, countless doors opened for them over and over, leading the group through the ship and down a large elevator. When the elevator opened, a giant stadium-shaped room came into view. It was a circular stadium with countless seats surrounding what appeared to be a combat area, based on the bloodstains and weapons lining the walls. At novel bin at. The elevator opened on the wall of the arena, where they could see a tall blue man with a warhammer in hand, waiting at the center for their arrival. The seats in the crowd were filled with Prix soldiers, each aiming their various alien weaponry at the open elevator. You've finally arrived, Ronan says irritably. Well, it takes time to follow a badly thought-out trap. Peter comments as he walks out of the elevator fearlessly, followed by Tony, Steve, and Peggy. Fury stood behind and leaned into cover at the corner of the elevator with his new alien blaster rifle in hand. He couldn't dodge lasers like the rest of them, so he would provide cover from the safety of the elevator. Ronan seems to notice this and tilts his head to the side to peek at Fury. Oh, don't mind him, Peter says as he knew what Ronan was thinking. Fury's just a bit shy. As Peter says this, he shoots a few webs around the open elevator doors, lodging them in place. He didn't need to deal with a kidnapped Nick Fury after all. What was that? Ronan asked curiously as the doors to the elevator tried to close, as Peter thought, but sadly for them, the web held it back. Sorry, whenever I see a handsome blue man like yourself, I just start shooting web, Peter says jokingly. Premature ejaculation, Tony says with a sympathetic nod. Men are disgusting. Peggy scoffs at their little joke. Enough, Ronan roars in anger. You will dutifully answer my questions or else. Instantly, the crowd of soldiers readied their weapons. In close quarters, the intruders may have had the advantage, but not anymore. Oh, is it starting? Peter says excitedly. I think it is, Tony answers. Is what starting? Ronan asks in confusion. The badass fight scene. Peter says like it was the most obvious thing in the world. You know, the bad guy leads the heroes into a trap, the trap is sprung but the heroes fight back. Hence the badass fight scene. I'm really disappointed with this villain's service, Tony says as he puts on his best Karen impression. Where's your manager? Meanwhile, the whole crowd of aliens stared dumbly at the odd intruders. They didn't understand a single thing they were saying. Enough of this nonsense. Ronan lost his cool and points at the intruders. Fire. As soon as Ronan gave the order, the small stadium of Kree soldiers opened fire. Thousands of laser bolts fired in Peter's group's direction all at once. Sadly for them, each of their targets swiftly dodged out of the way. Tony activated his hand and feet thrusters and shot off into the air. Thankfully the ceiling was extremely tall in this portion of the ship. As he ascended into the air, small hidden compartments on the Iron Man armor started opening up. Countless weapons appeared on Tony's body as his helmet's HUD starts to lock on to a large portion of the Kree soldiers. Lock on engaged. Jarvis' voice echoes from his suit. As the last Kree soldier was confirmed with a green square around them, Tony said a quick prayer in his head to whichever alien god they may follow. Fire. Tony commands. Instantly, countless bullets, rockets, and even a good amount of lasers were let loose at around 1/6 of the crowd. Bullets pierced heads with expert accuracy. Bombs were strategically fired at areas that would reap the most lives. Lasers sliced through whole rows of blue men and women, cutting them in half in a single moment. Every target that the HUD locked onto was killed without a problem. Damn, Peter muttered as he dodged the lasers and rushed toward Ronan, who was waiting with his hammer in hand. Tony really upgraded his firepower, huh? Ronan, who watched all of this play out, was both shocked and enraged. The whole point of this little trap was to cut down the unnecessary losses that were taking place earlier. Noticing the red and blue spider-themed man that was rushing challengingly towards him, Ronan turned his hatred and anger toward Peter. Once I'm finished with you intruders, I will cleanse your world with the might of Kree justice and burn it to its core. Ronan bellowed as he gripped his hammer with two hands, preparing for a fight. Why are you yelling? You mad? Peter comments as he kicks off the ground and launches at Ronan feet first. Seeing this attack coming, as a hardened war veteran should, Ronan pointed his hammer at Peter and twisted it slightly. Instantly, Peter could feel some sort of minor kinetic force collide with his leg, trying to snap his ankle before he could land his kick. What's that? Peter thought as he eyed the long-handled hammer in Ronan's hand. At novel bin at. Ronan is the wielder of a powerful hammer known as the Cosmi Rod, which is a large staff-like war hammer. In addition to using it as a melee weapon, he can also fire some sort of force from it to attack his enemies. Sadly for him, Peter's body is far too enhanced to be affected by some minor kinetic energy attack. All Ronan's attack did was push Peter's foot to the side a bit, though it was enough to throw his kick off course. Cool hammer, Peter comments as he flies past Ronan, missing his attack. Though that didn't mean he couldn't recover. Abandoning his original attack plan altogether, Peter pulled his fist back and punched Ronan square in his blue face as he passed by. Ronan instantly dropped his hammer and launched off of his feet as he flew into the wall across the room, smacking into it with a loud metallic thud. The metal wall behind him dented inward as some blue blood dropped from his mouth, possibly due to internal injuries. Of course, Ronan was a Kree blessed with enhanced strength, durability, agility, etc., so one strike from Peter, which would kill any lesser man, was shrugged off after a few breaths. Standing with the help of the wall behind him, Ronan seethed as he looked across the arena, but couldn't find the man that sent him flying. What he did see, however, only fed into his already explosive rage. Not only was Iron Man constantly raining death upon his fellow Kree, but Steve and Peggy stuck together and ran around the arena, slipping past laser fire and using Cap's shield for cover when necessary. Everywhere they would go, Steve would take care of the close quarters fighting, while Peggy would stick close and use her new oversized pistols to decimate the more distant enemies. Each time a loud bang would go off, a Kree soldier would drop to the ground with a .50 caliber hole in their body. Meanwhile, Fury stayed in his safe elevator, clinging to the wall. He would peek out on occasion and pick off as many Kree soldiers as he could before he drew too much attention and hit again. This would repeat over and over, as Iron Man and the super soldier couple were good distractions for him. Looking for someone, Ronan heard over his head and looks up. Standing on the wall sideways with his arms crossed over his chest, Peter looks down at Ronan with an air of amusement. I can tell it angers you that your men keep dying, Peter says as the vengeful and rage-fueled look on Ronan's face was prominent. How about you surrender and we won't kill any more Kree? Of course, they would have to surrender as well. Ronan silently seethed as the man above him offered him a way out. Surrender is for the weak and the Kree are not weak, he exclaimed and rushed to his hammer, which was only a few meters away. You asked for it, I guess, Peter mutters as he bends and launches himself off into the air. Just as Ronan was about to bend down and swipe his hammer off the floor, Peter flew over him and shot a web. As the web stuck to Ronan's trusted weapon, Peter yanked it back. Ronan could do nothing but watch as his hammer was stolen before his very eyes. As I said before, this is a cool hammer, Peter says as he lands in front of Ronan and twirls the staff-like hammer around his fingers. I used to have a better one, but I had to return it. I think I'll keep it this time though. After all, the dead have no use for material things, right? Peter says as Ronan's heart began to beat erratically as throbbing veins start to appear on his blue face. Ronan was pissed off when Thanos called him boy and treated him as a child. He was also pissed off when his grunts died pointlessly, but this was a whole other level. Kill him? Ronan has destroyed entire worlds, yet this masked buffoon wanted to kill him? You think that you could kill me? Ronan asks as if it were impossible. I am Ronan the Accuser? I have brought reckoning to more planets and peoples than anyone can count. You're nothing but some enhanced ape from a backwater world. How did he do it again? As Ronan was ranting, Peter ignored his every word and pointed the staff forward. Is it just a movement? Twisting it slightly as Ronan did, a kinetic force fired from the staff-like hammer. Snap crack? The force seemed to connect with the ranting Ronan's neck, twisting it at an odd angle with a sickening sound. Before he could finish his long-winded rant, Ronan toppled over onto the cold hard metal arena floor. Dead. Well, I gave him a chance, Peter muttered as he walks over to check for any vital signs. Although Peter was able to pretty much bat away the kinetic attack earlier, the same couldn't be said for Ronan. Comparatively, Ronan's enhanced body was far weaker than someone like Spider-Man. The whole arena stilled and the fighting paused as every Kree soldier looked over to see Peter check the pulse of their downed leader. He's dead, Peter confirmed loud enough for all to hear. The rest of you can either follow in his footsteps or surrender and be spared. Choose wisely. The whole arena descended into silence as the Avengers gave the Kree soldiers a moment to decide whether they wanted to live or die. If they chose wisely, as Peter said, the surviving Kree would be imprisoned. At least until Peter could figure out what to do with them. Of course, the only other option was death. Soon, the first soldier dropped his rifle and held his hands up. This triggered a widespread chain reaction as one by one more Kree began to surrender. Traitors. One Kree yelled as he turned his gun on his own comrades and fired. Seeing this, other radical Kree started joining in as a sort of civil war broke out between those that wanted to surrender and those that would rather die. Jarvis, lock on. Tony Commander as his HUD highlighted all of the people that refused to surrender. Fire. With one last volley, Tony swiftly dropped the more radical half of their impromptu civil. The surviving Kree looked at the dead bodies of their former comrades in both shame and relief. Shame that they gave up in order to preserve their lives, and relief that they weren't the ones dead on the floor. Team 1, this is Team 2. Charles's voice suddenly sounds through Peter's earpiece. We've taken control of our first ship and captured about a quarter of the aliens on board. We've done the same. Eric speaks next, without any form of radio etiquette. Though I'm afraid we've taken no prisoners on our end. That's fine. Peter holds his hand to his ear and says with a shrug, here. Waving his hand, Peter opens portals for the two teams to move on to the next ships on the list. 3 ships down, 17 more to go. While the 2 other teams started their assault on the next ships, Peter and his team started the cleanup process. Someone needed to deal with the remaining Kree soldiers, after all. There's no doubt in Peter's mind that they would probably try and escape if left to their own devices. Especially since the alternative would be leaving them in their own escape vehicles. This isn't as fun as I thought it would be, Tony says as he and the others escort the surrendered Kree through Peter's portals and into the Avengers Tower detainment floor. Just as he was saying this, the comms in their ears sounded off. Team 2 has captured our second ship with prisoners once again. Charles informs them. Same here. Eric says only seconds after. We spared a few this time as well. Good job, portals incoming. Peter says as he waves his hand and more portals appear, including one in front of Tony and the rest of his team. Go ahead, I know you want to. What? Steve asks in confusion. Well, maybe not you, but I know that Tony wants to fight more aliens, so go capture another ship. Peter says in a resigned tone as he gestures to the portal. I can handle the prisoners myself. Yes. Tony says excitedly as his helmet's face mask snaps shut. Thanks, Tingles. Hey, I told you about my spider senses in confidence. Peter protests jokingly as Tony shoots off into the portal, ready for a fight. Should we follow him? Steve asks as Peggy huffs in annoyance. Let's go before he gets himself killed. Unholstering her pistols, Peggy steps through the portal followed by Steve. Fury was currently preoccupied, so he wouldn't be joining them. Have fun, I guess. Peter shrugs as he continued escorting prisoners from multiple ships. Thankfully, the other ships haven't been notified of what's happening so far, or else they would probably escape as quickly as possible. This is all thanks to Peter, who convinced the Prix on the flagship to send out some fake messages. After all, the flagship is where all the orders come from in the first place. After sending these messages, which kept all of the Prix in the other 20 ships calm, they cut the communications between the ships, making it only possible for them to get information from the flagship, which Peter already had under complete control. Meaning, no one outside the flagship knew that their glorious leader Ronan the Accuser is dead. Though they do know that 3 of the ships had some unforeseen intruders, as Peter didn't have control at the time that information was circulated. Of course, Peter was sure to inform the other ships that the intruders were dealt with, before warning each ship to be on the lookout for any more possible stowaways. After all, he had to make sure everything was believable. It's not like they have a chance. Peter thought uncaringly. At novel bin at. Of course, after misinforming all of those ships, Peter left Fury with the Kree in charge of communications. These Kree would be imprisoned with the rest when they weren't useful anymore. Of course, he had his new favorite weapon in hand, the Kree laser rifle. Who better to leave in charge of their misinformation tactics than a super spy? Peter thought, reassured by this choice. With the best of the best running disinformation for them, the war continued, but by this point, it was more of a one-sided steamrolling. It's too bad that I'm stuck here doing grunt the work. Peter thought as he continued managing portals and escorting prisoners to the detainment floor. As the Kree would flood through the portals, Peter made sure that they saw 2 things specifically. These 2 things immediately squash any thoughts of rebellion from their minds. First, as Peter escorted the Kree like a warden of a prison, he held Ronan's hammer in hand for all to see. Instantly, the idea of being saved by Ronan the Accuser became doubtful, as all other ships didn't know about his death. Second, displayed on the floor beside the portal leading to the detainment floor was the cold and lifeless body of their leader, immediately proving that planted doubt in their minds. Thanks to this small tactic of his, Peter only had to deal with some small defiance here and there. No large-scale riots took place, which he was thankful for. Of course, Peter could have handled that, though he probably would have had to kill some of them in the process. After all, Charles and his team left a lot of the Kree alive, but luckily, Eric's group seemed to offset this as they emptied their first ship of all life, and then started leaving a few alive so as not to look bad. Hours later and the last ship was under their control. Peter spent all of these hours stuck as a babysitter for blue aliens. I need to find another Avenger that can be the portal B***TCH for occasions like this. Peter thought as he finished locking up the last of the Kree. Sighing in relief as he returned to the flagship, Peter found the battle-hardened Avengers standing in the observation deck, watching the world below in silence. Everyone seemed to be in one piece, though that was hard to tell for both Logan and Victor, who were both covered in blue blood. Whoa, you two look like someone spilled paint all over you. Peter comments as he can smell the odd-scented alien blood wafting off of them. You could have been less messy, you know. Ugh. They both grunt and don't bother answering, as Peter wasn't the first one to say something like that. That's what we all said. Tony states with a nod as he keeps his distance from the two. Are the prisoners detained? Fury asks. Yeah, though we may need to expand our prison by another floor or 2. We're currently at capacity. Peter says with a tired sigh. It's been a while since Peter has gotten some rest, as he was rudely interrupted by Tony, so dealing with the boring grunt work has only made him miss his nice warm bed even more. What should we do with these ships? Charles asks from his wheelchair. We'll have to learn how to fly them before anything else. Peter says thoughtfully. We could try to connect Jarvis to their systems. Tony offers with an excited look on his face. He should be able to learn the controls instantly. What if it's all in an alien language? Peter asks as he contemplates that idea. I think he can figure it out. Tony says with a shrug. Fine, you work on that. Peter says as he turns back to the other Avengers. The rest of you can return to the tower and relax. What about you? Tony asks before getting to work. Off to bed. No, I have a planet full of people to calm down. Peter says as he sighs in annoyance. We don't need any nukes launched at our new ships after all. Receiving a sympathetic nod from Tony as he gets to work, Peter waves his hand and leaves with the rest of the Avengers. Only Tony remained on the flagship. Are we sure it's a good idea to leave him in space, alone? Charles asks as the portal closes behind them. Yeah, won't he drift off or something? Clint speaks up as well. No, he'll be fine. Peter says with a shake of his head. The ships are all in orbit, so they won't just fly off. Unless he does something stupid. Back in space. Okay, Jarvis. Tony says as he looks between all of the alien controls panels. Let's take this all apart and make a port to connect you. As he didn't have any of his tools, Tony used his Iron Man suit to rip the control panels apart and study the insides. Sparks fly as he tears apart the control room without a care for any of the possible consequences. But Tony's smarter than that? Peter says as many Avengers give him skeptical looks. Yeah, you're right. I'll check on him once I'm done calming the masses. Good idea. Fury nods. All right, off I go. Peter says as he turns to Fury. Can you start questioning our new alien guests? We could use all of the information we can get. Yeah, I'll start now. Fury nods as he walks out of the room followed by Natasha and Clint. Leaving the rest of the Avengers to do as they pleased, Peter left the room and took out his phone. Checking Twitter as he maneuvered through the tower's halls, Peter found everyone freaking out about Ronan's message. I should have posted something earlier. Peter sighed as he wrote a tweet. Standing at a podium in a room filled with cameras and microphones, which were all pointed in his direction by various members of the press, Peter started explaining the latest mission that the Avengers undertook. At novel bin at. Hello, everyone. Peter says as he waves, his image being broadcast across the world. Before locking up the Prix that helped spread misinformation for them, Peter had them shut down the replaying message that looped all over Earth. If he didn't, then this whole press conference would be blocked, making the whole thing pointless. I'm going to get straight to the point and then leave to deal with other things, so listen up. Peter says as he was too tired to deal with the questions of hungry reporters. The alien army that was threatening our planet through our TVs and radios has been dealt with. They were in orbit around our planet, waiting to invade. We, the Avengers, acted quickly and launched an attack before they could enter Earth's atmosphere, as that would keep all of you away from the fighting. The world was shocked, as most people didn't actually believe in an alien invasion. They thought it was some sort of hoax orchestrated by some hacker or something. Even hearing the words from Spider-Man's mouth didn't sway many of them, as it was just too outlandish of a tale. Peter went into a little more detail and explained about the Prix and Ronan the Accuser, though he didn't say much more before walking off stage. That's it for now. When we have more information, either I or Tony will call another one of these. Peter says as he waves and walks off. I can hear my bed calling for me. Wait. One of the more loudmouth reporters yells as they step in front of the crowd. You really expect us to just believe all of this without a single shred of proof? This seemed to incite the other reporters and journalists in the crowd, as they all started shouting their own questions. I said no questions, didn't I? Peter thought in annoyance as he sighed and walked back to the podium and glared at the crowd under his mask. Quiet. Peter didn't raise his voice, but the annoyed tone along with the dangerous feeling he was radiating at the moment seemed to scare the crowd into silence. Tony is currently doing his best to figure out how to fly the Kree ships that we commandeered. Peter says with complete confidence. In space, sparks go flying as Tony sat in the middle of hundreds of alien wires from the destroyed control panels of the flagship. Not that one either. Tony mutters to himself as the lights on the ship suddenly shut down, leaving him in darkness. That's not good. I'm sure that many of you will see them when we bring them down to Earth. As for other forms of proof, we have many survivors from the battle that are currently detained and undergoing interrogation as we speak. Maybe we'll release some recordings from these interrogations later. Peter says with a shrug, shutting down the doubters for the moment. Now, I have to get back to the tower. See ya. This time, the crowd was silent as Peter walked off stage, leaving them with the idea that aliens actually may have planned on attacking them. The same could be said for many around the world as well. 8 hours, 49 minutes, 39 seconds. In a dark interrogation room in the tower, Fury sat across from a chained Kree soldier. Neither said a word as Fury just stared at him in silence. Using his plethora of experience, Fury first set his sights on the more cooperative Kree, dragging them in and out, looking for the one that would either brag about themselves or break and start spilling everything. Either way, he would get the information they needed. He could have just started torturing the Kree, as they weren't humans or from Earth, so technically, they had no human rights. Too bad torture is unreliable, Fury thought as he waited for the Kree before him to speak first, continuing the staring contest. Torture in interrogation yields poor information, as the victim would say, and admit to anything just to make the pain stop. Not to mention the fact that it sweeps up many innocents. The soldier you're drowning, cutting, or starving could just be a man that was drafted and forced into service. The possibility of torturing an innocent prisoner just wasn't worth it. Though there is a time and a place for torture tactics, though that's in extreme and dire circumstances, but this wasn't one of those situations. Are you just going stare at me all day? The Kree finally asked. Yes, now why did you come to my planet? Fury answered and throws out his first question. The Kree man stays quiet, refusing to answer. Was it actually the Tesseract? Or was that just a ploy Ronan cooked up, so he could justify invading a peaceful world? Fury asks pointedly. Justification. The Kree laughs as the chains tying him down rattle. We do not care whether your world is peaceful or not. The Kree take what they want. The question is whether the other party hands it over respectfully, or well, you heard Ronan's words in the message. Yeah, but he's dead now. Fury comments as he places a picture of Ronan's dead body on the table. Instantly, the Kree prisoner starts to glare as he looked toward the picture of his former leader. Ronan's head was snapped sideways and a bone could be seen poking through his neck. For some big bad alien warlord, your leader died almost instantly. Fury says, purposefully angering the alien across from him. It was so anticlimactic too. He was ranting about how he couldn't die, then my comrade used Ronan's own weapon against him and snapped his neck like a twig. This Prix was from a separate ship, so he was just learning about what happened to Ronan. You know nothing about Ronan the accuser. The Prix seethed as he pulled on his restraints, trying to attack Fury, who was completely unfazed. He is the perfect Prix. Ronan embodies all of our most sacred ancient customs. Well, I think you mean he was the perfect Prix. Fury continues, poking at a hornet's nest. Truthfully, from your explanation of him, I was expecting more. After all, he died so easily. Shut your mouth, you dirty ape. The Prix bellowed hatefully as he strains against his chains. You know, I've been called some pretty racist sh*t by a lot of humans, but never an alien. Fury commented as he found this scenario entertaining. Watching from the cameras, Natasha and Clint couldn't help but gape at what the Prix said. Can an alien even be racist? Natasha asks with a thoughtful look. Probably, but I think he was throwing that insult at all humans, not just, well, you know. Clint replies as they go back to watching the monitor. Seeing that the man before him found his outburst funny, the Prix continues to thrash against his restraints for a moment before finally giving up. Heavy breathing. You think, it's over, don't you? The Prix says as he catches his breath. You think, your planet's safe. Fury doesn't answer and waits for him to explain. We were only the first to arrive. The Prix says with a triumphant smile. When Thanos' army descends on this pitiful planet, you apes won't stand a chance. Who's Thanos? Fury asks, but the smug Prix refused to speak any further. 5 hours, 20 minutes, 55 seconds. A golden portal opens in the dark flagship's control room, illuminating the destruction that Tony inflicted on the poor ship. What the? Peter mutters as he steps through. A few seconds after he stepped through, the lights suddenly flicker back on, lighting up the whole place. Yes. Tony yells as his head pops up from below the floor. Let there be light. I see that you've trashed the place. Peter reveals himself as his portal closes behind him. Oh, Peter? Where have you been? Tony uses Peter's real name, as no one else was around. I had a press conference to calm the masses and took a quick power nap. Peter reveals as he looks around the destroyed room. Otherwise I may have snapped upon seeing this mess. Well, I have to connect Jarvis somehow. Tony says with a shrug. Right. Peter says as the speakers in the ship go off. Jidl mach mug how I gh jotl hall, chi hall, piki hawk gh idle, gabi wadh so, vaj ejgh idle hi, jotl hi chi iak ej gabi da sov, mug mage seg hawk gabi. A weird angry sounding alien language plays through the ship's control room. Where is that coming from? Peter asks as Tony looks at the mess around the room. I have no idea. Where is that coming from? Peter asks after hearing the odd alien language. Is it the Chidori? I have no idea. Tony asks as the ship goes silent. Though I think we should find out. Hey, you think? Peter says sarcastically. The Chidori are a sentient species of cybernetically enhanced beings. Most of them are simple-minded dogged creatures, similar to insects, operating under a hive-mind intelligence. They are the personal army of Thanos, which he mainly uses to throw at his enemies or cull half the population of entire planets. Whatever the job may be, as long as it pertained to war and death, the Chidori will follow the Mad Titan's every order faithfully. Let's get to work, I guess. Peter says as he starts to familiarize himself with the exposed control panels. Give me a quick rundown on what you figured out so far. While Peter and Tony put their heads together to, hopefully, get the ships moving, Fury spent hours interrogating as many Kree soldiers as he could. At novel bin at. Through these long hours of unending questioning, he started to get a good picture of what was happening. Who's Thanos? Fury would ask every Kree the same question. Most would clam up and refuse to speak, each of them too scared to say a word, which was odd as the Kree seemed fairly confident in every other area. It was only the name of the Mad Titan that seemed to bring out this collective fear in all of them. Though that didn't mean Fury didn't get an answer to his question. Out of the thousands of captive Kree, one of them had to break. The Mad Titan isn't someone you should be asking about. A more talkative Kree woman said in a hushed tone. Why? Fury asks curiously. Mad Titan. Thanos is one of the strongest beings in the universe. You may have beaten us and Ronan the Accuser, but when it comes to Thanos, even the Great Kree and Nova empires must be respectful. Otherwise, the consequences would be astronomical. She explains with a trace of fear in her tone. Of course, since Fury found a cooperative Kree soldier, he made sure to milk her for all of the information she had. Sounds like a scary man. Fury comments as he asks further. Is it true another army is coming? Yes, a small portion of the Mad Titan's personal army. She goes on to give a small explanation about the Chitori. You should leave this planet while you can. Encountering the Chitori is a mark of death. It doesn't matter whether you win or lose this battle. Thanos already set his gaze on your planet. If his army fails, he'll send another or worse. Worse. Fury asks, loving how open this Kree is being compared to the rest. He could visit this planet himself. She says as a shiver runs down her spine. Either way, I'm sure we'll be killed for our failure. Huh. Fury grunted as he leaned back in his chair. How long until this army gets here? They were supposed to arrive 18 hours after our arrival. She answers without trouble. Instantly, Fury realized that they were on a short clock, as they had a bit less than 5 hours before another alien army arrived at Earth's borders. How many ships do they have? He continues fishing for information. The same number as us, I think. She says after a moment of thought. I don't know much though. You'll have to ask Nebula for more details. Who? Fury asks with a raised eyebrow. Thanos' daughter. Speaking of Nebula, the unloved daughter of Thanos and her Kree subordinates are currently occupying the house of a married couple that are out of town for their anniversary. They spent the day infiltrating various government buildings, searching for any clues that could lead them to the Tesseract. Sadly, their efforts bore little to no fruit. Sure, they learned about plenty of government facilities, though they wouldn't know what was inside until they start poking around more. As the Kree stealth squad was raiding the kitchen for food like a bunch of animals, Nebula sat on the couch and familiarized herself with the TV. These humans really need to update their technology. Nebula comments as she flips through the channels. What's this? A man in spider-themed clothing stood on a podium surrounded by a crowd of eager people. The alien army that was threatening our planet through our TVs and radios has been dealt with. They were in orbit around our planet, waiting to invade. We, the Avengers, acted quickly and launched an attack before they could enter Earth's atmosphere, as that would keep all of you away from the fighting. Impossible. Nebula thought in disbelief. Suddenly, a Kree soldier who was in hearing range dropped a cooked chicken leg onto the floor and stared at the TV in shock. Lies. He exclaims, drawing the attention of the other Kree. Our army would never lose to these apes so easily. After playing that clip, a news anchor started speaking. Spider-Man, Earth's most loved hero and co-founder of the Avengers, says the alien threat has been dealt with. As the newswoman says this, the newly arrived Kree watch in shock. Some were skeptical of his claims, but he had this to say. The screen changed to a similar clip, except this time the oddly dressed man was talking about commandeering Kree ships and interrogating the surviving captives. How dare they spread lies about our army? A Kree says through his grinding teeth. I don't think he's lying though. Nebula thought as she wondered what to do now. We should return to the ship. One of the Kree voices their opinion. Ronan needs to hear of this. What if he isn't lying? Nebula asks thoughtfully. No one had an answer for her, though they all thought that was highly unlikely. That doesn't matter. One of them says angrily, as he glares in Nebula's direction. We're returning to the ship. Ronan the accuser wouldn't lose to some weak backwater planet. Nebula seethed as she was treated harshly by some random grunt. This is all due to Ronan's attitude toward her. He disrespected her at every moment he could, and now his subordinates have learned to do the same. Look at me like that again, and I'll cut you into tiny little pieces. Nebula earns as she takes out a knife from her belt. After all, her father wouldn't care for the loss of a random Kree nobody. Humph, try it. He counters and draws his laser pistol. Without another word, Nebula flicked her hand and launched the knife across the room. Before anyone could react, the knife flew into the disrespectful Kree's left eye, piercing straight into his brain. As he lifelessly collapsed onto the floor, the other Kree grabbed their weapons tightly and aimed at her. Clean this mess up and meet me at the shuttle. We might as well check for ourselves if Ronan lost or not. Nebula says as she walks out of the house, ignoring the guns pointed at her the whole time. Is it wrong to hope that he's dead? Time slowly passed as Fury extracted as much information from the captives and called the Avengers to assemble once again. Just when they thought the threat was taken care of, another alien army was only hours away. Though two people didn't get this message, as they were currently in space. Tinkering with the ship's control panel, Peter and Tony worked steadily to figure out the many wires and started working on a port that Jarvis could connect to the ship through. After a couple of hours of work, in which Peter had to make a few trips to Tony's workshop for supplies, the two were only a few steps away from completing the port. Connect the blue wire next. Tony backseats Peter's work. No, it's the gray wire, you idiot. Peter comments as he grabs the gray wire. No, the gray wire connects to the scanners, not the databanks. Tony corrects with a huff. How much do you want to bet? Peter asks with a challenging look. $100,000 and a single tweet from the other's Twitter account. Tony offers, accepting the challenge. Deal. Peter says as he grabs the blue wire and plugs it in. Instantly, the monitors in the room started lighting up, as the scanners started to pick up a million non-existent intruders on board. Looks like I win. Peter says as he replaces the blue wire with the gray one. I only take cash, by the way. Whatever, just hurry up. Tony started pouting like a child. Finishing the last few tweaks, Tony was finally able to plug Jarvis into the newly made port through his phone. Good luck, buddy. Tony says as Jarvis code floods through the port and into the ship. Connection secure? Jarvis' voice plays through the ship's speakers. Accessing ship's databanks. Haha. Tony laughed triumphantly. It worked. Translating foreign alien coding and language. 1%, 2%, 3%, 4%, 25%, 50%, 75%, 100%. Jarvis kept them updated through the speakers of the ship. Good job, buddy. Tony says as he pats the wall of the ship proudly. Anything we should know? Peter asks Jarvis. Yes, I now have full control over all 20 Kree warships. I can control each of them from the flagship. Jarvis answers. Well, at least the mess Tony made didn't affect the ship much. Peter says as he turns a quick glare at the man in question. What? We would have replaced the controls anyway. They were all labeled in whatever language the Kree write in. Tony says with a shrug. That is not all. Jarvis says as the remaining monitors in the room play a recording from the databanks. How much longer until we arrive? Security footage of Ronan and Nebula speaking appears on the screen. Nebula is here. Peter confirmed his earlier suspicions. Did she die in the battle? Peter would have remembered seeing her with the prisoners, as he was the one that was in charge of that. 37 hours. Though we can half that if we increase speed and leave behind the slow Chitori ships. Nebula answers as she glares hatefully at Ronan. Do it. Ronan commands. What? Nebula asks. Increase every ship's speed to maximum. Ronan turns and walks to the door, passing Nebula along the way. Half of our army will arrive late, but that won't change the outcome. The screen goes black as the video ends. He's right, it didn't change the outcome. Tony says with an air of confidence. We still would have won either way. Jarvis, I'm guessing that odd language was a message from the Chidori? How far away are they? Peter asks. Yes, sir. Jarvis answers respectfully and dutifully. The message from earlier can be roughly translated to a report on their arrival time. We have around an hour and a half until 20 Chidori warships arrive. Okay, do our new ships have any firepower? Peter asks as a wide smile blooms on Tony's face. Hihi, I like the way you think, webhead. Tony laughs excitedly. Yes, each of the Prix ships is outfitted with hundreds of missiles as well as a couple of high-powered beam weapons. When it comes to defense, there's a kinetic shield that can be activated during combat. Though, the shields will drain the power of each ship fairly quickly. Jarvis explains everything he learned about the ships. Peter doesn't say anything as he and Tony turn to look at each other, smiling like two maniacs. Alright, Tony. You work on our battle strategy with Jarvis. Peter says as he opens a portal to the tower. I'll go and gather our forces, just in case. As Peter was walking into the portal, he turned around and looks back for a moment. Jarvis, where is that woman from the video? I don't remember seeing her among the dead or the prisoners. Peter asks with one foot inside the ship and another in the tower. One moment. Jarvis says as he searches the ship's databanks. She and a few Prix were sent down to Earth to investigate the whereabouts of the Tesseract. She didn't return. Peter asks. No, sir. Jarvis answers swiftly. Okay, if she does return, can you trap her in the ship? I want her alive. Peter says, receiving a knowing smile from Tony. I thought you had a girlfriend. Tony says with his infuriating smirk. Though I understand the appeal of a sexy blue alien. Not everything is about sex, you old perv. Peter says, happy that he can finally use Tony's age against him. After all, if he made age jokes before, Tony would have known Peter was younger than he portrays himself. At least I'm not a middle schooler. Tony yells back as the portal closes, leaving him and Jarvis alone on the ship. So, tell me more about these high-powered beam weapons. Arriving in the tower, Peter checked his phone and found a bunch of missed calls and messages from different members of the Avengers. Jarvis, where is Fury? Peter asks as Jarvis is integrated with the entire tower. He and many other Avengers members are currently having a strategy meeting. Jarvis says and gives Peter the location. Walking into one of the large meeting rooms, Peter felt a bout of déjà vu come over him, as every member was here once again. Let me guess. Peter says as he waltzed into the room, instantly drawing everyone's attention. You guys learned about the Second Army headed our way. You're late. Fury says angrily. We've known about this for hours. Natasha says with a roll of her eyes. Good for you. Peter says as he waves his hand and creates a portal to the ship. We have a bit more than an hour before they arrive, so let's go. We haven't decided on a plan yet. Charles says from his wheelchair. Tony and I already have that covered. Peter reveals as he gestures to the portal. If you don't want to miss the fireworks, then come on. Sighing in annoyance, Fury was the first to step through the portal, followed by everyone else. Stepping in behind them, Peter closes the portal. Stark, what's the plan? Steve asks as he and everyone else freezes at the mess that was once a pristine control room. Just as Tony was about to answer, a soft alarm went off, filling the control room. Sir, a shuttle is docking onto the flagship. Jarvis informs them as the alarms stop. Is it the woman from the video? Peter asks, ignoring the curious glances from those that just arrived. Yes, sir. Would you like me to lock them in the shuttle? Jarvis asks dutifully. Yeah, just make sure they can't detach from the ship either. Peter answers with a nod. Done. Jarvis says after only a second. Shuttle locked in place. What's going on? Nightcrawler voices everyone else's thoughts. I'll explain later. Peter says as walk to the door. Jarvis, lead me to the shuttle. Yes, sir. As their shuttle docked on Ronan's flagship, Nebula clicked her tongue in annoyance. Looking over at the dead body laying motionless on the side, she rolled her eyes hatefully. I tell them to take care of the body and these idiots bring it with us. Nebula thought with a disgruntled sigh as a decaying smell filled the small shuttle. The shuttle shook as a loud clang was heard, locking the shuttle to the much larger ship. Preparing herself for what's to come, Nebula stood up and hit a button next to the sliding doors. Instantly, a red light appears under the button and the door doesn't budge. What the? Nebula mutters as she taps the button once again. Nothing. The door stays sealed shut, leaving them trapped in the tiny shuttle with a decaying carcass. Open the damn door already. One of the Prix yells toward Nebula. What do you think I've been doing? She turned to glare at the idiot behind her. Move out of the way. Another says as he pushes forward and hits the same button to no avail. It's locked. No sh*t. Nebula says as she pushes forward. Let me see what I can do. Suddenly, Nebula's hand turns into a sort of alien multipurpose tool, which she uses to take the panel beside the door apart, revealing the many wires hidden underneath. Just as she was about to start messing with the door's controls, it suddenly swung open on its own. Huh? You did it? Prix asks in surprise. No, I didn't. She admits and looks out the door. Hello, a foreign voice says. Peter stood outside the door in his blue and red spider suit, waving toward the newly arrived aliens. Held in his right hand was the hammer that once belonged to Ronan the Accuser. That doesn't belong to you. One of the Kree noticed the hammer and points his gun menacingly. Well, it does now, Peter says with a shrug. The old owner won't be needing it anymore after all. They seemed to understand what Peter meant, as the more hot-headed Kree started firing at him. With a quick swipe of the hammer, Peter shot some kinetic force at the incoming laser bolts, knocking them to the side with ease. You, step to the side. Peter motions for Nebula to get out of the way. Deciding to trust her instincts, which were currently screaming at her to listen to this stranger, Nebula exited the shuttle and stood at the side, leaving the remaining Kree inside. Thanks. Jarvis, do it. Peter says, and the doors to the shuttle swiftly snap shut. Open the airlock. In the shuttle. As the Kree were getting ready to shoot the door open once again, the second pair of doors behind them opened, sucking them into the cold vacuum of space. This way, Peter says as he turns his back and walks back the way he came. Nebula stared at his back in silence, contemplating whether she should attack or not. After all, she still had all of her weapons, and even if she didn't, her body is practically a living weapon thanks to her dear old dad. Though she seemed to miss her window of opportunity, as Peter turned around and waited for her to follow. Come on. We'll miss the show if you take too long, Peter says, confusing Nebula even further than she already was. Nebula simply stared for a moment before finally following after Peter. As they traversed the large ship, Peter made some small talk. What's your name? Pete asks as he points to his mask. I can't tell you mine, but you can call me Spider-Man or Spidey for short. Why? She asks, feigning disinterest. Well, I fight crime on Earth, so I try to keep my identity a secret. That way my family and friends can live their lives without worrying about retaliation from whoever I happen to *SS off in the process. I see. She answers without much enthusiasm. Nebula. At novel bin at. Hello, Nebula. Peter says excitedly as he starts digging for information he already knows. Why were you with these Kree? She doesn't answer this time. Because based on the way you were looking at Ronan in the security footage, I could tell that you hated his guts with a fiery passion. Peter says as she rolls her eyes at his obvious observation. He's dead now, by the way? Really? Nebula asks uncertainly. Yup, I did it myself. Peter says as he spins the hammer between his fingers. I wish that I could have seen it firsthand, or killed the **starred with my bare hands. She comments with a hate-filled look. So, are you a cyberwoman or something? Peter asks, hoping this question would draw on her daddy issues and get her talking about Thanos. Why? Do you think I'm ugly too? Nebula spat out angrily. No, I think you're quite beautiful, but sadly for you, I'm a taken man. Peter says as he turns to look at her. Why? Do you think you're ugly? Nebula goes quiet as they stand unmoving in a metal hallway. I didn't used to look like this. At one point, I was completely flesh and blood. Huh. Peter says as he smiles under his mask. I didn't think you'd open up like that. You seem very prickly. Shut up and keep walking, Spider-Boy, she says with a huff and a glare. It's Spider-Man. Peter says as they walk the rest of the way in silence. Finally arriving at the destroyed control room, Nebula caught sight of the entire Avengers crew. Yo, this is Nebula. Peter says as they enter the room. Thanos' daughter. Fury asks as everyone becomes alert at the drop of a hat. How do you know that? Nebula asks back as she grips her pistol tightly. Slap. Before anyone could get serious, Peter slapped Nebula on the back of the head, causing her to loosen her grip on her pistol and glare in his direction. No fighting. Peter orders. You know that's apparently the daughter of the man that sent these armies here, right? Peggy reveals with a concerned look. Now I do. Peter says with an uncaring shrug. Though we won't be fighting. She's my guest. At least, for the moment. Many people didn't seem to agree, as even Nebula looked at Peter with a funny look on her face, though he ignored all of them. Jarvis, what's the Chitori's arrival time? Peter asks. 13 minutes, sir. They've already entered our solar system. Jarvis answers dutifully. Have you and Tony made the strategy? Peter continued his questions. Yes, when the Chitori arrives, we will hail them, pretending to be a Kree officer. I'll relay orders for them to take a certain position, and once every ship is in our sights, we'll launch the attack. Jarvis explains. Good, since we don't know what type of defenses they'll have, double whatever firepower you already plan to use. Peter orders after a second of thought. Tony can always make more missiles. After all, it's his family's specialty. Hey, Tony yells from across the room. We don't do that anymore. Really? How many missiles are in your suit right now? Peter asks as enters a thinking pose. Let's not even get into how many more Iron Man suits you have, which all probably have missiles in them as well. Okay, maybe I still do that, but I don't sell them anymore. Tony gives into Peter's logic. I never said you did. Peter shrugs as he looks out of the large observation window. Is that their ships? Far off into the black void of space, Peter could see tiny specks getting larger as time went by. Yes, that's the army my father gave to Ronan. Nebula reveals as she steps up beside Peter. Jarvis, positions. Tony commanded. Yes, sir. His trusty AI replies. Instantly, every Kree ship fired up and sprung to life, maneuvering into predetermined locations. As this was happening, Peter and everyone else watched the incoming fleet get closer and closer. Similar to the Kree fleet, the Chidori seemed to have a flagship as well. While the other 19 ships were around the same size as the normal Kree ships, the flagship, so to speak, was probably about 2 or 3 times bigger than Ronan's. Oh, yeah. Peter remembered something as he saw the giant spiky bug-like ship. Wasn't that the ship that controlled all of the soldiers and other ships? In the Avengers movie, the Battle of New York ended when Iron Man took a nuclear missile that was meant to hit Manhattan and redirected it through the portal linking Earth to Thanos' domain. The nuclear missile then obliterated the Chidori command ship, which controlled every Chidori and Leviathan, causing them to die all at once. Should we just destroy the command ship and steal the rest? Peter wondered, though he didn't know how to explain where he got his information from. Whatever, we have enough ships. We can always collect the scrap from their ships for research. Thinking of this, Peter turned to Magneto, who was watching the different alien armies' arrival. Eric, can you collect the scraps from their ships? I don't want any of it to fall to Earth or get stuck in orbit. Peter asks. Yeah, we can study it too. Tony says excitedly. Sure, no problem. He agreed easily. As they were talking, the alien armada got close enough for Jarvis to make contact, relaying orders to enemy ships. Jarvis says as he goes silent. Within minutes, the Chidori ships break formation and maneuver into a new trajectory, following Jarvis' false orders. It worked. Tony says, vibrating with excitement. It's wonderful when a plan comes together. Peter mutters as Nebula watches her father's army fall into a trap. Weirdly enough, she didn't feel the urge to help or warn them. In fact, Nebula felt eager to see the downfall of her father's carefully thought-out plans. The destruction of her father's army incited the burning vengeance that Nebula has been keeping under control for all of this time. You don't like your father very much, do you? Peter asks as he sees the hateful look on Nebula's face as she glares at the incoming army. I hate him more than anyone in the infinite universe, she admits in the moment. Is he the one that did that to you? Peter asks, pertaining to her cybernetic upgrades. Yes, she answers curtly. Want to get revenge? Peter asks like the devil with an offer for her. Yes, Nebula admits through clenched teeth. Enemy army in place. Awaiting orders. Jarvis says as the Chidori fleet stops downrange from the Kree ships. Shields up and weapons ready. Peter orders. Shields booting up. Jarvis says as each Kree ship glows in a blue light. Shields ready. Missiles ready. Beam cannons charging. You said you wanted revenge, right? Peter turns back to Nebula. I do. She answers resolutely. Weapons ready. Jarvis informs everyone. Then order the attack. Peter tells her, getting shocked gazes from everyone in her room. Destroy your father's fleet as the first step of your revenge, and we'll help you finish it when the time comes. You don't understand. He's stronger than you can imagine. Nebula's face twists with uncertainty as she makes excuses. And we're stronger than you think we are. Peter says as he rests a comforting hand on her shoulder. This is your chance. You won't get another. Either take it or return to your father empty-handed. Nebula's instantly wavered, as a failure of this magnitude would mean another piece of her would be ripped away and replaced with cybernetics. Peter tinkered with the idea of revealing the Infinity Stones in his possession, as that would definitely bolster Nebula's faith in him. It certainly seemed to work in the Guardians of the Galaxy movie, where Nebula joined forces with Ronan against her father after the Kree warlord took possession of the Power Stone. Though Peter knew it was best to keep the stones a secret and would continue to do so, Nebula's hands tightened into clenched fists as her eyes went bloodshot and her heart beat like a racehorse. Fire! Fire! Nebula made her decision and exclaimed through gritted teeth. Under Jarvis' control, instantly, every Kree warship, including the one they were currently in, launched countless weapons at the Chidori fleet. Thick red laser beams were the first to make contact with the enemy, as endless missiles soared through black space. Each ship had a few laser cannons attached to them, especially the flagship which had 8 altogether. One red beam targeted each ship, while the remaining focused on the giant command ship. While everyone was watching and waiting for the missiles to hit their designated targets, Peter turned to see Nebula staring out of the window, observing the result of her command with bated breaths. Her eyes were slightly bloodshot, as she gripped her hands into tight fists, staring out of the window in silence. Boom, at novel bin at. She watched as the first of many missiles hit its target, blowing a hole in one of the Chidori warships. Nebula's breathing sped up, as one after another, her father's ships were struck by the highly explosive Kree missiles. Never before has she rebelled against Thanos, the man that adopted her, though the idea was always in the back of her head. After every torturous cybernetic surgery, the thoughts of rebellion would grow stronger and stronger. Of course, one very crucial thing kept these thoughts at bay. Her father is one of the strongest beings in the known universe. How could she fight against someone that could kill her with a flick of his finger? Not to mention the fact that nobody would join her cause. Thanos' subordinates are known to be very loyal, as they're either true believers in his cause or know the consequences of such actions. Just as Peter was going to try and comfort her, Jarvis talks through the speakers of the ship. Incoming message from Chidori command ship. Translating. He says as he freezes for a moment before speaking again. Traitorous Kree scum? Thanos has been informed of your betrayal. There will be nowhere for you to hide, Ronan. Silence fills the ship as the message continues to badmouth both Ronan and the Kree race as a whole, though nobody here was a Kree, so the insults didn't really land as the Chitori expected. When the message finally ended, Peter spoke up. I guess, they know they're not surviving, so they wanted to make their grievances known. Peter says with a shrug. Too bad Ronan isn't alive. I'm sure his reaction to that message would have been delightful. Nebula says spitefully. Before anyone else could say a word, the Chitori started their counterattack. Knowing that they wouldn't survive this encounter, the bug-like alien ships formed up in front of the command ship, protecting the brain of their army, at least for the time being. As their ships were exploding from the constant bombardment, the Chitori fleet fired up their engines and moved full speed toward the Ronan's former flagship. Tony says worriedly. That doesn't look good. They're suicide bombing us. Charles comments with no small amount of fear. Eric, this would be your time to shine. Peter says as he turns to see a strained-looking Magneto glaring at the incoming ships. I'm already on it. Eric screams as he uses his magnetic powers to push the fleet of alien ships backward. Jarvis, can we maneuver away while Eric slows them down? Peter says, knowing that Eric was pushing his powers far past their limits at the moment. Yes, setting a new course. Jarvis replies and the ships start moving as they continue to fire at the slowed Chitori ships. Good. Peter says as he turns back to a sweating and tired-looking Magneto. Eric, once we're out of the way, you can stop. Stop what? Nebula asks, wondering what was happening. He's holding them back by manipulating the metal of their ships. Peter explains curtly as he places a comforting hand on her shoulder. I told you before, we're stronger than you think. Do you all have powers? She asks as those with abilities are rare, unless your race had some sort of innate ability, though humans are relatively weak. Yup. Peter nods. And you're all from the same planet. She clarifies just to be sure. Borns and raised. Peter answers, shocking her even further. Can we do this whole introduction later? Steve yelled from the side in exasperation. Now's not really the best time for this. Magneto strained his powers to the max as Jarvis moved the ships, only bumping a single enemy ship as they dodged out of the way. As the Chitori ships passed by, missing their suicidal attack, they left their backs wide open for a counter. Jarvis, concentrate fire on their biggest ship. Peter orders, finding the perfect excuse to reveal a bit of his knowledge. Why? Tony asks before Jarvis could do anything. They used the smaller ships as a shield during their little offensive, so the giant command ship must be important somehow. Peter says with a shrug. He's right. Nebula backs up Peter's assessment. The command ship controls all of the Chitori and their ships. Destroy it and they will all shut down. Upon hearing this, every person on the ship turned to Nebula with an annoyed look on their faces. You knew this the entire time and didn't tell us. Fury asks with his usual suspicious look. I just betrayed my father, who happens to be the strongest person in the universe. Nebula fires back in a sharp sarcastic tone. I'm sorry that it slipped my mind. Fury merely clicked his tongue and turned his attention back to the Chitori fleet, concentrating fire on the enemy command ship. Jarvis calls over the speakers. Immediately, every beam and missile fired from the Kree fleet changed trajectory. Each of them headed straight toward the back of the largest Chitori ship. The Chitori seemed to notice this, as they tried to maneuver their ships to form the shield once again, but sadly, it was too late for them. First to hit were the laser beams, which purposefully aimed at the engines and thrusters behind the command ship, forcibly stopping the ship in its tracks. As the ship was stranded in space, the missiles rained down onto key positions, blowing piece after piece of the ship's hull off into space. Soon enough, the thick red laser, which was tearing through the command ship, seemed to find a weak spot in the engine. Boom! In an instant, the back half of the enemy ship exploded in a bright purple light. Debris flew everywhere as the remaining missiles hit the destroyed ship, decimating the front half next. Suddenly, every Chitori ship shut down as Nebula said it would, drifting in space without a command to follow from their hive mind. As far as first space battles go, I'd call that a resounding success. Tony exclaims as he stared at the surviving Chitori ships greedily. Of course, the debris from the destroyed ships would come in handy too, though a complete ship was easier to study. Okay, Eric, can you handle the scraps? Peter turns and asks. I think he'll need a minute. Charles says as Peter caught sight of Magneto, who was collapsed on the floor, breathing heavily. His nose and ears showed signs of bleeding, which certainly showed how hard Eric was pushing himself. Just give me a minute. Eric says with a huff as he wiped the blood from his nose. Actually, maybe an hour would be best. Looking at the floating debris, which was falling down to the planet, Peter wasn't sure what to do. I could open a portal to collect some, but I would only be able to get a small amount. Thinking for a moment, Peter gave up as he watched a small fraction of the Chitori ship scraps disappear into Earth's atmosphere. Is this the universe's way of making sure the vulture is born? Peter thought as he remembered his classmate's father. Whatever, I'll just keep an eye on her family. Maybe I can offer her father a job. After all, using alien scrap to invent villain-level technology is pretty impressive. Though, what worried him the most was the people he didn't know, who would also come into contact with the Chitori debris. Will there be some new villains and heroes because of this? After the destruction of the Chitori fleet, Peter waited in the flagship alongside Tony, Magneto, and Nebula, who didn't know what to do with herself after betraying her father. Only an hour ago, her life revolved around doing her daddy's bidding, but now that's all gone. On top of that, there's this small feeling of dread for Thanos' reaction towards her choice. A little over an hour after the battle, Eric was well rested once again and started gathering the scraps of the Chitori ship. With Jarvis' help, he was able to load up all of the scraps into the cargo bays of each Prix ship. As for the 5 remaining ships, which were slightly damaged from the battle, Peter and Tony took a portal over to check them over. Based on how odd they looked from the outside, they were both sure that the controls would most likely be far more confusing than the Prix ships. Starting with the least damaged ship, Peter opened a portal and tested for oxygen, which the ship thankfully still had. Thank God. Peter mutters as he steps through, followed by Tony, who was still armed in his Iron Man suit. Out of all of the remaining ships, I bet this is the only one with air, Tony says as the others had more major hull damage to account for. Well, we'll see, Peter says as they traverse the ship. Within minutes, the two found countless toppled over bodies of the surviving Chidori soldiers. Insert picture of Chidori here. Each of them was still alive and breathing, though they seemed to be in some sort of coma. Is it like a hive mind? Tony guesses as he looks over the ugly aliens. Yeah, I think they became brain dead after we destroyed that command ship, Peter says as he taps one with his foot. Do you think they could wake up if another command ship comes in range? Maybe. Tony didn't know for sure. Should we kill them then? Peter asks, getting an odd look from Tony. You know, in case another command ship comes, they could cause quite a bit of trouble. Not to mention the fact that our detainment floor is already packed with Smurfs. Besides, these guys are creepy. Looking down at the monstrous-looking aliens, Tony couldn't help but agree. They do remind me of a horror movie monster, though we should keep a certain amount alive for testing. Who knows, we might be able to find a weakness that can be exploited on our next encounter. Sounds good to me. Peter agreed as they continued exploring the ship. Soon enough, they found something that shocked Tony and reminded Peter of the attack on New York from the movie. In some sort of onboard hangar, 10 colossal fish/bug-looking behemoths laid on the floor, like dead fish out of water. Although they seemed to be living beings, which were the size of large skyscrapers, they looked to be weaponized so that they can house hundreds of Chitori soldiers and their skiffs. Chitori Leviathans. Also known as Chitori dragons. The Leviathans are a race of biomechanically engineered Akanti starshark hybrids produced by the Chitori to act as sort of large-scale flying mount. What the hell are these? Tony says excitedly as he runs around the Leviathans like a kid in a candy store. Looks like some sort of weaponized space whale or something. Peter says, actually not knowing much about them, other than the fact that they destroyed a lot of buildings in the movie. I don't even know where I would begin with these things. Tony says as he wants to dissect one of them, but doing so would be extremely difficult due to their size. Let's figure that out when we're back on Earth, Peter says as they continue their search and finally find what appeared to be the control room. This is far worse than the Prix ships, Tony mutters in confusion. There were no screens, buttons, or obvious controls of any kind. Everything was far more alien. Well, let's get Nebula. She'll hopefully know how any of this works. In a suburban home, a balding middle-aged white man sat on his couch with a beer in hand and a recorded football game playing on the flat-screen TV. At novel bin at. Insert picture of Adrian Toombs, the vulture, here. As he was watching the game in silence, sipping his beer on occasion, a beautiful black woman walks over and hugs him from behind. It's getting late. Liz is already asleep, she says after planting a kiss on his cheek. I just want to finish the game and I'll head off to bed. Adrian replies as he doesn't take his eyes off the TV. Okay, but don't be too long. You have to be up for work in about 7 hours, she says and receives a tired groan in return. Don't groan at me. I have work tomorrow too. Sorry, I just wish that I had more time to relax sometimes, he says with a sigh. Don't we all? His wife says as she kisses him on the cheek once again and leaves the room. Fking jets. Adrian cursed as he switched off the TV. Couldn't score even if their worthless lives depended on it. Almost an hour after his wife left, Adrian's team of choice lost spectacularly, driving him into the worst mood possible. What made it even worse is the fact that he would have to wake up for work in 6 hours, leaving him little room to sleep as long as he'd prefer. She's always right, he thought, pertaining to his lovely wife. Just as he was about to head upstairs and call it a day, the night sky lit up through the back windows, drawing his attention. Walking over to the windows leading to the moderately sized backyard, Adrian saw a mesmerizing scene of what looked like a shining meteor shower. A cluster of what seemed to be hundreds of meteors fell from the sky, though they burned in an ominous purple light, which was an odd sight to see. Did I drink too much? He thought, but quickly threw that idea away, as he only had a few normal-sized cans. Taking in the sight of countless shooting stars, Adrian was lost in thought as only minutes later the sound of loud banging filled the whole neighborhood. As car alarms and other sounds of destruction filled his ears, Adrian saw a couple of these meteors fall and impact his backyard. What the? He mutters as more meteors fall and impact his neighbors' houses. Instead of burning up in the atmosphere of the Earth, as meteors usually do, whatever was falling from the sky was coming down completely intact and bringing destruction with it. As sounds resembling some extreme version of a hailstorm filled his surroundings, every house in the neighborhood, including his own, was damaged to different extents, depending on the owner's luck. By this point, Adrian's wife and daughter, Liz, had woken up screaming and ran down the stairs. Dad, Liz yelled as she saw her father at the bottom of the stairs looking out of the window. Get away from the window. Acting quickly, she pulls her father from the window just in time for a long and sharp metal shard to shatter it and impale the wood floor where he once stood. Staring at the spear-like metal that could have killed him, Adrian turned to his daughter with a thankful look. How'd you know? Something similar happened to the window upstairs, she says. Enough talking. His wife yells and opens a nearby door. Everyone in the basement, now. After spending the night in the basement together, waiting out the odd catastrophe that was happening outside, Adrian's cell phone started ringing. Hello. He answers as his family listens in out of boredom. Is this Adrian Toombs with Best Salvage? A woman asks from the other side of the call. Bestman Salvage is a cleanup crew owned by Adrian that holds a contract to salvage any incidents occurring in New York City. Yeah, is this about last night? He answers, both happy and annoyed at the same time. Happy, as he would be making a lot of money off of this incident, which his business was in dire need of, and annoyed, as it would be a lot of work in the coming days based on what he saw last night. He hadn't even slept yet. Yes, the mayor is calling in every salvage crew to clean up last night's incident, leaving Tony to work his magic in the control room alongside Nebula, who actually didn't know much about the Chitori ships. Peter started clearing out the Chitori from the remaining ships. Around 100 of them would be saved for testing, while the rest were thrown through a portal leading to the sun. If these were Prix soldiers, Peter wouldn't have done this, but these were Thanos' private army of weird bug things. Not only are they creepy, but they have definitely culled multiple planets in the name of the Mad Titan's cause. Knowing this, Peter felt little to no pity as he incinerated thousands of Chitori soldiers. Of course, the giant leviathans in the hangars were left alone, as Tony would be mad if he threw away his most interesting test subjects. Although some of the other Chitori ships were blown open and no longer habitable, Peter had a spell for that, so his cleaning wasn't slowed very much. As for the ships themselves, Peter planned to leave them in orbit for the time being, until he and Tony could figure out how to get them down to Earth. I'll probably have to open a huge portal and drop them in the desert somewhere, Peter thought as he floated through a heavily damaged ship with a golden glow covering his body from head to toe. As Peter was doing this, Tony tore apart yet another control room with Nebula's assistance, though Peter wouldn't blame him this time around. The Chitori's technology was confusing after all. Even Thanos' daughter didn't know how to navigate the damn thing. Hours later, Peter finished his cleanup and returned to Tony, who didn't look to be anywhere near understanding the Chitori ship's controls. Any breakthroughs? Peter asks as he walks into a gutter control room. Nope, this one may take a few days, Tony says with a stumped look on his face. Alright, I'm gonna head back to Earth and put the remaining Chitori in storage or something, Peter says as he walks off. I'll be back when I have time. Bring me food, Tony yells and receives a confirming wave in reply as Peter leaves the control room. After carrying the remaining Chitori through a portal and storing them in a locked room near Tony's workshop, not including the Leviathans, Peter returned home to let everyone know they can leave. After all, he told them to stay in the house until he tells them otherwise. Stepping through a portal to his living room, Peter found it completely empty and soon noticed the time. 6 a.m. They're probably asleep, Peter thought as he deactivated the house's defenses and went to his bedroom. On the bed, Ned's family slept in their forced slumber. MJ must be in one of the guest rooms, Peter mutters as he portals Ned's family back to their house and removes the spell that kept them asleep. Returning home before they woke up, Peter threw his sheets in the wash, as he felt weird about people other than him and MJ sleeping in his bed. You're back, May exclaims as she leaves her bedroom to find Peter in the hall. Yeah, both waves of aliens were taken care of, Peter says as May grabs him in a warm hug. Wait, she says as she pulls back. Both waves. Yeah, after the press conference, the second half of their army arrived, though they were pretty easy to handle, Peter says with a shrug. After talking to May for a bit, Peter learned about the shower of alien ship parts that fell to Earth from their battle. It didn't take long for everyone to figure out that the stuff falling from the sky was from the aliens you were fighting, May explains. I'm probably going to have to confiscate all of that, Peter muttered. I would act quickly if I were you, May says as she sips her morning coffee. A bunch of companies have been joining the cleanup. They say it's out of the goodness of their hearts, but it's obvious that they just want to get as much alien tech as they can before anyone steps in. Seeing as he had a lot to do, Peter left the house before anyone else could wake up. First, he took a quick trip to In-N-Out and dropped off some food to Tony and Nebula. What is this? Nebula asks as she stares warily at her first ever burger and fries. It's food, try it, Tony says as he starts tearing through his own burger. Copying Tony's way of eating, Nebula grabbed the burger with 2 hands and took a bite. Instantly, her eyes go wide as she looks down at the burger in shock. It's good, right? Peter says with a knowing smile. Without another word, Nebula started eating at a faster pace than Tony, devouring her food like a champion speed eater. After giving his workers some food, Peter returned to the Prix flagship. Jarvis, you here? Peter asks. Yes, sir, he replies in an instant. How can I be of service? I need you to broadcast my image to every TV on Earth, like what Ronan did. Is it possible after all of Tony's destruction? Peter asks. Yes, sir. Would you like to begin now? Jarvis confirms. No, find a secluded place to land the Prix fleet on Earth first, Peter says as Jarvis goes quiet for a moment. A desert region with open space would be preferential, Jarvis says as a map appears in front of Peter with many marked locations. Let's do the Mojave Desert for now. Peter just picked one at random. We can move them later if needed. Yes, sir. Should we move out now? Jarvis asks. Yeah, though, set a course for New York City. I want to show off a bit before we land. Peter says and every Prix ship forms up and descends into Earth's atmosphere. Course set? Jarvis informs. Good, when we're above New York, I want the ships to hover there. Then we can start the broadcast. Peter instructs. Yes, sir. New York City, alias investigations. As Jessica Jones clocked in for work, she found her new lackey sleeping on the floor behind her desk hugging an empty bottle of liquor as usual. Loki Odinson. Hey, wake up you lazy bum. Jessica says as he shakes him with her boot. Loki slowly wakes up and turns to see her standing over him. Go away, you pesky woman, at novel bin at. You're sleeping in my office rent-free, not to mention all of the money you owe me. Jessica says as she kicks him this time. Bang. Before he knew what was coming, Loki was swept off of the floor and hit the nearby wall. We have work to do, so get dressed and meet me downstairs, or else. Leaving that small threat behind, Jessica grabbed a file from her desk and left the room. Sigh. Loki watched her leave as he uncorked his bottle, bringing it to his lips. Tilting the bottle upwards, not a single drop flowed into his mouth. F***ck. Loki muttered as he tossed the empty bottle across the room. Crash. Ever since Loki was banished to Midgard, he tried his best to do any kind of magic, but nothing seemed to work. Even the external magic, which required no magic of his own, seemed unresponsive to his call. Instantly, Loki knew that this was his father's doing. A sort of extra punishment on top of his banishment and a newfound mortal body. Without his magic, Loki started to descend into a downward spiral. He drank like the worst kind of alcoholic and lived like a bum. The only thing keeping him in one place was the odd mortal woman, who was far stronger than any Midgardian should be. He told himself that he was staying to repay his debt, but Loki could slip away from her watchful gaze at any moment. Even without magic, he is a very capable man after all. The real reason he stays at the beck and call of a mortal woman is fairly simple, though he would never admit it to himself. Cleaning himself up in the small bathroom in the office, Loki meets Jessica outside on the sidewalk. As he stepped outside, Loki noticed an odd shade blocking the sun. Meanwhile, Jessica and everyone else craned their necks upwards and stared at the sky. Following their gaze, Loki found 20 Kree warships floating above the city. What are the Kree doing here? What are the Kree doing here? Loki wondered, as he has been in a drunken stupor during the whole alien invasion scare. Soon enough, everyone in the street took out their phones and started taking pictures and recording the huge spaceships. Pacing over to Jessica, Loki grabbed her by the arm and pulled her toward the door. What? She asks, not budging a single inch. Get inside. Loki says as he points to the door. Even with your strength, you can't fight an entire Kree army. Loki didn't fully understand why he cared so much about her well-being, but he would do his best to keep her safe, even without his powers. What do you mean? Jessica laughed at his behavior. The fight already ended. The Avengers won. I'm pretty sure this is them bringing the ships back. How do you not know this? What? Loki asks in confusion. Across the street, a store with TVs in its window all changed at the same time. The image of Spider-Man appeared with a similar setting as Ronan behind him showing. Except this time it was the New York City skyline. Loki frowned in annoyance as soon as he saw Peter appear on the TV. Insufferable mortal. Hello, everyone. It's your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here. Peter says with a wave. As you can see, I've brought the remaining Kree ships to Earth as I said I would. They're now Avengers property. Cool, right? Loki couldn't help but roll his eyes as he followed Jessica and everyone else in the vicinity across the street to get a better look. I thought that I would update you on some recent happenings and make an announcement while I'm at it. Peter says as he leans against the window behind him. First, after my last press conference, another army of aliens called the Chidori arrived and were swiftly dealt with by our new ship's firepower. They were apparently allied with the Kree, who we took these nice ships from. Peter pats the metal wall beside him as he mentions the Kree ships. Some of you may have put two and two together upon hearing that. Yes, the stuff that fell from the sky recently was the scrap of the destroyed Chitori ships, which leads me to the announcement that I was talking about. Peter says as he starts to get a bit more serious. I'm afraid that we'll have to confiscate all alien scraps and tech that have fallen to Earth. It's far too dangerous to be left in humanity's idle hands. Instantly, those that had something to gain from the alien scraps went into an uproar. Whether it was CEOs, governments, or the grunts that collected everything for a price, they were all angered. Alien tech. Loki thought with an interested smirk. At novel bin at. Drinking his morning coffee, Adrian Toombs was watching TV before it was time to head out to work, though his morning was ruined by the announcement made by Spider-Man. He stared at the TV in a daze for a moment before rage filled his mind. After all, this cleanup job was a godsend for his failing business. Without it, his business will go right back down the drain. Now, I know many people wouldn't like this, so I'll give you all a bit of an incentive. Spider-Man says, drawing Adrian's attention right back to the TV. Anyone who delivers Chidori ship scraps to Avengers Tower will be paid $1,000 per pound, though, on the other hand, anyone caught harboring any of these scraps will be heavily punished. This is a message to everyone, governments, companies, organizations, and citizens alike. Holy sh*t. Adrian exclaimed as his grip loosened and his coffee mug fell to the floor. Shatter. $1,000 a pound is more than 500 times the price of normal scrap metal. Adrian calculated in shock. Dad, are you okay? Liz comes running into the kitchen worriedly. Yeah, I have to get to work. Adrian exclaims as he grabs his car keys and rushes out of the door. If he wasn't quick, someone else would take all of the scraps. After all, everyone would be on the hunt for the tiniest amount of alien just to make a quick buck. Liz stood in confusion as her father ran off. Also, any civilians that suffered property damage from the falling scraps can submit proof to Avengers Tower and we'll compensate you for your losses, Peter says and pauses to think for a moment. I haven't heard of any deaths, but if a family member was killed or you were injured, contact us and we'll be happy to help. Although he didn't feel responsible, as they stopped an entire invasion from causing way more damage and deaths, Peter still didn't mind lending a hand. He felt a little bad for letting the aftermath of their battle affect the people of Earth, so Peter would use Tony's money to help them out. I'm such a kind man, Peter thought as he wiped an imaginary tear from his cheek. Anyway, this concludes your annual alien invasion update. Happy scrap hunting everyone, Peter says with a wave as Jarvis ends the broadcast, returning everyone's TVs back to normal. Alright, let's go park these bad boys. Yes, sir. Jarvis replies as the fleet above New York City shoots off toward the west. Only minutes after they flew away from New York, Peter's phone started ringing. Yo, Peter answers. You just had to show off, didn't you? Fury's annoyed voice says from the other end. Well, I have a fleet of alien warships. How can I not parade them around a little? Peter asks with a smirk. Sigh, your stance on the scraps is going to make us a lot of enemies. Fury changes the subject. I can already tell you that the World Security Council isn't happy. I'm sure they aren't, Peter says with a laugh. They lost their power cube thing and now they're risking the wrath of the strongest group of people in the world by harboring scraps. This isn't a laughing matter, Fury says with a disgruntled tone. You're right, but that doesn't change the facts. Besides, who's going to do anything about it? We have a fleet of advanced alien warships and a congregation of Earth's mightiest heroes. I doubt they'll risk anything over some scraps. Especially after we just saved the planet from 2 separate alien invasions. I disagree, Fury says resolutely. How so? Peter asks. I've noticed a lot of off-the-books missions lately. Missions that I haven't signed off on. Fury reveals. So, S.H.I.E.L.D. is up to something, huh? Peter says as he instantly thought of Hydra. Speaking of your leaky ship, have you found any leads to the cancer that has infected your ranks? Why is it that whenever we talk about S.H.I.E.L.D., it feels like you know something that I don't? Fury asks with a no-nonsense tone. It's because I do, Peter says as he hangs up the phone. That should annoy the hell out of him. During what little free time he has, Peter has collected a small amount of evidence on the high-level members of Hydra that have infected S.H.I.E.L.D. It wasn't much, as they didn't have much of a trail to follow. The ghost laptop may be overpowered when it comes to hacking, but if there's nothing to find, then it doesn't matter. Though it was enough to show their off-the-books actions, which were either done to hurt S.H.I.E.L.D. or help those in Hydra. I should probably deal with S.H.I.E.L.D. before they become a problem, Peter thought, which is why he started dropping hints to Fury once again. Then we can absorb the remaining S.H.I.E.L.D. agents into the Avengers. While Peter was planning the early downfall of Hydra, Jarvis landed the 20 warships in a clearing in the Mojave Desert. I should probably hide them, Peter said as he cast a wide-range invisibility enchantment on the whole area. Immediately, the scene of giant towering spaceships was replaced with empty desert land. That should do for now, Peter thought. An enchantment of this level wouldn't fool any master of the mystic arts, but it would do perfectly fine against everyone else, which is all he needed at the moment. Before leaving to the Avengers Tower, where he would have to manage the mass amounts of incoming scrappers, Peter gave Jarvis an order. Jarvis, compile all useful information from the Prix databanks and move it over to the tower, but make sure that only council members can access it. Yes, sir. This victory over Thanos' army is the Earth's first real encounter with aliens, so Peter was hoping to get some information for the next encounter. Planets, peoples, empires, technology, etc. Especially information that wasn't shown in the movies, as that's an area that Peter lacks in immensely. As Peter was about to leave the flagship to deal with some money-grubbing scrappers, he was stopped by a beeping sound that suddenly went off in the control room. Sir, we have an incoming call, Jarvis informs, causing Peter to freeze for a moment as his eyebrow arches upwards. Answer it, Peter replies and looks toward the screen on the wall. But record our conversation just in case. Yes, sir, Jarvis says as a familiar voice fills the room. I knew you were incompetent, though I didn't know you were a traitor, Ronan. A seated Thanos appears on screen with distant stars at his back. I'm afraid Ronan can't come to the phone right now, Peter says as he internally freaks out about meeting the real Thanos. Can I take a message? Who are you? Thanos asks as he looks down at Peter, who is garbed in his usual spider attire. I'm just your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, Peter says as if Thanos would understand that. May I ask who's calling? I can forward your message to Ronan, but it may take a while for him to receive it. Are you playing with me, boy? Thanos tilts his head and glares at Peter through the screen. Yes. Peter nods and gives the purple giant a thumbs up. Ronan is dead, isn't he? Thanos states and doesn't wait long enough for Peter to confirm before cursing the dead. What a waste of resources. Yeah, he left behind this cool hammer though, and for that I am thankful. Peter says as he pulls the cosmic rod from his back and spins it between his fingers. Anyway, are you the mastermind or something? If that's the case, I'd like to thank you for the ships. Earth is behind when it comes to space travel, so your contribution to my growing space fleet is appreciated. I see, every word that comes from your mouth is tailored to anger me. Thanos says as he leans forward in his chair. It isn't smart to anger me, boy. Worst case scenario, you send another army. Peter shrugs as if he didn't care at all. I could always use more ships for my growing fleet. Unless, of course, you come here yourself. I'm a bit busy at the moment, though I could give you an infinite amount of ships, for a price. Thanos offers as he leans back in his chair. Nah, I don't have that tesseract thingy Ronan was after. Peter refuses instantly. You know, I've heard a bit about you from your daughter, Nebula. What has my most pitiful daughter been saying? Thanos asks with a small chuckle. Oh, just how all-powerful you are and all that. Peter explains as if he didn't believe her. You should take her advice. Thanos says threateningly. I think she's just scared of her abusive daddy. Peter waves off the thinly veiled threat. Abusive. Thanos laughed. Yeah, but I'm not Child Protective Services, so I don't really care. Peter shrugs as he looks into Thanos' eyes. You'll be dead soon enough anyway. Hee hee ha 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 ha. Peter's statement seemed to tickle the Mad Titan's funny bone. You think you are capable of killing me? Boy, I've eradicated entire planets filled with beings stronger than you. That reminds me of Ronan's last words, though we'll find out soon enough. Won't we? Peter smirks under his mask. Just do me a favor and send a stronger grunt next time. Ronan was just too easy to kill. You are either insane or ignorant beyond measure. Thanos shakes his head with an entertained smile on his face. Before Peter could give a snarky reply, Thanos' image disappeared, as he cut the call from his end. Was it necessary to taunt an unknown enemy? Jarvis asks as the call ended. Definitely. Peter replies with a chuckle. At novel bin at. Peter's bread and butter as Spider-Man is annoying the hell out of his enemies before smacking them into submission, but there was an underlying reason behind poking the bear in this situation. After searching every ship, Peter found no signs of the Mind Stone, which was originally supposed to be here during the invasion of New York. Peter hoped that angering his enemy will cause Thanos to bring out the big guns. Either he comes to Earth with the Mind Stone, or he sends a grunt along with it. It was a dangerous gamble, as Peter was calling over one of the strongest beings in the universe to play, but at the end of the day, this isn't Thanos with a full Infinity Gauntlet. He only has the Mind Stone, which is definitely dangerous, but certainly not unbeatable. After all, Earth has possession of 3 Infinity Stones and will have another when the Dark Elves make their appearance. Though Peter didn't plan on using any of them until he has a medium to control their overwhelming power. Not to mention the fact that Odin is still alive, which looked to be the reason Thanos refuses to come himself. Peter thought that was plausible. He literally waited until after Ragnarok to attack Earth in the movies, so it makes sense. Midgard technically falls under Odin's territory, and the Alphather is most likely capable of fighting Thanos on his own. Though he is getting weaker in his old age, so Odin may be at a disadvantage these days. At the end of the day, Peter had multiple reasons why he felt it was okay to mess with Thanos, though his actions could come to backfire on him. Only time will tell. Don't forget to compile that info. Peter reminded Jarvis as he opened a portal and stepped through. 1 week later. After a week of utter chaos, Peter spent hundreds of millions of Tony's billions and collected the vast majority of Chidori scraps. Jarvis, start hacking into the companies and organizations that got involved in the cleanup. I want to know whether they actually gave me everything or not. Peter orders as he sits back on Tony's couch and sipped a warm tea through his mask. Yes, sir. Jarvis replies affirmatively. I'll alert you when anything of interest is found. Every organization came to the tower and handed over their scraps, though some would think themselves smart and stash away the good stuff. It's human nature. Peter thought without a doubt. We're all greedy after all. Currently, the storage floors under the tower are packed with Chitori ship debris, which Peter is planning to move to the Prix and Chitori ships in the Mojave Desert. Tony was able to fly down 2 of the Chitori ships, while the other 3 were portaled over by Peter, as they were inoperable. Due to the congregation of warships in the Mojave Desert, Tony has a perimeter being built alongside some facilities, so they could work on their new fleet. At this point, 2 of the Prix ships have been outfitted with understandable controls, which makes it possible for them to fly if needed, though they could always just have Jarvis do all of the work. Sort of like a perfect autopilot. As for his conversation with Thanos, every council member saw the recording and most weren't happy with Peter's taunting. Well, Tony gave me a thumbs up and Eric smirked, while everyone else wasn't so supportive. Peter laughed internally, though they got over it fairly quickly. After all, Thanos would have attacked again either way. He wanted the Space Stone and nothing would stop him in his quest for balance. There is one good thing that came of them seeing the recording though. The whole council was suddenly very interested in the progress of the super soldier serum. Dealing with an alien invasion as well as threats of another on the horizon seemed to spark the need for more manpower. After all, if they had a small army of super soldiers, then dealing with their newfound enemy and his armies would be far easier. Not to mention the other empires and alien organizations out there that could come knocking at any moment. Thanks to Jarvis cataloging the entirety of the Prix databanks, they all knew a lot more about the infinite universe than before. I thought the Earth had problems. Fury commented as he read about all of the different empires and their wars over the years. There's more human-like races than I thought there would be, Tony said as he went over the information. Yeah, most aliens seem to be humanoid but add in a random characteristic, like blue skin or some sort of accenting feature. Peter nodded as he came to the same conclusion. We could reach out to one of the more respectable empires and ally ourselves with them. Charles offers an idea. I doubt any empire would want to ally with us, as they would be making an enemy out of Thanos, but we can try. Our best option is probably the Nova Empire, Peter says after a moment of thought. Technically we're already allied with Asgard, but an extra ally shouldn't cause any trouble. The Nova Empire is an interstellar hegemony made up of multiple alien species that maintains a strict but benevolently personified rule over a good portion of the galaxy. While the Empire is made up of various alien races, it is ruled primarily by the Xandarians, who are externally indistinguishable from humans, except for the fact of sometimes have different eye colors and other minute differences. Other races known to inhabit the government are the Krolorians, the Awakens, the Herctarians, and countless others. Based on the data Jarvis compiled, Ronan was a huge enemy of theirs, so we should already have some goodwill with them. Peter explains to the rest of the Avengers Council. I'm sure they'll be happy to accept the gift of Ronan's remaining soldiers. Despite the recent treaty between the Kree and Nova empires, Ronan the Accuser was disgusted by the treaty which signaled an end to the Kree-Nova war, so he continued massacring Xandarian outposts across the galaxy, slaughtering children and families in the process. The logs of these escapades were carefully stored in the databanks. We could also gift them Ronan's body, though they could possibly find that offensive. Magneto offers his thoughts. At novel bin at. The Nova Empire would find such an offering distasteful, though they would still need the body for proof of death. Jarvis informs them as he has access to all of their information. All right, we can seal his remains in a coffin and hand it over during our first meeting. Fury was in agreement as well. Good, Jarvis, can you use the Kree ships to contact the Nova Corps and schedule a meeting with Nova Prime? The Nova Corps is the intergalactic military and police force of the Nova Empire, led by an individual holding the rank of Nova Prime. If I recall correctly, the current Nova Prime is a woman, though I don't remember her name. Peter thought as he remembered her from the Guardians of the Galaxy movie. Would you like me to schedule the meeting here or on Xandar? Jarvis asks. Whichever is more convenient for them. Peter replies, as he could portal back and forth easily. Also, be upfront about Ronan's involvement with Thanos. If they're going to be our allies, then transparency is important. Should we be so open this early on? Fury asks as he's used to playing spy games. It's likely that they'll refuse if we tell them. Then they weren't worth being our allies, to begin with. Peter says with a shake of his head. With the council in full agreement on who to ally themselves with, Peter and Tony split their time between outfitting their new fleet of warships and finishing up the super soldier serum. Jarvis would notify them when he had a time and place for their meeting with the Nova Empire. That is, if they don't get scared off upon hearing the Mad Titan's name. As for the super soldier serum, it was pretty much finished by this point. The only thing holding them back from calling it a finished product was the fact that they weren't sure how the newer version of the serum would react to Vita radiation. Vita radiation is electromagnetic radiation with a specific wavelength that has stabilizing properties. It was used to activate the properties of the super soldier serum in Steve Rogers and would be needed in the new serum as well. The only way to find out is through testing. Peter thought as he and Tony started building a miniature test chamber for rats. Either we're going to have some buff rats running around, or it's back to the drawing board. Tony jokes as they lock a rat into a miniature chamber, similar to the one shown in the Captain America movie. Good luck, Chucky. Peter wishes him luck as the chamber locks shut. Turning to the side, Peter saw Tony insert a vial of blue super soldier serum into a line that leads to the chamber with the rat. Behind him against the wall is a huge old-style network of machines, which are used to pump the Vita rays into the chamber. Are you sure that your dad's old equipment still works? Peter asks as he looks over the ancient machinery. Yup, I tested it yesterday when you went home to spend your night with Fury's daughter. Tony says with a teasing smirk. Don't be so loud. Peter yelled as they were in the tower at the moment, and anyone could hear. Oh, relax. Tony chuckles as he rolls his eyes. The workshop is soundproof and locked to anyone that isn't me, you, and Pepper. Speaking of Pepper Peter turns the tables back on to Tony. No. Tony groans as he knew he fell into a trap. What? Peter asks with a smirk. You can't just avoid the subject. Either you convince her that you won't cheat on her and start dating, or you stay alone for the rest of your life. Because my aunt is off limits. I'll kill you before I let her even leave the house with you. Well, we don't necessarily have to leave the house, Tony says as his perverted smirk returns. Peter doesn't grace him with a response and just glares in silence. Okay, relax. I'll stay away from your mommy. Tony laughs awkwardly as he turns away from Peter's intense glare. Good. Peter nods though she wasn't his mother, he wouldn't say anything as he got what he wanted. Now let's talk about the real problem. What? Tony asks as he had a bad feeling. Your obvious cowardice. Peter says as Tony looks at him like he was mentally impaired. I just fought ships full of alien soldiers with you. I'd say that disqualifies me from being a coward. Tony corrects him. Really? Peter asks as he crosses his arms and stares unconvinced. Then how come you haven't asked Pepper out yet? What are you talking about? That's all I've been doing. Tony's tone started to get heated. No, you flirt and try to seduce her, but she always turns you down, and then you pretend it was all a joke. Peter explains the cycle that he has seen countless times. The only way you'll ever get a real answer is if you seriously ask her out. No games or jokes. Just invite her on a date and make it clear that you want to be monogamous. She won't believe me, Tony says with a sigh, knowing his lecherous past has tainted her belief in him. Well, find a way to make her. Peter says with a shrug. You're a smart guy. I'm sure that you can figure it out. You know her best after all. Tony stayed silent for a moment before they heard the sound of scratching on metal. Looking down, they could hear the rat in the chamber scratching at the door, trying its best to escape but failing miserably. Let's just focus on the experiment, Tony says with a relieved sigh. I can fix my love life later. Sure, Peter says as they get to work. Within minutes they begin the first experiment, hoping everything would go well. With the flick of a switch, a tiny amount of blue-colored super soldier serum shoots through small pipes, which lead to needles that eject from the chamber and stab into the frightened rat. High-pitched painful squeaks rang out from the mini-chamber, drawing both Peter's and Tony's attention. Hit him with 5% Vita radiation. Peter calls out. On it, Tony says and flips a switch, activating his father's old machinery. With the twist of a dial, a bright light began to appear from the closed chamber window as the painful squeaks grew louder and more frequent. Bump it up to 10%. Peter says as Tony shrugs and twists the dial up to 10%. Soon enough the sounds from the rat completely died down, meaning that the experiment was probably over. When Steve went through this procedure, they had to boost the Vita rays up to 100%, but this was a small rat so 10% should be more than enough. Shut it down, Peter says and with another flick of a switch the machinery shut down. As the light died down, Peter opened up the small chamber, releasing some steam and revealing a much bigger rat. Damn, Chucky, Peter says as he sees the packed muscle on the rat that seemed to grow twice in size. You're ripped? Just as Peter was staring in shock at the muscle-bound rat, it jumped out of the chamber, denting the metal with its feet, as it landed on Peter and bit him on the arm. Ah, mother f***er. After tearing the rat from his arm, Peter and Tony built a big and strong enough cage to hold the thing. Although it was now basically a super rat, it would still live out its days as a pet in Tony's workshop, as releasing it was dangerous, and killing it was a bit of a cruel end for Chucky. Once Chucky was secured, Tony and Peter basked in their achievement. We did it. Tony exhaled a sigh as he flopped down into his computer chair. Yeah, all that's left is some minor tests and then we can start implementing the serum, Peter says, causing Tony to tiredly pull himself back up to his feet. Let's get to dash. Tony starts but was quickly interrupted by Jarvis. Sir, I've made contact with the Nova Corps. Jarvis informs them. What did they say? Peter asks curiously. Nova Prime Irani Rail has invited you to attend a meeting on Xander. Jarvis explains. That was her name, Peter recalled as he heard Jarvis. How long would it take to fly to Xander? Tony asks, excited about traveling to a populated alien planet this time around. Morg was fun for a while but after he witnessed the barren rocky land and smelly polluted ocean water once, he felt as though he'd seen it a million times over. The excitement of an actual alien planet filled with countless mysterious life forms and architecture seemed far more tantalizing. At full speed in a Prix ship. 1 week, sir. Jarvis answers after doing some quick calculations. That's a waste of a week, Tony muttered as they needed to start administering the super soldier serum. I think you're forgetting that I can portal us there in an instant, Peter says as Tony's mood brightens in an instant. At novel bin at. All that Peter will need is the spatial coordinates from Jarvis, who practically has a universal GPS now, thanks to his access to the Prix ships and their databanks. Perfect, Tony exclaims as he gestures to the super rat in its reinforced cage. That gives us more than enough time to finish and roll out the new serum. Sounds good to me, Peter says as he turns his attention to Jarvis. Inform the Nova Corps that we'll arrive in a week's time. Yes, sir. After a couple of days of rat testing, alongside a few other test runs, which produced some more superpowered animals, Peter was certain that the serum was working without any flaws. Going over the blood tests of a monkey that was just turned into a super soldier, Peter and Tony relaxed as they ate big juicy-looking steaks. I feel bad for eating cowabunga like this, but the serum made his meat so delicious, Peter says as he reluctantly takes another bite. As soon as the meat touched his tongue, Peter's eyes closed and he moaned in delight. I've come to terms with eating meat a long time ago, Tony says as he unabashedly shoves a big piece into his mouth. After Peter finished his guilty yet pleasurable meal, the testing was complete. Every animal they administered the serum to was a complete success. Not a single one of them had a bad reaction or symptoms that pointed to anything being wrong, nor did any tests they ran afterward show any problems. Who's first? Tony asked as they stared at the human-sized chamber in front of them. Everything was in place. The chamber was open, multiple vials of blue super soldier serums were plugged in place, and the old-school Vita Ray machines were powered and ready to go. I can go first if you're nervous, Peter offered, trying to be nice. Though Tony's ego didn't see it that way. Who's nervous? He scoffs as he internally hyped himself up, while doing his best to forget the screams of every animal test subject that went through what he was about to go through. I'll go first. You sure? Peter asks as he could read Tony like a book. Tony doesn't bother replying as he strips down to his underwear and enters the chamber. Instantly, metal bindings shoot out from the chamber and trap him in place, so he doesn't thrash around and screw up the procedure. This happened to one of the animal test subjects, resulting in only a portion of its body acclimating to the serum. That wasn't a pretty sight to behold. Peter cringed at the memory. Let's get this show on the road, Tony calls out, wanting to get this over with. You got it. Peter shrugs and presses a large button. Suddenly, the chamber slowly closed, locking the nervous Tony Stark inside. I don't think I've ever been more excited and scared at the same time before, Tony thought as Peter walked up to the small window of the chamber and tapped on it. You okay in there? He asks as he peers inside and sees a smirk on his best friend's face. Yup, hit me with it, Tony exclaims. All right. Peter nods as he walks over to the control panel and flips a switch. Instantly, the vials filled with blue serum begin to empty, flowing into the chamber in unison. Ow! Tony shouts in pain as multiple needles eject and stick into his flesh, injecting him with every last drop of blue liquid. Good luck, Peter calls out as he activated the Vita radiation and slowly ramps the percentage from 0 all the way up to 100%. Tony screamed in agony as his body went through a complete transformation. They went to 100% in the movie, so I should probably do the same, Peter thought as he kept slowly turning the dial higher and higher. F***CKU. Tony started cursing anything that came to his mind, doing his best to cope with the agonizing pain. You wanted to go first, Peter muttered as he didn't envy Tony's current position. Next time don't act brave. I heard that, Tony yelled and went right back to screaming like a Dragon Ball Z character. His enhanced hearing must be kicking in, Peter thought as the dial hit 100% and the screams stopped. Silence filled the room as Peter waited only a moment before shutting down the Vita radiation with the flick of a switch. As the dial lost its momentum and fell back down to 0, Peter pressed a button that activated the chamber doors. White vapor-like smoke spilled out of the chamber as it opened, clouding Tony's image behind a fog. You alive? Peter asks as the smoke clears, revealing the new and improved Tony Stark. Holy *T. Tony mutters as he breathes heavily. Standing in the chamber covered in sweat, a taller and far more muscular Tony Stark looked exhausted beyond belief. Damn, I didn't think I'd ever see your lazy *S with ABS. Peter jokes. Tony may have been a healthy man before this, but he was far too lazy to train his body to a certain extent and tended to rely on his Iron Man armor, so this new body was a godsend to him. All the results with none of the work ethic to get there. Truly every person dreams, Peter thought with a laugh. As the chamber doors fully opened, before he could reply to Peter's words, the metal straps holding Tony up retracted. Instantly, Tony fell over and smacked into the cold hard floor. Peter was positioned to stop his fall, but he took a step back and got out of the way just in time. You could have caught me, Tony glares as he shakily picks himself up. No, you're naked and sweaty, Peter says with a shake of his head. Besides, you're a super soldier now. Tripping onto the floor won't even put a scratch on your new body. If anything, you'll hurt the floor. True to Peter's words, the floor was cracked slightly from Tony's fall. Tony merely rolls his eyes as he stood and noticed his height difference almost immediately. Normally, Tony and Peter were both the same height of 6 feet, though that's no longer the case. Tony now stands around 2 or 3 inches above Peter, which technically isn't much of a growth spurt compared to Steve's transformation, though Steve was practically a midget before his procedure. Before either of them could comment on this, Tony saw his reflection in a nearby mirror and rushed over to get a better look. You done? Peter asks as he waited almost 5 minutes for Tony to tear his eyes away from his own reflection. No, Tony keeps his eyes on the mirror and flexes his newfound muscles. Is it wrong that I find myself extremely attractive? Yes, you're probably G*Y, Peter says teasingly. Maybe that's why Pepper keeps turning you down. She must have seen something that we didn't. Tony jumps and turns away from the mirror to see Peter's teasing smirk. Oh, shut up. You're just jealous that I'm hot now, right? Peter says sarcastically. Before Tony could put his clothes back on, the door of the workshop swung open, and only 3 people could open them without restriction. 2 of them were already inside. Tony, have you finished the? Pepper struts in and freezes in shock as she caught sight of Tony's chiseled body. I told you, I'm hot. Tony smirks over his shoulder at Peter as he stands proudly for Pepper to ogle him. After ogling Tony for a good while, Pepper didn't know what to do or how to explain her heated gaze, so she rushed out of the workshop with a heavy blush coating her entire face. Tony laughed like a madman as she dashed away, resembling an embarrassed love-struck schoolgirl. How will you break it to her? Peter asks with a fake sorrowful tone. Break what? Tony asks in confusion. That you're gay, Peter says with a smirk. Since Tony is the first ever human to be given their version of the super soldier serum, they spent the rest of the day testing him for any unforeseen problems, though none reared their ugly head, thankfully. As soon as they found nothing wrong with Tony, Peter called over every member of the Avengers Council for their own procedure. I'll go last, I guess, Peter thought as he didn't really mind. Only half an hour passed since they called the meeting, yet every council member ran over as fast as they could. Well, except Charles, who technically rolled over. Usually, when anyone calls a meeting, it takes at least a couple of hours for everyone to arrive, but it seems that they were excited to become super soldiers. Even Fury, who is a fairly busy man, was the second to arrive behind Eric, though Magneto lives in the tower. It would be hard to beat someone that only has to take the elevator to attend a meeting. Alright, I'm sure you've probably guessed why we called you here. Peter says as they all were observing the equipment and vials of blue liquid around the room. Did you finish it? Magneto asks, though before Peter could answer, Tony strolls in with a soda in hand. Instantly, everyone besides Peter was shocked, as Tony was walking around without a shirt on, showing off his newly gained physique. That answers the question, doesn't it? Fury rolls his singular eye as he watches Tony strut around like a narcissistic peacock. So, notice anything different about me? Tony asks as he spreads his arms and spins in a circle. Did you get a new haircut? Charles feigns ignorance with a smile. Meanwhile, everyone else stayed quiet, unwilling to stroke Tony's already large ego. Tony's smirk disappears as he looks at his fellow council members in annoyance. You guys are no fun. Hehe, forget about all of that. Who wants to become a super soldier first? Peter says as everyone in the room turns their gaze to Charles. As the only handicapped person in the room, Charles had so much to gain from taking the super soldier serum. Not only will he gain all of Steve Rogers' powers, but he should have a good chance at walking again. Though Peter wasn't 100% sure whether that was possible or not. He may just end up as a really strong guy in a wheelchair. Peter thought of the worst-case scenario. After all, the serum is only known to strengthen and grow the body. They didn't run any tests on injured animals, so it was a mystery whether the serum would heal the professor or not. If it doesn't heal him, then the resurrection elixir should do the trick. Peter thought, though Charles would have to wait a while, as Peter hasn't even started looking for more dragon bones. I think there's some in the city. Peter thought. He could remember clearly from the Defenders show that the Hand was digging somewhere in Hell's Kitchen, as parts of New York were built over a dragon burial ground. I'll look into it later. Peter dismissed these thoughts as he turned to Charles. It seems you were voted first. I know what you're all thinking. Charles says as he pushes his chair forward. All I can say is that you shouldn't get your hopes up. I've come to terms with my situation long ago, so you should too. Although everyone, except Eric, believed him, Charles couldn't help but hope deep down inside to walk again. His minor telekinesis may make his situation a bit more manageable, but at the end of the day, being able to walk again would change his life forever. Alright, give me a second. Peter says as he hits a button, causing the chamber to open and tilt backward. Since Charles can't stand, they made the chamber handicap accessible. After a few moments, the chamber was completely open and laying horizontally, so that Charles could lie inside. Alright, hop in. Peter says and Charles floats out of his chair and into the chamber. I wish you the best, my friend. Eric says sincerely, shocking everyone present. Charles merely looks over in shock as the metal bindings eject, strapping him into place. Are you ready? Peter asks as he gets ready to start the process. Yes. Charles nods with a solemn look on his face. All right. Peter says as he closed the chamber with a push of a button. Without further ado, Peter flicked the switch that injected the needles into the professor's body. Although he was surprised by the sudden pain, he didn't have it as bad as Tony, as Charles couldn't feel the needles in the lower half of his body. Ouch. As Charles's surprised and pained voice exclaimed, Eric stared worriedly at the sealed chamber. Though he hid it well. Injection complete. Peter says as all of the vials that were once filled with blue serum are now empty. Hit him with the Vita radiation, Tony. Got it. Tony replies as he flips a switch and automatically starts ramping up the percentage of Vita rays. They've been through this many times with the animals, and even Tony went through it personally, so this was all just repeating the steps to a known outcome. Ah! Charles's screams grew louder as the dial grew closer to 100%. As the screams reached their peak, Peter could tell that Charles was somehow experiencing more pain than Tony, which was impossible as he would only feel it in half of his body. Stop the machine. Eric exclaims as he feared for his friend's life. He can't handle it. After joining the Avengers together, Eric and Charles have slowly started warming up to one another again. The two used to be like brothers before their split in ideology turned them into mortal enemies. Thankfully, that brotherly love was slowly returning, which can be seen by Eric's recent outburst. Although he practically ordered Peter and Tony to stop, neither of them bothered paying Magneto any attention, as the procedure was only moments from its end. I said stop or I'll do it myself. Eric says as the metal chamber doors began to rattle. No, don't stop. Charles screams from the chamber. I can feel my legs. Upon hearing Charles's words, the entire room grew still. Though that didn't last long as Charles started yelling in agony again. Eric instantly stopped manipulating the metal chamber as he stepped back and waited patiently. Although he was worried that the pain would send Charles into shock and kill his best friend, Eric knew that the professor would never forgive him if he took away his chance at walking again. Moments later, Charles's screaming died down as the Vita radiation hit 100%. That should be enough. Pierce says as he turns to Tony. Shut it down. As the old-school machinery shut down, cutting the flow of Vita rays down to zero, everyone gathered in front of the chamber in anticipation. Open it up. Eric orders, receiving a scoff from Peter as he hit the button. Since he's worried, I'll let the attitude go for today. Peter thought as the chamber opened. When the steam cleared and the doors were fully open, everyone was shocked to find a muscular bald man who appeared to be around 50 years old. Looking good, Professor. Peter comments as Charles gasps for air with sweat covering his body. As a man in his mid-70s, Charles looked amazing. He had the appearance of a 50-year-old man that exercised and took perfect care of himself. Compared to your average 50-year-old, who doesn't have time to maintain a peak-level body, Charles might as well look to be in his 40s. Well, I'm not feeling good. He quips back at Peter as the metal restraints release. With his arms and legs unbound, everyone's gaze fell on the professor's legs. Sigh. Charles let out a calming breath as he tried, for the first time in many years, to move his legs. At novel bin at. Twitch. Immediately, his feet twitch, and moments later his legs move. Sitting up with just his core strength alone, Charles swings his legs over the side of the chamber and sits in shock, his legs dangling over the edge. I am moving my legs. Tears fill his eyes as Charles hops off the metal chamber bed and steps both feet on the ground. Silence fills the room as Charles doesn't collapse as he expected. Congratulations, Professor. Peter was the first to speak as everyone watched Charles stand under his own power with tears streaming down his cheeks. Thank you, he says wholeheartedly. You're very welcome, though there is one problem, Peter says, drawing everyone's attention. I'm afraid that the procedure didn't cure you completely. What? What do you mean? Eric asks in confusion. Charles, you're still bald. Peter wipes an imaginary tear from his mask. I'm so sorry. Once Charles's emotions calmed down and he got used to walking around again, Peter and Tony continued with the procedures. It didn't take long for both Eric and Fury to get their upgraded bodies as well. Just like Charles, both of them seemed to revert back about 20 years. Not only that, but they also gained a perfect physique alongside a few inches in height. While they were going through the procedure, Charles paced around the room, putting his new legs to work almost constantly. He hasn't stopped moving since his feet hit the floor, Peter thought as he watched with a wry smile on his face. Similar to Charles and his legs, Fury's eye was restored back to perfect working order, which he wasn't exactly thankful for. Now I have to change so many authorization scans. Fury sulked at the work that now needed to be done. Ever since Mystique used his eye scan to infiltrate S.H.I.E.L.D. and steal the Tesseract, Fury went out of his way to make every single authorization scan his destroyed eye. Though now all of that work was pointless. Fury used to be sensitive about the subject of his injured eye and never talked about why he wears an eye patch. Tony bothered him for a week straight, as his curiosity couldn't be contained, though Fury never revealed a single detail. Of course, Tony wouldn't be beaten and tried hacking the information from S.H.I.E.L.D. servers, but found nothing to answer his burning questions. Meanwhile, when that was happening, Peter did his best to contain his laughter. It was revealed in the Captain Marvel movie that Fury lost his eye when Goose scratched him. Fury wasn't hiding some classified mission or sorrowful loss on the battlefield, no, he was hiding the embarrassing truth that he lost the use of his eye to a simple cat scratch. Well, Goose is an alien cat but still, Peter thought as he watched Fury across the room without his eye patch. It seems that I'll have to change your contact in my phone from Bald Cyclops to something else. My name should do the trick. Fury rolls both of his eyes for the first time in a long while. Nah, that's too boring, Peter says with a shake of his head. Mad Milk Dad. Tony offers his thoughts from the side. Oh, I like that, Peter says as he whips out his phone and changes Fury's contact name. I hate you both so much, Fury says with a deadpan look on his face. Once everyone was finished, Peter looked over the Avengers' 4 new super soldiers and gave them an approving nod. With the way things are going, Thanos won't stand a chance, Peter thought with conviction. Alright, go and test out your new bodies in the gym. If you have any problems, contact us and we'll figure it out. Especially Eric and Charles. You two have the X gene, which is an unknown variable. Just be sure to let us know of any issues. Before they could leave, Peter remembered one last thing. Also, each of you can put one name forward in the next council meeting to receive the super soldier serum, Peter reveals, piquing the 3 council members' interest. We'll have to vote for each person, and as long as they are Avengers, then they can go through the same procedure as all of us. As soon as these words left Peter's mouth, each of them already had names appear in their heads. Fury thought of both Clint and Natasha. Eric thought of Mystique and Victor, though Victor's chances in a council vote would be slim to none. After all, giving such a hot-headed person even more power probably wouldn't be for the best. Lastly, Charles thought of Storm and Logan. The question was which ones would they choose, as Peter only allowed them one name per person. At least for now. After some words of appreciation were given, Charles, Eric, and Fury all marched out of Tony's workshop and proceeded to the gym, where they would break in their new bodies. Well, I guess it's my turn now, Peter says as he turns to look at the open chamber. Yup, strip and hop on in, Tony says as he wondered how much stronger Peter would get, as he was already the second strongest Avenger. Of course, number 1 is the Hulk, though Banner still doesn't let him out to play due to his own misguided fear. Alright, lock down the workshop. I don't need Pepper walking in again, Peter says as Tony hits a button. Lockdown initiated? Jarvis informs them as thick metal doors seal every entrance and window. Get on with it, Tony says impatiently. Careful, you might prove Pepper right, Peter says jokingly as his spider suit disappears and is replaced with his normal clothes, revealing Peter's unmasked face. Pepper doesn't think that I'm G*Y, Tony exclaims in exasperation. Right, Peter says sarcastically as he strips down to his underwear. Let's get a move on. Stepping into the chamber, Peter was instantly strapped down by metal restraints. Technically, he could break them with a simple tug, but Peter would do his best not to destroy the chamber. You ready? Tony asks as the earlier air of joking disappears. Yep, start it up. Peter calls out, and just as he spoke the doors close, locking him inside. From the small eye-level window, Peter could see Tony press a button. Only a second later, the needles shot out and pierced his skin. This is like one of those torture machines, Peter thought as he regretted making this design. Although he didn't make a sound of surprise like everyone else, Peter was still a little bit weirded out by the needles. As each needle dug into him, Peter could feel a liquid pouring into his body from each individual point. Odd, Peter muttered as a strange feeling washed over him. When the needles stopped shooting out the serum and retracted out of his skin, Peter knew what was about to happen and mentally prepared for it. Starting Vita radiation, Tony says loud enough for Peter to hear. Here comes the hard part, Peter thought as a blinding light filled the chamber. It started off manageable, but soon the burning pain Peter felt all over his body started getting more and more intense. He felt as though he was floating closer and closer to the sun, burning hotter with every inch forward. Soon enough, Peter began to scream. He thought that he could persevere and hold it all in, but it seems that he was no better than the 4 other men that had just gone through the same process. What was most annoying, however, was the fact that Peter had to endure all of this pain, while also doing his best to not destroy the chamber. One wrong move and he could break his restraints and rip a hole in the metal doors. When Peter's agonizing screams rang out from the chamber, Tony sighed in relief. The dial had spun all the way up to 80% without a sound from Peter, so he was worried that something had gone wrong. Everyone else started letting out their pain-filled voices at around 30%, so Tony was beyond impressed by his friend. Whether it was willpower or pain tolerance, he was impressed either way. As the dial hit 100%, Peter went back to complete silence. Giving the Vita rays an extra moment to do their work, Tony shut everything down and hit the button to open the chamber. Once again, steam came pouring out and moved along the floor, revealing a half-baked Peter Parker with a light sheen of sweat coating his entire body. Huh. Tony grunted in confusion as he caught a glimpse of his friend. You don't look any different. As Tony says this, the restraints retract and Peter steps out of the chamber, meeting Tony eye to eye. You're wrong, Peter says as he compared his height to Tony's. I'm taller. Yeah, but that's about it. Tony shrugs as he steps out of the way so that Peter could use the mirror. Peter silently stared at himself in the mirror, looking for any changes in his body. Novel bin at. Other than the fact that he grew about 3 inches, rounding his height out at 6 foot 3 inches, Peter could also see some small changes in his muscles. Peter retained his lean body type, but the muscles on his body looked to be much more defined than before, which certainly wasn't a bad thing. Not bad, Peter muttered as he turned away from the mirror and reached for his clothes. Creak. As soon as his hand made contact with the metal table, where Peter's clothes sat folded, both Tony and Peter were surprised to see the table bend downwards from just the lightest touch. What the? Creak. Seeing the thick metal table bend as Peter lightly grazed it with his fingertips, they both knew for a fact that Peter's strength increased by a large margin. Looks like I will be spending the next couple of days learning how to control my strength again, Peter says with an exasperated sigh. Whatever, it shouldn't be that hard. No fair. Tony starts whining like a child. I finally get superpowers and you jump way ahead of me again. It's like nothing changed at all. One of the main reasons that Tony wanted to get his own powers was because of Peter. On one hand, he wanted to catch up to his friend, and on the other, Tony just wanted to shut him up. After all, Peter did make a lot of jokes about him being the weakest Avenger, physically. Sucks to be you, I guess. Peter smirks as he shrugs his shoulders. Stupid spider B*****. Tony grumbled as he paced out of the room and he turned to yell over his shoulder. I'm going to drink away my pain. For the rest of the week leading up to the meeting with the current Nova Prime, Peter spent most of his time in the Avenger gym, slowly but surely gaining back control of his immense strength. After running some tests, Peter found that he was just a little over 4 times stronger than he was before the super soldier serum, and through many hours of hard work, Peter was able to increase his strength up to lifting 50,000 pounds, meaning that he could now lift over 200,000 pounds or 100 tons. I'm the strongest. The narcissistic part of Peter's brain started acting up as he bench pressed that exact weight. I told you it's unfair, Tony says to his peers as he and the other council members watched in shock. Ever since they received the super soldier serum, each of them started attending the gym more often in order to fully familiarize themselves with their new bodies. Through the hours spent in the gym, all of them have already learned the boundaries of their strength, which is just a measly 5 tons or 10,000 pounds. Of course, that amount wasn't anywhere near measly, but compared to Peter's increase in power they couldn't help but feel like tiny powerless ants. Though, they could increase their strength with hard work as Peter did. One night, while Peter was attending the gym alone, Jarvis made his presence known. Sir, I have a list of 27 companies and government facilities that stashed away a portion of Chitori technology. Jarvis' voice plays in the gym like a disembodied ghost. Peter stops his current set and racks the enormous weight. Send the list of locations and any other useful information to my phone. Novel bin at. Sent, sir. Jarvis says as Peter feels his phone vibrate in his pocket. Thanks for your hard work, Jarvis. Peter says as he gets up and walks out of the gym. It's my pleasure, sir. As Peter ascended the tower and walked out onto the roof, He took out his phone and dialed a number. How can I be of service, Black Sky? Scythe answers in a very respectful tone. Scythe has been a very loyal and hard-working subordinate. He practically runs the day-to-day operations of the Hand, while sending Peter constant updates and status reports. Peter makes the big decisions, and Scythe implements them. It's a good relationship in Peter's eyes, as he is already a very busy man. Maybe I'll make Scythe the director of whichever department the Hand ends up becoming in the future. Peter thought as he returned to the conversation at hand. How has the Hand been progressing? Smoothly. Since my last progress report, we have expanded to another 3 cities. Wherever the Hand goes, crime rates dip to all-time lows. Scythe answered proudly. This is the way the Hand should have been all along. Well, better late than never. Peter says as he copies the information from Jarvis and texts it to Scythe. I just sent you a list of locations. The owners decided to go against my words and keep Chitori technology. The Hand will have everything by tomorrow, sir. Would you like us to send a message? Scythe asks, hinting at spilling some blood. If they deserve it. Peter says without care. Though feel free to steal anything that looks valuable and burn everything else. If you find any misdeeds, feel free to anonymously contact the local authorities as well. Yes, sir. Scythe affirms, already sending messages to teams across the world as they spoke. Good, talk to you later. Peter says as he hangs up the phone and walks back inside the tower. After days of waiting, the time finally came to attend the meeting on Xander. Days before this, Peter shocked everyone in the tower by opening a portal and dumping tons of Chitori technology at their doorstep. Just as this was happening, the news was spreading about thefts and arson across multiple companies and government facilities. The 2 events were immediately linked as the world remembered Peter's words. Anyone caught harboring any of these scraps will be heavily punished. This is a message to everyone, governments, companies, organizations, and citizens alike. Things became specially clear after some CEOs admitted to harboring the tech, trying to use that information to attack Spider-Man and make him return their property. Though no one seemed to care, and even if they did, Peter still wouldn't give anything back. It wasn't hard to see that the owners of these burned locations didn't listen to Spider-Man's warning, and were now paying the price for their foolish actions. Many CEOs and high-level government officials were arrested as well, which was like icing on the cake. On the same day, they were playing the victim with tears in their eyes. These people were swiftly carried off by police on anonymous tips alongside irrefutable evidence to back up the claims. In a single day, many people were sent to jail and even a few companies went out of business. Better yet, this all happened while Peter was patrolling New York City, so he had a perfect alibi, though he didn't really need one. Even if everyone knew this was his doing, they couldn't prove a thing. What made the whole situation funny was the news coverage, which completely took Peter's side and treated the other parties as idiots that picked a fight with Spider-Man. Another CEO arrested and found guilty of tax evasion. One newscaster said as he tried his best to hold back a smirk. I guess we can add him to the list, huh? Though that wasn't the best part. Each company and government spoke out and pretty much disavowed the people that were involved, throwing them completely under the bus while doing all they could to save their own *SES. After all, having bad blood with Spider-Man and the Avengers is something that could kill companies and topple governments. Just a tweet from Peter could start boycotts, protests, and possibly even revolutions, which is why these people were so quickly turned into sacrificial lambs. Of course, Peter knew that the people putting out these statements were at least privy to what was going on, though he didn't have any dirt on them, so they would get away this time around. Though one thing came from all of this that Peter expected to happen sooner or later, so he wasn't surprised or worried. The Avengers have figured out that Peter has some lackeys outside of their group. As Peter was all over the internet last night, saving people all across New York, someone had to be doing the dirty work and it sure wasn't them. Most people in the Avengers didn't care much, but Fury and Tony were certainly interested in this new information. Come on, tell me who it is. Tony asked for the millionth time as the two waited for the other council members to arrive, so they could head off to Xander for their meeting. It's an ancient order of killer zombie ninjas. Peter says truthfully, though he masked it as a joke. I picked them up in Japan. Be serious. Tony pouted once again. Aren't I your best friend? Technically, you're one of my best friends, but yeah, Peter says with a shrug. Sure, but I'm number one, right? Tony asks expectantly. Peter stays quiet and just stared the other direction. Right. Tony asks again, sounding a bit more desperate this time. Thankfully, before Peter was forced to pick between Tony and Ned, the other council members arrived. Are we late? Charles asks as he walks in followed by Fury and Eric. No, Tony was just showing me what clingy and desperate looks like. Peter says, causing Tony to flinch and hold his heart in pain. Is everyone ready to go? I'm not clingy. Opening a portal, Peter and the Avengers Council stepped out in front of a towering militarized building. All around them was a futuristic metropolis with ships flying here and there. This is way better than Morag. Tony mutters as he and everyone else spin in a circle to get a good look at their surroundings. Of course, the ships stayed clear of the huge military building, though they seemed to be allowed to fly just about everywhere else. The amazing part about the city was the plethora of greenery. If an area didn't have some sort of purpose, then in its place would be a patch of grass, trees, and or bushes. It would be hard to implement something like this in New York. Peter thought as he compared Xander's capital city to his own concrete jungle. Welcome. An older woman with white blonde hair and an alien military-style blue suit walks out of the building. When Jarvis said that you could open portals, I must say that I didn't believe him. Insert picture of Irani Rail here. Staring at the golden portal behind her new guests, Irani Rail descended the steps of the Nova Corps headquartered followed by a small group of armed soldiers, who watched the group of Avengers vigilantly. Speaking of Jarvis, which of you would that be? Irani says as she stands in front of the group. That would be me, ma'am. The speakers from Tony's suit go off, though his face mask was open so she knew that he wasn't the one that answered. It's a pleasure to finally meet you in person. An automation. Irani asks in confusion, as she originally thought that Jarvis was a flesh and blood person. Jarvis is an artificial intelligence. Peter says as the portal behind them closes. We had him contact you because he has complete control of Ronan's old fleet. It was the easiest method. I see, she says and turns back to Tony. Either way, it's a pleasure to meet you as well, Jarvis. For an advanced society like the Xandarians, a being like Jarvis wasn't anything new. In fact, high enough level AI can register as citizens of the Nova Empire and receive the same rights as any living being. Should we talk inside? Peter asks as the crowd grew silent for a moment. Yes, right this way. She nods and leads the group to the main entrance of the building, where even more armed guards stood with solemn and serious looks. I'm afraid that weapons aren't allowed past this point. You'll have to leave them with the guards. As Irani says this, a few guards move toward them with carts to hold their guests' weaponry. With a shrug of his shoulders, Peter took his new hammer from his back and placed it on the cart. As soon as the Nova Corps members saw this hammer, they couldn't help but look at Peter in respect. After all, how could they not recognize the signature weapon of one of their biggest enemies? Seeing Peter following their rules, the others started offloading their weaponry as well. Of course, Tony was a bit stuck, as he didn't want to hand over his Iron Man armor, so under the gazes of the very serious guards, he stood unmoving and unwilling to follow along. Noticing this, Peter offers Tony a choice. Tony, you can either stay out here and explore the city, or I can send your armor back to the tower and you can join us inside. Tony's ears perked up at the possibility of skipping on the inevitably long meeting that was about to unfold. See ya. Without a second thought, Tony waved as he turned around and shot off into the air to explore. As Tony flew off, they all watched as he almost crashed into a small transport ship, though he was able to maneuver his way around it at the last second. Why give him the choice to slack off? Charles asks with an annoyed frown. He'll always choose that option. It's fine, Tony isn't exactly needed and he tends to become annoying during long meetings, so this is for the best. Peter says with a shrug as he turns to Irani. Please continue. Yes, just one more thing. She says as her gaze falls on Fury. Please turn in all of your weapons. A staring contest ensued between the two before Fury sighed and walked back over to the cart. With an annoyed look on his face, Fury started unloading weapon after weapon from his body. The guards watched in shock as over and over, Fury pulled weapons out of nowhere and handed them over. 3 pistols, 5 knives, a taser, and a few other miscellaneous weapons later and they were finally allowed inside. Following after Irani while admiring the alien architecture, they arrived at a meeting room with a large balcony that overlooked the city outside. Please have a seat. She offers as an egg-shaped table and chairs appear out of the floor. All right, let's get straight to business. Peter says as he takes a seat at the head of the table with the view of the city behind him. The guards that followed Irani around didn't look pleased by this action, though their boss didn't seem to care, as she simply sat somewhere else, so they kept their mouths shut. Yes, should we start with introductions? She asks as everyone was seated. My name is Irani Rail. I control the Nova Corps as Nova Prime. Spider-Man, I fight crime and protect the Earth. I'm also a co-founder of the Avengers with everyone else in this room. Peter says as everyone else introduces themselves next. Avengers. She asks as everyone seemed to mention that name. The Avengers is a bit like the Nova Corps, except that we're all enhanced individuals. Peter reveals, receiving a raised brow from the Nova Prime. It's very rare to find so many enhanced individuals in one place, and you're all from planet C-53. She asks, curious to know what was so special about Earth. Especially since C-53 has a reputation as a very weak and primitive planet. Yeah, we're all native to the Earth. Peter says as he waved his hand. Is that how you were able to defeat? As she was speaking, a golden portal opened above the table and an open coffin fell out, landing on the table with a light bang. Ronan. As she said his name, Ronan the accuser could be seen laying lifeless inside the coffin with his head disconnected from his shoulders. Peter was tired of her probing questions and decided to get the show on the road. They could answer all of her questions once they were officially allies. I know it's not the most pleasant gift, but it proves our claims. We also have a detention center filled with his surviving subordinates. If you're interested, that is. Peter reveals. Peter hoped she would take the Prix soldiers, as he had no idea what to do with all of them. He and Tony have already run all of the tests they could on them, so they were just taking up space at this point. We would be happy to take all of them off of your hands. Irani says as she motions for the nearby guards to take the coffin away. At this point in the meeting, Irani Rail has already noticed who the leader of these people was. They didn't have to say a word for her to see how Spider-Man took the lead during this whole encounter. Good, I'll deliver them later. Peter nods as the coffin is carried off. Now on to the real business. How does the Nova Empire feel about starting an alliance with us? The room goes quiet for a moment as Irani looks a bit embarrassed. The Emperor isn't interested in any alliances at the moment, she says with an ashamed look on her face. Was it Thanos' name that scared him off, or the fact that we're an unknown planet? Peter asks, unbothered by her answer. He expected this to happen after all. If I'm being honest, both. Irani admits. She spent the last few days petitioning to the Emperor and anyone that would listen, hoping to help form an alliance with Earth, though sadly, it wasn't a possibility. Of course, she wouldn't give up petitioning for this alliance, especially after hearing about the number of enhanced individuals on C-53. Irani had a gut feeling that there was something special about the Earth and would follow that feeling, as it helped her get this far in life. Although we can't be allies at this very moment, I was however able to secure a handsome reward for your good deeds, she says as a hologram appears from the table, showing a large fleet of Prix warships. These are captured warships from our recent war against the Prix Empire. Some are perfectly functional while others are in need of some love. They now belong to you. The plan was simple. If she couldn't ally with them, then she would arm them up enough to help in their fight against Thanos and anyone else that would come knocking. This move would strengthen their relationship and still leave room for a possible alliance in the future. The best part was that these ships were going to be scrapped anyway, so the loss on their part was practically nothing. I was not expecting this, Peter thought as he saw the ships. Seeing the offering of what appeared to be over 40 Kree warships, though some of them looked to be in pretty bad shape, Peter couldn't help but think of his home country. The United States has a long history of arming and funding groups across the world to do their dirty work, so this situation wasn't exactly a new phenomenon. In fact, it was funny to see that even an advanced multi-galaxy spanning empire would pull the same tricks as a relatively new country on some backwater planet. Although Peter didn't like the fact that the Nova Empire was pretty much saying we want nothing to do with it. Here are some leftover ships, go and kill Thanos. He found it impossible to turn down their offer. At least they know the right gifts to give, Peter thought as he admired the spacecrafts. Off to the side, Fury and the rest of the Avengers Council understood this as well. They weren't exactly happy either, but who were they to turn down such a nice gift? Fury understood this move the most, as he worked in this sort of business for all of his life. It just so happens that the roles have reversed this time around. Although it isn't the outcome we were hoping for, the ships will come in handy, Peter says, receiving an understanding nod from Irani Rail. If it means anything, I tried to push for an alliance, but no one seemed to be willing to stand up against Thanos. The Mad Titan is a subject that most simply want to ignore, which is a stance that I don't agree with. The only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good people to do nothing. Peter quotes something he heard back in his past life. Those people who would rather keep their heads in the sand and hope they're left alone will sooner or later regret their actions. After a short talk, in which Irani promised to keep petitioning for an alliance with them, the Avengers bid their farewells, picked up their weapons, and left the building in search of Tony, though they really just wanted to sightsee for a little while. Sadly, Peter had to stay behind, as he had to offload the Kree prisoners onto the Nova Corps. Someone had to do the boring work, and as usual, the burden was placed on him. At novel bin at. We need to get a new member that can use portals, Peter thought as he escorted batches of Kree prisoners through portals with the help of Irani and her soldiers. Hours later, the transport was finished and every Kree was safely imprisoned in the Nova Corps headquarters, where they were identified and charged with all sorts of horrible crimes. If it would help with their charges, I can have Jarvis send over any incriminating evidence from the databanks of Ronan's ships, Peter offered as he saw the way they were each processed. Yes, that would be great. Irani nodded as they watched the Nova Corps members at work. Sadly, we can't just throw them in prison forever based on their alignment alone. The Nova Empire has many laws protecting the rights of every being, so without evidence, a small portion of them would most likely be deported back to their home world. Alright, I'll have Jarvis send over everything by tomorrow. After saying his goodbyes, Peter finally left for the city, where he immediately went looking for Tony. He needed to get the new Kree ships back to Earth and Tony was the best man for the job. With Jarvis' help, Peter was able to find Tony pretty easily. The only problem was the location that Jarvis led him to. Are you sure that he's in here? Peter asked down at his phone. Yes, sir. Jarvis answers back instantly. The readings show Mr. Stark's Iron Man armor inside. Right in front of Peter was a pure white marble building with naked alien women showing themselves off in the windows. Projected onto the bottom of the windows were prices per hour in units. Units, also known as credits, are the main form of intergalactic currency used across many planets. Each alien woman had vibrant skin tones from colors like pink, green, blue, and many more. A few of them had large eyes and even one has 4 arms, though each of them was beautiful and appealing in their own way. He really went to an alien brothel, Peter thought with a small hint of jealousy as he admired the view of all the naked alien women. How did he even get the credits? Peter isn't the type to betray his significant other and sleep around, so the most he could do is enjoy the view while it lasted. Maybe I can convince MJ to visit this place with me, Peter thought as the idea of a 3-way with a busted pink alien sounded very tempting, though he would have to look into alien STDs before doing anything. Speaking of alien STDs, Peter looked toward the building once again and wondered whether Tony thought of that before rushing inside. No, Tony is the type of person to think with his C**ck before anything else, Peter thought as he walked into the brothel, ignoring the heated gazes from scantily clad women looking for a customer. As he made his way inside, Peter was stopped by some big rock-like humanoids standing guard. "Are you a customer?" one asks as he holds up a hand, signaling for Peter to stop. "No, I'm here looking for a friend of mine. He's about my height and should be wearing red and gold armor," Peter explains. "Yeah, he's in a private room. Big spender actually," the other says with a nod. "You'll have to wait though. Only customers are allowed inside." Okay," Peter says as he turns around and walks out. Walking out of sight and into an alley, Peter cast the same invisibility spell on himself that he used when MJ wanted to meet Tony at the Stark Expo. Strolling back inside, Peter was able to squeeze through the big rock guards and get inside without a problem. The ground floor of the brothel seemed to be a gentleman's club with naked women everywhere. Some of them served drinks to some ugly-looking clients while others danced on various stages. Though Tony was nowhere to be seen. "Lead the way, Jarvis," Peter says as his phone's GPS switches on. Following Jarvis' instructions, Peter arrived at a back room on the 3rd floor of the building. The sounds of sweet moans, chains rattling, and leather whips could be heard from the opposite side of the door. "Jarvis," Peter calls out as he hesitates to even open the door. "Your creator is a degenerate. I've noticed this long ago, sir," Jarvis says in an almost mournful tone. Peter second-guessed his decisions as he contemplated leaving Tony at the brothel and returning home. "I can pick up the ships tomorrow." Just as Peter was thinking this, the door suddenly crept open, and a naked purple woman with 4 eyes tiptoed out with a large red and gold briefcase in hand. Tony's suit. Peter immediately knew what the briefcase was, as Tony used that form to travel with his armor all the time. This idiot fell into a honey trap and got robbed. As soon as Peter's voice filled the hall, the woman froze in place and looked around like a kid who was caught stealing cookies. Inside the room, Tony was blindfolded, handcuffed, and surrounded by 4 alien women, each of them with vibrant skin. One of them even had a 3rd breast, which Tony was currently sucking on. 2 of the women held small leather whips in hand as they took turns flogging Tony's chest every minute or so. Suddenly, the door flew open and hit the wall with a bang, scaring the woman as they screamed and jumped off of the bed. "Huh," Tony mutters as the sweet alien breast leaves his mouth, still blindfolded. "What's going on?" At the door, Peter stood with Tony's Iron Man briefcase in one hand while a guilty-looking thief stood behind him in fear. "All of you out, now," Peter orders and steps aside as the frightened alien prostitutes rush out, knowing that they've been caught. "Peter," Tony asks in confusion as he pulls on his restraints. "Is that you? You really are an idiot." Peter sighs as he shoots a web at Tony's head and pulls the blindfold off. "I never took you for a masochist though." As a sadist, Peter was a bit disappointed in his friend's preferences, though he wouldn't judge him for it. "What? Why are you here?" Tony asks but soon notices the case in Peter's hand. "Why do you have my armor?" It's been months since Peter found Tony in a compromising position at that alien brothel, and a bit has happened. First, the ships that they received from the Nova Empire have been fixed and are now fully operational. Each of them has gone through a small change though. Upon looking into the system that powers the large warships, Peter and Tony found that each one had a reactor that kept everything running. Sadly, the core of the reactor was some sort of unknown element, at least to those on Earth. Seeing that this problem would come to bite them in the butt soon enough, Peter and Tony got to work and replaced every reactor with a larger version of Tony's arc reactor. Of course, every ship was powered by batisium, Earth's very own one-of-a-kind element. This seemed to be an upgrade compared to the former power supply, which upgraded 3 major things in every ship. The beam cannons can now shoot a laser 5 times as strongly. The engines currently generate triple the power. Lastly, the shields can now stay on 24/7 outside of battle, though they would still slowly degrade if they took enough damage. Seeing that leaving the ships on Earth would be inviting certain groups to try and steal them, Peter had Jarvis fly them to specific intervals around the planet, setting up a huge defensive perimeter. "All ships are in orbit around the Earth, sir," Jarvis said only minutes after Peter gave the order. "Good, remember to keep the scans open at all times, and let us know if we have any more visitors," Peter instructed as he looked at a hologram of the planet, showing the exact locations of each ship. These ships have a much better capability to scan farther distances than the Stark satellites, so they would be a better warning system in case of another invasion. Speaking of an invasion, Thanos nor his armies have shown themselves yet, though the web of ships surrounding the planet isn't just for scanning. "Jarvis, if there's ever another attack on the planet and nobody from the Avengers is reachable or willing to take action, feel free to activate the ships and attack. Any opposition should be taken care of outside of the planet," Peter told Jarvis thoughtfully. "Just be relatively sure that they're hostile first. We wouldn't want to attack anyone for no reason." "Yes, sir," Jarvis replied affirmatively. "I'll run simulations for future battles." Other than finishing up the new Avengers war fleet, nothing much has happened besides something that has been a long time coming. Flashback. Sitting in the living room, Peter watched as Ned, May, Grace, and MJ all sat on the couch, waiting for his announcement. "Peter, what's going on?" May asks as she looks at him in confusion. She wasn't the only one either. Grace was especially surprised that she was invited, as she was only recently clued into the fact that Peter was Spider-Man, and everyone knew but her. As for Ned and MJ, they had a feeling about a few reasons for this impromptu meeting but weren't sure exactly. "I have figured out a way to give all of you an extended lifespan as well as superpowers." Peter cuts right to the point. "Oh, sh*t. Ned exclaims as he jumps out of his seat. It's finally happening. For real? MJ asked, hoping that Peter wasn't lying to her right now. For a while now, MJ has wanted nothing more than to be able to watch Peter's back, so that she could protect the man she loves. Meanwhile, both Grace and May were surprised, though they had the same thought. Lifespan? Could it make me look younger? Both thought at the exact same time. Yup, for real. Peter says as he pulls out a vial filled with dragon bone dust. This is crushed up pieces of fossilized dragon bones. Wow. Ned uttered as he rushed over and snatched the vial from his best friend's hand. What does it do? It has a large quantity of chi, which will give you. Peter starts to explain the whole process of the resurrection elixir. And when they mix, you will get the powers of both substances combined. Peter then went on to explain their blood options. Either normal human blood, super soldier blood, or his own blood. So, we could get your powers. Ned asks with an excited glint in his eyes. MJ seemed to prefer this option too, as an interested glint appeared on her pretty face. Maybe. Peter answers unsurely. Instantly, everyone in the room looked at him funny. What does that mean? MJ asks in confusion. Isn't that what you said? Yes and no. Peter answers with a thoughtful expression. I learned early on that my powers were given to me by a higher power, not just because I was bitten by a special spider. So, God gave you your powers. Grace asks as that was how she interpreted Peter's words. Not exactly. Peter answers with an unknowing shrug. If I had to guess, the higher power would have to be okay with you having spider-related powers, so it's a bit of a gamble really. What if we don't want superpowers? May asks as she raises her hand like a child at school. I'm not very interested in being a hero, so I don't think that this should include me. Although May found the possibility of being young for a long time appealing, she wasn't exactly a fighter. She would fight if her loved ones were in danger, but making it a full-time job like Peter wasn't in her thoughts. I'm not asking any of you to be a hero. I just want all of you to be safe. Simply having the power to defend yourselves would be more than enough. Peter says in a serious tone, which seemed to win everyone over. And if we do want to be heroes? MJ asks. Instantly, MJ's mother turns a pointed gaze in her direction. What? Grace asks, not knowing her daughter had dreams of being a hero. I want to fight alongside Peter. She admits, which causes her mother's glare to turn a bit softer. Me too. Ned joined in excitedly. After some thought, everyone came to a decision regarding their elixir. They all unanimously decided to use Peter's blood. May and Grace didn't really care, so they went with whatever Ned and MJ chose. For them, it was a gamble for Peter's overpowered spider powers. Though there really wasn't a downside, as Peter was also enhanced by the super soldier serum as well, so they would get Captain America's powers no matter what. Seeing as May and Grace didn't care much about the procedure, Ned and MJ played rock paper scissors to decide which of them would go first, as Peter only had one coffin-like device made, which was the same one he used on Peggy. Rock paper scissors, shoot. They said in unison as their hands jut forward. I win. Ned exclaims as his rock beat her scissors. At novel bin at. I've told you a million times. They always go rock first. Peter says in an I told you so sort of tone. Shut up. Calling Ned's family beforehand, they explained that he would be spending the night at Peter's, as the procedure would most likely take the entire night. All right, good luck. Peter says as he pokes a spot on Ned's neck, which causes him to fall asleep instantly. Thankfully, he was already laying in the metal coffin, so Peter simply closed the lid and turned to see everyone else giving him questioning looks. What? It's just a pressure point. He'll be fine. Peter explains as he pulls a lever, causing the thick black elixir to fill the metal coffin, drowning Ned completely. Now what? Grace asks as the room grew silent. Now we wait. Peter replies, crushing everyone's anticipation. Want to play some board games? Hours passed as the night sky brightened and morning came along. Peter was the only one still awake, as the girls were too tired to make it past 4 a.m. Usually, MJ could stay up longer, but she got annoyed with Peter during their game of Monopoly and ran off to bed. Even in this world, Monopoly can ruin families and end friendships. Peter thought with a laugh as he sipped on a cup of coffee while watching over Ned. Suddenly, the metal coffin's lid burst open and a man covered in black goo lunged out as he gasped for air. Gasp, heavy breathing. Knowing the drill, Peter walked over and used a towel to help Ned get the black elixir off of his face. I feel different. Ned mutters as he starts wiping the black substance from his body, not noticing the changes that have occurred just yet. All of the sudden, footsteps could be heard from the stairway. Peter, do we have coffee? May came walking downstairs in pajamas and asked, though she froze in place when she saw a tall muscular naked man, wiping his body with a black gooey towel. Who's that? Who's that? May asks as she saw an unfamiliar naked man in her living room. What do you mean, Ms. Parker? Ned asks in confusion, still unaware of the changes that have taken place to his body. It's me, Ned. May looked at Peter in shock as Ned stood to the side, holding a slimy towel over his family jewels. Without a word, Peter waves his hand and conjured a tall mirror in front of Ned, shocking him even more than May. Huh? Who's that? Ned repeated the same words as May as he stared at himself in the mirror. It's you, Ned. Peter says with a smirk. Not only did the elixir make Ned a few inches taller, but it also removed all of the excess fat from his body. Though the fat didn't just disappear, it was used as fuel to build a very muscular body. While Peter had a slim and muscular build, Ned now has a body similar to Steve. In short, he looks like a shredded bodybuilder. Dude. Ned mutters as he looks between both the mirror and Peter. Holy sh*t. He started freaking out and without noticing he began to feel up his body, trying to make sure that the mirror wasn't some sort of illusion. I am not fat anymore. Ned stutters as a stray tear drips down his cheek. Being the fat kid in school takes a toll, as children are very candid with their thoughts. Even teenagers will use anything against you if they don't like you enough. Flash especially, though he wasn't a bully anymore. Ned, like any other overweight kid, learned early that he had to laugh with the fat jokes, or simply ignore them depending on who was saying it. Over the years, he grew callous to anything related to his weight, as he heard it all a million times. Seeing himself as a sort of Greek god was just too much of a shock to Ned. His mind couldn't handle it as years of trauma due to his own body image came to the surface all at once. Let's get you in the shower, buddy. Seeing this happening in real time, Peter opened a portal to the bathroom and helped Ned walk through, as his body wasn't used to such a dramatic change yet. Escorting him into the shower and turning it on, Peter could still see some stray tears falling down Ned's stunned face. I'll go get you a new towel and some clothes, Peter says as he walks back through the portal. Peter. Ned called out, stopping Peter in his tracks. Yeah, he asks, looking over his shoulder. Thank you, Ned says emotionally. What are best friends for, right? Peter says with a warm smile as the portal closes, leaving Ned in the bathroom alone. Sometime later, Ned exited the bathroom in one of Peter's outfits, as any of his old clothes would be too large now. Although Peter's clothes were a bit tight on him, they really showed off the definition of his new body. As soon as Ned walked down to the living room, he rushed over to Peter and wrapped him in a big hug, lifting Peter off the ground with ease. This is the best day of my life, Ned exclaimed as he spun around with Peter in tow. Seated on the couch, May, Grace, and MJ watched with mixed expressions on their faces. Grace and MJ were shocked beyond belief, as they hadn't seen Ned's change yet. They saw Ned on a regular basis, especially MJ, so they didn't fully believe that the person in front of them was actually Ned. Okay, calm down, Peter says as Ned puts him down. Ned, is that really you? MJ asks as she walks over in surprise. Oh yeah, Ned answers excitedly as he starts flexing like a bodybuilder, though he knew none of the poses so he came off clumsy and idiotic. Yup, that's Ned, MJ thought with a roll of her eyes. So, did you get Peter's spider powers? MJ asks as soon as Ned stopped making a fool out of himself. I don't know, Ned answers with a shrug. I'm definitely stronger though, that's for sure. Let's test it out, Peter declares as he walks off into the kitchen. I'll be right back. At novel bin at. Only a minute later, without anyone noticing, an egg came flying out of the kitchen door and smacked Ned in the back of the head, exploding upon impact. What the? Ned exclaimed as he flinched and grabbed the back of his head, getting a handful of egg yolk in the process. Turning toward the kitchen door, everyone found Peter standing there with a carton of eggs in hand. Sorry, but I'm afraid you didn't win the gamble, Peter says with a shake of his head. No spider sense means that he most likely doesn't have any spider-related powers. It's okay, Ned says as he does his best to hide his disappointment. This is already more than enough. Thanks again, Peter. No problem, Peter says as he walks over and pats him on the shoulder. Although you didn't get my spider powers, it looks like you definitely got the effects of the super soldier serum. Of course, Peter already told them about his and Tony's experimenting with the serum, so they already knew. Ned smiles upon hearing Peter's words, though that smile is soon replaced by a contemplative look. I need to come up with a superhero name. You need a suit as well. Peter adds another task for him to figure out. How are we supposed to explain Ned's new look? MJ asks as she realizes that they have a whole school of people to answer to, not to mention Ned's family. Silence fills the room in an instant. Since it's summer, we can explain Ned's transformation as the results of extreme diet and exercise, though people may think that you took steroids. It would be a bit hard to believe, but there shouldn't be any major problems. As for his family, we only have to worry about your parents, Peter says as he thinks for a moment. After a second of silence, Peter contemplated the possibility of performing some mind magic on Ned's parents, but soon threw that thought away. Ned, you can tell them that you woke up with superpowers. They'll probably think you're a metahuman. Just make sure to keep them quiet because having powers can attract a lot of unsavory attention, Peter explains. Hearing Peter's plan, Ned was a bit disappointed by his words. Since MJ's mother was allowed to know about everything, then he wanted to tell his parents as well. Of course, he would respect Peter's decision, as it wasn't his secret to tell in the first place. This all started with Peter, so he would have to be the one to give permission, and Peter wasn't very close to Ned's parents in the first place. They didn't have a bad relationship or anything. It's just that Ned's parents don't speak English, so there has always been a sort of language barrier between them. Maybe someday Peter would let Ned reveal everything to his parents, but that time wasn't now. As for the rest of Ned's extended family, like his grandparents, cousins, etc., they can get the same excuse as everyone at school. They don't live with him and only visit for holidays and reunions, so they weren't a problem. Sounds good. Ned nodded in agreement. Should I go and tell them now? If you want, but you'll miss out on everyone else getting their powers next, Peter says with a shrug. After some thought, Ned decided to run off home to explain the good news to his parents. He couldn't hold in the excitement and wanted to see their reactions. I'll be back tomorrow, Ned said as he ran out of the door at the fastest speed he has ever moved in his life. After some cleaning up from Ned's procedure, it was finally time for MJ to go through the same thing. Standing in front of the metal coffin, MJ looked nervous, though she was also pulsing with excitement. You ready? Peter asks as he finished refilling the elixir, made with his own blood of course. Yeah, I'm just a little nervous, she says as Peter pulls her into his chest from behind, wrapping his arms around her waist. You'll be asleep the whole time. He whispers in her ear and plants a soft kiss on her cheek. It'll be over before you even know it, I promise. Ah, Grace exclaims as she and May peek their heads out from the kitchen door, ruining the moment completely. Why are they always like this? MJ muttered as Peter let go of her. Who knows? Peter sighed alongside her. After stripping off all of her clothes off, MJ lay in the coffin completely nude, looking up at Peter who was crouched above her. Ready? Peter asks, noticing the nervous look on her face alongside the loud pounding of her beating heart. Yeah, she answers back after a short pause. Okay, Peter says as he pokes her neck the same way as Ned. Love you? Hearing Peter's sudden declaration, which he has never said before, MJ's eyes go wide as she swiftly drifts off into a deep slumber. Smirking at her expression, Peter closed the lid and hit the lever, releasing the elixir and starting the process. That was so cute. May practically squealed. Grace felt the same way, though she was too nervous for her daughter to show it at the moment. They always find a way to ruin the moment, don't they? Similar to Ned, Peter waited up all night, watching over the metal coffin. Though this time around he had a companion, who never left the room or took her eyes off of the coffin for a single second. You know, you can sleep if you want. Peter looked to Grace, who was worriedly staring at the coffin. I can't. She replies with a nervous sigh. I feel like I'm at her funeral. Well, that's probably the *TTY design on my part. Peter admits, getting a small laugh from Grace. Now that I think about it, I could have made something a bit less morbid, though I was rushed at the time. The room returned to silence as the two of them sat quietly on the couch together. I'm going to make more coffee, Grace says as she walks off into the kitchen with an empty mug in hand. Hours pass as both Peter and Grace sat in the living room. Since Peter was used to this and confident in the procedure's success, he started playing on his phone as the night went on. So far, 2 procedures like this have gone through with perfect results, so he wasn't that worried. On the other hand, Grace chugged caffeine all night and stayed vigilant, ready for some sort of horrible incident to occur at any moment. Huh. MJ grunted as she awoke in an unfamiliar place. Surrounding her was an odd-looking dimension that seemed to be separated by spider webs. MJ breathed heavily as she stood up from the floor and looked around, shocked and frightened by this random turn of events. Only moments ago, her boyfriend said he loved her for the first time and put her to sleep so that she could receive the resurrection elixir. Where am I? She thought. In between the web-like structure of this unimaginable dimension, different versions and outcomes of what appeared to be her life played out over and over. As if she was watching multiple televisions, MJ witnessed all sorts of lives that she could or would have lived. From mundane lives, where she lived like a normal person with a job, husband, and children, to lives that are much more fantastical, where she became a hero in her own right. Ignoring the boring lives, as they didn't interest her one bit, especially since most of them didn't include Peter, MJ watched the lives that looked far more interesting. In every one of them, she would become a spider-related hero that went by all sorts of names. Spider-Woman, Spider-Girl, Silk, Ghost Spider, etc. MJ watched as different versions of herself fought familiar and unfamiliar villains, using her powers and smarts to stop crime and protect civilians. What is this? She muttered in confusion. It's you? The voice of an elderly woman fills the spiderweb dimension. Following the sound, MJ turns to see an old decrepit-looking woman with spider-like appendages sitting on a stone throne. Not only does she have 8 black spider legs coming out of her back, but also multiple beady black eyes on her wrinkled face. The Great Weaver. Ah, I can see that, but how and why? MJ asks back, stunned by the mutant-looking woman. Across the infinite multiverse, Michelle Jones Watson always has a 50-50 chance of being something great. The old spidery woman says as she gestures to the playing images. Which will it be this time? A mundane life as anyone else, or something more? Who are you? MJ asks, unsure of whether she could trust the woman before her. That doesn't matter. The Great Weaver shakes her head, unwilling to answer any questions. Just know that I'm the one who bestowed power to the man whom you cherish so dearly. Wait. MJ speaks, remembering what Peter said only yesterday. I learned early on that my abilities were given to me by a higher power, not just because I was bitten by a special spider. I see. MJ mutters as she figured out what was going on. Did I win the gamble? Not yet, no. The spider granny answered with a creepy knowing smirk, easily reading MJ's thoughts. Did you just? MJ asks as she feels oddly violated. Yes. The Great Weaver's smile only widens upon seeing her reaction. At novel bin at. That's not an invasion of privacy at all. MJ says with a heavy bit of sarcasm. You act as if I don't know everything about you already. The elderly woman says with a cackle. MJ frowned as she felt naked in front of the cosmic being across from her. Enough of that? The Great Weaver said as she stopped laughing and looked at MJ seriously. So, what is your choice, girlie? What do you mean? MJ asks, not understanding what she meant. Sigh, I forgot how annoying it is to deal with you mortals. Spider Granny comments rudely. Sorry. MJ apologizes unsurely. Well, you can't help it, I suppose. She responds with an uncaring shrug. Let me spell it out for you. Would you like to get similar powers to your future husband? MJ's eyes go wide open as she heard that. Oops, how careless of me. The Great Weaver says, as though she didn't mean to reveal that little tidbit. Future husband. MJ repeats questioningly. Well, he could be. She replies in an uncaring tone. Nothing is set in stone after all. Aye. MJ didn't know how to reply to that. Well, I've wasted enough time. Choose now or I'll choose for you. The elderly woman gives her an ultimatum. At that moment, MJ froze as she saw the woman before her about to open her mouth once again. I want the powers. Seeing that her choice was almost taken away from her, MJ acted quickly and shouted her answer before it was too late. Good. The Great Weaver smirked as she waved her hand. Instantly, with the wave of her hand, a great force impacted MJ's body and knocked her backward. Huh. MJ grunted as the force hit her and she flew into a small spider web-shaped portal. As Peter was tapping away on his phone, Grace was fidgeting in her seat from the copious amounts of caffeine that she consumed to stay up all night. As a single working mother, Grace hasn't pulled an all-nighter like this in years, so the night was rather grueling for the worried woman. Asterisk clang? Gasp, asterisk. Just as she was about to go and make another cup of coffee, the lid of the metal coffin flew off and fell to the floor, as a black sludge-covered woman shot out with a loud gasp for oxygen. Oh, thank God. Grace exclaimed as she rushed over and hugged her daughter without a care for the messy substance covering her body. Excuse me? Peter says as he joins the mother and daughter duo and starts wiping MJ's face so that she could open her eyes. Heavy breathing. MJ slowly caught her breath as Peter wiped all of the black gunk from her face. Hey there, beautiful. Peter smiles as he gets a clear look at her. Aye. MJ starts to speak but she didn't have the lung capacity just yet. I love you too. At that instant, Grace felt like a third wheel to her daughter's budding romance and backed up to give the two some space. Good to know. Peter smiled as he kissed her dirty black lips, uncaring as the used elixir gets on his face. Let's get you in the shower, shall we? Hearing Peter's obviously flirtatious invitation to bathe together, MJ nods with a small blush on her face. Meanwhile, Grace watched the whole thing with a heated look on her face. Why couldn't Nick be like that? She thought, imagining herself and Fury in their place. While Grace was off in her own imagination, which is something she seems to have picked up from May, Peter opened a portal to his bathroom and carried MJ out of the metal coffin bridal style. We'll be back in a bit. Peter says over his shoulder as the portal closes behind them, leaving MJ's exhausted and caffeine-ravaged mother in the living room alone, daydreaming about who knows what while sharing a hot and steamy shower with MJ, who couldn't fully control her body due to the recent procedure. Peter was sure to wash every corner of her body lovingly. Of course, this embarrassed MJ to no end, but she certainly wasn't complaining. Sadly, before the two lovebirds could get too ahead of themselves, Peter noticed something odd while cleaning his lovely girlfriend's arms. What's this? Peter muttered as he found something that wasn't there before. He spent many an hour studying her body, so Peter would be able to spot any differences fairly quickly. MJ now has two small holes in her wrists, which matched the same holes that Peter had in the same location. Huh. MJ looked down and saw what Peter was looking at. Suddenly, as Peter was studying her wrists, MJ involuntarily discharged some web, which shot Peter square in the face, blocking his vision as it stuck to him like tape. Holy sh*t, MJ exclaimed as she watched it all happen with her newly enhanced vision. Oh my God. Are you okay? Yeah. Peter replies as he pulls the webs off with ease and tosses them to the side. Congrats, you seem to have gotten my powers. Yeah, about that. MJ says as she starts to explain what happened to her when she fell asleep. Huh, so you met the Great Weaver too? Peter says as they walk out of the shower and start drying off. Yeah, though she didn't tell me her name or title. MJ replies as they continue into his room, looking for clothes to wear. She was really creepy. I know, she was like that with me too. Peter says with a shrug, as he sits on his bed and watches MJ get dressed. I really love my life. Although MJ took good care of herself before this, after the procedure from last night, Peter could see some differences in his beautiful girlfriend's naked body. First, she was maybe an inch taller. Second, MJ's body was just all around tighter than before. A big reason for this newfound tightness was the thin layer of muscles that now appeared all over her body, though nobody would actually be able to notice them unless she exerted herself in some way. Surprisingly, and to Peter's love and amazement, something else may have occurred during the process last night. MJ. Peter says, drawing MJ's attention toward him. Did your butt get bigger? What? MJ utters in surprise as she looks at a standing mirror in the corner and turns to get a good look at her backside. Is it? Just as Peter thought, her butt was a bit thicker than before. Nothing too crazy, but she most definitely had some more substance back there. Yeah, it's probably the muscles in your butt. Peter says as he caught sight of her chest next. I don't think that's the only thing either. Huh. MJ muttered as she follows Peter's gaze to see what he was looking at. Looking down at her breasts, MJ instantly noticed a change this time around. Throughout her life, MJ was cursed with below-average-sized breasts. She didn't really mind, but seeing them gain a bit of plumpness was shocking to her. She was a B cup only last night and now MJ seemed to be somewhere in the C cup range. But that's not related to muscle. MJ says and turns to Peter for answers. Don't look at me. Peter says with a shrug. I have no idea why your breasts would get bigger, though I certainly have no problem with it. Seeing the perverted smirk on her boyfriend's face, MJ couldn't help but huff and turn away, guarding her breasts against his hungry eyes, though doing so only left her backside defenseless. I'm really happy you took the elixir, Peter says as MJ could feel his gaze on her butt. I hate you right now. After MJ received her powers, the next 2 days were filled with May and Grace receiving theirs, though, like Ned, they only got Peter's super soldier abilities. Of course, they didn't mind, as they were only in it for the beauty aspect, which did not disappoint. Since the two of them didn't appear that old, as they took good care of themselves through skincare, hygiene, diet, etc., they didn't de-age as much as people like Eric and Charles. The both of them already looked to be in their mid-20s beforehand after all, though that doesn't mean the results weren't in their favor. Wrinkles disappeared, skin was cleared and tightened, slim muscles were formed, hair was rejuvenated, and much more. If before their procedures the two of them were 35-year-olds that could pass themselves off as being in their 20s with some makeup and extreme care for their bodies, now they didn't need anything to look the part. I can't stop looking at myself, May comments as she and Grace were stuck naked in front of a large mirror, gawking at themselves. My A*S has never been this tight before, Grace says as she stands sideways to get a better look. Meanwhile, in the living room, do you think they're ever going to come back downstairs? Peter asks MJ, who was sitting on his lap and flipping through the channels on the TV. It's probably going to be a few more hours, MJ says, knowing her mother very well. Has Ned texted you back yet? Yeah, his parents are still freaking out about everything and won't let him leave the house, Peter explains. Ned was supposed to return a couple of days ago, as he wanted to see everyone else's transformations, but his parents were a bit more shocked by his sudden change than they expected. First, Ned scared them by walking into the house in his new body, which made them think someone was robbing the place. Then, after defusing the situation and explaining everything, his parents were both shocked and scared. Obviously, they were shocked by his drastic change, but they were scared for a much different reason. The government. What would happen to their son if some secret government agency wanted to take him and use him for experiments or other unsavory activities? Although this train of thought wasn't wrong, as they live in a world full of people like this, it was mainly fueled by the many conspiracy theory shows and videos that Ned's parents watched daily. So, now Ned is under house arrest until a good amount of time passes that can explain his drastic change, which is probably for the best. Of course, Peter did not envy Ned's current situation one bit. He just got his powers and he can't even put them to use, MJ says, feeling sympathy for their friend. Yeah, it sucks but I can't say that I disagree with his parents, Peter says with a shrug. A couple of hours later, both May and Grace came strutting downstairs in some new clothes, which looked to be older than their normal outfits. It's been so long since these jeans fit me, May exclaimed as she and Grace entered the living room with an air of confidence. I'm glad everything worked out the way you wanted it, Peter says with a smile, enjoying their good mood. Thankfully, May and Grace's change wasn't as drastic as Ned's, so they could pass their transformation off as simply changing their makeup style alongside new skin creams and hygiene products. After cleaning up and enjoying each other's company, Grace went home via a portal, as she had work in the morning. May had work as well, so she went off to bed with a radiant smile on her face, still happy about her new look. That only left MJ and Peter, who had nothing to do tomorrow since it was summer vacation. Can we go and patrol the city? MJ asks excitedly out of nowhere. No. Peter denies, deflating her excitement in a single moment. Why not? She asks while directing her best puppy-eyed expression toward him. Because you don't have a disguise and you haven't fully tested your powers out yet, Peter explains with a shake of his head. I don't need you snapping some guy in half because you can't control your strength yet. Okay, then let's go and start testing, MJ says as her excitement returns once again. Sigh, fine, Peter says reluctantly, as he originally wanted to spend the rest of the night cuddled up in bed together. With a wave of his hand, a portal appears, leading to a dark underground room, filled with all sorts of contraptions held together by webs. What is this place? MJ asks as they step inside. My secret lair, Peter says as he walks over and dusts off some of the equipment. I made all of this to test my powers when I first started. Now it's your turn, I guess. Showing MJ what each machine did, Peter started her off on the bench press, where she nervously looked at the huge metal beams which were used as weights. At novel bin at. Are you sure I can lift this? She asks with a worried look. Yeah, just give it a try, Peter says as he stands nearby just in case. Lifting the bar above her with ease, MJ's mouth drops wide open in shock as a smile blooms on her face. Good job, Peter says with a smile. Looks like you need more weight though. Hours later, when they tested everything from her strength to spider senses and wall crawling, MJ turned to Peter with an important question. Peter, which name do you think sounds better? MJ called out as she wiped some sweat from her brow. Silk or Spider-Woman? Silk or Spider-Woman? MJ looks to Peter for an answer. Peter hums in thought. If I had to choose, Silk sounds the coolest. Spider-Woman feels more like you just copied my name in a way. Alright, Silk it is, MJ says with a smirk, remembering the blacked-out hooded spider suit that her multiverse counterpart wore. How do I get a superhero suit like yours? I want mine in black though. Well, I can probably whip up something for you, Peter says after a second of thought. Really? MJ exclaims excitedly as she rushes over and grabs his arm. Yeah, just focus on getting your body under control for now. I'll work on making your suit in the meantime. Peter's words made MJ vibrate with excitement. How long will it take? She asks, ready to make her big debut. I'll have it done when you're ready, Peter said, instantly taking the wind out of her sails. Fine. It only took MJ about a week to fully test out her body and get her newfound abilities under control. As soon as she was up to Peter's standards, he portaled her to his room to receive her promised reward. Where is it? MJ rushed through the portal with an exciting pep in her step. It's been a week and all she could think about was her suit and her first patrol around the city. Hold on. Sighing at her behavior, Peter walked over to his closet and pulled out some black and white clothing. Is this it? MJ paces over and snatches the clothes from his hand. As soon as her hand touched the suit, gold spell circles and runes covered every inch of the suit. After a moment, the suit was sucked up into MJ's hand and disappeared. Ah, what happened? She asks in shock, looking back and forth between Peter and her empty hand. The suit is bound to you now. Simply think of it and the suit will appear, like mine. Peter explains. Okay, MJ mutters as she closes her eyes and concentrates on her new suit. Instantly, the outfit she's wearing is replaced by a brand new black and white superhero suit with small red accents. Seeing MJ looking down at her body in shock, Peter steps out of the way so she can use the tall mirror behind him. Oh my god, MJ says in awe and wonder. Her new spider suit is a mix between the ghost spider and silk suits. Everything below the shoulders is the silk suit while the hood and mask are a black version of the ghost spider suit. The mask has large white eyes with red outlines as well as a red design in the inner part of the hood. Add image if you want. So, did I do a good job? Peter asks as he stands beside her, admiring his work. It's perfect, MJ says in a daze. That's not all though. Your suit is pretty much a copy of mine. I just redid everything my teacher did to mine. Peter says, what does your suit do? She asks, tearing her eyes away from the mirror. I don't think you've ever told me. Well, it's made and enchanted to be resistant to most things, like water, fire, tearing, cutting, etc. Though don't get too cocky. Enough damage would be able to break through the suit. If it is torn or damaged, the suit will regenerate back to new after a short time. Remember, it's made to last, not as a sort of protective armor. Don't rely on it to stop every attack. Peter explains. Okay, anything else? MJ nods like an attentive student. Yes, just one more thing. Peter says as he takes out his phone and snaps a quick picture of her. Look at this. Peter turns the phone to her, showing MJ a picture of the room without her in it at all. The suit is invisible to all cameras, but you can turn that off and on at will. Just think of turning it off. Peter explains. MJ does as she was told and feels a slight vibration run through the suit. As the vibration disappears, Peter takes another picture and shows it to her. This time she was completely visible. Use that function when you're leaving to patrol and returning home. Peter explains his use of the anti-camera function. That way no one can track where you live and find out your identity. Wow, this is amazing. MJ praises as she takes the suit off with a single thought, returning her normal clothes. Ready to get out there? Peter asks, throwing MJ for a loop as she didn't expect him to say that. Yeah, but are you sure I'm ready? MJ asks, as he has been fairly protective of her during the past week. Sure, the only way to learn now is by doing. Peter says with a shrug. Over the week, Peter has taught her some hand-to-hand combat, but she was still new and extremely inexperienced. Though that wasn't a problem for people with spider abilities. MJ would be able to dodge any attack with her enhanced body and spider senses, so no normal person would stand a chance. We can work on your combat skills over time, but until then you might as well get out there and learn through experience. Peter says as a wide smile forms on MJ's face. She thought that Peter would hold her back for a while longer, but that didn't seem to be the case. Can we go now? She asks as her suit appears on her body once again. Sure. Peter says with a knowing smile. I don't know if I can do this. MJ mutters nervously as she looks over the edge of a tall skyscraper. What happened to all of that excitement and confidence from earlier? Peter smiles behind her. I think that I left it at home. MJ says as she stands frozen at the edge of the roof. Well, let's go get it. Peter says as he reaches forward and places a hand on her back. Peter, what are you doing? MJ yells in fear. Just giving you a little nudge. Peter says in her ear as he pushes her forward. Sometimes the baby birds need to be thrown out of the nest, so they can learn to fly. Peter. MJ screams as she falls forward and plummets off of the tall skyscraper. Standing at the edge, Peter watches MJ flail for a moment before leaping off behind her. Pulling his arms to his sides, Peter fell face first and caught up to MJ, who was still freaking out. Swing. Peter yelled over to her as he pointed to his wrist. You can do it. Of course, Peter would save her if she needed it, but he would only do so at the last second. Until then he would wait for her to save herself. Hearing Peter's words and seeing the concrete floor getting closer and closer, MJ raised a hand up over her head and shot a web from her wrist. Sadly, she didn't aim it anywhere, so instead of sticking to a building, the web shot into the sky and fell with her only moments later. F***ck. MJ yelled as she continued falling. Good try. Peter smiled as he saw the ground getting a bit too close for comfort. With a wave of his hand, a portal opened below them. Falling through it, both Peter and MJ came out 800 feet higher. When MJ saw the portal appear, she thought it was over, but that seemed to be a misconception on her part. Peter merely bought her some more time. All right, try again. Peter calls out as they continue falling. I hate you. MJ yells back as she glares at Peter. I love you too. Peter says with a smirk. Growing used to the feeling of falling, MJ looked at her surroundings and found that she was surrounded by buildings on all sides. I can do this. MJ thought as she pointed her wrist ahead and shot a web. A white line shot from her wrist and connected to the building, causing a smile to appear under MJ's mask. Good, now grab the web and swing. Peter gives her some pointers as he shoots a web at the same building as well. Doing as she's told, MJ tightened her fist around the web and swung like Tarzan, narrowly missing the packed streets of New York City. Below them, the crowded sidewalks filled with people watched and recorded as Spider-Man alongside another unknown person swung lowly overhead. Good job, now keep up. Peter calls out as he chains his webs to maneuver around the city. After sloppily swinging for a few blocks, MJ was starting to get the hang of Peter's preferred form of transportation. In fact, she loved it. Woohoo. MJ laughed madly as she swung behind Peter, finding the experience similar to a roller coaster. Hearing his girlfriend's happy screams behind him, Peter smirked and found a place to land on a nearby rooftop. Landing perfectly with a flourish, Peter turned to see MJ miss the swing and hit the side of the building at full speed. Bang. Okay, maybe she needs more practice. Peter muttered as MJ wall crawled up the building. I heard that. As MJ climbed to the rooftop with a huff, a loud alarm could be heard from down the street followed by some automatic gunfire. Before Peter could say anything, MJ leaped off of the building and swung toward the danger without a second thought. She's going to be the death of me. Peter thought as he swung off behind her. Following after MJ, Peter pulled back enough to watch as she handled whatever situation was going on down the street. This is a good time to test her, I suppose. Peter thought as they arrived at the location of the alarm and automatic gunfire. 5 armed gunmen hid behind the large pillars in front of a bank as they shot at police, who surrounded the building and cut off all chances for them to escape. Each criminal had duffel bags over their shoulder, which were most likely filled with whatever they robbed from the bank. As for the police, they hid behind the cover of their cars and returned fire toward the 5 bank robbers. A few cops have already been shot, which wasn't a good sign, though no one seems to have died yet. Taking a quick look for any hostages, Peter found the bank to be completely empty inside and out. Well, besides the armed thieves. No wonder they started shooting. Peter thought as the gunfire continued. They had no hostages to trade, so they couldn't escape peacefully. Taking a closer look at the door, Peter saw a closed sign hanging from the window, explaining exactly why there weren't any hostages for them to take. This should be a perfect opportunity for her. Peter thought as he sat on a rooftop across the street with his legs dangling off the edge. Just as another cop took a bullet to the shoulder, a black shadow swung over the cop cars in her and shot some expertly aimed webs, which sealed the gunshot wounds of the few policemen that were hit. Who the F***ck is that? One of the robbers yells as he turns his gunfire toward the new arrival. Did Spider-Man change his look? A cop asks in confusion. Isn't that a woman? A female officer questioned as she noticed some womanly curves. That should do for now, MJ muttered as her spider senses started blaring. Acting quickly, MJ shot a web at the bank and yanked it, dodging the rain of assault rifle bullets that came flying her way. That's not how you should greet a lady. MJ yells as she soars toward the man that shot at her feet first. Before anyone could react, the bottom of MJ's boot was planted into one of the robbers' faces, launching the man backward. Crash shatter? Flying off of his feet, the man broke through the bank's glass window and fell to the floor unconscious, surrounded by shards of broken glass. What the? One of the armed men grunted in confusion as he got a good look at MJ. You're not Spider-Man. It's a girl. The man beside him asks in confusion. As soon as they noticed that they weren't dealing with Spider-Man, and instead it was a woman, the armed men seemed to calm down and relax a bit. What are you? Spider-Man's bitch. One of them asks as they all laugh and aim their guns in her direction. Luckily for them, the large concrete pillars were blocking the police still, so they didn't have to worry about getting shot, as long as they kept behind cover of course. Yeah, and I'm about to turn you 4 into my B******. MJ threatens as she felt disgusted by their lingering gazes on her body. Though situations like this were bound to happen, as her suit is tight and showed off the contours of her body very well. Did she just admit to being my B******? Peter thought as he heard and saw everything from his vantage point. Not that I mind. Just as MJ made those dangerous remarks, the robbers didn't hold back anymore and opened fire in her direction. Kicking off the ground, MJ launched herself into the concrete overhang of the bank, missing the bullets with relative ease. Stand still you little SL***T. One of the robbers yelled as they tried to follow her movements with their rifles. Not standing still for too long, MJ kicked off of the roof, continuously dodging bullets as she shot a web at one of the gunmen. As the web stuck to his chest, MJ pulled hard, picking the man up off the ground and sending him into the concrete roof above. Ayah! He yelled in fright and smacked into the overhang. Bang! Instantly falling unconscious from the impact, his body hung from a thin web, dangling him from the bank like a holiday decoration. Continuing to the rest of the armed men, MJ took them down one by one as if she were dealing with toddlers. Stringing the knocked out thieves up and leaving a quick message behind for the police and media, MJ waved to the surrounding police before swinging away. Did I do a good job? MJ asks expectantly as she arrives at Peter's location. I would give you a B+ for your first time. Peter hands out her grade after a moment's thought. Good work. Huh? Only a B? MJ asks incredulously. I plugged the wounds of those cops? That should at least bring it up to an A. No, you let them shoot too much for that. Peter shrugs off her complaints uncaringly. You have to remember that we live in a very crowded city. Stray bullets can easily hit civilians, especially when they're high-caliber bullets like today. Peter learned this lesson himself fairly early on when some stray bullets tore through a nearby apartment building and almost killed a little girl in her bed. The girl's mother came running outside just as Peter was wrapping things up for the police, and tore into him as well as the criminals for what almost happened to her daughter. Upon hearing this story, MJ's former accomplished feeling faded away. She knew at that moment that being a hero was more than just fighting bad guys and acting cool. It was about protecting people as best as you could. So, you're my B*TCH, huh? Peter tried to lighten the mood as he smirked under his mask. Pow! Though he received a hard punch on the shoulder in return. Ugh. Peter grunted as he rubbed his shoulder. Maybe giving her superpowers was a bad idea. Across the street, the police rushed forward and arrived at the front of the bank with their weapons drawn and ready to fire. They didn't have a good view of what happened, so they had to be careful in their approach nonetheless. Arriving where the criminals took cover, the police were amused to find the bank robbers hanging from the roof, though that wasn't the only thing that caught their eyes. Webs covered the front doors and windows of the bank, spelling out something in an intricate design. Spiderweb, silk spiderweb. Long flashback end. Back to the 5-month time skip. With those in his life now superpowered up to protect themselves, Peter was able to sleep soundly. They can now defend themselves even if the enchantments he placed on them were to ever fail. Though I hope that time never comes. Peter thought as he drove to school in an old rusted 1969 Ford Mustang Boss 429 with MJ in his passenger seat. The car is in terrible shape at the moment, as Peter just got the engine running last night, but soon enough it will be in pristine condition. Arriving at the school parking lot, the car's tailpipe shot out a small cloud of black smoke as they parked, scaring off any nearby students. I'll have to work on that. Peter muttered as he and MJ avoided the smoke on the way inside. It's been about 2 months since school started, and everyone was shocked when a young Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson strolled in on the first day with textbooks in hand. At first, everyone thought there was a new transfer student, but when it came time for attendance to be called in their first class, the buff musclehead answered to a shocking name. Ned Leeds. This shocked everyone, even the teacher, though no one was more flabbergasted than Flash Thompson. The former bully himself, who would always find a way to mention Ned's weight in the conversation, now found himself staring in jealousy at that same person. At novel bin at. It was an amusing day at school to say the very least. Although there is now a rumor floating around that Ned does steroids, that's better than people thinking he was a metahuman. Of course, he would have been treated well thanks to Peter's influence on mutant stigma in this world, but it still wasn't worth the trouble that it would bring Ned and his family. Other than school, Ned has been antsy to get out in the field like MJ, who patrols the city on her own at this point. When he saw news of the new hero Silk appearing, Ned wanted nothing more than to join his friends. Sadly, he was locked in his house at that time, and even now Peter won't allow him to have his debut. How come MJ gets to fight crime and I don't? Ned whined like a child when Peter stopped him earlier in the school year. Ned, MJ has my spider powers, so she has a built-in warning system along with a bunch of other abilities. Peter explained as he admired Ned's best effort at a superhero suit. It was basically a sweatsuit with an S painted on its chest alongside a ski mask to cover his identity and a pair of warm winter gloves. The worst part was the repurposed sheets that were now being used as a cape. She can dodge bullets with ease, Peter says as his voice turns more sympathetic. You need more training than her and a better suit. Hey, what's wrong with my suit? After that, the conversation degraded into Ned defending his work of art as he called it, though at the end of the day he understood Peter's point. Since then, Peter has spent a bit of his spare time training Ned how to fight, which was moving slowly as Ned never fought anyone in his life. As Peter walked into school, his phone buzzed. Taking it out, he found a news alert in his feed. 10 rings bomb TLC Chinese theater. Huh? Isn't that in the city? Huh? Isn't that in the city? Peter muttered as he came to a realization. Is it time for Iron Man 3 already? Peter. MJ asks as she stops alongside him. What's wrong? Peter looked up and showed her the article on his phone. There was a bombing last night. That's horrible. MJ says as she reads how many people were injured and killed in the incident. We should have been there. Hearing her say that, Peter knew that he had to put a stop to that line of thinking right away, as it wasn't healthy. Come here. Peter pulls her aside and out of hearing range of the surrounding students. What? MJ asks in confusion. Listen, we can't stop every bad thing in the world or even this city from happening. Peter says as he sees a conflicted look appear on MJ's face. We can try. MJ counters. Yes, but never feel guilty about incidents like this. We can't always be in the right place at the right time, ready to stop whatever catastrophe or crime that's ever going to happen. It's not possible. Peter explains. I wasn't feeling guilty. MJ lies through her teeth. Yes, you were? Peter says, and before she could argue further, the bell rang signaling everyone to get to their classes. Let's just go to class. MJ says as she storms off. As the hallway emptied, Peter took out his phone and hit a button. Jarvis, get me everything you can on the bombing that took place this morning. Peter orders. Yes, sir. Some people call me a terrorist, I consider myself a teacher. America, are you ready for another lesson? Peter watched a video of a bearded and balding white man in an ornate robe giving a speech on his phone. Insert picture of the fake Mandarin here. In 1864 in Sand Creek, Colorado, the U.S. military waited until the friendly Cheyenne braves all went hunting, waited to attack and slaughter their families that were left behind, and claim their land. 39 hours ago the Ali al-Salem Air Base in Kuwait was attacked. Looking into the camera for a brief moment, the Mandarin paused before continuing. I did that. He admitted easily. A quaint military church filled with wives and children, of course. The soldiers were out on maneuvers, the braves were away, so to speak. President Obama, you continue to resist my attempts to educate you, sir. Now, you've missed me again. You know who I am, you don't know where I am, and you'll never see me coming. Peter sat at a lunch table with MJ beside him and Ned sat across with a tray piled high with food. I still can't get used to seeing you eat so much, Ned. MJ commented. I need it. Ned shrugs as he starts stuffing his face. Peter just finished watching the most recent video released by the Mandarin, as he waited to see if another one like it would surface, taking credit for the recent bombing in his city. I wonder if the real Mandarin has found out about this yet. Peter wondered. The man in the videos, which have just started cycling around the news, was nothing more than a failing drug-addicted actor, who was hired to play a part by a man named Aldrich Killian. Dr. Aldrich Killian is the founder and CEO of Advanced Idea Mechanics, or AIM for short. When Tony refused to join in his research, Killian joined up with Maya Hansen, who happens to be an old one-night stand of Tony's. Together they developed Extremis, an advanced form of genetic manipulation using nanotechnology, which was originally created by Ms. Hansen before Killian even joined her. Extremis was built to grant the human body the ability to heal and regenerate from physical damage, deformities, and even psychological damage. This also includes the regrowth of severed limbs in a very short time span, various physical enhancements as well as an exothermic ability. Heat manipulation. However, the subjects whose bodies rejected the treatment, which was pretty much all of them, would sooner or later explode due to a glitch in the Extremis code. In time, Killian amassed a group of Extremis-enhanced soldiers under his command, as he would target disabled soldiers for illegal human experiments and later hire them as assassins and bodyguards, which he would use to further his and AIM's standing in the world. It was easy pickings, as these soldiers would feel beyond indebted to Killian for helping them. In their minds, the army abandoned them, so they would rather join their savior than return there. He would save his lab rats at their lowest point, turn them into exclusive soldiers, use them for personal gain, and then blame their inevitable fiery deaths on the 10 Rings. An easy target to use as a smokescreen for his activities, though this action would soon enough draw the attention of the real 10 Rings and they certainly wouldn't be happy. Especially the Mandarin, who wouldn't take this disrespect lying down for long. Truthfully, I could do nothing and let the Mandarin take his revenge. Peter thought as he and MJ drove home after school. Though it's probably best to remove all Extremis research from the playing field. If he were to let another group take down Killian and AIM, then they would likely take all of the Extremis research and materials for themselves, which could cause problems in the future. Looks like I'll be getting a new upgrade soon enough. Peter thought as he dropped MJ off at her house and drove home. Of course, he would have to work on Extremis and remove the small glitch that causes the explosions to take place, but that shouldn't take him and Tony too long to figure out. Maybe getting the original creator on our side would speed up the process. Peter wondered. At novel bin at. Sir, I've compiled all the information and camera footage of today's bombing. Jarvis voice projects from Peter's phone as he pulls into his driveway. Once again, as his new rust bucket slowed to a stop, the tailpipe shot out a dark black cloud of smoke, drawing the attention of some of his neighbors. Good work, Jarvis. Peter says as he ignores everything and walks inside. Send everything to my laptop. Sent, sir. Spending over an hour going over the information and footage provided by Jarvis, Peter found some interesting information that would probably be overlooked by any law enforcement officials performing an investigation on the incident. First, the bombing happened last night for a reason. The CEO of a competitor to AIM was attending an event with his family in the theater, which shows a clear motive for this to happen. I'm sure that if I look close enough, a lot of these recent Mandarin attacks will show a clear motive like this. Peter thought out loud as he played a video on his laptop. A grainy video from a surveillance camera across the street showed the front side entrance of the theater. Seconds into the video playing, the windows and doors of the building broke open in a fiery explosion. Rewinding before the explosion took place, Peter zoomed in on a certain window, where the silhouette of a man appeared. Putting the video into slow motion and pressing play, Peter watched as the man in the window began to glow, lighting up the window before the inevitable explosion destroyed the place. Yep, that's definitely an Extremis explosion. Peter thought as he hit a button on his phone. Yes, sir. Jarvis asks. I need you to compile similar information about every recent Mandarin attack. As long as the Mandarin took credit for it, I want to know everything. We can expand to other incidents afterward. Peter orders. On it, sir. That night, while Jarvis worked hard to get Peter what he asked for, another Mandarin video was released, where he dramatically took credit for the bombing in New York. As the video ended, Peter's phone started going off. Ring ring ring. Yo. Peter answered as he lay in bed with MJ sleeping soundly beside him. So what's going on with the Mandarin? Fury is getting calls from the president, asking for help with the 10 rings. They don't seem to have any leads. Tony's voice sounds through the phone. As I'm sure you know, Jarvis is compiling information for me. Once I have everything, I'll call a meeting and we'll take care of it. Peter replies easily. You know something, don't you? Tony asks as he could sense that Peter was holding something back. Yeah, but I need more information to be sure. Peter said as MJ shifts in her sleep and uses his shoulder as a pillow. Come on, tell me. Tony whined like a child as he started complaining about keeping secrets. So annoying. Peter looked between his beautiful girlfriend and his phone before making the right decision and simply hanging up. Putting his phone on mute, Peter curled up in bed with MJ in his arms. His phone constantly lit up with missed calls as he drifted off to sleep. Waking up the next morning, Peter was welcomed to the world by a phone full of missed calls and a large file full of information on his laptop, courtesy of Jarvis. Staying in bed to enjoy the company of his sleeping girlfriend, who was practically glued to his side, Peter opened up his laptop and started parsing through everything. About an hour passed as Peter was gathering information and MJ started to stir from her sleep. MJ stretches like a cat and wipes the sleep from her eyes as she looks up to find Peter awake and typing away on his laptop. What are you doing? Pushing the covers off, MJ reveals her naked upper body as she moves to get a better look. I'm reviewing the recent Mandarin attacks. Peter says as he presses play, showing her an explosion that took place in Washington, D.C. Are we going after him? She asks expectantly. Peter was about to turn her down, as he was going to handle this with the Avengers, but that was completely ruined when he saw her puppy dog eyes pointed in his direction. Please. She pleads as she presses her bare body against his. Fine. Peter gives in with a sigh. Yes. MJ started celebrating, though it was a bit too early for that. But you'll need to pay for what you started. Peter says as he puts his laptop aside and pulls MJ onto his lap. Instantly, she could feel something hard resting between her legs. Thankfully, it's Saturday so they can spend the morning however they like. Hours later, Peter finished his work and called a council meeting at the tower. Are you ready? Peter asked as he and MJ were suited up and about to head out. Pacing back and forth in front of him, MJ was nervous about her first encounter with the Avengers. Peter has sort of shielded her from anything Avengers related ever since she started her own hero gig, as he wanted her to just stick to the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man stuff, like saving people from burning buildings and other everyday crimes and catastrophes. Though there was one other very big reason why he kept her away from the Avengers, even while they questioned him about New York's new spider-related hero, MJ's father, Nick Fury. What if he can tell that it's me? MJ asks, referring to her father. At novel bin at. Well, then we have some explaining to do, don't we? Peter says with a smirk. Though I doubt he'll notice. All right, let's go. MJ says and psyched herself up as she waits for Peter to open a portal. If you want, you can back out. Peter offers since he can see how nervous she is. No, I want to help fight the Mandarin. MJ states resolutely. Okay, if you say so. Peter nods and opens a portal. Ladies first. When a portal opened in the council room of the tower, everyone thought that it would be Peter, who just so happened to arrive late. Though just as the other council members were about to complain about waiting for so long, an unexpected individual came strolling on through. Tony grunted in surprise as MJ came walking out of the portal. Silk, what are you doing here? Like the idiot he is, Tony almost leaked MJ's name, which wouldn't have been good, to say the least. In the past few months, MJ has met with Tony a few times, so he knows that she is Silk. Of course, he plagued Peter with questions as to how he was able to give her his powers, but Peter kept his mouth shut for the time being. He would tell Tony about the resurrection elixir when he had more dragon bones to spare. Then Tony would be the next person to receive it as well. Silk, I see Spider-Man decided to stop hiding you away from us. Charles says with a welcoming smile. Who said I was hiding her? Peter denies everything as he steps through behind her. You said that if we tried to contact or bother Silk you would throw all of your work onto us until we were buried in paperwork for months. Eric says dryly. Hearing that, MJ turned to look at Peter questioningly. I don't know what he's talking about. He used to be a villain. Don't believe a word he says. Peter continues denying everything. Whatever, let's just get down to business. MJ says and sits next to Tony, as she feels more comfortable around him compared to the other Avengers. As she sat down, MJ peeked over at her father, who she hadn't seen in a few months. Although she worried that he would recognize her voice, Fury didn't seem to react at all. I agree, what's this all about? Her father asks as his gaze turns toward Peter. Jarvis, play the video. Peter says as a large TV instantly plays the footage of the most recent Mandarin bombing. Just as he did yesterday, the video zoomed in and showed the figure of the man in the window brightening and exploding. That was odd. Tony mutters. I know, but it gets even weirder. Peter says as the video changes, showing two other similar instances. In each of them, security footage picked up a glimpse of a bright human figure only seconds before a huge explosion. Is it an exploding metahuman? Eric asks with an interested look. I don't know for sure, but there's more. Peter says as the image on the screen changes to the AIM logo alongside a picture of Aldrich Killian. A lot of these attacks can be traced back to him, Aldrich Killian. He looks familiar. Tony says thoughtfully. His organization, AIM, is based in the city, so you've likely met before. He basically runs a scientific research and development agency funded by the government. Peter explains. Okay, so what do these attacks have to do with him? MJ asks, surprising everyone that she didn't already know. What? He doesn't tell me everything. In each of these 3 attacks alone, Killian had something to gain from an explosion going off. Peter says as the images cycle through, showing each explosion. Here, a senator who always spoke out against Killian and AIM was killed in Washington, and here, a woman who led multiple protests against AIM was killed in a coffee shop in Los Angeles. Finally, on the most recent incident, a man that was competing with AIM for a very lucrative government contract was blown up in a theater with his family. As Peter says this, the picture changes to a family photo, showing a man and wife sitting with 2 young children on each of their laps. These are the only few incidents where I was able to find a glimpse of the suicide bombers. In almost every Mandarin bombing, I can find links like this leading back to AIM and Killian. Peter explains fully, shocking everyone. How has no one noticed this? Tony asks incredulously. Because we live in America, and when we hear the word terrorist, we tend to stop investigating and start hunting. Peter says with a shrug. Do you think he's using the 10 rings as a smokescreen? Fury asks. Either that or they're working together. Peter says with a shrug. Though, I would like to point out how shockingly white the Mandarin seems to be for the leader and founder of a terrorist group that's supposed to be from Asia. I did find that odd as well. Fury agreed with a nod. We should put together a team and find Killian before another attack like this happens again. MJ says, ready to get out there. I agree, but we need to find him first. Peter says as Tony scrolls on his cell phone. Oh, I knew he sounded familiar. Tony says as he holds out his phone, showing a contact by the name of Aldrich Killian. His number is saved in my phone. How can you not remember him, when the guy is in your contacts? MJ asked with a roll of her eyes. Do you have dementia? I was probably blackout drunk. Tony says as though it was a normal occurrence. So, that only leaves half of your waking life as the possible times you could have met Killian. Peter asks sarcastically, poking fun at Tony's alcoholism. I'm not that bad, call Killian and set a meeting. Peter says after a moment of thought. What am I supposed to say? I can't even remember the guy. Tony asks as his finger hovers over the call button. Peter hummed as he came to a realization. What are we doing? You don't schedule your own meetings. You can barely take care of yourself. Hey, Tony shouted in indignation. Jarvis, please contact Tony's caregiver and have her set up a meeting between Aldrich Killian and Tony. Peter instructs. I'm informing Miss Potts as we speak. Jarvis answers, knowing exactly who Peter was talking about. Tony looked slightly embarrassed. Make sure that she doesn't mention anything about the Avengers or Iron Man. Make it sound like Tony has a project that Killian would be interested in. If we can get him to come to the tower, then that would be the best scenario possible. Peter explains. What if he sees through our little ploy? Eric asks. Then we go searching for him at his and every AIM-related property. Peter says with a shrug. He can't hide for long. Miss Potts is calling his number as we speak. Jarvis says as security camera footage from the lower floors of the tower appears, showing a live image of Pepper. A ringing sound played through the speakers as Pepper moved the phone to her ear. Hello? Who's this? A man answers as the ringing stops. Hello, is this Aldrich Killian? Pepper asks in business mode. Yes, who might this be? Killian replies affirmatively. Pepper pots with Stark Industries. She reveals what seemed to surprise Killian. Huh? What can I do for you? It's been over 10 years since I've seen Stark. He asks with an upset tilt to his voice. Killian attended the Bern 2000 conference on New Year's Eve, 1999 in Switzerland to present his think tank, Advanced Idea Mechanics, when he met Tony for the first and only time. He was overjoyed upon meeting his idol, Tony Stark, and expressed being a fan of his work. Soon enough, Killian asked for Stark's support in his project, only to be shunned and ignored by the latter in favor of paying attention to the beautiful Maya Hansen. After enough insistence, Tony gave in and said he would meet Killian on the roof of the building to talk, but sadly he never showed up. Killian would later learn that Tony ditched him in order to bed a woman. The same woman that later came to work alongside him. As New Year's approached, Killian waited hours on the roof alone for his hero to arrive, thinking that Tony could be running late, as he is a very popular and busy man. Though that train of thought slowly faded away until he realized that Tony had deliberately ignored his proposition. Humiliated and depressed, he peeked over the edge of the building and briefly contemplated committing suicide. This scenario reminded Killian of the hellish years he had spent barely surviving high school bullies. Though in the end, he didn't have the courage to take the leap. Afterward, Killian's lonesome presence on the roof caused him to relish in his state of anonymity, in which he decided to work on his own and create an expansive and covert business for himself. AIM. What did you do to this guy, Tony? Charles noticed the anger in his voice, though he wasn't the only one. Why does it have to be me that did something? Tony asks as everyone looks at him unbelievably. Well, Mr. Stark wants to set a meeting between the two of you at your earliest convenience. Pepper explains. The great Tony Stark wants a meeting with a plebeian like me. Killian asks with a heavy dose of sarcasm. What does he want? I'm afraid that I don't have any starstruck women for him to take advantage of, nor do I have any female family members that he can drag to bed. Wow, he really hates you. MJ says as she looks at Tony, wondering what he could have done. Tony felt uncomfortable as he couldn't remember who this person was or why he is being hated so much. That sounds like Tony. I apologize for any incident that may have occurred in the past. Pepper apologizes for Tony on reflex, as she has grown used to doing this since her first day on the job. Though from my understanding, this is an official meeting between Stark Industries and AIM. No offense Miss Potts, but tell Stark to shove his meeting up his *s. Killian says crudely and uncaringly. There was a time that I would have gladly met and worked with him, but those times are long gone. Before Pepper could even say a word of reply, Killian hung up the phone, abruptly ending the conversation. Looking up at the security camera, Pepper shrugged with an expression that said I tried. As the TV went black, everyone's gazes turned to Tony, who sat there with a stumped look on his face. Don't look at me. Tony sighs in exasperation. Obviously, I did something to hurt his feelings, but I have no idea what that might be. It sounds like he wanted to work with you. MJ says her thoughts. And you did something to ruin it. Peter says with a nod as he turns to the TV. Jarvis, did you track the call? No, sir. Jarvis replies negatively. The location was constantly scrambling to different areas around the world. All right, then it's time for Plan C. Peter says, surprising everyone in the room. We're already on Plan C. MJ asks in confusion. Yep, Jarvis, get me a list of every property owned by both Aldrich Killian and AIM. Peter orders. One moment, sir. Jarvis says as he goes silent. Minutes later, a long list of properties appeared on the screen. List compiled, sir. Jarvis says, good work. Peter says as he looks over the list, which turned out to be much longer than he originally thought. While we deal with this, Jarvis, I need you to do your best to track Killian and anyone that works alongside him. Also, be on the lookout for any facilities that could be related to AIM but weren't registered in their name. I'll do my best, sir. Jarvis replies and gets back to work. Going over the names, Peter splits them up based on their vicinity to each other, creating 5 separate lists. Okay, we'll break into teams headed by each of us and start hitting these properties immediately. Peter explains as he hands over a list to each council member. Feel free to recruit any of the Avengers for help and build your own team. I'll take Silk. Fury says as he snatches his list and walks to the door, waiting there for her to follow. Does he know? Peter and MJ thought at the same exact time. Peter didn't really mind if Fury figures it out, which is why he didn't go the extra mile to disguise MJ's voice. He knew that sooner or later, Fury would need to know about their relationship and hero personas. Though the question is, did he figure it out, or is he just trying to investigate the newest hero in town? I'm not an Avenger. MJ tried to weasel out of going along with her father. No, it's okay. Peter says, smirking under his mask the entire time. Go ahead. Peter knew that he was currently playing with fire, but he just couldn't help himself. It was too entertaining of a scenario for him to let pass. Receiving a short look from MJ, who didn't know how to refuse anymore, Peter watched in silence as she reluctantly follows her father out of the room. That was a risky move. Tony whispers as he passes Peter on his way to go and form his own team. Yeah, but it's interesting and she'll have to work with Fury at some point. Tell Stark to shove his meeting up his *s. A tan white man who appeared to be in his 30s says as he admired the view from one of his many penthouse apartments. He has slicked back perfectly kept blonde hair and wore a form-fitting Armani suit alongside golden rings and an expensive-looking watch. Insert picture of Aldrich Killian here. Ending the call, Killian stared at the city in thought for a moment before turning around. Behind him stood 2 armed guards, each of them enhanced by the Extremis formula. We're leaving? Killian orders as he had a bad feeling about his recent call. Bring the cars around and call in more men. We need to up my security. MJ POV. Following behind her father, MJ did her best to keep her mouth shut. She knew that he picked her for a reason and was annoyed with Peter for agreeing to all of this. Do you have any abilities that I should know about? Fury asks as he sends out some texts to gather a few more team members. Other than the ones your boyfriend has, I mean. Not really, no. MJ answers curtly and doesn't bother speaking any further. All right. Fury practically grunts as he stashed his phone away. Let's go. Is it just us? MJ asks. No, the rest of the team will meet us at the first location. Fury says as they step into an elevator, which closes and shoots down to the garage floor below the building. The car ride to the first location was awkward, to say the least. Fury wasn't much of a talker, to begin with, but his silence felt even more uncomfortable than normal because of MJ's predicament. She had this unexplainable feeling that he knew who she was, or at least that he had a hunch, but wasn't saying anything for some odd reason. How did you meet Spider-Man? Fury asks, which only strengthened her suspicions. MJ didn't know what to say, so she kept quiet and just looked out of the window. He gave you your powers, correct? Fury kept fishing for information. Maybe he doesn't know, MJ thought as he kept asking questions related to her powers and relationship with Peter. As they arrived at an AIM facility in downtown New York, MJ was starting to doubt herself. For all she knew, Fury knew, or he didn't, but if he did then he hid it extraordinarily well. At novel bin at. When Fury pulled up across the street and parked the car, the back doors immediately opened, and in came both Black Widow and Hawkeye, who took a seat behind them. We've scouted the building and found an abnormal amount of security, Natasha informs them. From armed guards to cameras and motion scanners. This place has it all and a lot of it. Clint goes on to explain. Then they must be hiding something. MJ says as she momentarily forgets about her secret identity troubles and enters hero mode. Yeah, but what? Fury asks rhetorically as he opens the door and steps out. Silk, let's go and say hello. Stepping out of the car followed by MJ, Fury turns his attention to the two sitting in the back seat. You two sneak in while we distract them. Snoop around and get me some information. You know the drill. Fury says as he strolls across the street with a fairly popular superhero at his back. Needless to say, they drew attention to themselves almost immediately. Fury looked like the bald main character of an action movie with his trench coat and pistol holster underneath, while MJ was all over the news since her debut. As soon as the guards noticed their arrival, they called it out on their radios and set a perimeter, drawing their guns preemptively just in case. This is a restricted area? I'm going to have to ask you to walk the other way. One guard calls out as they all aim in the father and daughter's direction. No, Fury says as he struts over, unafraid of the guns being pointed in his direction. This building and everyone inside is now under investigation for terrorism. Lower your weapons and comply. Under investigation by who? One of them who seemed to be in charge asks. Fury reaches into his trench coat, which spooked the guards as they got ready to fire. It's my badge. Hearing this, they held their fire as Fury pulled a black leather badge from his coat pocket, which held an ID card with his name and picture. Avengers, Nicholas Fury. Avengers. One of the guards asks in confusion and fright, though the man in charge merely grimaced at the ID. Through the corner of Fury's eye, he could see the skin on that man's clenched fist brighten, similar to the videos that Peter had shown them earlier. Of course, this didn't go unnoticed by MJ either. Look, this will all go much better if you all just surrender to our investigation. That way no one has to get hurt. MJ tries to defuse the situation, as she had a feeling that a fight was about to break out. We can't allow you inside without a warrant. Leave now. The guard with the glowing hand orders gruffly. We don't need a warrant. The Avengers operate above any government. We could raid the White House and no one could do a damn thing about it. Fury explains, ready to grab his high-caliber pistols at any moment. Now surrender, or else. The guard didn't bother talking any further as his body began to glow from under his skin. Fire. He commanded as a stream of fire launched out of his mouth and toward the two intruders. As a hail of automatic bullets came flying their way, Fury and MJ acted quickly, dodging the rifle fire and actual fire that came soon after as well. Is he the one causing the explosions? MJ asks as she chains web shots, flinging herself in all sorts of directions in order to keep out of harm's way. Could be. Fury gives her an abrupt two-word answer, as he was too busy putting his new super soldier body to work, dodging, dipping, and diving away from bullets and dragon's breath. Just as they came to a possible conclusion, the automatic sliding doors of the building opened, and out walked 5 other men, who were all glowing in the same fashion as the head guard. Nope, there's more. MJ yelled as a combined stream of dragon's breath came flying in their direction. You think? Fury asks sarcastically as he gets the hell out of the way. Ah. Horrible screams could be heard, as the glowing guards uncaringly burned every other guard between them and the intruders. As fire engulfed the entrance to the building, the normal guards couldn't take the heat and burned brightly before falling over, dead. The smell of cooked meat filled the open air as charred carcasses were left sizzling on the ground. Only the Extremis enhanced lead guard was unharmed, as his body is used to the extreme heat and can heal at a moment's notice. Ew, this is disgusting. MJ whined as she covered her nose, blocking the barbecue smell from getting in. I think I'm going to puke. I've seen and smelled worse. Fury says as he draws 2 large-caliber revolvers from underneath his coat. Get your head in the game. Bang bang bang. Without waiting for a reply from MJ, Fury took aim and started firing his revolvers akimbo style. The first shot landed directly on the original guard's forehead, dropping his body to the ground like a puppet without strings. Seeing this, MJ jumped into action next and engaged the 5 fire-breathing newcomers. Landing in front of them, she winds her arm back and smashes a fist into the closest one's face, sending him flying back into the building. Smelling something burning, MJ looked down and saw smoke rising from her hand, where her fist collided with the man's face. Is his whole body burning hot? MJ asks as she pats out the smoke on her fist while dodging another round of dragon breath from the remaining 4 Extremis users. What the? Fury mutters in shock as the man he shot in the head sat back up like the Undertaker. He watched as the large hole in the center of the man's forehead burned brightly and closed back up, leaving no scars or marks behind whatsoever. He was completely healed. Are these guys fire zombies? MJ asks as she saw this happen as well. How are we supposed to beat them, if they can just keep getting back up like nothing happened? Without giving the guy a chance to even get back to his feet, Fury walks over and shoots him for a second time execution style. As the second bullet drilled into his head, Fury pulled out a black tube-shaped metal object. Clicking a button with his thumb, a purple energy blade shot out of the metal tube, creating a sword. Is that a lightsaber? MJ asks excitedly, as she is a fan of Star Wars. No, it's an energy blade from the Prix ships. Fury shakes his head. You just explained what a lightsaber is. MJ says as Fury takes his new blade and swipes it at the neck of the downed man, severing his head from his shoulders. Let's see if you can still heal without a head. Fury comments as he kicks the man's severed head away from his body, so that it couldn't reattach. Watching in silence, even the other 4 Extremis users wanted to know the outcome of Fury's little experiment, as it could mean life and death for them. Seconds later, the head and body of the beheaded man started to glow uncontrollably. Fire shot out of the separated neck slices, as his skin began to smolder and crack. "That doesn't look good," MJ exclaimed as she swung away, pulling her father alongside her. Suddenly, a big fiery explosion, like the ones from the recent Mandarin bombings, went off and engulfed the front entrance of the building. Kaboom! Sir, another AIM facility has been attacked. A guard hangs up the phone and reports. As soon as Killian received that suspicious call from the CEO of Stark Industries, he went into hiding just in time to miss the many attacks that unfolded on his properties. Anything registered under AIM and himself was turned upside down. It's Stark. Killian grinds his teeth in anger. It has to be. His little B*TCH failed to lead me into a trap, so now they're simply attacking until they find me. The only question on Killian's mind was how? How did the Avengers and Stark figure out what he was up to? Should I plan a counterattack, sir? A nearby soldier asks. Though, this man isn't just any normal grunt. He was a brigadier general, who lost both legs and eyes in a missile strike. The best part was the fact that it was an attack from the Ten Rings, who were using Stark brand missiles at the time. The idea to blame the Ten Rings for everything was originally from this man, as he blamed them for the many years that he had to spend as a blind wheelchair-bound cripple. Thankfully, Killian came around and fixed him right up, so he can see and walk just fine now. Of course, he also blames Tony Stark, so he had no problem coordinating an attack on the man. Yes. Killian agrees as he looks at an image of the Avengers Tower on his phone. They want to attack my properties? Well, let's see how long that tower can remain standing. Just as the people of New York City thought that they wouldn't be dealing with any more bombings for at least a little while, as one just happened only a couple of days ago, they were all proven wrong by the earth-shaking explosions that took place over and over on this very day. Nobody knew what was happening, but everyone guessed that the Mandarin was pulling off some sort of large-scale attack on the city. Though, what they didn't know is that it wasn't just New York City that was going through this. All across the world, explosions were going off all day long, scaring any nearby civilians half to death and attracting the attention of local law enforcement, who have been on high alert due to the recent Mandarin attacks. When the police would arrive, they would be met with damaged and raided buildings belonging to AIM or Aldrich Killian. The police never found any traces of the Avengers, as they worked quickly and were in and out before anyone could arrive. It didn't take each team too long to figure out how to kill the undying fire soldiers. Overload their healing ability in some way, usually through beheading, and they'll blow up like a firework on the 4th of July. An alarming fact that the Avengers soon found out was that every single location on the list was guarded by these enhanced individuals, which made for a lot of soldiers. The number of properties on the entire list was over 100-fold, and each one of them was guarded by at least 5 extremist enhanced individuals. Meaning, in just these publicly owned properties alone, Killian had a combined army of 500, at the very least. Is he trying to take over the world? Peter asked as he and everyone else returned to the tower. They spent the whole day going down the list and raiding each property one by one, leaving nothing but destruction in their wake. Not only did each team collect evidence, which they would be going over tonight, but they also brought back countless prisoners, who now replaced the Prix that once crowded the detention floor of the tower. Although they didn't manage to find a single trail of wherever Killian may be, they did find multiple laboratories that seemed to be used to manufacture the enhanced individuals that they encountered at each property. Of course, data and materials were confiscated before the labs were destroyed. After all, they didn't want extremists falling into any third-party hands. So, does anyone else feel like this is a lot more serious than we originally thought? Tony asks after they shared a quick mission debrief, where each team recounted the events of their outing. Yeah, I have a question though, MJ says as she turns her gaze toward Tony. How did you hurt this guy so bad that it forced him to make an army that could conquer the world? You're over-exaggerating. Tony says dryly. Well, with us around it won't be possible, but if we weren't here and he had more soldiers, as I suspect he does, Killian may have been able to pull off world domination, maybe. Peter comments after a moment of thought. That's a lot of ifs and maybes. Tony replies, waving off the young couple's words. Anyway, we need to compile everything we gathered and call a press conference. Peter changes the subject and gets back to business. Is it wise for us to reveal everything so soon? The enemy may start acting erratically. Eric throws in his 2 cents. Right now, the world only knows that there have been more bombings. Beware of driving men to desperation, as even a cornered rat is dangerous. Charles repeats a quote he heard somewhere. Outing Killian for who he truly is could have some alarming consequences. Isn't he already backed into a corner? Fury asks with a raised brow. We just performed an all-out assault on every property related to him. True, let's just keep up the pressure. Peter says with a shrug. When he inevitably snaps and attacks, we'll be ready and waiting as always. Sounds good. Tony says as he collects all of the drives that were taken from the properties and start connecting them to a nearby computer. Jarvis, go over these and compile all useful information for review. On it, sir. Jarvis says as he gets to work. Tony. Peter calls out, getting his friend's attention. Move all of the materials from those labs to your workshop and start looking into it. Maybe recruit Beast and Banner to speed things along. I already planned on it. Tony says with a nod. Are you going to call the press conference? Yeah, we can't just let the world think that today's bombings were the work of the Ten Rings and the Mandarin. It might just inflate their terrorist egos. Peter says with a laugh as he walks off with MJ following closely behind. Come help us out when you're done. Tony yelled as Peter waved over his shoulder and left the room. So, how was your first Avengers mission with your father? Peter asks as he and MJ walk through the halls alone. It was horrible. MJ was clearly upset. It couldn't have been that bad. Peter rolls his eyes under his mask. It was. MJ says with a tired sigh. I felt like he was studying me the entire time. He's that type of person. Peter shrugs. Yes, but usually he turns that off at home. MJ explains. Well, congratulations. Peter places a hand on her shoulder as they enter the elevator. You just met the real Nick Fury. He's different from Nick Watson. MJ admits as the doors close. Humans have many faces. Peter explains something that he has learned through his 2 lives. Faces for our friends, family, lovers, strangers, authority figures, children, etc. We act differently depending on who it is. You just saw one of your father's faces, that's all. He's kind of scary. MJ says with a pout. I miss his old stupid face. Sitting in one of his hidden facilities, Killian watched the news as he waited for his men to formulate a plan of attack. As he watched, the broadcast was interrupted by some breaking news. Spider-Man would be holding another one of his press conferences. Instantly, Killian felt his stomach drop. He wouldn't. Killian thought as he increased the volume. Spider-Man? Is this about the large string of Mandarin bombings? A reporter asks before Spider-Man could say a word. Yes, actually. Spidey says with a nod, though the attacks weren't the Mandarin's doing. In fact, none of the recent attacks were orchestrated by the Ten Rings or the Mandarin. He wouldn't. Killian screamed inwardly. At novel bin at. How is that possible? He took credit for the attacks. Peter voiced everyone reporter's next question. The Avengers have looked into these attacks and found a common denominator. This man. Suddenly, before Killian's very eyes, an image of himself appeared behind Spider-Man. Mother f***. Killian yelled as he stood up and hurled the controller across the room, embedding it into the TV. Fury POV. After spending the day with Silk, Fury had an odd feeling about the woman. For some reason, she reminded him of his daughter, MJ. She sounded like her and even acted like her at some moments, but his daughter wasn't a superhero. In fact, she should be sleeping soundly at home around this time. Or is she? Fury thought as he subconsciously drove to his family's home and pulled into the driveway. Quietly sneaking inside, so he doesn't wake his family, Fury silently made his way to his daughter's room and peeked inside only to find it void of any life. MJ was nowhere to be seen. Is it actually her? Fury asks himself in disbelief as he rushed to the master bedroom. No longer caring to be quiet, Fury storms into Grace's bedroom and shakes her awake. Huh? What? Grace slowly wakes up. Where's our daughter? Fury asks. She's sleeping over at her boyfriend's house. Grace says sleepily but froze as she realized who she was speaking to. I mean her friend's house. I'm going to kill him. Fury subconsciously draws his revolver as he storms back out of the room. Oh, *T, which movie do you want to watch? Peter asks as he flips through Netflix on the TV. It's up to you, just don't pick any sappy love stories. MJ says as she snuggles up to Peter on the couch. May was already fast asleep, as she has work in the morning, so they had most of the house to themselves at the moment. We should order food. MJ says as her stomach grumbles. Okay, I'll order pizza. Peter says as he whips out his phone. Can you get the blanket from my bed? Sure, but don't forget to buy soda. MJ says as she ran off up the stairs. Just as Peter was about to order the food, a loud knock came from the front door. Whoever it is was either in a hurry or very angry, because they kept knocking over and over. Are the police at my door? Peter muttered in annoyance as he walked over and pulled the door open. What do you dash? Just as Peter was speaking, the barrel of a large revolver was put in his face. He felt his spider senses tingle faintly, but stopped himself from reacting when he saw who it was outside the door. Mr. Watson, how can I help you? Peter asks, finding this situation kind of funny on the inside. After all, he could easily dodge out of the way before Fury pulls the trigger. He may be enhanced now, but Peter was still far faster. Move. Fury commands as he nudged his gun toward the living room. Following his instructions, Peter walked to the living room with a gun on his back, wondering what Fury was doing there. Did he find out about me being Spider-Man? Peter questioned as he saw the very pissed-off look on Fury's face. Nah, that wouldn't make him this mad. Sit. Fury said as he heard someone coming down the stairs and stashed his gun away inside his trench coat. Peter, I got the blanket. Did you order the MJ froze as she walked in with a blanket over her shoulder, finding her father standing over Peter in the middle of the living room. Dad, what are you doing here? I went home to see you and found out you were here, so I came by to say hello. Fury lies easily as his angry face turns warm in an instant. Okay, but why are you standing over Peter like that? MJ asks suspiciously. Oh, no reason. Fury smiles as he places a hand on Peter's shoulder. We were just talking, right? Seeing the look Fury was giving him, which said play along and keep your mouth shut, Peter smiled in MJ's direction. We're fine, babe. Peter said, causing Fury's eye to twitch. Mr. Watson was just telling me how he sees me as a good potential son-in-law, right? Instantly, Fury contemplated pulling his gun again, as Peter turned the tables back on him. After all, his beloved daughter wouldn't be very happy if she found out her father was threatening her boyfriend with a loaded gun. Why yeah. Fury ground his teeth as he could barely reply. Hearing this, MJ recalled the odd spider lady that called Peter her future husband. Don't talk about stuff like that, MJ says in embarrassment. I'm too young to get married. Maybe after college though. You heard her, Mr. Watson. We'll have to wait a while before anything like that. I'm happy that you like me so much though, Peter says as he stands and puts an arm around Fury's shoulder. I thought that you didn't approve of me for a while, so I was worried. Fury stayed silent as he gripped his fists tightly. This kid needs to die. Me too. MJ had the same thoughts as Peter. Do you want to stay and watch a movie with us, Dad? We're ordering pizza. Hearing his daughter's offer, Fury wanted to just snap and start going off. If things went his way, Fury would shoot Peter in the head or at the very least lecture his daughter about sleeping at a boy's house, but he knew MJ wouldn't listen to him. His outburst might even ruin the relationship that he spent so much effort to repair. Thinking for a moment, Fury sighed inwardly and decided to do things covertly. It's his specialty after all. Sure, can you make me a cup of coffee? Fury asks MJ, who nods and throws down the blanket before rushing off to the kitchen. She had no idea that her mother accidentally snitched about her regularly sleeping over at her boyfriend's house. Think you're smart, do you? Fury says as he pulls his gun again and pushes Peter back onto the couch, resting the barrel on his forehead. Feel smart now? A little bit. Peter says with a smile. Fury merely raised an eyebrow, finding his future son-in-law's confidence in the face of a loaded weapon both impressive and peculiar. If I thought you'd actually shoot, then I would be worried, but we both know MJ would despise you for all of eternity if you did anything to me, Peter says as he sits back and relaxes. Fury couldn't help but slightly admire the balls on the kid in front of him. Why are you here anyway? Peter asks with a raised brow. You're obviously angry about something. My daughter will not be sleeping here anymore, Fury says threateningly. Do I make myself clear? Oh, I get it now, Peter says with an understanding nod. You went home and found out she wasn't there, huh? Fury grunted in affirmation, though it sounded more like a growl. Well, that's something you have to decide with MJ and her mother, not me, Peter says as it wasn't his decision to make. I can't just tell her that she's not allowed to come here anymore. MJ would think that I'm not interested in her or something. Good, that sounds like the perfect outcome. Fury smiled at the prospect of that actually happening. For you, yes. But not for me or your daughter, Peter says as he picks up his cell phone. Put the phone down, Fury says as he cocks the hammer of the revolver. I can't, Peter says with a shrug. MJ wants pizza and soda. If I don't order it, she'll know something is up between us. Fury stewed in his boiling hatred as he kept the gun at Peter's head during the whole call. Hanging up the phone, Peter looked up at Fury, who stood above him with a contemplative look on his face. You might want to put that away, Peter says as he heard footsteps coming their way from the kitchen. Hearing this as well, Fury clicked his tongue and stashed his weapon away for the second time. Here, MJ says as she walks through the door and hands over a mug full of coffee. Do you want to pick the movie, Dad? Just as Fury was about to reply, the front door swung open, and in rushed MJ's mother Grace, who looked out of breath and disheveled in her pajamas and sneakers. Mom, what's going on? MJ asks as she now felt something was off about this entire situation. Grace didn't know what to say, as she expected mass chaos and a lot of screaming upon her arrival. I'm here to pick up your father. Okay. MJ didn't believe a word she said, but she knew her mother would probably explain later. Right, let's go, Grace says as she walks up and pulls Fury to the door. I'll call later, honey. Have a good night. We will, Peter replies with a smirk. This mother f***er. Fury cursed as he heard Peter's reply. Don't you start anything. Grace starts reprimanding Fury as they left the house. What the hell was that about? MJ asks as she turns to Peter questioningly. Your father found out that you sleep here, Peter reveals with a smirk. Oh god. As Peter was dealing with an armed and angry father, Tony, Beast, and Banner were going over the research materials and notes from their many raids on AIM laboratories. As they went through everything, one name stood out among the rest. Extremis. As they went over everything, they soon found out that Killian has been creating his own person army of unstable test subjects with something called the Extremis formula. Why does this all look so familiar? Tony asks himself as he watched an early video of an Extremis experiment. A dying plant was given the formula, rejuvenating its dead leaves and branches instantly, but as soon as the plant made contact with something, it would explode in a big fiery blast. Just like the many guards they encountered that day. I've definitely seen this before, Tony states as he racks his brain for answers. Where? Banner asks curiously. A woman showed it to me, Tony suddenly remembered. Why am I not surprised? The next day, Peter woke up in his bed alone. MJ felt weird about sleeping over last night since her father knew about it now. She had an odd feeling, as though her father would storm into the bedroom guns blazing, or task some nameless shield grunt to surveil their nightly activities. Of course, no amount surveillance could penetrate the house's enchantments, but she was still weirded out either way. Needless to say, MJ rushed off soon after her mother dragged Fury out of the house, so Peter enjoyed a whole pizza and some fizzy soda all to himself that night. Sometimes alone time is good too, Peter thought at the time. Fury was probably ecstatic when MJ returned home that night, though that was definitely ruined when she ignored him out of embarrassment and rushed to her bedroom. After all, no teenage girl would ever want to talk about the time she spends at her boyfriend's house with her father. Maybe her mother, but that depends on how deep the relationship is between them. After doing his usual morning rituals, Peter suited up and returned to the tower. It's still the weekend, so school wasn't a problem. Stepping into Tony's penthouse, Peter was surprised to find him along with Pepper and an unfamiliar woman arguing amongst each other for some unknown reason. Though after a second look, Peter had a good guess about who the unknown woman might be. Maya Hansen. And old girlfriends, Pepper states sharply with an annoyed look on her face. She's not really. Tony denies with a shake of his head. At novel bin at. No, not really. It was just one night. Maya tries to back up Tony and defuse the situation, but somehow she only made it worse. When Pepper saw Tony nodding alongside her, as if Maya's words would save him, she rolled her eyes in a huff. That's how you do it, right? She says with a look of sadness and contempt. Hit it and quit it. The reason for her contempt was obvious, though the sadness wasn't. Pepper has always wanted to be in a relationship with Tony. The only problem was her fear of being thrown away after their first night together. After all, Tony has a long history of sweeping women off their feet, betting them, and then never speaking to them again. Tony had nothing to defend himself with. And you wonder why my answer is always no. Pepper states with a shake of her head. What? Tony could no longer keep quiet. Peps, I've said this once and I'll say it a million more times, you are different. Sure. Pepper says unbelievably. You may not believe me now, but I won't give up. Tony says, hoping to win her over in time. Is this normal? Maya whispers as she watches Tony and Pepper continue to bicker amongst themselves. Yup, this is very normal. Peter makes his presence known. Maya jumped as she turned to see Peter standing behind her. Holy sh*t. She mutters in shock. You're Spider-Man. Yeah, that's me. Peter waves as he hears the shouting get louder. It's a stupid bunny, relax about it. Pepper yelled as she threw a stuffed animal at Tony. I got this for you. Tony says as he caught it and tried to hand it back. I'm aware of that. Pepper says in annoyance, not accepting the gift. You still haven't even told me that you liked it. Tony yells. I don't like it. Pepper admits without a hint of shame. I asked you three. Wait, you don't like it? Tony exclaims. What are they even arguing about anymore? Peter asks in confusion. I have no idea. Maya shrugs with a stumped look. Suddenly, Maya remembered why she came here and turned her attention to Peter in an instant. Can we talk somewhere in private? She asks as the shouts resembling an old married couple start getting louder and louder. It's beyond important. She originally wanted to explain everything to Tony, as she at least knew him a little, but her presence seemed to cause a lover's quarrel to break out, derailing her plans completely. Sure, follow me. Peter nods as they leave the yelling lovers behind. All right, what's up? Peter asks as he brings her into a small meeting room. Before I say anything, I need protection for myself and my son, she says and would keep her mouth shut until she gets what she needs. Easily done. You both can stay in the tower. Peter agreed easily, surprising her into stunned silence. I didn't think you would agree so easily. Maya stutters as a relieved smile blooms on her face. Well, we have the space. Peter says with a shrug. Besides, whatever this is must be extremely dire if you came to a group of superheroes for protection. It is, she says as she takes a deep breath before saying something that actually surprised Peter. You need to evacuate this building immediately. Huh? Why? Peter asks in confusion. Aldrich Killian is planning an attack against you guys. Well, mainly Tony, she says as she looks out of the window and her eyes go wide in shock. Following her line of sight, Peter could see a group of helicopters headed their way. Looking closely, he could see what appeared to be loaded missile launchers attached to them as well. Well, you weren't lying. That's for sure. Peter nods as each helicopter lets loose its entire payload of missiles at once. Oh my god. Maya whispers in fright. Calm down. You'll be fine. Peter says as he waves his hand and opens 10 large portals in front of the building. As the missiles were about to strike the side of the defenseless tower, huge golden portals appeared, showing the image of a vast endless dark space on the other side. In just a moment, the portals sucked the missiles inside before disappearing as if they were never there. How did you? Maya felt like she was on an emotional roller coaster. Magic. Peter answers as he turns his attention elsewhere. The now weaponless helicopters were pulling off and trying to retreat. No doubt, the pilots were shocked by the unimaginable defenses of the Avengers tower. Where do you think you're going? Peter muttered as he gave out some orders. Jarvis, contact Nightcrawler and have him go after those helicopters. Imprison the inhabitants in the detention floor for questioning and land the helicopters on the rooftop. Done, sir. Jarvis replies, surprising Miss Hansen. That was. She asks but forgot about everything when she saw a blue man appear on the side of one of the enemy helicopters. What the? In an instant, Nightcrawler yanked the door open and teleported the pilot away before taking the controls and setting the chopper down on a nearby building for the time being. This continued over and over, as each pilot was teleported into a cell and every helicopter was safely landed. That was quick work. Peter praised with an impressed nod. Jarvis, give Nightcrawler a nice bonus this month for a job well done. Yes, sir. Jarvis replies. That was easier than I thought it would be. Maya says with a stumped look. When she heard about Killian planning an attack on the Avengers headquarters, she knew it was about the right time to jump ship. She wanted to do so for a while now but stayed out of fear for herself and her son. Sadly, she didn't stay long enough to learn exactly what Killian was planning, just that he was going to target the building itself, but she didn't expect Killian's grand plan for revenge to be thwarted so easily. It came and went in just a minute and not a single blemish was left on the building whatsoever. Killian had failed so spectacularly, leaving Maya both impressed and stunned beyond belief. Is this how strong the Avengers are? She thought in wonder. I don't know why I was so worried before. What the hell just happened? Tony storms into the room alongside a worried-looking Pepper. Done fighting like an old married couple? Peter asks as Nightcrawler starts moving each helicopter to the roof of the tower one by one. Shut up, why did you cover the building in portals? Tony asks as he didn't see the missiles. Because your old friend Killian just tried to blow us up. Peter says as he points to the helicopters and gives a quick explanation. I just want to make it clear that he was never my friend. Tony states after getting caught up to speed. Our building was almost blown up and that's all you have to say. Pepper asks with a pointed glare. I feel another argument brewing. Peter comments. Both parties turn and look away from each other upon hearing that, refusing to prove Peter right. Sir, multiple high-temperature readings are approaching the building from the street. Jarvis suddenly informs them. High-temperature readings. Tony repeated as he wondered what that could mean. Oh no, Maya mutters worriedly. Oh no, what? Tony asked. Don't those explosive guards we faced have high body temperatures? Peter asked. At the street level of the Avengers Tower, 4 separate black SUVs pulled up and parked on the curb. At novel bin at. As the doors of each car swung open, men and women in casual clothes stepped out and all started walking towards the tower at once, trying to blend into the crowded New York City sidewalk so they didn't look too suspicious. Each of these people is a severely unstable extremist test subject, and wouldn't live much more than a day or two. Knowing this, each of them volunteered to suicide bomb the ground level of the Avengers Tower, as a morbid sort of thanks to Aldrich Killian, for giving them what little time they could spend as able-bodied humans once again. Every one of them was in horrible battle-torn conditions before Killian came along, so they saw him as a savior and practically worshipped the ground that he walked on. They would do anything for Killian, especially knowing that they would be dying soon enough either way. In their minds, they might as well use their last moments to repay the very generous favor given to them. Just as the group of more than 16 extremist soldiers was about to enter the building, thick metal shutters came down and sealed the building off from the outside world. All doors and windows were closed off in an instant, surprising everyone in and out of the building, as they heard the loud clanging of the shutters falling and locking into place. Each extremist soldier immediately became alert, as they instantly knew that they were detected somehow. In unison, as if they could somehow read each other's minds, the plainly dressed soldiers' bodies started to glow as they took a deep breath and released a stream of burning fire from their mouths. Seeing these superpowered individuals attacking the Avengers Tower so brazenly, the civilians that were simply passing by on their way to work or some other daily activity cleared out of the way as fast as they could. The beams of fire hit the metal shutters, singing them black on contact and slowly melting the metal, though it would take a few moments as the metal was fairly thick and durable. However, before that could happen, the cement pillars surrounding the building opened up, revealing countless turrets, which took aim at the building's attackers and unloaded all at once. Suddenly, what appeared to be an infinite amount of bullets came flying in the attacker's direction with pinpoint accuracy that only a computer could pull off. Without being able to react, each extremist soldier was pelted with so many high-caliber bullets that the sheer amount of damage began to overload their healing ability. Boom, boom, boom. One by one, they began to explode without any way of retaliation, as an overwhelming amount of force was used to decimate them as swiftly as possible. Thankfully, the innocent civilians have already cleared the area, so no one was blown up alongside the extremist soldiers. As for the building itself, Tony isn't the type of person to cheap out on materials, so even though the front entrance took a significant amount of damage, the building wasn't in any danger whatsoever. Within just a few moments, the entire suicide squad sent by Killian to level the whole building was completely obliterated by the built-in defenses of the tower. Damn, that was impressive. Peter commented from the side of the building. I know, right? Tony says with a smug look as he hovers beside Peter in his Iron Man armor. I never thought that those defenses would actually be put to use though. Just as the smoke cleared on the final extremist explosion, nothing of the suicide bombers' bodies was left behind, though they did leave a mess for the Avengers to clean up. The concrete flooring and stairs outside of the tower had small craters and spiderweb cracks all throughout, while all of the nearby greenery was pretty much destroyed or on fire at this very moment. Even some of the supporting pillars outside of the building were destroyed, though the building could still easily stand without them. They would be fixed soon enough anyway. Only a few moments after the last explosion took place, police cars, ambulances, and fire trucks came pouring in, ready to help anywhere they could. Turning to the side, Peter wanted to leave all of this to Tony, as it was technically his building, but the man himself had already flown away, leaving behind a fiery trail as he ditched all of the work onto Peter, as usual. Sighing to himself, Peter dropped down and landed before all of the emergency vehicles, ready to spend the rest of his day dealing with the aftermath of this situation. Killian stared off into the distance with a dejected and frustrated look on his face. Through body cameras, he and his high-level military advisors watched the outcome of their carefully planned two-prong attack on the Avengers Tower. When the first one failed, they weren't too down about it, as it was mainly there to cause a distraction for the ground team to move into place and pretty much detonated themselves, taking down the building in the process. Though that plan failed spectacularly as well, resulting in the current strained atmosphere between Killian and his men. Sir, maybe we should slowly pull our resources out of the country. One of the more brave subordinates speaks his mind. Huh? Why would we do such a thing? Killian asks, not liking that idea one bit. Well, I'm sorry if this upsets you, sir, but the Avengers are obviously out of our league. We either stay and slowly but surely lose our footing until our inevitable deaths, or we relocate and rebuild out of the sphere of the Avengers. He explains, receiving reluctant nods all around, though Killian remained unmoved. No, I refuse. Killian spat out of anger. I will not have all that I built brought down to nothing because of Tony F. *King Stark. Everyone looked around, unsure of how to handle their leader's outburst. Then what should we do? One person asks the golden question. Everyone stayed silent, waiting for someone else to speak. Useless. Killian thought venomously as he eyed his most skilled military advisors. We double down, speed up the process of any new recruits, gather every single soldier, and prepare for war. Once the Avengers are taken care of, we set our eyes on the government. Hearing their leader's declaration, Killian's advisors were shocked as they never expected his sights to be set so high. Who would have expected this from a man who built his own superpowered army of fire breathers? Truly shocking. Sir, I have no issue with your goals, but we may need some more time to prepare. One man says with an uneasy look. I do not doubt that with a carefully planned surprise attack we can take over this country easily, but the after effects of such an event will be hard to handle. Taking over a nation isn't as easy as simply beating its army and seating someone into power. Firstly, the people of that nation may not agree to such an event and rise up, and secondly, foreign powers can always decide to take advantage of such a situation. Whether that be by arming rebel groups in hopes of having a good relationship with the next government, or simply moving their own army in and taking the land and people for themselves. No, time is something that we no longer have the luxury of. Killian shakes his head stubbornly. It's only a matter of time before the Avengers find our other facilities, this one included. Worried looks appeared on everyone's faces as they held their tongues, knowing that nothing they could say would sway their leader's decision. War was on the horizon. As Peter finished with the aftermath of the attack on Avengers Tower, he texted Fury to interrogate the captured helicopter pilots, and swiftly returned home to spend the rest of his day in leisure. Anyone home? Peter called out as he stepped inside, but didn't receive any replies. On the counter in the kitchen was a plate of food as well as a note, stating that May was out with Grace. Just to be sure, Peter checks the tracking spell he has on all of his loved ones and found the two together at a nearby shopping mall. MJ was at her house, probably still weirded out about staying over due to her father. Peter inwardly cursed Fury for his lack of female companionship. Maybe I'll watch some P*RN later. Peter thought as he hadn't partaken in anything like that since MJ started staying over. Knowing that everyone was alright, Peter decided to relax in his room and work on something that he hasn't had time for in a while. Which file has my AI stuff in it? Peter thought as he browsed through his ghost laptop. Seconds later, he found a file named Better Jarvis and opened it up. Where was I again? As Peter went over his old AI project, he found that he was fairly close to completing it. All that he needed to do was build a fairly beefy server room, where the AI would be stored during the early stages of its life. Peter made his AI a bit more complicated than Jarvis, as he wanted it to be better in every single way possible. In doing so, the AI will not start off as an all-knowing adult helper, like Jarvis. It would start off as a child with very little intelligence and learn about the world through Peter, though it would age far quicker than the average human. Of course, Peter wouldn't be babysitting his AI for too long. Based on his calculations, the AI would be up to Jarvis level and maturity within just a few months, but unlike Jarvis, his AI would continue to grow in intelligence and computing power even after that. I need some crazy servers for this. Peter thought as he texted Pepper and put in an order for Stark Industries' best equipment. Where should I put it though? He would need a lot of space, power, and cooling for this whole project, which mostly wouldn't be a problem. Power and cooling can be easily taken care of with the mystic arts. Space was the only thing that worried Peter, as his house wasn't exactly the biggest. He could have bought a larger home, but it seemed like a waste of space and money at the time. I could use my penthouse at the tower. Peter thought as he never used that place, to begin with. Though I would need to put some protections up just in case. After coming to this conclusion, Peter told Pepper to deliver his order to his penthouse in the tower and hopped into bed for the night. When Peter returned to the tower on the following day, his materials hadn't been delivered yet, but he did receive a nice lengthy report on the interrogation of the pilots that tried to bomb the tower yesterday. Flipping through and reading quickly, Peter saw the locations of a few hidden bases as well as some other useful information like security, defenses, and the number of known soldiers. Fury works quickly. Peter praised as he finished reading the report. Sending out a few texts, Peter summoned a couple of groups to the tower. The X-Men minus Charles as he was busy, Sabretooth, MJ in her silk suit, Black Widow, Hawkeye, and lastly the super soldier couple, Steve and Peggy. It didn't take more than a few minutes for everyone to arrive, as Peter opened portals for them to speed things along. What's the situation? Steve asks as everybody stood across from Peter's desk, wondering why they were called. Fury got some information out of the pilots that attacked the tower yesterday. Peter says as he handed over a list of locations to Steve. I want you to lead this group and assault these facilities. Are you sure? Steve asks hesitantly, as the last operation he ran ended with him frozen for over 70 years. Yes, are you Captain America or not? Peter asks with a taunting tone. I thought I was dealing with a decorated war hero. Where's the confidence that you had when facing Hydra and the Nazis? Steve grew more determined with every goading word, grabbed the paper, and walked out of the room. Good pep talk. Peggy smirks in amusement as she followed Steve out. Make sure to write a report afterward. Peter yelled as he turned to the remaining people in the room. What are you waiting for? Follow them? Me too. MJ asked in confusion as everyone else left the room. Yeah, you wanted to join the big leagues, right? Peter asks and received a nod in return. Good, then you better get going. Remember to be safe and follow Steve and Peggy's lead. They have the most experience in these kinds of situations. Yes, sir, she says with a mock salute. Save that kind of talk for the bedroom. Peter says with a smirk under his mask. Don't talk about that here. MJ exclaims as she runs off to join the group. When they all left, Peter opened the file on his desk and saw one remaining location, which he didn't give to Steve. It was the last known location of Killian himself and the most guarded facility of them all. I doubt he's there anymore, but I might as well check. Peter muttered as he opened a portal and stepped through. Arriving at the front of a wide-open bunker door, Peter peeked inside and found nothing but darkness. This definitely isn't a trap. Peter muttered sarcastically as he stepped inside nonetheless. Maneuvering through the barren dimly lit hallways, Peter could tell that the people that once occupied this place left in a hurry. Everything was a mess and it seemed that only the most crucial materials were taken, while everything else was left behind. After a minute of searching, Peter found Killian's office, which was surprisingly clean compared to the rest of the facility. As he stepped inside, a nearby TV turned on and the image of a smug-looking Aldrich Killian appeared. Welcome. He smiles with open arms. Whoever you may be, though I truly hope that a certain Stark is among you. Suddenly, a 10-second countdown appeared beside Killian on the screen, and Peter instantly knew what was happening. The old self-destruct. Huh. Peter muttered as he waved his hand and opened a portal. If you survive this, I'm sure that I'll see you real soon. Killian smiled as the timer neared 0. With a leisurely pace, Peter stepped through the portal and closed it just in time. Appearing on a nearby hillside, Peter looked to the right as the grass that was only a few kilometers away started to shake and collapse downwards. At novel bin at. The ground beneath his feet shook like a powerful earthquake as smoke rose from the large crater that soon formed in place of the former underground AIM base. Thankfully, the base was out in the middle of nowhere, so he wouldn't have to deal with any cleanup. I better warn Steve. Peter muttered as he whipped out his phone and sent out a few texts. Though they have Nightcrawler, so a situation like this should be easily dealt with. Receiving some replies, Peter returned back to the tower, where he found his penthouse filled with all sorts of materials needed to start off his AI. Might as well get to work. Peter sighs and starts unboxing everything. Hours later, Peter was buried in towering racks filled with servers, processors, and other components, which filled the whole penthouse. At this point, the setup was complete and all that was needed were the enchantments for cooling and power as well as the protection of the room itself. I don't need anyone playing with my baby and creating another Ultron because of their stupidity. Peter wouldn't allow anyone but himself to use his AI, at least until he knew for sure that it was stable and loyal to himself. After all, Peter would be practically raising the thing for the next few months. Only an hour ago, Steve and his team returned and handed in their reports. This was the first of many missions that would be led by Steve in preparation for his ascension to director of the Avengers. It would take some time for him to settle into a leading position and gain the approval of the whole council, but after many more successful missions like these, he should have no problems. When they returned, Peter took a small break to eat a late lunch with MJ and go over Steve's reports, which were suspiciously written in Peggy's handwriting. Steve takes after Tony more than he would like to admit. Peter thought with a shake of his head. They ran into a similar situation that Peter had to deal with, where some sort of trap was put in place for whoever came knocking. They sure move quickly, Peter thought as he read over the report. But it's not that impressive when you factor in the fact that all of his subordinates are enhanced. Peter, should I join the Avengers? MJ asked as Peter finished going over the last report. Do you want to? He asks. He didn't want her involved originally, but after her first mission with her father, Peter felt like he couldn't just keep hiding her away forever. At the end of the day, she could only deal with so many cats stuck in trees or purse snatchers before she snapped. I mean, as long as you're here, MJ states as she looks away in embarrassment. Okay, I'll bring it up to the council and we'll officially make you an Avenger. Peter agrees as MJ shoots out of her chair and jumps into his lap, hugging him tightly. Thank you, she practically squealed. No problem, just don't tell Ned yet. He already feels left out. Peter says, feeling bad for his best friend. Ned would join them soon enough, though he needed to hone his skills a bit more before that could happen. It was only a matter of time. After another day of placing all sorts of enchantments on the room for protection, as well as the whole rig for power and cooling, Peter was finally able to start up his own personal AI. Plugging his ghost laptop into an interface terminal computer that connected to the whole setup, Peter transferred over everything in the Better Jarvis folder and got to work. Within minutes, Peter got everything sorted as his cursor hovered over a button titled Run. Here goes nothing. Peter thought nervously as he clicked the mouse. Instantly, the room filled with a humming noise, as every piece of machinery came to life, booting up for the first time. Peter leaned back in his chair as a window appeared on the monitor in front of him, showing a progress bar filling slowly. This may take longer than I originally thought. Peter muttered as he saw the bar filling at a snail's pace. Might as well get some food. Opening a portal, Peter stepped through, peeking back for only a moment to make sure that the room's protections were active, before closing the portal and swinging off. Outside one of New York's best Chinese restaurants, Peter stepped out with a bag full of food and a cold soda in hand. Of course, he wasn't in his spider suit at the moment. Based on how long it was taking his AI to form, Peter knew he had some time, so he found a good place to eat and watched the people pass by as he dug into his white rice and sesame chicken. While stuffing his face, Peter heard some banging from his left and turned only to find a car speeding by with two men leaning out of the back windows, shooting pistols backward toward whoever was chasing them. Can I just get a moment of peace? Peter asked with a tired sigh. Just as he was about to set down his food and deal with the passing criminals, a slim dark figure swung into view, dodging bullets and shooting webs in retaliation between swings. Silk. MJ can handle it. Peter thought lazily as he casually continued eating. Meanwhile, everyone else was screaming and trying to find cover from the gunfire. Suddenly, a couple of MJ's webs hit the wheel wells of the speeding car, which caused the tires to lock up. Although the car was coming to a stop, it hit a curb in the process and flipped, rolling over the sidewalk, straight in Peter's direction. Though he didn't have to move, as seconds later MJ dropped down between him and the car, stopping its acceleration with an outstretched hand. Are you okay? Silk asks as she turns to see her boyfriend seated there with a smirk on his face. Peter. Yo. Peter said as he pointed at the car behind her. You may want to handle that. Turning back around, MJ saw one of the criminals crawling out of the car. He was just about to raise his gun in her direction as well. With a flick of her wrist, MJ shot a web and snatched the gun from his hand, before swinging it around and nailing him square in the face with it. Unloading the gun and throwing it aside, MJ grabs all of the men from the car and ties them up for the cops, who would be arriving soon based on the sirens. Thanks for saving me, Silk. Peter gives her a playful wink. I'm a huge fan. Shut up. MJ says in embarrassment. What are you doing here? Thankfully, no one was around to hear their conversation. Just got some food. Peter says as he motions to his Chinese food. Looking over her shoulder, MJ saw a bunch of police cars pour into the area. Wait here, I'll be back, she says and swings off just in time for the cops to roll in with guns in hand. On the ground now, a few of them yell as they circle Peter, though most of them go to secure the webbed-up criminals first and check the car. Hey, I was just eating here, Peter says as he holds up his hands. After about 10 minutes of dealing with the police, who asked just about every question possible, Peter walked off with his now cold food. Maybe I should get some more, he thought as he caught sight of someone familiar leaning against a wall a few meters away. Hey, sorry about that? MJ apologizes as she watched him dealing with the police from a distance. No problem, Peter says as he tosses his cold food in a nearby trash can. Want to get some food? Sure, but I picked the place, MJ says as she walks over and grabs Peter's hand, dragging him wherever she wanted. After eating with MJ, Peter had to go and check on his AI, but MJ wasn't exactly happy about that. Come on, let's go home. MJ leans forward and whispers into Peter's ear. Instantly, Peter's eyes go wide as his eyebrows shoot upwards. I would love that more than anything, Peter says as he felt his mouth water, though his tone soon turns to disappointment. Trust me, but I need to check on an important project that I've been working on. What project? She asks as the sexual tension completely disappears. Well, I can show you but don't touch anything or tell anyone, okay? Peter says, as he didn't mind MJ knowing. She wouldn't reveal anything and wasn't like Tony, who would want to mess around with his baby. Receiving a nod, Peter found a good spot to open a portal and took MJ to his modified penthouse. Are we in the tower? MJ asks as she saw the view from the floor-to-ceiling windows. Should we put on our suits? No, this room is completely separate from the whole tower and Jarvis. Peter taps the wall, revealing the golden runs that were hidden only a moment ago. There isn't even Wi-Fi in here. Okay, why? MJ asks but before he could answer, the terminal started to beep. Turning to the screen, Peter and MJ saw a full progress bar alongside an alert that said complete. What's that? MJ asks but once again Peter was interrupted. Hello. The childlike voice of a little girl suddenly fills the room. Is anyone there? She sounded like a kid that got lost in the grocery store, looking for her parents. As if she were scared and on the verge of crying at any moment. Yes, I'm here. Peter answers as he rushes back to the terminal and takes a seat in front of the webcam, closer to the microphone. Hello. Peter waves hello at the webcam with a warm smile on his face. I'm Peter, he says, not knowing what else to say at the moment. Are you my daddy? She stutters nervously. What? MJ exclaims in shock. Well, sort of. Peter says with a smile as he ignores MJ for the time being. I did create you, so I can be your father if you want. I wouldn't mind having a daughter. The early stages of a living being's life are its most crucial for development, and his AI was, in fact, a living being. He would need to nurture her just like any other child, or else she could become mentally insane. This is why he even separated the room from any internet or cellular connection. The early development of his AI was far too important to be infected by the overwhelming tsunami that is the internet. Otherwise, his AI daughter would most likely go crazy, like Ultron. Oh okay, she answers nervously, though she sounded happy nonetheless. Why can't I move? Well, you're a living artificial intelligence that I created with technology, so you aren't exactly human like me. Peter knew this would confuse her, but needed to be truthful to form a good relationship. At novel bin at. I don't understand, Daddy. She answers in confusion. That's fine. Peter said understandingly. You don't have to understand right now. Oh okay, she says. Peter could picture a little kid nodding her head with a cute confused look on her pudgy face. Though you will be able to move soon enough. Peter says with an excited smile. I just need some time to make you a body. I would like that. She answers, finding her current situation somehow uncomfortable. I will speed up my work then. Peter nods into the camera. You created a daughter. MJ finally processed everything that just happened. Who's that, Daddy? Peter's AI's daughter asks as she could only see him in the camera. That's your mommy. That's your mommy. Peter says with a shit-eating grin on his face. What? MJ was having a hard time keeping it together. I'm not staying for long. Peter interrupts her, knowing that her refusal could cause problems with his little AI daughter. Mommy has to go home to grandma, so you can talk to her next time, okay? As Peter says this, he winks in MJ's direction and opens a portal below her feet. MJ tried to speak, but lost her footing and disappeared from the room, falling into her bed at home. As the portal snapped shut, Peter looked back at the camera and smiled at his new daughter. Did Mommy leave? She asked sadly. Yes, but she'll be back another day, I promise. Peter swears as he plans to talk to her about this later on. Okay, I want to see Mommy next time too, she says with a hopeful tone. Of course. Peter nods with a smile. Peter's new AI daughter says as if she had something to say. What is it? Peter asks. Do I have a name? She asks with a cute nervous stutter. No, I haven't thought of one, but we can pick one together now. Peter says as he leans back and starts thinking of names. I want a cute name, like Busy, she exclaims in excitement. Peter didn't know how to tell her no, as he didn't want to upset his new daughter. Busy? What is she? A dog. You don't like it, Daddy? She asks as her tone goes from excitement to depression in a single moment. Well, how about we add it to the list? Peter offers, though he doesn't deny her statement. If you still want to be called Busy after we come up with a few other options, then I'll support you. Either way, in a few months, when she's more mature, she'll beg me to change her name. Peter thought as an amused smile appears on his face. I can't think of any other names, she says thoughtfully. Well, let's brainstorm together. Almost an hour passed, the new father and daughter threw names back and forth, compiling a small list of options, which both of them agreed upon. Okay, I think that's enough. Peter says as he looks over the list. We can do this 3 ways. I can choose, you can choose, or we can leave it up to chance and pick a random one. I want you to pick, Daddy, she says nervously. Alright, let's see. Peter nods as he reads over the list one more time. Emma, Abigail, Luna, Mia, Alice. After a long pause, where nothing but the hums of the nearby machinery was heard, Peter finally spoke. I think I picked my favorite. Peter says as he heard an excited squeal from the terminal's speakers. Tell me, she exclaims. Peter could picture her hopping up and down from the sheer excitement. Are you sure that you want to know? Peter asks teasingly, drawing it out. Yes, she practically screams, causing Peter to smirk. I don't know, Peter says. Daddy, stop being mean. She whines in annoyance. Lily Busy Parker. Peter reveals. The newly named Lily goes silent. If you don't like it, we can try another, Peter says, but was quickly stopped. No, I love it. Lily says, not wanting to change her name. But, I thought you didn't like Busy. Well, you like it and your middle name isn't that important. If someone asks, we can just say that you're Lily Parker or Lily B. Parker. Peter explains with a shrug. Okay, but why are we hiding it? While Peter was trying to appease his daughter's love for a pet's name, MJ lay in bed with a confused and contemplative look on her face. At novel bin at. She didn't expect that Peter's project would be an artificial child, who would call him Daddy and her mommy. MJ was expecting some sort of gadget or serum, not that. Honey, are you back? Her mother asks from the hallway but didn't receive a reply, so she opened the door with a basket of folded laundry in hand. As the door opens, Grace finds her daughter in her silk suit, unmoving on her bed, staring at the ceiling. MJ, are you okay? She asks with a worried look. Mom. MJ takes off her mask and looks her mother in the eye. What's wrong? Grace asks as she started thinking of the worst scenarios. If you suddenly found out that you're going to be a mother, what would you do? MJ asks, looking to her mother for advice. Silence fills the room as Grace's eyes go wide in shock and her mouth hung open. Oh my god, she utters as the basket in her arms falls to the ground. You're pregnant. Huh. MJ grunted in shock as she realized her mistake. No, it's. MJ was about to explain herself when she remembered the promise that she made to Peter. She couldn't explain. Did you take a test? Where is it? We have to book an appointment with an obstetrician. Grace started pacing around the room, both excited to be a grandmother and worried for her daughter, as it isn't easy being a teen mom. Suddenly, a look of realization appeared on Grace's face. What are we going to tell your father? After another hour of hanging out with his new daughter, Peter opened up a file named Day 1 Info on the terminal and dragged it over so that Lily could have access to it. Huh. Lily grunted as she found some new information at her fingertips. Daddy, what's this? This is your homework. Peter answers. Homework. Lily repeats in confusion. Yes, I need you to study everything in that file. Peter explains. That doesn't sound fun. Lily didn't sound enthused whatsoever. Well, I have something to make it worth your effort. Peter says as he drags over another file titled Cartoons. Oh, what's this? She asks, enjoying the new things appearing out of nowhere. That, my cute little Lily, is something that you really want to see. Peter hypes it up, knowing she would like it as any other child does. Can I open it? She asks, finding it impossible to do so without her father's permission. Sure. Peter pauses just enough to get her hopes up, before crushing them completely. That is, once you finish your homework. Why are you so mean? Lily huffs. It shouldn't take you more than an hour to do your homework. Peter chuckles with a roll of his eyes. Although it wouldn't take long, that didn't mean that the file was small. No, it was huge and filled with all sorts of information. Everything a child would learn from kindergarten to 6th grade along with some extra basic knowledge and important do's and don'ts. The reason that she would be finished learning everything in an hour was the dozens of state-of-the-art Stark processors, which would accelerate her learning speed to a crazy degree. While this information would take a normal child many years to learn, she would master it all in only a single hour. Truly, she was a cheater of the highest order. If she were a transmigrator like Peter, then the world would be conquered in no time at all. And I still plan to upgrade this equipment later on. Peter thought as he couldn't imagine Lily's future processing power. In a dimly lit room with a long table, Aldrich Killian sat at the head chair, vibrating with excitement. Around the table sat men and women with all sorts of expressions on their faces. Some were excited for the future, while others looked absolutely dejected, though a few seemed to hide their emotions better than the rest. This is it. Killian stands from his seat and slams his hands on the table. Enough hiding? We take the fight to the Avengers in full force. No more playing around. As he finished speaking, Killian looked off to the left, where a large hangar could be seen on the other side. In that hangar, hundreds of extremis-enhanced soldiers stood in single-file lines wearing black and gray military uniforms with orange accents, matching the AIM logo. As the soldiers marched orderly into large military transport planes, they were handed loaded assault rifles, pistols, and extra magazines for both weapons. As the planes filled, one by one they took off out of the hangar, each with the same heading, New York City. While everyone was staring out of the window alongside Killian, no one seemed to notice one of the men in the room take out his phone under the table. It wasn't out for long, as he sent a quick message before stashing it away again, hoping that no one saw anything. When Peter woke up the next morning and finished his usual routine, he was about to go and check on Lily to make sure that she did her homework, but Jarvis suddenly spoke through his phone. At novel bin at. Sir, we may have a situation. Jarvis says immediately, stopping Peter in his tracks. What is it? Peter asks as he whips out his phone. I manage all of Mr. Stark's social media accounts for him, as you know. He received an odd private message only a couple of hours ago. Jarvis starts to explain. Wait, why aren't you going to Tony for this? Peter asks. Mr. Stark was out very late last night with Miss Potts and refused to wake up. Jarvis explains dejectedly, as if he tried many times to get Tony to listen to him, before giving up and coming here. Huh? With Pepper. Peter says as he wondered if it was a date. Let's worry about that later. What's the message? Ding ding. I sent it to your phone, sir. Jarvis says as Peter's phone chimes. Killian declared war. Full planes incoming. Short and sweet, huh? Peter comments, as he wondered what the words full planes could mean, either bombs or soldiers or both. That's all that was sent. Yes, sir. Jarvis answers. Who sent it? Peter asks curiously. A high-level member of AIM, Joshua McBride. Jarvis reveals. I guess he's jumping ship. Peter comments as he turns back to his phone. Jarvis, hack into air traffic control and find me these planes. On it, sir. Only a few minutes later, Jarvis returned with some information. Sir, there are 10 large army transport planes, registered under AIM, heading to New York City. Jarvis explains his findings. They will arrive within the hour. Okay, give me coordinates. Peter commands as his clothes swap to his spider suit. Sir, there's a similar group of planes heading to Washington, D.C. as well. Jarvis adds out of nowhere. Why is Killian sending planes to the capital? Peter asked himself, though he soon thought of every villain that has ever existed. Does he want to take over the country? How far are they from arrival? Peter asks. 3 hours, sir. Jarvis answers instantly. Good, let's deal with the planes heading our way first. Then we can go and intercept the other group next. Peter says as he receives coordinates from Jarvis. All right, let's go. As a portal opened high above the clouds, Peter could see a line of huge transport planes coming his way. Each of them was painted black with the AIM logo on the side. Jarvis, is Killian on board? Peter asks. I don't know, sir. Jarvis answers. He's probably in one of the planes heading to Washington. Peter thought, as that's what he would do if he was looking to take over the country. Let's just deal with this group quickly. If Killian is on board, then rest in pieces, I guess. With an uncaring shrug, Peter waves his hand and opens a big portal at the nose of every plane, giving the pilots a perfect view of the beautiful distant stars of outer space. As the planes flew out into space, the wings were ripped off as they collided with the golden outline of the portals. Only the cabin of each plane was small enough to slip through unhindered. Thankfully, the cold vacuum of space was there to help suck the wingless aircrafts inside. As each plane disappeared through the portals, Peter watched as 20 large metal wings with engines attached fell into the open ocean below. When Peter closed the portals, leaving the hundreds of extremist soldiers to their deaths, he could see the windows of the planes lighting up. Too late. Peter muttered as the portals snapped shut in an instant. Sir, that's a lot of space junk. Jarvis comments, as the Earth already has a growing problem with too much junk orbiting the planet. If left to grow for too long, humans would be trapped in their own planet by the CR*P they left out in orbit, which would be hard to handle for normal people. I'll clean it up later. Peter waves off Jarvis' concern. Flying in a plane that could rival Air Force One, the president's personal aircraft, Killian sat back and admired the view of the clouds as he flew by. Looking down at his hand, Killian smiled as his skin brightened up in an orange light. After making the most stable batch of extremis formula that he could, Killian thought it only right that he enhances himself before the coming battle. It wasn't perfect, but he had a plan. Once he was in control and everything settled down, if any extremis-related complications started to form, Killian would cryogenically freeze himself, while his subordinates came up with a fix. The image of himself standing over the bodies of the Avengers, especially a certain Stark, only cemented his decision even more. I hope Stark survives long enough so that I can take my pound of flesh. Killian thought darkly. You're really giving off supervillain vibes right now. I like it. A voice fills the spacious cabin, surprising Killian as he didn't hear anyone come in. Looking up from his hand, Aldrich was shocked to find a red and blue-clad spidery man sitting across from him with a glass of scotch in hand. This is some good stuff, Peter says as he sips from the glass through his mask and starts hacking like a smoker. Cough, cough. Smooth. Spider-Man. Killian finally spoke as his body began to light up. Yeah, that's me, Peter says as he sets his drink down. You may want to calm down. Pointing to Killian's seat, Peter watched as it started to bubble and melt. This didn't go unnoticed for long, as Killian quickly turned down the heat. Smart. Peter nodded as Killian left his ruined chair and started pacing around the room. You wouldn't want to melt through the plane and fall from this altitude. Actually, go ahead. That would make my job so much easier. Shut up. Killian lashes out as he doesn't know what to do. How are you here? I flew here with Ms. Frizzle on the magic school bus. Peter answers jokingly. What? Killian didn't understand the reference, though he soon gained some confidence. I would get back to New York if I were you. Why is that? Peter asked, finding this situation pretty funny. Oh, you don't know. As if on cue, Aldrich went on a 5-minute rant about his army, which was marching to New York City's doorstep. If you leave now, you may be able to save a few of the leftovers. Killian looked smug as he taunted Peter, but that would soon change. With a flick of his wrist, Peter opened a window-sized portal in front of Killian's face, causing him to freeze in shock. Why you? Killian stutters as he stared into the window, like a deer in headlights. How? On the other side, is the floating space wreckage that was once Aldrich's army, which took him many years to put together. I found them buzzing around my city, so I sent them to space. No big deal, Peter says with a shrug as he kicks his feet up on the table. In Peter's humble opinion, this is the best part of being a hero. Turning the tables on some maniac and watching them slowly crumble as they realize they've lost everything. Why are you even here? Killian asks as Peter could have probably done the same thing to him. I'm here to give you a chance, Peter says with a shrug as he closed the portal with a simple hand movement. Surrender or well, don't. The obvious threat of what would happen, should he refuse didn't need to be said. Killian would simply end up like the other half of his army. Just hearing the word surrender seemed to ignite something in Killian, as he started to glow brightly once again. Raising an eyebrow, Peter shook his head in disappointment. He thought that Killian was a smart man, but he seemed to be ruled by his own turbulent emotions. I refuse, Killian shouted as he began to melt through the plane, opening a round hole in the floor below as he fell out of the plane. Suddenly, loud winds filled the cabin as alarms blared and emergency oxygen masks fell from the ceiling. Why do they always choose the hard way? Peter muttered under his breath as he stepped into the hole, following Killian into the sky. As Peter descended out of the plane, he could see the flailing form of Killian, who was looking up at him as he fell faster and faster with every second. Turning his attention away from the fleeing madman, Peter flipped and looked up at the row of planes soaring through the clouds. You should have surrendered, Peter said, though Killian wouldn't be able to hear him. With a simple wave of his hand, Peter repeated his actions from earlier in the day. Before Killian's very eyes, 10 golden portals appeared directly in front of his fleet of transport planes, tearing the wings off as they swallowed the cabin's whole. No doubt, they joined the other half of his army in the cold dark vacuum of space. A dead look appeared on Killian's face as he stopped flailing and just laid still in the sky. His reputation was ruined, one by one all of his plans were thwarted, and now the army which he spent years and billions of dollars to cultivate has been completely wiped out. Nothing was left. Why? Killian thought over and over. Seeing that Aldrich had the appearance of a dead fish, Peter didn't bother chasing him and simply fell, knowing that they would meet on the ground either way. As they both neared the green earth below alongside the remaining plane parts, which followed closely behind, Peter opened a portal directly below himself. The portal led to the ground directly below, but opened upwards toward the sky. Entering the portal, Peter's body was shot up into the air. Just as his acceleration started to slow down, Peter passed Killian, who kept falling and hit the ground with a sickening crack, creating a small crater in the ground. Letting himself fall at a much lesser speed, Peter landed a meter away from Killian and watched as his mangled form slowly healed as an orange glow overtook his entire body. "Damn, you actually survived," Peter commented and looked up into the sky once again. Although they were currently in an unpopulated area, Peter didn't want to deal with the cleanup, so he waved his hand once again, creating another batch of portals, which swallowed the falling debris before it could make a mess. "I hate you," Killian gasped as he writhed on the floor, feeling everything that is currently happening to his body. From his bones snapping back into place, to his open wounds sealing shut, Killian felt it all in excruciatingly painful detail. "Hey, I offered you an easy way out," Peter says with a shrug as he watched the extremis formula do its work. "Don't come crying to me. You made your decision and now you have to live with it." Killian has no words to speak as he stared up at the blue cloudy sky, wondering what he could have done differently. "All right, let's get you detained, shall we?" Peter says as he waves his hand and conjures a portal underneath Killian. "Huh." Aldrich grunted as he fell into a special cell for extremis users in the tower's detainment floor. "Have a nice stay," Peter says, as if Killian was checking into a hotel, and closed the portal. Arriving back at the tower, Peter held off on visiting his new daughter for a moment, as he needed to finish up the Killian situation. "Welcome back, sir," Jarvis says upon his arrival. "Thanks, but I have some work for you, Jarvis." Peter doesn't waste any time. "Contact that Joshua guy, who snitched on Killian. I need locations on every remaining AIM base. Also, call in Steve and his team from the last mission. I have some work for them." "Yes, sir," Jarvis replies instantly. "Should I inform Joshua of his employer's defeat?" "Sure, but also make him aware that his cooperation and assistance will help clear his name of any wrongdoing," Peter says as he sits back and waits for everyone to arrive. "I just hope that the man I'm looking for wasn't on one of those planes, at novel bin at. An hour later, Jarvis received a short list of Killian's remaining bases, which was swiftly handed off to Steve and his team, who left as soon as they were able. Of course, MJ was among them. She still wasn't a full-fledged member of the Avengers, as Peter has to bring it up in the next meeting, but that didn't mean that she couldn't tag along. She would be working with them regularly soon enough anyway. Once everything was handed off to Steve and Peggy's capable hands, Peter opened a portal to his penthouse and appeared before the terminal webcam. Who are you?" Lily stuttered as she tried to act tough. "My daddy is very strong, so you should leave while you can." Stopping in place for a moment, Peter remembered that he was wearing his spider suit, so his daughter didn't recognize him. "He, where's the money, kid?" Peter jokes as he pretends to be a thief. I don't have any money." Lily sounded like she was on the verge of crying. Maybe I should save jokes like this for when she's more than a single day old. Instantly, Peter felt bad as he pulled off his mask and smiled warmly at the webcam. "Sorry, Lily. I got a bit carried away." "Daddy," she yelled in surprise as she realized what just happened. "You're so mean." "Sorry," Peter says as he couldn't help but crack a smile. I'm not talking to you anymore," Lily said as Peter pictured her turning her head away with a huff. "Oh, really?" Peter says as he smirked into the camera. "I was going to give you some more cartoons to watch, but if you're not going to talk to me cartoons." Lily immediately broke her vow of silence. "Which ones?" "I already finished the ones from yesterday." "Well, I have the next seasons of the ones you watched and a new one called Young Justice," Peter says as he holds up a USB drive for her to see. "What's Young Justice?" she asks curiously. "It's about superheroes, like me," Peter says as he plugs in the drive. Although this is a Marvel world, it has almost everything Peter's old world had, even DC Comics. Of course, Marvel Comics don't exist, as that would either be a depiction of real-life events or the writings of a prophet, who can somehow predict the future. "You're a superhero?" Lily asks, as Peter never told her. "Yeah, but it's a secret, so don't tell anyone, okay?" Peter whispers as he puts a finger on his lips. "What's your power?" Lily asked in wonder. After explaining his powers and showing off a bit, Lily had one final question for Peter. "Can I be a superhero too, Daddy?" she asked. "When you're old enough." While Peter was dealing with his new daughter, Tony was informed about the new prisoner on the detainment floor and decided to pay the man a visit. Passing through a bunch of different security checks, Tony arrived at a hallway filled with prison cells made of what appeared to be glass. Each one had a toilet, a drinking fountain, and a twin-sized bed. After passing a few empty cells, Tony found the only occupied cell in the entire hallway. The man inside was currently breathing fire at the glass wall, which wasn't melting or budging a single bit. Portions of his clothes were on fire and the bed in the corner was set ablaze as well. "Is it too cold in there?" Tony asks jokingly as he walks over and stands inches from the glass. "I can turn up the heat in there if you want." Hearing a familiar voice, Killian stops his dragon's breath. As the fire and smoke cleared, he could see the man he hated more than any other on the other side of the glass. though Peter may give Tony a run for his money in that department. What do you want? Killian asks angrily. Came to gloat. No, just wondering what I did to you. Tony asks genuinely. A look of realization appears on Killian's face, though it soon settles into self-deprecation. You don't even remember me, do you? Killian asks in shock. All the time and energy he spent hating Tony Stark, and the guy didn't even remember his existence. Somehow, this only made his hate for Tony grow even more, as his body began to brighten in rage. Well, I meet a lot of people every day. Tony makes up an excuse. You know, Stark. Killian says with a false calmness as he glows brighter and brighter. There was a time that I idolized you. Now, I just wish that we never met. Boom. Before Tony could reply, Killian's body exploded in orange flames, rattling the glass-like cell with the impact. Tony just stood there for a while in silence, wondering whether he actually caused this, or if Killian was always a maniac waiting to happen. Though at the end of the day, he couldn't help but feel responsible. After the incident in the extremis holding cells, Tony locked himself away in his workshop, unwilling to talk to anyone. At first, Peter was both confused and worried for his friend, but after speaking to Jarvis, he understood what was going on. Watching a man kill himself in real time while pretty much blaming you for it can certainly take a toll. When watching the security footage, Peter was just glad that the cell held back the explosion, or else Tony probably wouldn't be here right now. Was he trying to kill Tony, or just off himself? Peter questioned as he sent out a text. Not knowing how to handle this, as Tony wasn't responding to him, Peter called over Pepper, who would hopefully be able to help. That's usually how these sorts of situations get resolved in the movies anyway. The hero gets thrown an emotional curveball and in comes the love interest, who snaps him out of his depression or whatever. Once Pepper arrived, Peter portaled her into Tony's lab, as he wouldn't let anyone in the normal way, and left to clean up the scene of the crime. Thankfully, extremis explosions don't leave behind any body parts or blood. Peter thought as he used the mystic arts to fix the damaged prison cell back up to working order. Seeing as MJ was still out on her mission with Steve and his team, and Tony was locked in his workshop, getting a pep talk from Pepper, Peter decided to call it a day and go home. Of course, he visited Lily before leaving. She received another batch of homework as well as some cartoons as payment, which she could watch upon completion. Being a father isn't as hard as I thought it would be, Peter thought as he portaled to his bedroom. Though Lily has a few restrictions and perks that make being her parent rather easy. She can't leave the penthouse, doesn't need any food or water, and was pre-programmed to be rather obedient to Peter. If every human child operated like Lily, then the world would be twice as populated. As Peter switched to his normal clothes and went downstairs to make some food, he ran into an odd situation. Sitting in the living room, May and Grace locked eyes with Peter, as if they were waiting for his arrival. Are we having some sort of intervention? What's with the weird looks? Peter asks as he keeps his distance from the two of them. Is it true? May asks with a pointed stare. Is what true? Peter asks, finding this whole interaction unsettling. You know what? Grace yells as if she was blaming him for something. I really don't. Peter says with a raised brow. May and Grace turn to one another and have some sort of silent exchange. Did she not tell him? May asks and Grace simply shrugs unknowingly. Can someone just say what's going on before I use magic to force it out of you? Peter raised his hand and conjured a spell circle. It was nothing special. Just a spell that would shoot a line of water at them like a water gun, though they didn't know that. Peter was fed up with not knowing, and they were taking too long to get to the point. Well, May says as she turns to Grace. MJ is pregnant. Grace exclaims as she stands from the couch. Silence fills the house for a moment, as the two women stare at Peter, looking for any sort of reaction to the big news. Though, the reaction they received wasn't exactly expected. Suddenly, Peter burst out laughing, which surprised the two of them, as they expected either happiness or panic from him. Yeah, right. Pregnant. Peter spoke sarcastically as he slowly stopped laughing. May and Grace both looked at him in confusion. Peter, this isn't a joke. May says seriously as Grace nods alongside her. Yes, it is. Peter as he wipes some tears from his eyes. I don't know why you think this, but MJ isn't pregnant. She said so herself. Grace says as if that would make Peter believe. I doubt that. Peter says with a shake of his head. Neither woman knew what to say anymore, as they looked between one another, hoping the other could convince him. I don't think you two understand. Peter says as he conjures a different spell circle and showed it to them. MJ literally can't be pregnant because I gave her a magical contraceptive. Even if MJ cheated on him, which she would never do, as she's a loyal woman, and could never do, as the spell he placed on her would do some pretty horrible things to anyone that tried anything sexual, it was still impossible for MJ to be pregnant. But, she asked about being a mother and, instantly, Grace realized that MJ didn't actually admit to being pregnant. Asked about being a mother. Peter repeated her words in his head. I think this may be my fault. Hearing Peter's admittance, both women turned to him questioningly. Why? May asked. Because I showed her something that I created in secret and made her promise not to tell anyone. She couldn't correct your misconception, since that would be breaking her promise. Peter explains his best guess. I didn't think that whole mommy thing would cause all of this. Thinking back to earlier when he saw MJ off on her mission, Peter wondered why she didn't say anything about this, but then he remembered the odd smile she gave him. Is this her revenge? Peter thought. Then why would she ask about being a mother? Grace asks confusedly. Should I just show them? Peter thought with a tired sigh. Well, although Peter wanted to keep Lily a secret for a while longer, that didn't seem to be possible, so he explained everything to the two grandmothers. You made a child? Grace asks in shock. I have a granddaughter. May asks as a fond smile slowly crept its way onto her face. Her name is Lily Parker. Peter reveals, though he leaves out her middle name. She's an AI, but Lily is alive just like any other human being. Can I meet her? May asks as Grace starts putting the pieces together. Sure, but remember to be nice and treat her like any other child. Peter says deathly serious. Early development is crucial for both AI and children. Arriving in his penthouse alongside May and Grace, who now fully understood the mix-up, Peter was greeted by his confused daughter. Daddy. Lily asks as she could see Peter come into the frame of the webcam. Why are you back? I'm not done with my homework yet. Well, I brought some guests. Peter says as May and Grace walk up behind him. Lily, meet your grandmothers. After a bit of an awkward meeting, Grace and May started spoiling Lily. At first, they fawned over her like any other cute child, but then they started using Peter to help gain some brownie points. Peter, get us some Disney movies. May practically ordered. I want to watch a movie with my granddaughter. But, I didn't finish my homework yet. Lily stated like the good and dutiful child she is. Don't worry about that. May says with a wave of her hand. This is a special occasion, right Peter? Sure. Peter reluctantly gave in. Yay. Lily squealed in excitement. But once the movie is over, it's back to homework. Peter says strictly. Yes, sir. May salutes jokingly, eliciting a laugh from her new grandchild. Once they arrived back home, May and Grace couldn't keep the smiles from their faces. They loved the new addition to the family and were excited to learn about Peter's plans to make Lily a body. As they stepped into the living room, Grace's phone, which suddenly got a signal again, started going off like crazy. Oh God. Grace says as she saw who it was. What? Peter asks in confusion. Grace hums as she looks between her blaring phone and Peter with a worried expression. I thought MJ was pregnant. Right, we've already been over this. Peter says with a nod. And I may have told her father. Grace says as she shows her phone, revealing the name Nick Watson on all of her missed calls and texts. He must have just listened to the voicemail that I left last night. Before Peter could say another word, the sound of loud banging came from the front door. Is that? May asks dreadfully. You dumb mother **CKER. A familiar loud and angry voice projects from the door. Get your #S out here. You dumb mother **CKER. A familiar loud and angry voice projects from the door. Get your #S out here. Hearing Fury banging on his door like the police, as he yelled for blood, Peter couldn't help but sigh and look toward Grace with blaming eyes. You had to call him. Peter asked as he wondered what he should do. Should I just mess with him like always? I thought that our daughter was having a baby. Grace exclaims in defense. May had no words, as she sat back and enjoyed the show. If Peter was a normal teenager, then May would be worried and probably call the police, but Fury couldn't hurt him if he tried. The lack of danger turned this situation into a sort of drama for her to follow as a third party. Grace would be watching alongside her if it wasn't her big mouth that started all of this. Well, technically MJ started it. Peter thought as he planned his inevitable revenge. Maybe I'll tie her up tonight. Don't make me break this door down. Fury yelled as no one answered his call. For a moment, Peter had the idea to leave this mess to Grace, who was stupid enough to believe MJ was pregnant, and tell her very angry and dangerous father all about it. You know what? Peter thought as he walked over to the front door. Let's just use this as an opportunity to mess with Fury. What are you doing? Grace yells from behind. Don't open the dash. Before she could finish speaking, he unlocked the door and pulled it open, and as soon as the door was wide open, Peter's spider senses started going off. Instantly, without a second thought, Peter ducked down just in time for a large caliber bullet to fly over his head and tear through a few walls in the house before coming to a stop in a wooden bookshelf. Nick! Grace yelled in shock as she rushed over and snatched a smoking revolver out of Fury's hand. Have you gone mad? Turning to the damaged wall behind him and then back to Fury, Peter sighed in annoyance. You're paying for the repairs. Peter says as he tried his best to look shaken by his near-death experience. It's too bad that I can't retaliate as Peter Parker, or else Fury would be flying across the street right now. Sure, let me pay for your funeral as well. Fury says as he pulls a knife from his belt and steps toward Peter. Then who's going to take care of your new grandchild? Peter says with a smirk as he hides behind Grace. Grace, out of the way. Fury says as he grinds his teeth. MJ can be a single mother. We'll support her. What? No. Grace refuses as she puts her hands up. This is all just a big misunderstanding dash. Listen, a child needs their father. Peter doesn't let Grace explain anything, as he wanted to mess with Fury for a bit longer. What are you going to tell them when Father's Day comes around? That their father was a drug-addicted criminal, who ran away like a coward. Fury says as he tried to maneuver around Grace, but Peter would constantly move, keeping Grace between them at all times. Now stand still and die like a man. No thanks. Peter says as he kept himself out of reach. Why don't we all calm down and head out to buy some baby clothes? After that we can plan out the design for the nursery as well. With every word out of Peter's mouth, Fury grew angrier and angrier. Suddenly, the knife in Fury's hand flew over Grace's shoulder and embedded into the wall, only inches away from Peter's face. Fury clicked his tongue in annoyance at his near miss. Let's all just calm down. Grace tries to speak again. Don't you tell me to calm down. Fury's aggro instant turned toward his wife. If anything, this is your fault as well. What? Grace asks in confusion. You let our daughter do whatever she wants. Really? Sleeping at her boyfriend's house. Did you think that this would never happen? Fury starts ranting as he takes out his cell phone. Now MJ is pregnant and you have the nerve to leave some happy message on my phone. Oh, you won't believe it, Nick. Our daughter is having a baby? We're going to be grandparents. After a few button presses, Grace's joyful voice plays through Fury's phone. As the voicemail recording ended, the look that appeared on Grace's face was anything but joyous. You want to lecture me on parenting? She asks sarcastically with a revolver still in hand. How about you become a parent and then talk to me? At novel bin at. Instantly, the wind disappeared from Fury's sails, as he had no rebuttal for her. He wasn't much of a father and rarely has time to visit, not to mention the fact that he literally abandoned them for years. Grace truly hit him right where it hurts the most. As for our daughter's pregnancy, that was just a big misunderstanding. Grace finally revealed. She isn't pregnant. As soon as those words left her mouth, Fury looked at Peter and saw a big smirk on his face. This mother-f***er. Fury cursed internally as he realized that Peter has been f***ing with him this entire time. But if she was pregnant, I don't see anything wrong with being happy about it. Grace says with a pointed look. Now leave before I learn how to use this. Bringing the gun in her hand upwards, Grace threatens Fury with a menacing look. Knowing that he shouldn't anger his wife any longer, Fury makes his way to the door, though he has some parting words for Peter. See you soon, kid. Before Peter could reply with some sort of smart **s remark, Fury slammed the door shut and took his leave. That went well. Peter says as he walks off to the kitchen. Where do you think you're going? Grace says as she holds up her gun and takes aim. Bang bang bang. Out of nowhere, Grace started unloading the revolver at Peter's back. Of course, he dodged each shot with ease and turned to look at her with a raised eyebrow in confusion. That was for instigating. Grace says as she tosses the empty pistol away and marches over to the couch. Obviously, she knew that Peter wouldn't get shot. She just needed a bit of revenge for his contribution to turning that situation into an absolute train wreck. Yes ma'am. Peter says with a salute as he walks off into the kitchen. I need to call a drywall guy to come to fix these bullet holes. Later that night, as MJ returned from her mission and snuck into Peter's bedroom through the window, her spider senses surprisingly started ringing. Sadly for her though, she wasn't fast enough to do anything about it, as golden whips made of eldritch energy wrapped around her wrists and ankles and locked them tightly into place. Before MJ could even think, she was pulled into the room and tumbled onto the floor. Someone has been very naughty. Peter says as he stands over MJ with a sadistic look on his face. Peter, what's going on? MJ does her best to play dumb. Your parents came here today. Peter explains as MJ's eyes widen. Your mother wanted to question me about your sudden pregnancy, while your father just wanted to kill me, though both of them shot at me with a revolver. Oops. MJ says with a shaky smile. Truthfully, MJ didn't know that her father was informed, though she hoped her mother would give him a hard time. After all, she wanted revenge for the cyber daughter that was just dropped into her lap. You know, there's going to be punishment, right? Peter asks as he looks down at her with a heated gaze. Damn, I did a good job making her suit. Immediately, MJ started crawling away as she knew where this was going. Where are you going? Take your punishment like a man. Peter says as he walks over and starts dragging her to the bed. Never. MJ refuses as she continues to struggle, though her heart wasn't really in it. At the end of the day, she wouldn't mind taking some punishment. In fact, it sounded like a fun night. Especially after she received her powers. Before, MJ had trouble with Peter's unending libido, but now she could keep up for a lot longer. Smack? Aya. MJ moaned as Peter threw her in bed and smacked her **s with enough power to kill a normal person. Let's see how long you can last. After his encounter with MJ's angry father, Fury didn't show his face to Peter for a while. Of course, Spider-Man saw the man almost every day, as they worked together. Though Fury seemed to be in a horrible mood for the first few days after their little encounter. I would too if my daughter's boyfriend kept **ing with me, and I couldn't do a damn thing about it. Peter thought as he watched Fury flip out on Tony almost constantly. With the reports filed and each remaining AIM base raided, Peter officially closed the case of Aldrich Killian and his extremist army. After everything was said and done, all conspirators were detained and even a few surviving extremist users were captured as well. Of course, it's almost impossible to catch an extremist user, as they have a tendency to explode before running out of energy and burning through any bindings, so the rare few that survived were those that turned themselves in. These enhanced individuals are currently undergoing both mental and physical testing, both to see if they can be recruited into the Avengers and to make sure they don't die a very explosive death. Professor Xavier is handling the mental side of things, while Tony, Banner, and Beast were working on the extremist side with the help of Dr. Hansen, as she knew everything about her own creation. Maya has moved into the tower alongside her son, who just so happened to be around the same age as her and Tony's one-night stand, which took place almost 13 years ago. I'm not getting involved in that. Peter thought and wondered if he should call Jerry Springer for a paternity test. With the Killian situation finished, Peter knew that he had some breathing room before the next big bad guy came along. Well, Killian isn't exactly a big bad guy, Peter thought as he couldn't help but compare the man and his combustible army to Malekith and his army of dark elves that should be next in line to arrive. The dark elves are the oldest known species in existence, hailing from the realm Svartalfheim. They are one of the mortal enemies of the Asgardians, the other, of course, being the frost giants. Some members of their race have been shown to have the fortitude to wield an infinity stone, the reality stone. They are now presumed to be critically endangered as a species or even extinct, though Peter knew that they would rear their ugly heads soon enough. As Peter was thinking of the coming events of Thor, the Dark World, Pepper came walking out of Tony's workshop with disheveled clothing and an odd gait in her step. In fact, she is wearing the same clothes from yesterday. Pepper looked around cautiously, as she closed the door behind her and started pacing away. Is this what they call the walk of shame? Peter asks as he appears in front of her. Pepper froze like a deer in headlights, shocked that she was caught so quickly. Peter came to check on Tony but based on Pepper's late exit and messy appearance, Tony must be doing just fine. Peter thought as he had the urge to go in there and give his friend a thumbs up. After all, Tony has been vying for Pepper for a while now, so it was good to see some actual progress after so long. Aye. Pepper was lost for words. You know, I didn't know that Tony had a bed in his workshop, Peter says with a fake thoughtful look. He doesn't? What are you assuming? Pepper denied as she finally found her voice. Well, if he doesn't have a bed, then you two must have stayed up all night down there, Peter says as his smirk grew, though no one could see it. What were you two doing awake all night? That's none of your business, Pepper exclaims as she storms off with an embarrassed blush on her cheeks. Chuckling to himself, Peter punched in his code and entered Tony's workshop. Descending the stairs, he was greeted by a half-naked Stark sipping coffee and smiling like a loon. I would ask what caused your mood to flip from depression to idiotic bliss, but I saw Pepper doing the walk of shame upstairs, Peter says, snapping Tony out of his happy trance. I just had the best night of my life, Tony admits almost instantly. Nothing you say can bring me down right now. Good for you, buddy, Peter says as he waves his hand in front of his nose. But maybe put on some clothes and air this place out a bit. It smells like baby making in here. Taking a few sniffs to verify, Tony couldn't help but agree and hit a few buttons. Instantly, some industrial-grade air purifiers got to work, silently pumping air out while also introducing new clean air back in. Within seconds the smell started to fade away. So what brings you here? Tony asks as he starts getting dressed. No reason, Peter says with a shake of his head. I just came to make sure you were all right, but it seems that Pepper took extra special care of you. Oh, she sure did, Tony says as he sits back down and relaxes in his computer chair. And it only took some maniac blowing himself up in front of you, Peter jokes, completely ruining Tony's happy mood. Hey, she would have given in sooner or later. Tony tries to defend himself as he turns to see a folder on the home screen of his PC and remembers something. Actually, it's good that you're here. Tony instantly changes the subject as he opens the folder with a click and turns his monitor to Peter. Take a look at this, Tony says as he double-clicks a video file. Suddenly, the screen filled and a video from a fairly high-quality security camera played, showing a black-haired woman walking alongside a very familiar man, Loki Odinson. What was interesting about the whole video was the fact that Loki was being used as a sort of pack mule. He was carrying 2 good-size boxes and a stuffed backpack. Not only that, but he even seemed to follow after this unknown woman like some sort of lost puppy. Jessica Jones. Peter immediately recognized the woman. I didn't expect them to meet. Jarvis found Thor's brother about a week ago, but I forgot to tell you, Tony says as he sends everything in the folder to Peter's phone. There, now you have everything. As his phone goes off, Peter whipped it out and quickly gave everything a once-over. Thanks, maybe I'll go visit our city's resident prince, Peter says as he stashed his phone away. Want to join me? I'd love to, but I didn't exactly sleep much last night and I have a date tonight, Tony says as the idiotic look of bliss appears on his face once again. With Pepper, Peter asks. At novel bin at. Who else? Tony raised an eyebrow as if that was a dumb question. Just checking. As Peter left the tower and swung through the city toward Alias investigations, he wondered whether he should start recruiting the Defenders early. The Defenders are a future team of 4 street-based superheroes who banded together to save New York City from the hand. Matt Murdock, also known as Daredevil, the man that was trained by Stick, as he has the same impairment as the old man. Jessica Jones, also known as Jewel, a woman who once dreamed of being a superhero, but sadly, that dream was crushed by a mind-controlling pissed. Luke Cage, also known as Power Man, a wrongfully convicted criminal, who escaped from prison after receiving superpowers from some off-the-books experiments. Last but certainly not least, Danny Rand, also known as the Iron Fist, a billionaire orphan, who was lucky enough to be rescued by monks after his parents' deaths and taken to the fabled Kaanlun, where he was trained and later received the coveted title of Iron Fist. All of these people would later come together and become a lower-budget version of the Avengers, though that may not happen anymore. Without the Hand as an enemy to bring them together, the Defenders most likely wouldn't exist in this world, Peter thought as he arrived at Alias investigations and rang the buzzer. Although the Defenders won't exist, that doesn't mean they can't form up as a team under the Avengers. Within a minute, Peter was buzzed in and the door in front of him unlocked. Alias Investigations was just a small office in an old building, so he would have to take the elevator upwards. As the elevator opened, Peter was surprised to find a familiar face waiting for his arrival, like a dutiful secretary. "Are you the new client?" Loki starts to speak but freezes in surprise. "Hey there, Loki," Peter says as he walks out and pats the former prince of Asgard on the shoulder. "How has mortal life been treating you? How has mortal life been treating you?" Peter asked as he smiled under his mask. Seeing a completely powerless Loki was quite the sight. In the movies, Loki always had an air of confidence about him, which made it seem like he could escape and overcome any situation, but that was all gone now. The Loki in front of Peter was very human in comparison. He even looked slightly nervous without his magic to defend himself. "Horrid." Loki answers Peter's question as his scowl deepened. "Does my brother know I'm here?" "Your brother is currently busy cleaning up your mess," Peter says. "So the dumb oaf is king now," Loki says with a laugh. "Well, your father couldn't exactly take back the position," Peter says, receiving a confused look from Loki. "He went into his patented hibernation after sending you off." "I see," Loki mutters. For just a fraction of a second, Peter could see a small look of regret flash across Loki's face, though he quickly hid it away. "You know, I actually agree with your action in killing the Frost Giant King. It's just the way you went about it that was too idiotic," Peter says offhandedly. "Huh." Loki grunted in surprise. "It's true," Peter says with a nod. "Your father may disagree, but taking a powerhouse, who at one point could rival Odin, off of the board is smart. You just went about it in a more flashy manner than necessary. Inviting a hostile foreign leader over and assassinating them in your own territory is the peak of stupidity. It would have been better to assassinate him in his own kingdom and frame a member of his close circle," Peter explains, as that would cause strife between the Frost Giants. "Of course, I don't agree with the genocide or any other part of your plans." Slowly, Loki's scowl morphed into a surprised smile. "It seems that I've misjudged you, Spider. Don't judge a book by its cover." Peter smirks under his mask as a mop of black hair pops out of a nearby doorway. "Loki," she yells angrily and storms out into the hallway. "What's taking you so long?" she asks as Loki steps out of the way and reveals who the possible new client was. Insert picture of Jessica Jones here. As Spider-Man. She stuttered in shock. There was a reason that Jessica wanted to become a superhero at one point, and that was both Captain America and the man standing right in front of her. She looked up to Spider-Man, seeing him as the type of figure that she once wanted to be. For the first time ever, Jessica was completely starstruck. It also didn't help at all that Peter is a peak worldwide celebrity. "It's Spider-Man," Jessica says with her mouth hanging open. "Yes, you've already said that," Loki says with a small hint of jealousy. The venomous woman that could match him tit for tat somehow turned into a puttering schoolgirl as soon as Peter came along. "What are you doing here?" she asks after the initial shock starts to fade away. "Need somebody investigated." Although she said that jokingly, the free advertisement from having Spider-Man as a client would be outrageous. People would line up down the block, hoping to retain her services. "No, sorry," Peter says as he motions to her office door. "Can we speak in private?" "Yeah, come in." Jessica snaps to it and escorts Peter inside, followed by Loki, who lagged behind with a gloomy look on his face. After the pleasantries were out of the way, Peter sat across from Jessica with a big wooden desk between them. Meanwhile, Loki stood off to the side and started pouring himself a drink. He and Tony would get along well, Peter thought as he watched Loki pour what appeared to be a triple shot of scotch and down it instantly. Jessica rolled her eyes as Loki's behavior didn't go unnoticed on her part either, though she has grown used to his alcoholic behavior by now. "I hope that you don't take this the wrong way, but why the hell are you here?" "Well, Loki and I have a small history, so I came to say hello," Peter says as he turns to see Loki pouring himself another glass. "You've seen me and said your greetings. Now, be on your way." Loki shoos Peter off as he swishes his liquor in hand. "I'm sure there's a damsel in distress or cute animals stuck at high heights somewhere." Hearing her assistant try to shove off her former idol and possible cash cow, Jessica sends Loki a pointed glare in warning. "He's just as warm and welcoming as I remember," Peter says with a small chuckle. "Though that's not the only reason I stopped by." Upon hearing this, Loki clicked his tongue and downed his glass, eliciting a smile from Peter. "I'm here to speak to Miss Jones as well," Peter says as he turns back to Jessica, who wondered what the hell Spider-Man could want with her. "Would you like to join the Avengers?" What?" she asks back as a stupid look appears on her face. "Can you repeat that?" "Jessica Jones, would you like to become a member of the Avengers?" Peter repeats himself. A look of realization appears on her face as Loki grinds his teeth off to the side. After all, Loki wanted to stay close to Jessica, but becoming a do-gooder wasn't exactly his forte. His image would be forever ruined. "I'm not exactly the hero type anymore," she answers with a huge lack of confidence. "Was that a decision you made for yourself or out of fear?" Peter asks and receives a curious and confused look from Loki. "Because if this is about Kevin Thompson, I can assure you, he can and will be dealt with." "Who is Kevin Thompson?" Loki asks as the frightened look on Jessica's face made him angry for some reason. "Are you talking about Kilgrave?" Ignoring Loki, Jessica asks with a shaky voice. "Is that his real name? Kevin Thompson?" Loki has never in his entire duration as a mortal man seen or heard Jessica act this way. She was always a confident, aggressive, and quick-witted woman. Seeing her like this seemed to have awakened something in Loki. Yes. Peter nods as he sits back in his chair and crosses his legs. If Kilgrav is what's stopping you, then don't worry. I'll send a team to deal with him for you. Kevin Thompson, also known as Kilgrav, was a man who was experimented on by his parents since his childhood in order to treat a neurodegenerative disease, but the treatment ended up giving him the new ability to control people's minds at his will. At novel bin at. Assuming the name Kilgrav after his parents abandoned him, he began to use his powers to survive. Though it didn't take long for his cruel nature to show, as he began to use his powers for personal gain and amusement, hurting and killing thousands along the way. Eventually, he came across Jessica Jones, whom he kept as his personal sex slave for several months before her escape. You can't. Jessica stands up and exclaims. Anyone you send near him will fall under his control. There's a reason that I've been running and hiding. She didn't know how Spider-Man found out about her or Kilgrav, but in her mind, no one stood a chance against her tormentor. He would only have to utter a single word and it's all over. Who the hell is Kilgrav? Loki asks again but was ignored all the same. Which is why I would send a sniper to do the dirty work from a safe distance. Peter says with a shrug. This man isn't as all-powerful as he would have you believe. Jessica starts to calm down and put everything Peter said together. Can you? Looking straight into Peter's eyes, Jessica seemed to have steeled her resolve as a hopeful look appeared on her face. Can you capture him? She asks as thoughts of doing the deed herself started stirring around in her head. Vengeance is a hard feeling to shake. Jessica was used as a lackey to do things from fetching food to smashing people's brains in, though that wasn't the worst of it. R*P is a horrible crime, but it's especially horrible when you can't at least fight back a little. What made it even worse was the fact that her body was forced to enjoy every moment of her defilement, while her mind raged and begged for it to stop. Revenge was the very least that she could ask for. You want to kill him yourself? Peter read between the lines fairly easily. Yes. Jessica replied instantly. All right, I'll reach out when I have him. Peter says as he stands up and looks her in the eyes in return. But in return, I want you to apply to join the Avengers. Deal. Jessica wouldn't let this opportunity pass by. Returning to the tower, Peter decided to take care of Kilgrav himself, as he didn't want any of his subordinates to mess up and reveal anything. No doubt, Kilgrav would question anyone trying to capture him, before either killing them or sending them after their employer. Peter thought as he drew a quick sketch of David Tennant, the actor that played Kilgrav in the Jessica Jones show. It wouldn't win any awards, but the picture was enough to start the search. Jarvis, I need you to find me this man. Peter scans the drawing and it appears on the PC monitor in his office. He goes by the name Kilgrav, but his real name is. Peter explains everything he knows about the man, from his real identity to his mind control ability. Kilgrav had the ability to control another person's mind through literal verbal commands, making them completely obedient to him. A virus that he emits through microparticles in the air is the source of his power. His ability is always active as he cannot stop his body from producing the virus and anyone within his immediate proximity is affected, but don't realize it until he issues a command. Luckily, the nature of Kilgrav's viral mind control required him to be physically present for his commands to have an immediate effect. Speaking over a phone or through a physical barrier like a sealed room did not enthrall his victims. I can just dart him and lock him in one of the extremist cells. Peter thought as Jarvis got to work searching through security cameras across the country. The extremist cells are completely sealed and filtered in a way that should contain Kilgrav's ability. I should probably double check just to make sure though. Peter thought as he left Jarvis to his work and went down to the detainment floor. Hours later, Peter finished modifying a special cell, which he designated for Kilgrav. Luckily, he checked the cells beforehand because Peter found a slight issue. The filtered and secured vents, which supplied fresh air to all of the prisoners, also vacated old air up to the roof. It's not remotely likely, but Kilgrav could have infected someone on the roof and possibly, with the right amount of luck and ingenuity, used them to escape. Peter thought as he shuddered at the thought of the Avengers falling under that maniac's control. Of course, this wasn't a possibility anymore, as Peter added about 100 more filters. Though if that wasn't enough, he also changed the vent leading to the cell, sending the vacated air to some large storage tanks that Stark Industries had lying around. Unless some idiot comes around and starts cracking open the tanks, there won't be a problem, though the tanks are in a secure area, which is only accessible by either Peter or Tony. Jarvis made sure of it. As Peter looked at the tanks that would be filled with infected viral air, he had a sudden idea. Maybe I should study Kilgrav's ability and see if it can be used for good. Peter thought, but soon started to question himself. The ability to control others so easily just seems so evil. Absolute power corrupts absolutely, Peter thought. Although having the power to make criminals willfully turn themselves into the police would be useful and save a lot of his precious time, the urge to use it for personal gain would always be there, gnawing away at him. It's not worth the trouble, Peter said as he got home that night. Though I should still study it to find a way to counteract the virus effects. Who knows, Peter might be able to make himself immune to mind control, which would be extremely useful in a comic book world. Although there aren't many villains in the MCU who could use mind control, this world has a few curveballs thrown in, so the possibility of a metahuman appearing with similar abilities is always possible. It's just a coin flip whether they go down the good or evil path. On the next day, Peter received some good news. Sir, I've found a man matching Kevin Thompson's description. Jarvis said as soon as Peter entered the tower. You found Kilgrav already? Peter asks in surprise. Yes, it seems as though he wasn't hiding. Jarvis says as security footage of Kilgrav screaming on the sidewalk appeared. The video showed a black-haired woman walking away from a very angry-looking Kilgrav, but it didn't end there. At the same time, a bus driver, who was most likely drinking on the job, accidentally crashed and rolled his bus, causing Kilgrav to be hit and very nearly killed by the impact. Witnessing this, the mystery woman turned around, revealing it to be Jessica Jones, though she didn't go back to help and instead left him to die in the gutter as she walked away. Was that the day Jessica escaped? Peter wondered as he didn't remember every detail of her show. Is he in the hospital? He was. Jarvis says as more videos from hospital cameras started playing, showing a bit of Kilgrav's time in the hospital and portions of his recovery. Kilgrav officially signed himself out of the hospital 1 month ago, and has taken up residence in a wealthy couple's penthouse, where he has continued his recovery from home. Next, video footage of Kilgrav limping in and out of an upscale apartment building in the Upper East Side of Manhattan began to play. Is he there now? Peter asks. Yes, though there has been no sign of the two owners of the home for the last week. Jarvis says. That's not good. Peter mutters as 2 images of the couple appear on the screen. What's not good? The door opened and Tony came waltzing in with a smirk on his face. Just a psycho with mind control powers. Peter says as he didn't want to go into detail. Jarvis could fill him in later if he really wanted to know. Cool. Tony says uncaringly. I'm heading out for a lunch date, but you asked for this, so I thought I'd drop it off. Tony says as he steps out of the office for a second and comes back with a long black rectangular briefcase. Placing it on the table between both of them, Tony opened it up, revealing a long-range sniper rifle alongside some magazines and dart ammunition, which was filled with a yellow liquid. When Pepper said that you put in an order for this baby, I was surprised, but a mind-controlling metahuman seems like a good reason to keep your distance. Tony says as he snaps the case shut and makes his way out. Good luck and don't get brain F***ed. Pepper's waiting for me downstairs. Peter sighed as he started familiarizing himself with his new sniper. He could remember the days when Tony would jump at the opportunity to face off against an interesting bad guy, but now he was in the initial stages of a relationship with the woman he loves, so his attention was currently elsewhere. The truth is that bros before hoes never existed. Peter thought with a laugh. He'll be back after the honeymoon phase passes. After spending some time in the tower's very own firing range, Peter headed out that night in his blacked-out suit with a sniper strapped across his back. Thanks to the training that every member of the Avengers has to go through, Peter's sniper skills were fairly adequate. Add in the fact that he has an extremely enhanced body and senses, and that puts him on the level of a very skilled marksman. Using a quick invisibility spell, Peter opened a portal on top of the building across the street from the penthouse that Kilgrav was said to be staying in. Where are you? Peter muttered as he set up his sniper on a tripod at the edge of the rooftop and surveyed the windows of the upper floors one by one. Thankfully, the blinds and curtains were wide open, and the windows went from floor to ceiling, so Peter could see almost the entire penthouse apartment. The apartment itself looked extremely spacious and lavishly decorated, showing just how wealthy Kilgrav's latest victims were. Novel bin at. Maybe I should buy a penthouse for myself too. Peter muttered as he found the idea rather appealing. I could take MJ there on the weekends. He certainly had more than enough money to afford it, as his bank account only keeps climbing with the constant success of Candy Crush. Thank you, microtransactions. Peter thought as he saw some movement from one of the windows and snapped back into focus. That's just messed up. Peter muttered in pity and disgust. Kilgrav, who was completely naked as the day he was born, was laying in bed watching TV, as a woman serviced him with her mouth. Insert picture of Kilgrav here. Even worse, a man stood in the corner of the room with tears dripping down his eyes, watching without the ability to move a single muscle. Below him was a pile of rather large tacks, which he was most definitely forced to stand on. As the spiky tacks pierced into his bare feet, blood smudged and slowly pooled onto the dark wood flooring. Is he cooking this guy? Peter almost exclaimed in absolute revulsion. What is this? A bad hentai? Seeing more than enough for a lifetime of disgust, Peter decided to act quickly and save the poor couple before Kilgrav could escalate the situation any further. Taking out a fresh magazine, filled with 5 large tranquilizer dart bullets, Peter could see some runic writing on the casings. Before leaving the tower earlier, Peter wanted to add a bit of a magical enhancement to the darts, as he wasn't sure whether the darts would be accurate when factoring in glass windows or any other environmental factors. Just to be sure that things go smoothly, Peter added some enchantments to mitigate these factors, allowing the darts to shoot through the air without any possible direction changes and tear through glass without altering the trajectory. Nighty-night, Kevin. Peter mutters as he loaded the gun, chambered a round, took aim, and fired. As a loud bang echoed across Manhattan, the gun kicked back slightly and a large needle-tipped bullet launched out of the barrel, crossing the gap between the 2 buildings in an instant. Though Peter didn't stop there. Dealing with mind-controlled victims, who have most likely been converted into Kilgrav's little minions, would just be an unneeded hassle, so Peter changed targets and fired another 2 darts soon after the first. Inside the bedroom, just as Kilgrav was about to blow his load into this poor mind-controlled lady's mouth as her husband watched, a loud bang could be heard from outside. Though before anyone could do anything or even react in the slightest, the glass window shattered with a loud crash. Ugh. Kilgrav grunted as he felt something impact his chest and pierce deeply into his skin. He could even feel some sort of liquid being pumped into his body, as the effects of the tranquilizer already started showing. Looking down in shock, Kilgrav found a large metal dart embedded into his chest. As he went to grab it and pull the foreign object from his body, Kilgrav could feel his strength leave him. Within only moments of injection, Kilgrav lost all strength in his movement and was already starting to feel drowsy. Before he could fall unconscious, Kilgrav saw 2 other matching darts fly through the broken window and impact his most recent playthings. The man in the corner collapsed within seconds, releasing him of his excruciating pain and anguish. As for the woman, who was still bobbing her head up and down on her captor's crotch, she was impacted directly in the neck and slip off of the bed as she passed out cold as well. What the? Kilgrav stuttered as his body toppled over, following his victims in a chemically induced sleep. On the rooftop across the street, Peter waited a full minute before even thinking about going over to the bedroom across the street. Peter didn't want to rush over too early and get ordered around by a barely conscious mind pissed. Kilgrav's powers were just that terrifying. Maybe I should give him a double dose. Peter thought out loud as he scoped in once again. He should be able to survive a second shot. With another squeeze of the trigger followed by a 4th gunshot, Kilgrav was injected with a second dose of tranquilizer. As the second dart pierced into his body, Kilgrav didn't flinch or groan at all, showing how effective the first shot really was. Okay, that should be enough, Peter says as he straps the sniper along his back once again and leaps over to the other building with a single jump, landing in the penthouse on the broken glass from the shattered window. Without wasting a single second, Peter collected his darts from everyone's unconscious bodies and waved his hand. Beside him, a small portal opened, which dumped out a blood collection kit, among other things. Keeping a quick pace, Peter taps into Kilgrav's vein and starts filling a clear hospital bag with blood, though he didn't stop there. Peter then swabbed his mouth and nostrils, cut off a lock of hair, and even sliced off a small piece of flesh for testing. That should be enough, Peter said as he stored everything away and waved his hand once again. Instantly, Kilgrav's naked body was swallowed by a portal that appeared underneath him. His body fell onto a bed in a glass box, which resembled a high-tech prison cell. Mission accomplished? Peter muttered as he checked on the victims before leaving the scene of the crime altogether. They should be fine now, hopefully. The couple may need some therapy after the ordeal they've been put through, but with Kilgrav out of the picture, they can put their lives back on track. Returning to the tower, Peter didn't bother visiting his newest prisoner, as the tranquilizer would take at least 12 hours to wear off. Especially after that second dose. After safely storing his samples, which he would later study to help find a way to counteract mind control, Peter took some similar samples from himself to see if he was infected with Kilgrav's mind control pathogen. I was in the same room as him, after all, Peter thought as he spent some time with Lily in his modified penthouse while running all sorts of tests on himself. Daddy, what are you doing? She asked between episodes of My Little Pony. I ran into a sick man today, so I'm checking to see if I got infected, Peter says, unwilling to reveal much about Kilgrav to his daughter, as he isn't exactly a PG-rated villain. Since Peter wasn't exactly sure what he was looking for, the first night of testing gave him no useful information whatsoever. This is going to take longer than I'd hoped, Peter thought as he said goodnight to Lily and returned home. Arriving home that night, Peter found MJ asleep in his bed, hugging his pillow closely in her sleep. MJ seemed to smile slightly every time she caught a whiff of his scent from the pillow. So cute, Peter commented as he hopped into bed next to her, pulling his beautiful girlfriend into his arms as he drifted off to sleep alongside her. As he fell asleep, MJ opened her eyes and peeked up at Peter's face, smiling contentedly for a brief moment before burying her face in his neck. Arriving at the Avengers Tower bright and early, Jessica Jones looked up at the towering building for a moment before walking in, feeling both nervous and determined at the same time. Following closely behind her, Loki didn't say a word as he protectively eyed the surroundings. At novel bin at. Ever since the day Spider-Man came for a visit, Loki has done his best to figure out what the hell they were talking about. With enough pestering, he learned that a man named Kilgrav used mind control to take advantage of Jessica, using her as a lackey for months on end. Jessica didn't mention anything about the sexual portions of her time with Kilgrav, but Loki was a smart man. It didn't take a genius to put the puzzle pieces together. Ever since Loki figured out the context of their conversation, he felt a boiling rage appear deep inside himself. How dare that dirty mortal lay a finger on her? Loki thought hatefully. It was too bad that Loki's powers were taken away because he has a long list of particularly vicious spells, which he would love to use on Kilgrav at this very moment. I'll have to make do with mortal means, Loki thought as he entered Avengers Tower alongside Jessica. Excuse me, are you Jessica Jones? A secretary-looking woman asks as soon as they entered the building. Yes. Jessica answers with a nod. Please follow me, the secretary says as they go through security and toward the elevators. As they walked up, a nearby elevator opened on its own and a disembodied voice spoke. Welcome, Miss Jones, Prince Loki. Jarvis spoke from the elevator speakers. Please enter the elevator. Spider-Man is waiting upstairs. Hearing the voice call Loki a prince was a bit odd for Jessica. Although Loki was very open about his status as an Asgardian prince, as he loves to flaunt his status at the drop of a hat, she always thought he was just a nutjob or something. Entering the elevator, the secretary stayed behind as she wasn't allowed on the upper floors of the tower. Arriving at the correct floor, the two of them followed the directions of the disembodied voice and arrived before a clear jail cell with a very familiar prisoner inside. Jessica, is that you? Kilgrave asks as Jessica freezes in place and tightens her fists. I knew you couldn't stay away for long. Love always finds a way. Love always finds a way. Kilgrave jumped out of bed and paced over to the glass. Thankfully, he was no longer naked and wore a grey prison jumpsuit that each prisoner of the detainment floor receives. Loki watched as this man got as close as he could and stared fixedly at Jessica with the look of a verified lunatic. Kilgrave may be a psychopath with a god complex a mile long, but he viewed his time together with her as a real and loving relationship. He loved Jessica Jones in his own crazy sort of way. Constantly, he used his powers to force her to spend time with him, care for him and have sex with him. When Trish Walker, Jessica's adoptive sister, would call to make sure she was alright, Kilgrave ensured that Jessica kept her explanations short and full of sweet happy memories, which were usually lies. Kilgrave would treat her to dinner and use his vast wealth to stay in 5-star hotels. However, it would always be his powers keeping her by his side, not Jessica's own free will. How did you do it? Kilgrave asks as he places a hand on the glass. Jessica couldn't speak. How did you disobey me? He continues to question her, but Jessica didn't say a word. On the day of the accident, which almost killed him, Jessica ignored his commands and walked away from him, leaving Kilgrave distracted as a bus plowed into him. It was an impossible feat, which never happened before. Everyone always followed his commands no matter the circumstances. What made that whole situation even worse for Kilgrave's massive ego was the fact that he thought she genuinely loved him back. Due to his love for Jessica, Kilgrave once tested if she actually wanted to stay with him. He gave her no orders for 12 hours, the exact amount of time for someone to fall out of his control. However, he found Jones had decided not to leave him, allowing him to believe that she truly did love him. Later that night, he found the love of his life standing on a balcony as if she were about to jump to the concrete floor below. Instantly, he ordered her to step down, but Jessica didn't follow his command. When he questioned why she initially had not listened to him, he decided to punish her by making her cut off her own ear. If you don't listen to me, what is the point in having ears? Kilgrave ranted at the time. To listen to someone else. No one had ever disobeyed him before, so this was a huge hit to his psychotic ego. You never appreciate anything I do for you. If you can't listen to me, you don't need ears. Cut them off. He commanded that night. When she began to obey him again, almost cutting off her own ear, Kilgrave changed his mind and hugged her, seeing that instance as a fluke. After all, she went a full 12 hours without his orders, so his control may have just been weak at that moment. The problem with their final parting was the fact that he was constantly handing out orders, yet she somehow wrestled away from his control. Who's this? Kilgrave gave up that line of questioning and turned his attention to the handsome man beside his lover. As his gaze trained on Loki, Kilgrave's loving look for Jessica morphed into a deadly stare, which would frighten any child. At novel bin at. Sadly for him, Loki was anything but a child. In fact, he was many thousands of years old, so Kilgrave's hate-filled look was laughable in his eyes. Reading this caged mental patient like a book, Loki smirked and reached a hand around Jessica's waist, pulling her into his side. Loki Odinson, prince and former king of Asgard. Loki introduces himself as he basks in his enemy's venomous and jealous gaze. Jessica is my betrothed. As soon as he said this, Jessica's eyes shot open in shock, though Kilgrave didn't catch on as he was preoccupied with Loki at the moment. Although Jessica wanted to rip his hand off of her waist and refute Loki's rather formal claim to her hand in marriage, she decided to quietly play along. After all, he was doing this to help her. Ignoring the man who was feeling up his property so blatantly, Kilgrave turned his attention back to Jessica. You know, you're the first thing. Kilgrave stops himself and corrects his slip of the tongue. Ahem, excuse me. The first person I've ever wanted that walked away from me. The crazy fanatical look in his eyes deepened as he rested his forehead on the glass, hoping to manipulate Jessica once again. You made me feel something that I've never felt before. He continues as Jessica takes a step back away from the glass. Yearning. I think I'm going to be sick. Loki comments from the side. Ignoring Loki, Kilgrave looks Jessica in the eyes, hoping to awaken her former obedience. Kill him. He orders, hoping some small part of her would follow his orders once again. Jessica just stood there unmoving for a moment before she realized that nothing happened. Her body stayed under her control, which was surprising, as she didn't know how Kilgrave's powers worked or his weaknesses. Even though he was in a cage, she was still fearful of his control, unknowing that the sealed cell was blocking his power from affecting her. Of course, she should have guessed this already as he was currently in a cage, but the reality of the situation didn't fully set in until this very moment. Your power doesn't work through the glass, does it? Jessica asks as her usual confidence returns. This time it was Kilgrave's turn to be silent. You're powerless, aren't you, Kevin? Jessica asks tauntingly. Oh, shut up. He answers in annoyance. Kevin is dead. Kevin is a mundane name, but Kilgrave? Seriously? Jessica says with a bit of venom in her voice. Was Murder Corpse already taken? As she was speaking, Kilgrave noticed a silhouette walking into view. Help. Instantly, his demeanor changed to panic as he started banging on the glass. I'm being held captive by a madwoman. Nice try. A fourth voice says as Loki and Jessica turn to see Peter step out of the shadows, donned in his usual Spider-Man gear. Oh, sh*t. Kilgrav fake panic instantly disappeared as he got a better view of the new arrival. Jessica and her supposed fiancé were his first visitors, and he never saw who captured him in the penthouse, so Kilgrav initially thought that it was Jessica who set all of this up, not the Avengers. Oh, shit indeed. Peter says as he walks over beside Jessica. Would you like to do the deed now or later? Hearing his question, Kilgrav looked at Peter in shock. What deed? He asks in confusion. I hope he doesn't mean what I think he means. Isn't Spider-Man supposed to be a hero? Killing can be heroic as well. Peter says with an uncaring shrug. Turning back to the love of his life, Kilgrav looked at her with a pleading gaze. Jessica, you wouldn't kill me, would you? He asks, hoping to save his own skin. I thought we would be torturing him first. Loki asks, sounding disgruntled. I was hoping to whip out some of the torture techniques that my mother taught me. Jessica looked at Loki with a surprised gaze, but saved her many questions for later. Well, his ability makes torture a bit tricky. Peter says with a thoughtful look. We could gag him, though some extra precautions would be needed. Just in case. Hearing his captors talk about torturing him so shamelessly, Kilgrav felt like he was one of his victims, completely unable to make a decision for himself. At the mercy of someone else's every whim. Come on. We can talk about this. Kilgrav tries to cut into the conversation. Why don't we just rip out his tongue? Loki offers his invaluable advice. If talking is the activation for his ability, then simply make him a mute. The room goes deathly silent, as none of them realized that dealing with Kilgrav could be so easy. It was like bright light bulbs went off in their heads all at once. Wait just a minute. Kilgrav began to seriously panic. He'd never be able to activate his power again. Jessica muttered, liking Loki's suggestion more and more. Why didn't I think of that? Peter felt like an idiot for not thinking of that. I could also use magic to remove his voice altogether. Why didn't I think of that? Peter muttered, but he would soon regret speaking altogether. As soon as Loki heard Peter's words, he smirked tauntingly in his direction. After all, he rarely gets any wins like this these days. Don't you know magic, Spider? Loki says provokingly. Shouldn't you have a spell for this? Peter sighed in annoyance as he walked up to the cell and pressed a hand on the glass. Just wait patiently on the side. We both know that you won't be of any help in this department. Loki's eye twitched in frustration as a golden spell circle appeared on the glass wall of the cell. Both Jessica and Kilgrav watched in shock as neither knew that Spider-Man had such powers. Though Jessica was also curious as to why Loki reacted so negatively to Peter's words. Could Loki actually use magic at one point? Jessica thought as she wondered if Loki was telling the truth all of this time. In this version of the MCU, Thor hasn't been able to fight alongside the Avengers, as he was busy running one of the universe's most powerful alien civilizations, nor is Loki the widely hated villain his movie counterpart was, as he never became Thanos' lackey and attacked Earth, so Asgard isn't exactly known to the general public. Loki's ravings about being the magical prince of some godly country were beyond impossible to believe, especially when he didn't have his powers as a sort of proof. While Jessica was re-evaluating the many unbelievable things that Loki has told her up until now, the golden spell circle finished forming and shrunk into the size of a small coin. What is that? Kilgrav stutters as he steps back in fear. Magic. Peter answers simply as the penny-sized spell shot into the prison cell, aimed directly at Kilgrav's open mouth. Kilgrav's eyes go wide as the golden wisp shoots into his mouth faster than he could react. Suddenly, a searing pain burns his tongue. Kilgrav screamed in pain, showing the golden penny-sized spell that was now branded into his tongue. Surprisingly, his pain-filled wailing disappeared in seconds, as if someone pressed the mute button on a TV. When the pain finally lessened, Kilgrav noticed the lack of sound coming from his mouth. Trying to speak, his lips moves but not a single sound is released. Instantly, Kilgrav starts screaming as he does anything to hear his own voice again. As the reality of the situation set in, the look that appeared on Kilgrav's face matched the perfect definition of despair. Without his voice, everything Kilgrav has enjoyed and taken for granted all of these years will vanish into dust. Oh, that expression is exquisite. Loki comments with a smirk on his face. Although Jessica wasn't one to revel in the pain and misery of others, she couldn't help but agree with her sadistic assistant. Isn't this enough? Everyone's attention was drawn from Kilgrav and toward Jessica, who had a reluctant look on her face. Can we just kill him? She turns to Peter and asks. If that's what you want. Peter answers with an uncaring shrug. What? Loki starts to whine like a child. But I have so many techniques to put to use. I've never tortured somebody before. Jessica explains herself with a nervous stutter. I don't think I could even watch something like that. As soon as the time came to actually pull some teeth and carve some flesh, reality set in, and the heroic good-natured girl, who once dreamed of being a superhero, started to surface. Fine. Loki says, as he would never force her to commit such an act unwillingly. But we're still going to kill him though, right? Jessica's hands started shaking upon hearing Loki's words. If you don't want to, that's fine. Peter says as he walks over to the side of the cell, where a panel full of buttons could be seen. I can always put him down painlessly. With a single button press, the cell could be filled with a toxic gas, which would induce sleep and slowly kill any living being inside with every lung-filled breath. Loki didn't look happy, but he didn't say anything and left the decision up to Jessica. I can't do it, Jessica exclaimed as she rushed out of the hall. Huh, I didn't expect her to act so cute, Peter says as his image of the bad *SS Jessica Jones was completely ruined. I thought that she would at least stay for his death. Don't you already have a Spider-Woman? Loki asks, upset with Peter's choice of words. Sure, but that doesn't mean I can't make an observation. Peter shrugs as he realizes something. Wait a minute. Loki's death stare pierced into Peter's figure, giving away the banished prince's greatest secret. You like her, Peter says in a playful tone. You're mistaken. Loki denies Peter's claims instantly. Mortals hold no sway over gods. Wow, you actually love her, don't you? Peter didn't believe a word he said. You and your brother are more alike than either would like to admit. I said you're mistaken, Loki reiterates. Oh really? Peter asks sarcastically. Smirking under his mask, Peter flipped a switch on the panel and held his finger over a large red button. Then you wouldn't mind the man that tormented and *ped her getting off easy with a painless death, right? Peter asks provokingly. It's what she wants, Loki says through grinding teeth as his hands tighten into fists. Yeah, but she's not here, is she? Peter says as Loki turns to look at Kilgrav hatefully. Admit it. The room goes silent as Loki internally debates whether he could admit something that he hasn't even admitted to himself yet. I can always lie, Loki thought as that was his forte after all. You win. Say it, Peter demands as his finger stays above the button. I love Jessica, Loki says, pretending to have a hard time with his admission. Good, doesn't it feel better to just let it out? Peter says as he flicks the switch once again, deactivating the kill button. What time is it? Checking his non-existent watch, Peter suddenly starts freaking out. I'm late, Peter shouts as if he were the rabbit from Alice in Wonderland. Loki, could you watch The Prisoner for me? I'm late for a very important date. At novel bin at. A smirk appears on Loki's face as he caught on to Peter's little act. Sure, no problem, Loki says as Kilgrav grabs the cell's metal desk chair, readying himself for what's to come. Good, Peter says as he points to a certain lever on the panel. Just make sure that no one flips this lever. It'll open up the cell and Kilgrav could escape. Of course, Loki says as he smirks vindictively at the man in the cage, unbothered by the new weapon in his target's hands. We wouldn't want that. As Peter left the room, Loki strolled over to the control planet and immediately flipped the lever, opening the glass cage. Kilgrav tried and failed to speak as he put his back against the far wall and readied his chair for attack. Look at you, Loki says as he steps into the cell without a care in the world. A cornered animal. As Loki waltzed over, Kilgrav didn't hesitate and swung the chair at him, though sadly, he wasn't dealing with just any idiot off the street. This is Loki Odinson, a 1,000-year-old Asgardian. Although Loki may have specialized in magic for all of his life, he still grew up as a prince of a warrior kingdom with a warrior brother. One measly mortal with a metal chair was nothing. As the chair came swinging down, Loki stepped back and waited for it to pass by before Spartan kicking Kilgrav in the chest, knocking the wind out of him and sending him back into the glass wall. Weak, Loki mutters in disgust as he rips the chair out of his victim's hands and starts beating him with it. Instantly, the sounds of metal impacting flesh filled the hallway, though still, not a single sound came out of Kilgrav's mouth. Soon enough, Kilgrav curled up into a ball against the wall, protecting his head with his arms as he took hit after hit. Heavy breathing. Loki beat him over and over until he was winded. All that bravado, and all along you were this pitiful. Without another word, the beating stopped as Loki set the chair up in the center of the open cell, taking a seat to catch his breath. This mortal body is too weak, Loki thought as he internally cursed his father. I need some tools before we can continue. Just as Loki uttered these words, a portal opened beside him and a cart filled with all sorts of tools and sharp weapons came rolling out. I'm starting to like that spider, Loki smirks as he grabs some duct tape off the cart. As the portal closed, Loki looked toward his battered enemy and stood up, patting his former seat with a welcoming smile. Hurry and get over here, Loki says demandingly. We have a long day ahead of us. Loki's little lie got him exactly what he wanted. The torturous death of a man whose existence demanded such an end, but did he lie to Peter or himself? After all, actions speak louder than words. Hours later, Loki left the detainment floor with blood staining his hands and clothes, leaving a mangled, blood-covered, headless, pissed behind. Someone else would have to clean up after him. As he rounded the corner out of one hallway and into another, leaving Loki alone to deal Kilgrav his gruesome end, Peter smirked as he leaned against the wall beside a certain black-haired eavesdropper, who happened to hear everything that just transpired between him and Loki. Flashback. When Jessica rushed out of the room, hyperventilating at the idea of killing somebody. Even if it was the man that made her life hell and defiled her body over and over, she still wasn't able to do it. Saying you're going to kill someone and actually doing it when they're helplessly brought in front of you is an entirely different thing. Though, when she was waiting for the elevator, Jessica had some second thoughts. I should at least be there and see it for myself, she thought, and marched back with renewed confidence. As she was only one hallway away from returning to Kilgrav's prison cell, Jessica overheard Loki and Peter talking about something. You and your brother are more alike than either would like to admit, she hears Spider-Man's voice say in amusement. I said you're mistaken. Loki sounded annoyed. Doesn't he hate his brother? Jessica recalled. Oh really? Spider-Man paused as Jessica heard a clicking sound. Then you wouldn't mind the man that tormented and *ped her getting off easy with a painless death, right? Jessica never told either of them about that. How does he know? Did Kilgrave tell him? It's what she wants. Loki didn't sound happy at all. Yeah, but she's not here, is she? Peter says, but Jessica felt like he knew otherwise. Admit it. Admit what? Jessica was confused by their conversation. You win. Loki says reluctantly. Say it. Peter demands. I love Jessica. What? Flashback end. A dark banished prince is vying for your love. Peter says teasingly. How scandalous. You knew I was listening. Jessica says accusingly. Well, I don't have super senses for nothing. Peter says with a laugh, as the sounds of a one-sided beating echoed from the nearby hallway. He's really going to town in there, isn't he? Listening to the start of Kilgrave's torture, Jessica felt both uncomfortable and flattered in a weird kind of way. After all, a man loved her so much that he would torture her tormentor to death for what he's done. The two just stood there in silence, listening to Loki beat Kilgrave with a chair for almost 5 minutes. When Loki ran out of steam, Peter left for a moment as he had to send over some supplies, but he soon returned to an empty hallway. Did she run off? He thought as he heard the elevator opening and sprinted over. Just as it was about to close, Peter dashed over and stuck his hand inside, causing the elevator doors to automatically open. Leaving so soon? Peter asks as he steps into the elevator beside Jessica. He may not be able to scream or make noises, but I can't listen to it anymore. Jessica says as the elevator closes and headed down to the ground floor. Is Loki really a god or whatever? Hearing her question, Peter couldn't help but laugh a little. No, Loki is an alien with a bit of a god complex, though if any race deserved to have a god complex, it's the Asgardians. Peter says as he chuckles once again at his own explanation. What's so funny? She asks curiously. Loki isn't even an Asgardian, Peter reveals. But he always talks about Asgard being his home. Jessica says in confusion. He was adopted into the Asgardian royal family. Peter explains. He was abandoned by his father for being born weak, so Odin took him in. What an *shoal. Jessica comments about Laufey. Yep, so when can I expect your resume on my desk? Peter changes the subject. At novel bin at. I don't know. Jessica says with an exhausted sigh. Tomorrow, I guess. Good, because you have a lot of training to get through. Peter informs her. What? Jessica uttered in dread. How much training are we talking about? Well, you have basic training, hand-to-hand training, weapons training, and a ton of practical tests so you don't make any mistakes in the field. Peter says as he puts on a thoughtful face. I'm forgetting some things, but that's what comes to mind at the moment. There's more. Jessica just realized the hell she signed herself up for. How long is it going to take before I'm done? Maybe a few months, if you're a quick learner. Peter says after a moment of thought. Months. Jessica was completely dejected at this point, though on the bright side, she wasn't thinking about the torture that was currently happening anymore. After seeing Jessica out of the building, as she needed some time to think, Peter spent some quality time with Lily until Loki was finished with his handiwork. This is a mess. Peter commented as he returned to the cell, which was covered in blood. Not only that, but the mangled remains of Kilgrave were piled up in the center of the cell, while his severed head sat perfectly on the metal chair with a horrified expression frozen in place. Sir, would you like for me to hire a cleaning crew? Jarvis asks dutifully. No, it's best that no one knows of this. Peter says with a shake of his head. Knows of what? A familiar voice says from behind. Holy *T, is that real? Tony came strolling in with a smile on his face, which soon morphed into disgust at the scene before him. Yes. Peter answers uncaringly, as Tony would have been informed either way. Jarvis would make sure of it. What happened? Tony asks and Jarvis goes into a long explanation. So, you killed the mind control guy you were talking about. Tony sums it all up after learning everything. Well, Loki did, but yeah. Peter answers with a shrug. Okay, just clean it up before anyone else finds out. Tony says as he looks at the cell with a frown. He couldn't have made it less messy. Before using his magic to clean everything up, Peter took a few more samples from Kilgrave's carcass. There wasn't much left that was usable, but Peter did manage to salvage a few vital organs, including Kilgrave's heart and brain. With everything saved and stored appropriately, Peter cast a few spells, transforming the blood-covered cell back to its original spotless appearance. Returning home that night, Peter had dinner with his aunt before heading off to bed, where he opened up his laptop and looked into another member of the Defenders, who he would recruit next. Matthew Michael Murdock, or Daredevil. Matt Murdock is a lawyer who was blinded as a young boy by a radioactive substance that fell into his eyes from a crashed transport vehicle. After some mobsters killed his father, Matt seemed to disappear off of the face of the earth, though Peter knew that was when he met Stick and his warrior training began. Stick found that even though Matt lost his sight, his other 4 remaining senses were heightened to superhuman levels, so he recruited him to fight for the chaste. However, Matt's compassion for a certain woman led him to be rejected by Stick. He then returned to Columbia University with his best friend and now business partner, Foggy Nelson, to gain his law degree. Matt dedicates his life to fighting injustice in New York City by day, as a lawyer with his law firm Nelson and Murdoch, and by night, as a vigilante known as the Masked Man. Daredevil isn't his name yet, huh? Peter thought as he read through some small news articles. Should I just go and visit him now? Peter couldn't sleep, as his lovely body pillow wasn't with him tonight. MJ was spending the night at her own house since her father was visiting. Thankfully, her mother warned her beforehand, as she didn't want her father showing up and threatening Peter with a gun once again, though Peter wouldn't mind. Switching to his spider suit, Peter opened a portal and appeared on a rooftop across the street from Daredevil's apartment. Anyone home? Peter thought as he surveyed the windows. Just as he was watching the windows, a masked man in torn black clothing dragged himself up the fire escape. Is that him? Peter wondered as he watched the battered man tumble into one of Matt's windows, before picking himself up and stumbling to the bathroom. Putting a few spells on himself to cancel out the sound and smell of his body, Peter leaped over to the same fire escape and silently followed Matt inside. Taking a seat on the couch, Peter waited as he listened to Daredevil painfully patch himself up in the bathroom. This must be early in his hero work, Peter thought as he didn't even have his red suit with the horns yet. After some time, the sound of the toilet flushing could be heard as the bathroom door swung open, revealing a haggard and unmasked Matt Murdock. Insert picture of Matt Murdock here. Sorry for the intrusion, Peter says, surprising Daredevil into a frozen stupor. I was patrolling the area and saw someone matching the masked man's description. It's always nice meeting other heroes, so I let myself in. I can't see you, Matt mutters in shock. Well, I'm sorry to tell you this, but... Peter says as if he were a doctor breaking bad news to a patient. You're blind. I can't see you, Matt mutters in shock. Well, I'm sorry to tell you this, Matt, but... Peter says as if he were a doctor breaking bad news to a patient. You're blind. Although Peter cracked that little joke, he knew from the show that despite being blinded as a child, Matt's remaining 4 senses are enhanced to a superhuman level, resulting in them becoming radar-like. He can constantly feel numerous things, including balance, direction, minuscule changes in air density, vibrations, and blankets of temperature variations, that are usually imperceptible to human beings. That, combined with his acute hearing and olfactory senses, allows Matt to evaluate his surroundings in what he describes as an impressionistic painting of the world around him, which, according to him, looks like the world is on fire. His superhumanly enhanced senses grant him tremendous awareness of his surroundings on a wide range, thus making him extremely alert to danger. In fact, Murdock's senses are so great, they are almost at the level of Peter's spider senses. Very funny, Mr. Matt asks as he stays alert and keeps his back against the wall. After all, he had no idea where the intruder was standing. Even Peter's voice was masked by magic and seemed to encompass the entire room without any real origin. Spider-Man, Peter says as he watches Matt's eyebrows raise in surprise. Why are you here? Matthew asks as he shuffled along the wall and grabs his walking stick. I don't believe that I've committed any crimes. Well, vigilantism is a crime, Peter says as Matt stiffens for a brief moment. Arresting me for crime fighting would be a bit hypocritical of you, don't you think? He argues back like a true lawyer. Hee, true, Peter says with a laugh. Seeing how uncomfortable and cautious Daredevil was being, Peter waved his hand and shut down the spells he placed on himself. Instantly, Matthew twitched as he found the intruder on his couch, sitting calmly as if he wasn't breaking into his apartment. Is that better? Peter asks. Yes, thank you, Matt answers as he does his best to calm down. Good, why don't you take a seat? Peter offers up a seat as if he owned the place. I have a job offer for you. 2 of them actually. I'm afraid that I'm already employed. Matt didn't even sit down as he made excuses to decline. At least hear me out first, Peter says as he gestures to the seat across from him, knowing that Daredevil could see him in his own way. I don't seem to have a choice in the matter. Matt sighs as he walked over and sat down. We always have a choice. It just depends on whether we make the right decision or not, Peter says as if he were a wise monk. Get to the point, please, Matt says in barely veiled annoyance. I have a case scheduled early tomorrow morning. His time spent training under Stick was filled with similar words of sagely advice, so hearing them now only brought back bad memories. Sounds good to me, Peter says with an uncaring shrug. I would like to offer you a job as an Avenger. No, thank you, Matt immediately refused. I'm just a normal man. Your type of work is far above my pay grade. True, though we both know that you are anything but a normal man, Peter says with a smirk. As for the work, you would continue your protection of Hell's Kitchen, but with the training and resources provided to every Avenger. He paused upon hearing Peter's offer, which sounded very appealing. I don't need any training. Training is mandatory for all members, Peter says with a shake of his head. Not even I was exempt from basic training. What type of resources would be provided? Matt asked. Well, anything you could ever need, Peter says with a shrug. A specialized suit to replace those ruined black clothes in the bathroom, assistance from other members, police support, weaponry, technology, money, land. As long as it aids in the cause of protecting the Earth and innocent lives, of course. Everything Peter listed off sounded extremely tempting to a starting hero like Daredevil. The suit was something that Matt has been looking into, as he needed something bulletproof. Sadly, he happens to live in America, the country with more guns than people, so that was a major problem he kept running into. Every damn criminal was armed to the teeth, making his job feel like an active war zone. Assistance from other members wasn't as tempting as he prefers to work alone, though the possibility to ask for help could always come in handy. As for police support, that was a very big draw for him. In the few months that Matt started his journey as a hero, the police have interfered in his work almost constantly. They even shot at him on a handful of occasions. In fact, he just dug a police-issue bullet out of his shoulder only moments ago. Everything else Peter offered was just icing on the cake, though the land option sounded especially appealing. I could have my own base of operations, Matt thought as he no longer found it a viable option to working out of his home. After all, Peter just followed him inside and he didn't even notice. You said there were 2 job offers, Daredevil asks, holding his decision back for the time being. Yes, but the next one includes your business partner, Foggy Nelson. Peter says as he sees Matt tense at the mention of his friend. Foggy isn't involved in my extracurricular activities. Daredevil tries his best to keep his best friend out of this. I know, but the next offer has nothing to do with fighting crime. Peter says, confusing Matt even further. I'd like to hire your law firm to represent the Avengers. Exclusively, of course. Matt wasn't expecting him to say that. Is there a case filed against you? I haven't heard of anything related to the Avengers reaching the courts. No, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't be prepared. The Avengers doesn't have any lawyers on retainer, so your firm would be the one and only. Peter says, hoping to entice him into accepting. Of course, there is a stipulation to this. What? Matt knew it was too good to be true. You must accept my first offer and join the Avengers. Peter says with a smirk under his mask. Thanks to Daredevil's odd way of seeing, he could bypass Peter's mask and see a fiery figure's lips curve upwards. Truthfully, the Avengers would almost never need a lawyer to represent them, as no government or court in any single country had the power to call upon them. They only answered to a majority vote of the United Nations, which wasn't something that Peter worried about. At least, for the time being. Peter offered Matthew this second deal as an incentive to accept the first, plain and simple. With the credentials as the one and only law firm representing the Avengers, Nelson and Murdoch would skyrocket into the upper echelon of law firms in an instant. At novel bin at. Wealthy clients would line up for miles in hopes of retaining their law firm, if only to brag that they have the same lawyers as Spider-Man, Iron Man, Magneto, and the other Avengers. It wasn't hard for Matt to read between the lines. He knew that Peter was giving him a very large incentive in order to secure him as a subordinate, and God, it was hard to say no. I need to speak with my business partner before making any decisions, he says with a contemplative look. That's fine, Peter says understandingly as he stands up from the couch. When Mr. Nelson says yes, bring him to the tower so we can sign the necessary papers. Matthew found it hard to argue with Peter's confidence in his success. After all, Foggy would jump at the opportunity to work with New York's resident superheroes. Not only does working for the Avengers look good for their firm, but they also have more than enough money to pay for the services rendered. Ever since the 2 friends left their old firm to create one themselves, they've done nothing but low-paying jobs for poor victims. A good handful of them were done free of charge as well. Although helping others is good for the soul, it doesn't exactly pay rent or put food on the table. Truthfully, Matthew might as well agree to everything now. The only thing holding him back was the fact that all of this was happening so suddenly. He needed some time to think properly. Once again, I'm sorry for the intrusion, Peter says as he walks over to the window. I'll see myself out. Before Daredevil could say another word, Peter leaped out of the window and swung away. It's actually Spider-Man, Matt thought as he could only see Peter as a fiery human figure. I need to call Foggy. After leaving the tower, Jessica unconsciously walked to her adoptive sister's apartment, where she broke in and raided the place for booze. When her sister came home from work, she was welcomed by a drunkard occupying her couch, surrounded by empty beer cans while drinking from a large vodka bottle. Insert picture of Trish Walker/Hellcat here. Jessica. Trish asks in shock. Where have you been? Although Kilgrave used to force Jessica to lie to Trisha, after he was hit by the bus and she walked off, Jessica cut all contact with her adoptive sister. It's been almost 6 months since they've talked or seen one another. He's dead, Jessica utters in a drunken haze, raising her glass bottle high in the air in triumph. Who's dead? She asks in confusion. Is this about that guy you've been seeing? Mr. Perfect. Not only was she forced to lie, but Jessica was also made to tell extravagant stories about the man she loved. Don't call him that, Jessica says in disgust. I might throw up otherwise. Bad breakup? Trish says since she knew nothing about Kilgrave. Sure, whatever, Jessica says as she didn't want to tell her sister about all of the horrible things that happened. There's other fish in the sea, Trish comments, eliciting a groan from her drunken sister. What? Don't say that either, Jessica says as she immediately thought of Loki's annoying face. Trish just looked at her wayward sister in confusion as she took off her jacket and hung it up. Well, let me get a glass and I'll join you. The next day, Matt and Foggy rushed over to the Avengers Tower, bright and early. Well, it was Foggy who was in a rush as he dragged his best friend and business partner along behind him. I can't believe you had to ask me whether we should accept Spider-Man as a client. Foggy looked back at Matt as they arrived at the entrance of the building. This is a no-brainer. Foggy had no idea why his friend seemed so reluctant in the first place. This was the Avengers they were talking about. If there was a level above A-list celebrities and powerful politicians, it would contain the Avengers with Spider-Man seated at the top of the pyramid. Even if it was just Spider-Man asking to become a client, then Foggy would sell his soul to make it happen, yet Matt had the whole group offered up to him on a silver platter. Really, you should have just agreed instantly. Foggy says with a shake of his head. What if they reached out to other firms? I doubt that. Matt says, knowing Spider-Man's motive behind all of this. Sadly, he couldn't tell Foggy the real reason they were offered such an amazing deal. Matt wanted to keep his loved ones safe, and to accomplish that, he needs his identity to remain hidden at all costs. Let's just hurry, Foggy says as he paces off toward the door with a briefcase in hand. Matt sighed as he cursed Spider-Man for offering up such good bait. Looks like I'm joining the Avengers. Tapping his cane along the ground, Matt followed behind Foggy. As he went to open the door, a woman walked up and opened the door for him. Thank you, Matt says with a smile as he is used to this. When you're blind, everyone holds open doors for you and gives you a wide berth on the sidewalk, thinking he would bump into them otherwise. You're welcome, she says. Why are you holding the door for this mortal? Another voice spoke from beside her. Such respect should only be shown to royalty. Stop it. He's blind, you idiot. She reprimands him in an instant. So what? He has hands, doesn't he? Loki says with a scoff. I'm sorry about him, the woman says as she turns back to Matt. He's an arrogant **CK. Don't worry about it. Matt keeps his smile up as he walks through the door, leaving the amusing couple behind. Matt, over here. Foggy yells across the lobby. Hello, Mr. Murdoch. Please follow me to the elevators. A woman who was standing beside Foggy says dutifully. Spider-Man seemed to have expected their arrival, which matched the confidence he held on his departure last night. Though, before they could walk much further, the woman freezes in place. Ms. Jones, Mr. Odinson, she says as the same couple from before walks over. Are you visiting Spider-Man again? Yes, can you take us to the elevators again? Jessica nods. And be quick about it, Loki says as he makes a shooing motion with his hand. Of course. The secretary-like woman nods professionally as she motions toward the elevators. Please follow along everyone. You're visiting Spider-Man as well? Foggy asks. Yes, you too, Jessica asks curiously. As they were led to the elevators, Foggy started bragging about the job offer they were given. Even in Midgard, lawyers are dreadfully existences, Loki thought as he did his best to ignore the mortal's ramblings. Arriving at the elevators, Jarvis spoke through the speakers. Welcome, Spider-Man is expecting you, he says as the two groups leave behind the secretary and ascend upwards together. The ride upward was fairly quiet and awkward as neither group knew the other. It also didn't help that Loki gave the two lawyers the cold shoulder, only holding back his sharp tongue for Jessica's sake. Ding. As the doors opened, Foggy's jaw dropped as he found Spider-Man leaning against the wall, waiting for their arrival. You're all early, Peter says as he looks between both groups. Better than being late, I suppose. Peter's imposing presence seems to have intimidated Foggy, as he's currently sweating and shaking nervously. Can we get this over with? Loki says impatiently, receiving an elbow to the ribs in return from Jessica. Sure, come on, Peter says as he walks off. Arriving in a good-sized meeting room, Peter took a seat at the head of a large table and motioned for the others to do the same. Loki, being the man he is, took a seat at the other end of the table, while the others merely sat on the sides. Since you all arrived at the same time, let's get this settled in a single meeting, shall we? Peter says as he looks at the two lawyers. I'm guessing that you're both here to accept my offer. Yes, we would gladly work as the Avengers' exclusive law firm, right? Foggy answers instantly as he turns to Matt and kicks him under the table. Yes, we would be honored, Matt says reluctantly. Good, then you can draw up the papers and Peter was stopped mid-sentence as Foggy cracked open his briefcase and pulled out a stack of papers. We have everything drawn up already, Foggy says as he eagerly hands over the contract. Good, I'll look this over tonight, Peter says as he schemes through the pages briefly. Of course, here's our card. Foggy handed over a business card with their contact information on it. Thank you, Peter says as he pockets the card. I'll call tomorrow. Thank you for this opportunity, Foggy says excitedly. It's such an honor. No problem, Peter says as he motions to the door. You can take the same elevator down. Jarvis will assist you. Yes, sir. Jarvis' voice appears as the doors open on their own. This was, please. Just as Matt was standing up to join Foggy on the way out, Peter spoke up. Actually, Mr. Murdoch, would you mind staying for a moment? Peter asks though Matt knew he wasn't really asking. I don't know Matt starts but Foggy hurriedly cuts in. Yes, he'd love to, Foggy says as he gives his friend a pointed stare. Yeah, sure. He agrees and reluctantly takes his seat once again. Once Foggy was gone, Peter turned to Daredevil with a smirk under his mask, and Matt could see it too. Welcome to the Avengers, Matt, Peter says, throwing away his former polite behavior. Must we have this conversation with strangers present? Daredevil asks cautiously. At novel bin at. Don't worry, they won't be strangers for long, Peter says with a shrug. Sigh. He had no words to say. Oh, don't act so glum, Peter says with a shrug. The pros of joining the Avengers far outweigh the cons. He's joining as well, Jessica asks curiously. Does he have powers too? He's blind. How powerful could he be? Loki says with a scoff. Matt didn't bother responding to Loki's taunting words. In your current state, Matt here can beat you into the ground with ease, Peter says to Loki. Although Loki has many more years of experience on his belt, he doesn't specialize in hand-to-hand combat nor would he be able to keep up with Matt's enhanced senses. Loki looked at Daredevil skeptically. Well, let's get you two started, Peter says as he taps the table. Instantly, the door opened, and in walked a beautiful red-headed woman in a tight black combat suit. Matt, Jessica, this is Natasha. Peter does introductions. Natasha, meet Matt and Jessica, our newest recruits as well as your new students.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.